Chapter 1. Transmigrated into a great being, heard by Vegeta. Where am I? In the world of Dragon Ball. Year 766 of the Age of the Dragon. Within a most luxurious hospital in West City. A baby with a tuft of blue hair gazes around with wide-eyed curiosity. He has been born for a while now. Oh, what an adorable little baby. A blonde noblewoman cradles the infant affectionately. Mrs. Briefs, Bulma's mother, brings the little one to Bulma. Bulma gazes at him with tender eyes, gently stroking his tiny hand. My precious baby Trunks. The infant seems to have heard something extraordinary, his delicate body trembling suddenly. Trunks? No way, I am Trunks. I've transmigrated? Trunks is utterly astonished. He only remembers staying up all night writing a novel, never expecting to find himself in the world of Dragon Ball. Ding! Welcome to the Dragon Ball world. Binding system in progress. Time seems to halt as the heavy electronic voice announces a line before falling silent. Trunks feels as if 1,000 alpacas are racing through his mind. Integrating the soul integration complete. System binding complete. May the host strive to survive in the Dragon Ball world. Moments later, the system's electronic voice fades into silence. Trunks' expression darkens. Fortunately, he has transmigrated and possesses a golden finger. Yet he remains unaware of its functions in an instant, he feels as if a storm is raging within his head, causing a splitting headache. Wah, wah, wah. Trunks cannot help but cry out. Seeing this, Bulma gently pats Trunks' back. Bulma, oh, don't cry, Trunks. After a minute of distress, Trunks finally settles down. The two souls within him have now completely merged. Then, a feminine voice echoes in Trunks' ears. All right, where's Vegeta? It's been so long. Hasn't he come to see us? Bulma continues to ask. Although Grandpa Briefs has not remained by the hospital side, he has visited Trunks several times. Bulma helplessly shrugs. He's probably training in the gravity chamber. It is entirely reasonable for Vegeta to engage in such activities. After all, as the perennial second, Vegeta has spent most of his life pursuing Goku's footsteps. The majority of his time is devoted to training. Moreover, the fact that Vegeta and Bulma are together likely stems from Bulma's assertive approach. Therefore, Trunks does not feel surprised that Vegeta has not come to visit the mother and son. Suddenly, Bulma retrieves a remote control and connects to the intercom system of the gravity chamber, angrily exclaiming, Vegeta, have you forgotten something? On the other side, within the gravity chamber, a sweat-drenched Vegeta is completing his final push-up. The furious roar interrupts Vegeta's rigorous training. It was evident that he was taken aback by the sudden roar, and his final push-up ended in failure. Vegeta responded with palpable impatience. What a bothersome woman. What is it? Bulma continued to shout. Do you still want your wife and child? Vegeta's voice fell silent, as if a sudden realization struck him. Bulma's reaction was one of deep disappointment. Her gaze turned towards the window, clearly filled with anger, tears nearly brimming in her eyes. Moments later, a familiar silhouette appeared before Trunks' eyes outside the window. It was the man exuding an unmistakable aura of speed. Vegeta shattered the glass and soared into the hospital with a savage entrance. His eyes swiftly scanned Trunks' form. Bulma pouted, Humph, I thought you had truly forgotten about us. Disregarding Bulma, Vegeta snatched Trunks from her grasp. Although he did not immediately express concern for Bulma, the mere fact that he arrived at the hospital so promptly brought her immense joy. Vegeta lifted Trunks high, examining him with a mixture of admiration and scrutiny. The father and son locked eyes, and a faint smile crept upon Vegeta's lips. Ha ha ha, my son Trunks. He will undoubtedly surpass Kakarot's offspring. He shall be the mightiest scion of all. In Trunks' perspective, the original Trunks from the Dragon Ball world was merely a fusion component for Gotenks. Now that he had become this Trunks, he was determined to shatter such a fate. Upon hearing this, Trunks thought to himself, that is assuredly the case. Suddenly, a male voice surged into Vegeta's mind, prompting him to glance around warily, his heart momentarily halting. Who is speaking? Yet, he found only 4 individuals in the room, 2 of whom were women capable of speech. Vegeta, cradling Trunks, soared out towards the window, searching for any other presence, but found none. Strange, what is happening? Having just traversed into this new existence, Trunks was unaccustomed to the hundreds of meters of height beneath his feet. He trembled, his tail instinctively coiling around him. That moment, the sight of Trunks' tail caught Vegeta's attention. The tail is a critical weakness of the Scions. It cannot be left intact. With that proclamation, Vegeta gathered a beam of energy in his hand, poised to sever Trunks' tail. Trunks instantly became agitated, his previous fear of the height forgotten. No, wait, the tail is the source of a Scion's power, a requisite for transforming into Super Saiyan 4. To remove it would be an utter waste. Just as Trunks feared his tail would soon be lost, the pulsating energy in Vegeta's hand suddenly vanished. Vegeta scanned the surroundings once more, closing his eyes to sense if any suspicious entities lurked nearby. After a moment, he was certain that no one else was present. With a scrutinizing gaze, Vegeta fixed his unwavering attention on Trunks. Could it be that Trunks is the one speaking? Yet, this little one hasn't uttered a word. Impossible. How could a newborn child possibly articulate speech? The tail is the source of a Scion's power? What a jest! It is undeniably a fatal weakness. Vegeta recalled the moment he transformed into a great ape upon arriving on Earth. It was the severing of his tail that reverted him to his original form. Since then, his tail had never regrown. However, he always felt an inexplicable absence of certain power within him. Super Saiyan 4? What on earth is that? As of now, Vegeta's strength lingered on the precipice of transcending into the Super Saiyan transformation. The sight of Goku achieving Super Saiyan was a significant blow to him. Although he was unaware of what Super Saiyan 4 entailed, it undoubtedly related to the Super Saiyan lineage. Regardless of who was speaking, Vegeta comprehended everything clearly. With a spirit of experimentation, he resolved not to remove Trunks' tail. Just then, Bulma's expression shifted dramatically. "Vegeta, what are you doing? Quickly hand Trunks to me." It was this very utterance that prompted Vegeta to return Trunks to Bulma's side. Chapter 2. Vegeta's Breakthrough, Super Saiyan. West City, Capsule Corporation. It has been several days since Bulma was discharged from the hospital and returned home. During this time, Trunks has become well acquainted with his new surroundings, expressing considerable satisfaction with his home environment. After all, he is now the son of the world's wealthiest man. From this point forward, he need no longer concern himself with mundane matters, allowing him to devote his undivided attention to his training. In the original narrative, Trunks was able to transform into a Super Saiyan at the age of 7 alongside Goten, indicating that both possess extraordinary talent. Throughout the long years to come, his singular focus will be on enhancing his own strength. In these past few days, Trunks has experienced the profound warmth of maternal love. Furthermore, he has perceived a subtle change in Vegeta. Once, Vegeta was consumed by an unwavering dedication to training, eating only to sustain his efforts, sleeping merely to recover, and rising again to train. Now, however, he has begun to shift his routine. He frequently checks in on Bulma and their son after each training session. Yet, out of pride, he merely crosses his arms and observes from a distance. Bulma has caught sight of this scene more than once, and it fills her heart with sweetness. Days pass in this manner until the arrival of a momentous day. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated from Capsule Corporation, sending shockwaves rippling across the surrounding area. Golden and white auras intertwined and permeated the air from the gravity chamber. The earth-shattering roar echoed throughout the heavens, the voice belonging to none other than Vegeta. This overwhelming energy commanded Bulma's full attention. Simultaneously, Trunks, cradled in her arms, became aware of this formidable presence. It is now the eve of the android's appearance. Under the guidance of my future self, everyone is training with fervor. It is during this time that my father breaks through to become a Super Saiyan. As Trunks contemplated these thoughts, a tempest outside reaffirmed his conclusions. A powerful wave of energy swept through the surroundings, sending flowers and plants in the yard swirling through the air. Bulma, holding Trunks, made her way with difficulty to the gravity chamber's entrance. She rubbed her forehead, exclaiming with exasperation, "Oh dear, I truly can't do anything with this guy, Vegeta." Trunks, nestled in Bulma's embrace, held his breath, attuning himself to the heat of the energy. He understood precisely what Vegeta was attempting to accomplish. Following the battle on Namek against Frieza, Vegeta was perilously close to transforming into a Super Saiyan, needing only a catalyst of rage. The alternating white and golden auras surged with intensity. Vegeta was on the brink of transcending himself, preparing to assume the form of a Super Saiyan. His roars continued to resonate, the energy emanating from him growing wild and untamed. Trunks observed this spectacle, recognizing that Vegeta was indeed nearing his transformation into a Super Saiyan, albeit lacking one final element. In an instant, a voice swiftly penetrated Vegeta's mind. In that moment, Vegeta's composure was disrupted, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Is that voice again? At this juncture, Trunks was flooded with memories from a past life. In Dragon Ball Super, it was mentioned that the Scions of the 6th universe had discovered a method of transformation into Super Saiyan. If one could concentrate all their power in the back, filling the S cells there, then the next step would be to transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's pupils constricted, clearly having overheard every word. Damn it. To think that this voice would instruct a prince. At this moment, Vegeta's brow furrowed tightly, his eyebrows twitching in agitation. Ah! A roar surged forth once more. Witnessing Vegeta's furious demeanor, Trunks felt a surge of joy within. Yes, just like that. The angrier, the better. It would be splendid to contemplate even more infuriating matters, like the humiliation of being surpassed by a lower-class warrior. Vegeta stood frozen, the mysterious voice piercing into his very soul. Scenes of Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Despite his aversion to this inexplicable voice, he had come to realize that his energy had reached an unprecedented height. He was but a step away from becoming a Super Saiyan. Anger was indeed beneficial. Vegeta's heart rebelled against the notion of being instructed by this unfamiliar voice, yet its advice proved effective. It seems this entity speaks the truth. Thus, I shall concentrate my power to my back and give it a try. With a thunderous shout that resonated throughout the heavens, Vegeta gathered all his strength to a single point on his back. At that moment, the long-dormant S cells within his body began to awaken, continuously infusing him with their formidable power. Gradually, Vegeta's pupils began to change. His once pitch-black eyes transformed into a pale green. Following this, a brilliant golden hue began to spread towards his brow and hair. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta had completely transformed. His muscles were taut, his body radiating a faint golden light, and his golden hair danced in the wind, exuding an aura of majesty and strength. Undoubtedly, Vegeta had successfully transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Ha ha ha, Super Saiyan. I have achieved it too. Kakarot. Vegeta's laughter was filled with exuberance. After learning of Goku's transformation, he had trained tirelessly day and night for this moment. Outside the door, Bulma was equally exhilarated. As Vegeta's wife, witnessing her husband surpass himself filled her with genuine joy. Wonderful. Vegeta, I knew you could do it. So engrossed was Vegeta in his transformation that he failed to notice the two waiting just outside. Upon hearing Bulma's voice, he reigned in his excitement. Vegeta ambled towards Bulma, yet he did not exhibit any delight in response to her compliments. Instead, he coldly uttered a few words, "I am hungry." Upon delivering this remark, Vegeta hastily made his way outside, leaving Bulma and Trunks behind. Watching Vegeta's diminishing silhouette, Bulma pouted, muttering to herself, Saiyans are indeed obsessed with training. All they know is training, eating, and sleeping. Nevertheless, despite her words, Bulma retrieved the intercom and summoned the kitchen to prepare a meal. Chapter 3. The sweet taste of victory for Vegeta after dinner. Atop the Capsule Corporation building, Vegeta stood with his arms crossed, gazing into the distance. He had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, achieving the goal he had pursued for years. Suddenly, he looked up at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. Memories of the events that had transpired on Earth over the past few years rushed through his mind, starting from the invasion of Earth, to Namek, and finally establishing a new family on Earth. He would never forget that fateful battle, his first encounter with Goku. It was from that moment that a seed was sown in his heart. A lowly warrior had dared to challenge him. He had believed that as the Prince of the Saiyans, he should have been the first to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Yet, that was not the case. A lower-class warrior had surpassed him, becoming the first to achieve the transformation. He felt defiance, anger, and hatred. Finally, after years of relentless effort, that seed within him began to sprout. In a fit of rage against Goku, the Super Saiyan, he finally transformed into a Super Saiyan himself. Vegeta chuckled lightly. Ah, Kakarot. It's both your defeat and success that amuse me. At that moment, his gaze hardened. A flicker of regret passed through his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. Kakarot, I long to battle you once more. Let us see whose Super Saiyan form reigns supreme. At that instant, Vegeta elevated his energy once again, the white aura around him shifting to a brilliant gold. He unleashed all the pent-up frustration within him. Ah, Kakarot. A golden light erupted from the roof of the Capsule Corporation. The resounding voice quickly caught the attention of Bulma, who was trying to lull Trunks to sleep. The startled Trunks awoke from his slumber, gazing bewilderedly out the window, soon catching sight of the dazzling golden light. Before Trunks could fully comprehend the situation, Bulma dashed out in a hurry. She saw Vegeta shouting into the dark sky, Kakarot, do you see this? I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. At this point, Trunks sensed something was amiss, but his thoughts were interrupted by Bulma, who urged Vegeta, Vegeta, come down. If others see you, we'll be reported for disturbing the peace. However, Vegeta paid her no heed, remaining on the rooftop, absorbed in his own triumph. With a resigned expression, Bulma turned to Trunks and remarked, "Oh dear, Trunks. Don't become like your father, only focused on training." Yet, Trunks was entirely fixated on Vegeta. Observing Trunks's earnest demeanor, Bulma couldn't help but think that he was indeed a miniature version of Vegeta. With a hint of bitterness in Bulma's tone, she remarked, "It appears Trunks is also intrigued by combat. He has already been intimidated by the aura unleashed by Vegeta. I suspect he will become a battle fanatic in the future. And I had hoped he would inherit the Capsule Corporation." However, the truth was far from Bulma's assumptions. Her words instantly captured Trunks' attention, and with his remarkable wit, he quickly discerned the underlying sentiment. Undoubtedly, Bulma felt a tinge of grievance, believing that her son did not follow in her footsteps. "Wah wah wah," Trunks cried out, shaking his head vigorously in response, signaling that her interpretation was inaccurate. Witnessing this, Bulma's face lit up with joy as she began to comfort Trunks. "Oh, don't cry, Trunks. Mommy understands your feelings." Simultaneously, Vegeta was drawn by the sound of Trunks wailing. He cast a sidelong glance at his son, who was now fixated on him. Their eyes met, and as the Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta's thought process was decidedly in line with that of his battle-hardened lineage. Vegeta's aura diminished slightly as he muttered, "Humph, so my formidable presence has indeed frightened him." Only weak Saiyans would weep in the face of a stronger opponent. It seemed that Trunks' rigorous training needed to be prioritized. Trunks felt a mix of sorrow and indignation. His tears were merely intended to comfort his mother, not a true reflection of his emotions. He felt a bit wronged and silently criticized Vegeta's current state. TCH, he has merely transformed into a Super Saiyan and is already so self-satisfied. As Vegeta's mind twisted, the mysterious voice resurfaced in his consciousness. This voice again, how intriguing. The enigmatic sound captured Vegeta's attention, yet he remained oblivious to its source. Trunks internally scoffed once more. Well, this is a common trait among newly transformed Super Saiyans. They often struggle to manage their excitement, resulting in such chaotic situations. Reflecting on this, Trunks envisioned the memorable scenes of Vegeta in a state of chaos. His thoughts once again reached Vegeta's mind, inciting a sense of embarrassment and fury within him. Vegeta swiftly ascended into the air, surveying everything beneath him. "Who is it? Show yourself." Yet, no one responded. Trunks observed Vegeta intently, reaffirming that his father's aura was notably turbulent at that moment. Bulma turned to Vegeta, inquiring, "Vegeta, who are you looking for?" As she gazed at him with confusion, Vegeta seemed to grasp something. Judging by Bulma's reaction, it is clear she has not heard this strange voice. Could it be that this voice is only audible to me? At that moment, Vegeta's inner turmoil began to subside as he meticulously recalled the events of the day. Thanks to the emergence of this voice, he had prematurely transcended into a Super Saiyan. Although the manner of speaking was irksome to him, every word conveyed a profound truth. Vegeta spread his arms wide, reveling in the exhilaration bestowed upon him by his Super Saiyan transformation. "This individual speaks with accuracy. I am indeed filled with an overwhelming excitement, and my energy feels remarkably unstable. Perhaps I should attempt to restrain this fervor of being a Super Saiyan." With that thought, Vegeta closed his eyes, striving to suppress the exhilarating sensations coursing through him. In mere seconds, an indescribable comfort surged within his being. "Humph, while that voice may be irritating, restraining this excitement certainly enhances my physicality." Vegeta opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. Through this enigmatic voice, he had experienced an unprecedented sweetness. He soared away from his previous position, dedicating himself entirely to mastering his exhilaration. Meanwhile, Bulma and Trunks remained behind, with Bulma expressing her annoyance. "Humph, here we go again. Vanishing without a trace. I truly wonder what goes on in that mind of his." Trunks, too, harbored doubts regarding Vegeta's reaction, pondering what else could occupy his thoughts beyond surpassing Goku. Note: the inner thoughts can only be heard when in close proximity. Thus, instances where Vegeta distances himself from Trunks, such as flying away or ascending into the air, indicate that Trunks cannot hear Vegeta's thoughts. Whenever Vegeta hears the inner voices, they resonate in his mind, prompting a series of reactions. Chapter 4: A Desolate Spacetime. Days passed in a languid manner. Trunks led a life of leisure until the arrival of a fateful day shattered his perception. As he lazily opened his eyes, a youthful figure suddenly appeared before him. How adorable! Gohan crouched in front of Trunks, one hand playfully teasing him. "Aunt Bulma, is this your and Uncle Vegeta's little baby? What is his name?" With that, Gohan gently poked Trunks' delicate face with his finger again and again. Then, he mischievously squinted and made faces to elicit a hearty laugh from Trunks. However, at that moment, Trunks wore an expression devoid of emotion, his gaze vacant, as if his very soul had departed. He remained utterly unaffected by Gohan's antics, let alone offering a hint of a smile. His eyes were fixated on Gohan. No, what on earth is happening? Shouldn't Gohan be diligently training to defeat the impending androids? Trunks scrutinized Gohan with wide, curious eyes, clearly recalling that in the original narrative, their first encounter had taken place on a designated island. Yet here he was, meeting Gohan for the first time at Capsule Corporation. Just then, Bulma's voice broke through Trunks' reverie. With a smile, she said to Gohan, "That's right, Gohan, this is my and Vegeta's child. His name is Trunks." Gohan patted his head and replied, "Trunks, I am your big brother Gohan. By the way, where is Uncle Vegeta? I haven't seen him." Mentioning Vegeta, Bulma realized it had been a while since she last saw him. "I wonder where he is. He hasn't shown his face lately." Knowing his personality, he must be off training again. Honestly, even in times of peace, he is still obsessed with training. Upon hearing this, Trunks tilted his head, as if grasping words that transcended his understanding. He felt a sense of bewilderment. What does this mean? Times of peace? According to the storyline, Mother should have been aware of the impending threat posed by the androids. Trunks cast a suspicious glance at Gohan. Something seems amiss. The ensuing conversation between Bulma and Gohan sent a shiver through Trunks. "Gohan, how is Chi-Chi doing?" Bulma inquired with concern. Gohan smiled gently and nodded. "Mom is doing quite well. Please don't worry, Aunt Bulma. Dad has been gone for a year now, and Mom has managed to move forward." As he spoke those words, a fleeting shadow of sorrow flickered in Gohan's eyes, a sentiment that did not escape the perceptive Bulma. She stroked Gohan's head and comforted him. "I'm sorry, Gohan. I shouldn't have brought it up." Son Gohan lifted his head, smiling as he said, "It's all right, Aunt Bulma. Although Dad is gone, I will study diligently and ensure that Mom lives a happy life." He then made a silly face to tease Trunks. Yet, no matter how hard Gohan tried, Trunks' expression remained vacant, as if his soul had been lost. The realization struck that Goku had indeed passed away. Trunks glanced at Gohan, momentarily stunned. In his heart, he had begun to grasp the dreadful truth. The timeline he traversed was not the primary one, but rather a desolate future. The tragedy of this future commenced with Goku's demise due to heart disease. Following that, the androids emerged, leading to the demise of all the Z fighters. With Piccolo's death, the Dragon Balls would vanish, rendering the deceased unable to be resurrected. Gohan, who once aspired to be a scholar, was ultimately forced to become the last Z fighter, sacrificing himself in a futile attempt to protect Trunks from the androids. Trunks' gaze lingered on Gohan, the amiable older brother who remained unaware of his grim fate. Trunks' focus then shifted to Gohan's arm. That arm, the image of the one-armed Gohan flashed in Trunks' mind. Suddenly, a sharp sound of something dropping captured the attention of the three. A derisive voice emerged from Vegeta. "Oh, Kakarot's son?" Vegeta scrutinized Gohan, assessing his aura with disdain. "Kakarot's son, why does your energy seem diminished compared to before?" "Humph, I truly feel pity for Kakarot." Gohan lowered his head in shame. "I'm sorry, Uncle Vegeta. Ever since Dad died, I have neglected my training." Bulma quickly intervened. "Oh, Vegeta, Goku is gone, and Gohan is Chi-Chi's hope. He aspires to be a scholar." Vegeta snorted, turning his attention to Trunks with an expectant gaze. In the next moment, he coldly addressed Gohan. "Listen, Kakarot's son. My son Trunks will undoubtedly surpass you. For you are merely the child of a low-class warrior, while my Trunks possesses the noble blood of a prince. If you don't want to be outdone, I suggest you resume your training to avoid embarrassing Kakarot." Gohan again bowed his head. "Indeed, if Dad had not died, I would have continued my training, right?" Vegeta's sudden mockery of Gohan prompted Bulma to further smooth things over. "Vegeta, let's not dwell on the past. The future path is for Gohan to choose." Having watched Gohan grow, Bulma remained considerate of his feelings. To her, Gohan's fate was undeniably tragic. A child so young, stripped of his father, yet compelled to strive for the family's future. Chi-Chi is an exceptionally strong-willed individual. Following the demise of son Wukong, Bulma contemplated extending her assistance to her. Yet Chi-Chi steadfastly refused, insisting on relying solely on her own strength. Casting a glance at Vegeta, Trunks couldn't help but voice his disdain once more. "Ah, indeed. He is my father. His words are as sharp as I remember." Suddenly, Vegeta's body trembled slightly, as a surge of voices abruptly invaded his mind. At that moment, it felt as though Vegeta's entire worldview had shattered. "Father? Did I truly not mishear?" Chapter 5, The Arrival of the Androids. Vegeta's gaze settled upon Trunks, his eyes trembling with unspoken emotions. He recalled the peculiar occurrences of recent days. That strange voice had never manifested before. It was not until Trunks' birth that Vegeta first heard that bizarre sound. Initially, he could hardly believe it could emanate from Trunks, as it was difficult to fathom that a newborn could articulate words. Moreover, he had been watching Trunks intently, who had not uttered a single sound. In retrospect, it was indeed when Vegeta had intended to sever Trunks' tail that the voice emerged. Just moments ago, after he had spoken ill of Gohan, that voice resurfaced in his mind. Vegeta was slow to comprehend. Over the past few days, the voice had frequently appeared, aiding him in transcending into a Super Saiyan, while simultaneously tempering the exhilaration of that transformation. Each time the voice manifested, there was always one person beside him, Trunks. Although it seemed utterly implausible, Vegeta distinctly heard the words Daddy. Yet, another perplexing thought confronted him. How could a newborn Trunks possess such knowledge? As Vegeta's thoughts drifted, the voice returned once more. Trunks clenched his tiny fists, despairing over the events that lay ahead in his mind. Alas, I am but an infant now, powerless to alter anything. In the future, everyone shall fall victim to the androids. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Tien, Uncle Piccolo. All will perish. Even Father, and years later, Gohan will sacrifice himself to protect me. In the end, it will be just Mother and me, relying on one another. Vegeta felt as though his nerves were being tugged by an unseen hand, his emotions a tumultuous storm. A future timeline? Trunks hails from the future? No, he is merely an infant now. A daring hypothesis took root within Vegeta's mind. Could he have been reborn with memories of the future? Despite his skepticism, the events of recent days were too bizarre to dismiss. Beginning with the connection to his tail in Super Saiyan 4, followed by his transformation into a Super Saiyan, and ultimately, the ability to restrain his excitement to grow stronger. Such comprehension was beyond a mere newborn. All signs pointed to Vegeta's seemingly absurd conjecture. However, it remained merely a hypothesis, for he had now transcended into a Super Saiyan. As for the ludicrous notion of being killed by androids, Vegeta firmly rejected it. Pa, what androids? This prince does not believe such beings could vanquish me. Rather than entertain that theory, Vegeta was more inclined to suspect that some malign entity had possessed his son. Trunks. Boom, boom. The relentless sound of explosions began to resonate from afar. Mushroom clouds erupted one after another in the sky, while chaos reigned at the opposite end of the city. The streets were filled with a cacophony of screams. Trunks furrowed his brow. Damn it, have the androids already appeared? At that moment, Vegeta and Gohan soared into the sky simultaneously. The wailing of police sirens echoed throughout the city, swiftly followed by the urgent announcements broadcasted across every corner. Citizens, please evacuate immediately from the vicinity of the explosion. Our city is under attack by a male and a female terrorist. They claim to be androids. Please remain calm, for the king has dispatched the military to suppress the threat. Furthermore, the king has contacted the boy who once defeated Demon King Piccolo. Please do not panic. Gohan gazed into the distance, observing the blazing inferno. This is no ordinary terrorist attack. Just then, a familiar energy reached Gohan's senses. It's Krillin's energy. Has he arrived on the scene? Suddenly, several more energies flooded Gohan's mind, causing his brow to tighten. This situation is far from simple. Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu have also reached the site. I must hurry. Gohan quickly heightened his energy, preparing to fly towards the explosion site, when his body abruptly froze in place, as if bound by an unseen force. His mouth gaped wide, his lips trembling. Krillin's energy has vanished. Before tears could form, an even more devastating realization struck Gohan. Not only had Krillin's energy rapidly disappeared, but Tien, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha's energies also vanished in an instant. They have all been taken by the androids. Tears streamed down Gohan's face, crystalline droplets cascading from his eyes to the ground below. The sudden turn of events caught even Trunks off guard, unable to anticipate the swift demise of their friends. However, Bulma, cradling Trunks, immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Gohan's reaction revealed that Krillin and the others were likely in grave danger. Bulma knew well the identity of the boy the king referred to, the one who had once vanquished Demon King Piccolo. But Goku was already gone. Frantic, Bulma shouted, "Gohan, I'll get the dragon radar for you right away." Without hesitation, she gently placed Trunks in a stroller and dashed towards the laboratory. Upon entering, Bulma frantically began to search. Sweat poured down her forehead, yet her hands moved with unwavering determination. After rummaging through countless items, she finally discovered the dragon radar in a corner. "At last, I found it." Bulma rushed outside, clutching the dragon radar. Meanwhile, Gohan had descended to the ground, quietly wiping away his tears. Upon witnessing Bulma hastily approaching and presenting the dragon radar, he seized it without hesitation, as if grasping a lifeline. Subsequently, Gohan took a deep breath, steadied himself, and summoned all his strength to dash towards the direction of the first Dragon Ball with utmost speed. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, Vegeta widened his eyes, staring in disbelief at the horizon. Could it be that artificial beings truly exist? He murmured to himself, astonished within. In that fleeting moment, the doubts that had lingered in his heart regarding Trunks seemed to diminish, if only slightly. Chapter 6. Vegeta's Defiance. Trunks trembled, his gaze fixated on the unfolding scene before him. He was acutely aware of the impending tragedy. Son Gohan, having sought the Dragon Balls, was absent from the battle and had narrowly escaped death. However, the Dragon Balls that Gohan discovered would soon turn to stone due to Piccolo's demise. No, I must prevent Uncle Piccolo from being killed. If Uncle Piccolo dies, it will truly be the end. Trunks yearned to alter this fate, yet he was merely an infant, powerless and feeble. A profound sense of helplessness engulfed him, and he could only pray for a miracle that Gohan's Dragon Balls would not petrify. As Trunks had feared, an unforeseen event transpired. Son Gohan, soaring through the skies, suddenly halted as if ensnared by an invisible force suspended in midair. His eyes were vacant, staring blankly ahead, while his body trembled uncontrollably. Two streams of tears cascaded down his cheeks, crashing heavily upon the Dragon radar he clutched tightly. The once flickering lights on the radar, indicating the locations of the Dragon Balls, extinguished one by one, until they vanished entirely. This signified that the 7 Dragon Balls, which he had safeguarded alongside Piccolo, had disappeared along with his loss. Uncle Piccolo's presence has also faded, Gohan murmured, his voice quaking with uncontainable sorrow and anguish. Uncle Piccolo. A heart-wrenching roar echoed through the heavens, deafening and filled with despair. This cry, laden with grief, reverberated across the sky, as if attempting to rend the very fabric of the atmosphere. Gohan's face was streaked with tears, his heart consumed by overwhelming sorrow. Meanwhile, Vegeta had touched down upon the ground. Another presence has vanished. It seems that Namekian has met his end. All the ants have been exterminated. Now, it is time for the emergence of Super Vegeta. Vegeta's fists clenched tightly, his eyes radiating boundless pride. This sight was not lost on Trunks, who found a glimmer of hope. Thank goodness, Father is still here. There is still a chance. Vegeta turned to gaze at Trunks, a smirk threatening to break free. In his eyes, he alone possessed the power to defeat the androids. Vegeta's energy surged instantly, and Trunks felt a sudden sense of dread. Vegeta was not one to remain idle. Having transcended to a Super Saiyan, he was eager to confront the androids. This is disastrous. Given Father's temperament, he will undoubtedly seek out the androids directly, but how could he possibly stand against them now? No, I must stop him. In desperation, Trunks waved his arms vigorously, bursting into tears, hoping to capture Vegeta's attention. You cannot go, Father. An increasing chorus of thoughts flooded Vegeta's mind, and his brow furrowed tightly in response. His fists were clenched tightly, and in the next instant, he glared fiercely at Trunks, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he were on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Witnessing Vegeta's demeanor, Trunks cried out even louder, realizing his father's resolution was unwavering. With Piccolo deceased and the Dragon Balls vanished, the prospect of his father's return seemed impossible, plunging him into despair. Would the tragic events of the future unfold once more? It appeared that only he and his mother would be left to navigate the desolation of their world. He felt somewhat resilient, but he pondered whether his mother's heart would endure a lifetime of sorrow. Vegeta's pupils dilated sharply, and the tension in his furrowed brow eased slightly. His body, taut with anticipation, slowly turned to face Bulma, his eyes trembling. She was the only one who had ever shown him love throughout his life. During his time on Earth, it was Bulma who had introduced him to the warmth of tenderness. Yet, the royal Saiyan blood coursing through his veins forbade him from retreating. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. What a jest! He was the proud prince of the Saiyans. What terror could mere artificial beings instill? As Vegeta ascended to his Super Saiyan form, Trunks felt a chill wash over him. At that moment, Bulma realized that many had fallen to the androids. Covering her face in horror, tears streamed down her cheeks. Ultimately, her gaze fell upon the transformed Vegeta. Her voice trembled as she called, "Vegeta." This cry of despair rekindled a glimmer of hope in Trunks. He could only place his faith in Bulma, for she was Vegeta's Achilles heel. However, in the next moment, Bulma's expression shifted towards Vegeta, an unmistakable determination reflecting in her eyes. "Vegeta, there must still be a chance for everyone. Please, save them." For reasons unknown, Bulma's pitiful demeanor triggered an involuntary response from Vegeta, as if a conditioned reflex honed over countless nights. Listening to Bulma's words and observing Vegeta's eager posture, Trunks felt a darkness descend upon his face. No, Mother, Father cannot possibly defeat the androids. Each doubt he voiced about Vegeta tightened his fist further. Humph. What are these androids? I can now transform into a Super Saiyan. I'm not like the mere insects on this planet. Although Vegeta seemed to be talking to himself. Avoiding a direct response to Bulma, her spirits were lifted by his words. She gave Vegeta a thumbs up, having witnessed the power of a Super Saiyan before. When Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan and dealt a crushing blow to Frieza, he had eliminated Frieza and his father upon their arrival on Earth. Now, though Goku was gone, Bulma still had her husband, who could also transform into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta is the sole man capable of bearing the mantle after Goku's demise. Thus, Vegeta, press on. I have faith in you. I promise that upon the completion of your task, I shall grant you a second child. Vegeta's countenance flushed with embarrassment. Humph. I shall eradicate the androids without your prompting. Trunks let out a sigh, his heart heavy with foreboding. It's over. There is no way my father can defeat them. Even if he transforms into a Super Saiyan, he is still no match. The image of Vegeta being pierced by the androids flashed in Trunks' mind. Currently, my father is certainly no match for the androids. Not to mention my father, even if Uncle Goku were alive, he might not prevail against two androids. But Uncle Goku would undoubtedly be aware of the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber. In such unforeseen circumstances, he would certainly find a solution. A torrent of Trunks' thoughts surged into Vegeta's mind. In an instant, Vegeta's face turned crimson. Once again, Kakarot. Kakarot is already dead. I, Vegeta, am the most powerful Saiyan. I am now far stronger than Kakarot ever was. He roared at Trunks, you fool. I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. A golden aura surged forth, enveloping Vegeta in a tempestuous energy. His body transformed into a golden arrow, soaring towards the site of the explosion. In the yard remained only Bulma, filled with anticipation, and Trunks, his face marred with melancholy. Go, Vegeta. Bulma clutched Trunks tightly, gently caressing his face. Father will triumph, won't he, Trunks? Trunks maintained a stoic expression, his emotions tumultuous. He had hoped Bulma could dissuade Vegeta, yet inspired by her words. Vegeta's resolve was unshakable. Moreover, judging by Vegeta's earlier energy, it was exceedingly unstable, a grave omen for a Super Saiyan. Trunks' anxious heart sank, as he feared that the tragedies of their future would once again unfold. Chapter 7. The rapid arrival of Vegeta in a city quietly standing hundreds of kilometers away from West City. A recent and inhumane terrorist attack has left an atmosphere of desolation and ruin permeating the area. The stark contrast between the present state of the city and its former splendor is painfully evident. Once bustling streets now lie eerily silent, their thoroughfares barren of life. The remnants of destroyed vehicles lay strewn about like discarded metal debris across the road. The once pristine roads have been transformed into a chaotic landscape of varying depths of craters and depressions. What was once a vibrant thoroughfare, teeming with life, has now taken on a somber visage. The scent of blood hangs heavily in the air, a grim reminder of the many lives tragically lost. Amidst this wasteland, one figure stands out conspicuously. A statuesque blonde woman exudes an air of noble elegance, embodying a chillingly alluring presence. At that moment, she gracefully stands atop a severed head, her gaze betraying an overwhelming indifference and disdain. This woman is none other than Android 18 from the Dragon Ball universe, though in this reality, she assumes the role of a cold, malevolent demon. Beside her stands her twin brother, Android 17, with his dark hair flowing. With a casual flick of his wrist, 17 sends a ki blast soaring through the sky like a shooting star, striking a nearby shopping mall with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, a thunderous explosion obliterates the structure, sending plumes of smoke and flames into the air. Hey, 18, aren't you worried about getting your clothes dirty? 17 quips, observing his sister with a teasing glint in his eye. 18 merely smiles, responding with a nonchalant air. We were born for slaughter. Why concern ourselves with such trivialities? As her words linger in the air, she suddenly stomps down fiercely, causing the already mangled head beneath her to burst apart, scattering brain matter and blood in all directions. This unfortunate head is the very one that the siblings had forcibly severed from the body of Dr. Gero. They had relished the perverse thrill of their actions all the way from the basement to this spot. Suddenly, a series of deafening explosions reverberate through the air. Boom. Energy waves descend from above, swirling smoke enveloping the two androids. As the haze dissipates, a golden figure materializes in the sky. The two androids soon discern the identity of their visitor. The database within 18 begins to activate, ultimately locking onto the name Vegeta. 17 sniffs disdainfully, coldly remarking, "Oh, Vegeta, another fool come to meet his end." His contemptuous gaze sweeps over the lifeless bodies lying around them, remnants of the slain, including Krillin and others. Among them, Piccolo's demise is particularly gruesome. The androids are all too aware of the Namekian's characteristics, rendering his corpse a grotesque assemblage of fragmented pieces. Devoid of any hope for regeneration, Vegeta descends before them, his golden aura swelling with intensity. So, you are the androids? Ha, you've merely dispatched a few weaklings. I am not like them. Indeed, it appears that you two have long been aware of my formidable reputation. Vegeta's tone exuded an utmost confidence, as he clenched his fists before his chest, abruptly directing his thumb towards himself. However, you are mistaken. Before you stands none other than Super Vegeta. In response to Vegeta's self-introduction, Android 18 merely curled her lips slightly, betraying a hint of disdain. For within her database, she already possessed comprehensive information regarding Vegeta. Yet, his power remained woefully inadequate. In an instant, Android 18's figure vanished, and simultaneously, a phantom materialized before Vegeta's eyes. The howling wind swept across his face. Gazing at the arrogant visage of Android 18, Vegeta felt his heartbeat accelerate involuntarily. Suddenly, a sharp, resonant sound emanated from his abdomen. Vegeta's eyes turned vacant, disbelief washing over him as he lowered his gaze. To his astonishment, he beheld Android 18's fist lodged firmly in his stomach. An excruciating pain radiated from his core, causing a mouthful of blood to erupt forth. That fist seemed intent on penetrating his very being, wishing to bring about his demise. Super Vegeta? Merely garbage. Android 18's voice echoed in Vegeta's ears, and at that moment, his mind was a blank slate. A second later, his thoughts were invaded by the words Trunks once spoke. Everyone will fall prey to the androids, including my father. And now, he found himself grievously wounded by an android strike. Trunks' prediction had come to pass. Following that, images of Bulma and the ungrown Trunks surfaced in his mind. There were responsibilities he must shoulder. For a fleeting moment, the proud Saiyan prince found himself gripped by the fear of death. It was not death itself he feared, but rather the thought of leaving these two demons unchecked in his absence. His wife and child would be left to endure a hellish existence. Vegeta's gaze became vacant. The Namekian is dead, and the Dragon Balls are no more. Trunks' words have truly come to fruition. If I were to perish, history would inevitably repeat itself. Bulma. Trunks. No, I cannot die. At that moment, Vegeta finally understood why Trunks had been so anxious earlier. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Vegeta made a resolute decision. He never imagined that one day he would relinquish the so-called pride of a Saiyan for the sake of his wife and child. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from Vegeta's body, a culmination of his restraint over the exhilaration of becoming a Super Saiyan in recent days. Just days prior, he would have deemed such strength impossible. He exerted every ounce of his being, desperately striving to pry Android 18's clenched fist from his abdomen. In the next moment, he swiftly placed both hands before his chest, and a brilliant, radiant beam of golden energy burst forth from his palms. This was none other than his ultimate flash. Upon witnessing the scene, number 18 gathered waves of energy in her hands. The two beams of energy intertwined and collided, unleashing a brilliant explosion that illuminated the desolate ruins. Ah, how infuriating. Die, you wretched fool. Vegeta's forehead pulsed with intensity as he summoned all his strength to propel the ultimate flash toward number 18. She merely scoffed, her expression unperturbed. With an air of indifference, she raised her head and intensified her energy output. Boom, boom, boom. The two forces clashed in a climactic showdown, the sound of explosions echoing around Vegeta. Meanwhile, thick smoke billowed, enveloping the remnants of the battleground. Number 18 elegantly waved her hand, coolly uttering, unduly ambitious. Let us go? Number 17, it is time to continue our game. Number 17 paused, gazing at the swirling clouds of dust. Are you certain he is dead? Number 18 replied with an air of nonchalance. What does it matter? If we can kill him once, we can certainly do so again. Chapter 8. Has history begun to change? West City. Capsule Corporation. Humanity finds itself engulfed in an unprecedented crisis due to the heinous slaughter carried out by the androids. Bulma and her family have retreated to the basement. The broadcast incessantly relays news of the androids' merciless killings of humans. Bulma, cradling Trunks, paces anxiously, her foot tapping restlessly. Her unease stems from the fact that Vegeta has been absent for quite some time, while the androids continue their rampage outside. Suddenly, Bulma halts, gazing down at Trunks. Trunks, do you think your father will be all right? Trunks, with a youthful visage now tinged with worry and reddened eyes, contemplates grimly. Surely, father has already fallen victim to the androids. How infuriating. If only mother had prevented him from leaving. At this juncture, Trunks realizes he must place his hopes solely upon himself. Should Vegeta be defeated, the future will undoubtedly unfold as it has in his memories. Yet, as an infant, he is powerless to intervene. His frailty renders him no match for the androids. Any action must await his maturation. However, in the interim, his existence will be fraught with peril. The affluent lifestyle he once knew is now beyond his reach. Yet, if he wishes to hasten the end of this apocalyptic era, it is not beyond possibility. Trunks' gaze shifts to Gohan, who sits nearby. Perhaps due to his transference into this bleak future, he has wholly immersed himself in this world. Gohan possesses immense potential. However, in the future timeline, the deaths of Goku and Piccolo left him without guidance, forcing him to rely solely on self-discovery, ultimately leading to his defeat at the hands of the androids. Trunks has now devised a plan. Once he learns to speak, he will instruct Gohan to seek out Mr. Popo and train in the hyperbolic time chamber. Though Mr. Popo's combat prowess is modest, he once trained Goku, and through his specialized instruction, Gohan will surely become more formidable. Suddenly, Trunks feels something warm trickling down his face. His thoughts are interrupted as he lifts his head to see Bulma, overcome with urgency, weeping. Trunks, do you think your father has been taken by the androids? With a downcast expression, Trunks shares her hope that Vegeta is still alive. Yet his familiarity with the timeline leaves him with little optimism. Observing Bulma's tears, the Briefs couple rushes to comfort her. In that moment, Gohan, seated nearby, rises abruptly. His fists clenched, eyes ablaze with fury, he declares, "Aunt Bulma, I think I must do something." With that, Gohan makes to leave the basement, intent on seeking vengeance against the androids. This sudden determination frightens Trunks. Even with his current strength, Gohan could only serve as a sacrificial pawn. Although Bulma was overwhelmed with emotion, she was, after all, a woman of great intellect. She understood that if even Vegeta could not contend with the androids, then Gohan would meet the same grim fate as the others. Gohan, stop. If you are killed by the androids, then hope will truly be lost. Think of your mother. Before Goku's demise, you promised to take good care of her. Gohan halted in his tracks, his tightly clenched fists loosening at that moment. Tears of helplessness streamed down his face. Yet, the essence of Uncle Vegeta had vanished. Upon hearing this, Bulma's gaze became distant. Memories of Vegeta's spirited departure flooded her mind. It was she who had urged him to challenge the androids, and in that instant, she wept with regret. For reasons unknown, witnessing his mother's reddened eyes caused Trunks' own to glisten with unshed tears. Throughout their time together, he had fully integrated into this family. Thus, he resolved that once he vanquished the androids, he would surely revive Vegeta. At that moment, various methods to restore Vegeta flickered through Trunks' mind. The first option was the Dragon Balls of Namek, followed by the 2-star Dragon Ball, and if all else failed, the Super Dragon Balls. No, wait. An astonished voice broke from Gohan, shattering the heavy atmosphere. All eyes turned to him, eagerly anticipating his next words. Gohan, still in shock, exclaimed, "No, I distinctly sensed Uncle Vegeta's essence had vanished, but just now, it reappeared. Though it is faint." Gohan's words were like an oasis in a parched desert, soothing the nearly desiccated hearts of those present. Bulma rushed to Gohan, her hands resting on his shoulders, shaking him with fervor. "Gohan, are you saying Vegeta is not dead?" Gohan nodded vigorously. "Yes, I believe Uncle Vegeta has escaped from the androids. His weak essence is approaching us. I will go bring him here." With a buoyant step, Gohan soared into the air. The city lay in ruins beneath him, and after ensuring that no androids lurked nearby, he began to search for Vegeta's essence. At last, before a demolished building, he found Vegeta, bloodied and battered. The Saiyan Prince lay prone on the ground, his already scarred right hand struggling to drag his body toward West City. He muttered to himself, "No, I cannot die." A sound of footsteps reached his ears. He laboriously lifted his head. Kakaroto's son? Without hesitation, Gohan hoisted Vegeta onto his back and flew swiftly toward the basement. Moments later, they arrived at their destination with a resounding thud. The door to the basement creaked open, revealing Vegeta's battered form before Bulma's eyes. A sharp pang of sorrow pierced her heart, filled with compassion. "Vegeta!" Bulma exclaimed, hastening towards him, joined by Gohan in supporting Vegeta's frail body. Meanwhile, the Briefs couple busied themselves with adjusting the medical equipment. Upon witnessing his successful arrival in the basement, a faint smirk crept across Vegeta's lips. His gaze then settled upon Trunks and Bulma, and he offered a knowing smile. Trunks, astonished, felt a whirlwind of emotions. Father is alive. History is beginning to change. Trunks' thoughts echoed in Vegeta's mind. Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a sense of tranquility wash over him, leading him into a deep slumber. Chapter 9. Without undergoing the rapid training, how could Vegeta possibly transform? In a dimly lit basement, the rhythmic bubbling of a medical pod filled the air. It was a relic from the past, a remnant of the Frieza who was once vanquished by Son Goku. Bulma had dismantled the medical pod from Frieza's spaceship for her research, intrigued by the wonders of science. Little did she know that this day would come, where her efforts would bear fruit. Gazing at the slumbering Vegeta, Trunks was filled with disbelief. His understanding of reality was once again shattered. Vegeta had returned alive from the clutches of the androids. A small mind, burdened with monumental questions. My father has truly survived? At that moment, vital signs began to emerge from the medical pod. Slowly, Vegeta's eyes fluttered open. Upon witnessing the awakening of Vegeta, Bulma rushed to the pod with uncontainable joy. Wonderful. Vegeta, you're awake. It was then that Trunks' voice echoed in Vegeta's mind once more. It is indeed a blessing that Father is alive, resurrected with enhanced power. Yet, with Father's current strength, he still cannot contend with the androids. Listening to Trunks' thoughts, Vegeta felt a surge of clarity. His former bitterness had dissipated. He had indeed experienced the might of the androids firsthand and was acutely aware that he currently stood no chance against them. In this moment, Vegeta resolved to train with even greater fervor. However, the pressing question lingered. When would he be capable of defeating the androids? Moreover, he pondered whether those two merciless fiends would grant him the opportunity to grow stronger. Although he was alive, merely facing Android 18 had rendered him utterly defenseless. Not to mention, there was still the enigmatic Android 17 to contend with. How infuriating! Vegeta cursed inwardly. The situation had grown exceedingly dire. Just then, Trunks' voice resonated within his mind again. Since Father is alive, there exists an alternative to our previous plan. Neither Gohan nor Father are aware of the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber. As soon as I regain my ability to speak, I can inform them of the time chamber. And with Mr. Popo's guidance on their energy training, both Father and Gohan could surpass Super Saiyan, thereby swiftly resolving the crisis posed by the androids. A torrent of revelations that challenged Vegeta's understanding continued to flood his mind. His heart raced with excitement. The hyperbolic time chamber? What is that? And who is Mr. Popo? It was evident that Vegeta had no recollection of this figure. Yet he was certain that Mr. Popo was indeed a resident of Earth. Surpassing Super Saiyan? Each unfamiliar topic bombarded Vegeta's consciousness. With his eyes newly opened, he fixated on Bulma outside the medical pod, the scene causing her breath to quicken. Vegeta, what's wrong? Please don't scare me. Vegeta's unusual demeanor at this moment caught Gohan's attention. Gohan swiftly moved closer to Vegeta, who was keenly aware of their actions. In order to alleviate Bulma's worries, he removed his oxygen mask and gasped for breath, declaring, I'm fine now. Please step back a bit. I will emerge shortly. Upon hearing this, Bulma and Gohan retreated a few meters. With a resounding crash, Vegeta shattered the medical pod with a single punch. Oh dear, Vegeta, must you be so barbaric? Though Bulma appeared to be admonishing him, her tone bore no hint of reproach. After all, the medical pod could be replaced, but if her husband were to be lost, that would be irretrievable. Bulma willingly stepped into Vegeta's embrace, a gesture that took him by surprise as she held him tightly. Tears glistened in the corners of her eyes, falling onto his shoulder. At that moment, the proud Saiyan prince softened. He had brushed against the threshold of death and witnessed the inhumanity of the androids. In just half a day, the androids had turned Earth upside down. The tragic account of the future narrated by Trunks flashed through his mind. He gently patted Bulma's back, reassuring her, there is still time. Bulma, fortunately, I am still alive. We owe it all to our child. Noticing Bulma's sobs had ceased, he carefully eased her away from him, understanding that this was not the moment for sentimental reflections. He was acutely aware that the androids could strike again at any moment. Therefore, the pressing matter was to resolve the current predicament. How to address this? It was simple. Trunks had already provided Vegeta with the answer. Through the events of the past few days, Vegeta had come to fully comprehend that following Trunks' instincts would undoubtedly lead to success. He turned to Bulma and inquired, Do you know of a certain individual? Bulma gazed at him with curiosity. Who? Vegeta replied nonchalantly, a human who has mastered ki to perfection. At this revelation, Trunks shuddered in surprise. What is going on? Did I hear that correctly? He is actually asking about this person? Could it be that he realizes his own weakness? Vegeta smiled faintly, continuing, Mr. Popo. Trunks' eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Vegeta would inquire about Mr. Popo. Surely, Father has had no interactions with Mr. Popo. How could he suddenly pose such a question? Upon sensing Trunks' thoughts, Vegeta's lips curled slightly. Indeed, my suspicions were correct. That boy Trunks is unaware that I can hear his thoughts. At this moment, Vegeta resolved to keep the fact that he could hear Trunks' innermost thoughts a secret, as it was a personal revelation meant solely for him. Bulma scratched her head in contemplation. Mr. Popo was the one who assisted me in locating the Dragon God when I first arrived on Earth. She inquired, "What do you need him for, Vegeta?" "Where's the God Temple?" Vegeta asked. "It's located at the highest point on Earth. You can see it if you fly to the summit," Bulma replied. Upon receiving her answer, Vegeta promptly took action, opening the door to the basement. As he departed, he glanced back and waved to Gohan. "Gohan, I hope you can join me." With that, he soared toward the direction of the God Temple. Gohan stood frozen, unable to believe his ears. "Gohan, did Uncle Vegeta just call me Gohan for the first time?" For reasons unknown, the current demeanor of Vegeta struck Gohan as strangely unfamiliar. Meanwhile, Trunks' heart raced with a tempest of thoughts. What is happening to Dad? Trunks' mind whirled, and eventually, an implausible notion took shape within him. Could it be that the real Dad has been slain by the androids? Is it possible that Dad, like me, is a time traveler? Given Vegeta's unusual behavior, Trunks could only draw these conclusions, as he had frequently indulged in time travel novels in his previous life. However, this remained merely a suspicion, the truth of which awaited further investigation. Chapter 10. After all, you are the son of Sun Wukong. In the basement. Vegeta's words evidently left Son Gohan somewhat astonished. Did Vegeta just call your name, Gohan? Am I mistaken? Is the sun rising from the west? It was not only Gohan who felt this incredulity. Even Bulma found it hard to believe. Ever since Vegeta arrived on Earth, he had consistently labeled Gohan as merely the son of the low-class warrior Kakarot. Just 2 days prior, before the android incident erupted, Vegeta had disdainfully compared Gohan to Trunks, firmly asserting that the son of a low-class warrior could not possibly measure up to Trunks, who bore the royal Saiyan bloodline. What Bulma was unaware of, however, was that Vegeta's transformation in perception stemmed from having heard Trunks' inner thoughts. The android incident further affirmed that Trunks had spoken the truth without embellishment. In the future, Son Gohan became the last warrior, ultimately slain by the androids while protecting Trunks. This alone commanded Vegeta's respect for Gohan, leading him to no longer view Gohan as merely the son of a low-class warrior. Gohan was worthy of Vegeta addressing him by name. "Gohan, do you intend to accompany Vegeta in seeking Mr. Popo?" Bulma continued to inquire. Gohan fell silent. Bulma awaited his response, as did Trunks, who was also eager for Gohan's reply. At that moment, images of Piccolo and others fading from existence surfaced in Gohan's mind. His fists clenched tighter. The desire to grow stronger and defeat the androids was one he yearned for. Yet, there was another matter he needed to address. Gohan replied, "Aunt Bulma, I also wish to train with Uncle Vegeta. However, I believe I must return home to seek my mother's consent first." Bulma smiled. "You need not return. I can contact Chi-Chi right now." Her smile was born from the certainty she held within. She had faith that, as the wife of someone who had saved the world on numerous occasions, Chi-Chi would make the most rational decision in such a dire moment. Bulma then produced a remote control, maneuvering a small flying robot. Soon, a projection was generated by the robot, displaying the scene of the Capsule Corporation. Though the outside world had descended into chaos, Bulma was still capable of simple communication. This flying robot is a mother-child model. Mine is the mother unit, while a child unit is located near the Capsule Corporation. I will send the child unit to find Chi-Chi, Bulma confidently explained to Gohan. Listening to Bulma's explanation, Trunks was utterly astonished. My mother is truly a genius capable of creating a time machine. As Bulma operated the child robot, its visual connection was established with the Capsule Corporation. The camera gradually zoomed in, revealing Gohan's home within the frame. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. Surrounding Gohan's residence lay a multitude of unconscious individuals. These people, driven to madness by the apocalypse, sought refuge from the relentless pursuit of androids in the depths of the wilderness, and by sheer coincidence stumbled upon a household. Starving and desperate, they harbored ill intentions towards this family, which, as fate would have it, was none other than the lineage of the most powerful beings on Earth. At the helm of this household was none other than the formidable Chi-Chi, the strongest woman on the planet. With a combat power exceeding 100, she was more than capable of reigning as a sovereign over Earth's dominion. Dealing with these apocalyptic marauders was a trifling matter for her. Chi-Chi perched upon a stone, her legs crossed, admonished the ruffians. "You heartless scoundrels, do you dare to challenge me?" Yet, no response came forth. The marauders had succumbed to slumber. At that moment, a diminutive robot, akin to a bee in size, hovered beside Chi-Chi. "Chi-Chi, can you hear me?" Bulma's voice emanated from the robot, projecting her image before Chi-Chi. "Bulma? Ah, yes. Gohan visited you the other day, but why hasn't he returned?" Chi-Chi inquired. I was just about to inform you. Bulma relayed the news regarding the appearance of the androids. Chi-Chi's brow furrowed, and Gohan, standing beside Bulma, sensed the gravity of the situation. He hurriedly approached Bulma, explaining, "Mom, everyone has perished, and the Dragon Balls." Before Gohan could finish, a stern voice resonated from Chi-Chi. "Gohan, immediately, go train at the Heavenly Temple." Upon hearing this, Gohan's expression turned to one of astonishment, while Bulma nodded in approval, a smile gracing her lips. Trunks, too, was already aware of the implications. Although Chi-Chi wished for Gohan to pursue academia, she possessed a broader perspective. In the narrative of Dragon Ball Z, after Goku's recovery from his heart ailment, Chi-Chi did not prevent him from seeking out the androids again. This indicated that Chi-Chi was not an unreasonable individual. Now, with Goku deceased and the world ensnared in peril, the only one worthy of inheriting Goku's legacy was his son, Gohan. Gohan stammered, "Mom." Chi-Chi smiled gently, "Gohan, pursue your path with confidence. If the world ceases to exist, what value is there in being a scholar?" She understood that when Goku was alive, she could afford to be a selfish mother, but now, with Goku gone, her son no longer belonged solely to her. Gohan nodded vigorously, tears of emotion welling in his eyes. "I understand, Mom." Chi-Chi beamed with warmth, continuing, "After all, you are Goku's son." With that, she ended the communication. With Chi-Chi's blessing, Gohan prepared to soar directly to the Heavenly Temple. At that moment, Bulma intercepted him. "Gohan, could you possibly take my family and me to the lookout? The situation here in West City is precarious, and I fear the androids may find us. Moreover, Vegeta has already gone to the lookout, and if you leave now, it would leave us vulnerable. I'm also uncertain about how long you intend to train there. I apologize for the trouble, Gohan." Bulma's words carried much weight, and Gohan readily agreed. With his current strength, he was entirely capable of transporting Bulma and her family, as well as the Briefs couple, to the lookout. Gohan responded, "Certainly. Aunt Bulma, Grandpa Briefs, and Grandma Bikini, please prepare yourselves. We shall depart shortly." Chapter 11. Entering the Spirit Time Room. The Celestial Temple. In the wake of Piccolo's demise, the position of the Earth deity now stands vacant. The previous master of the Celestial Temple, the former deity, has also passed away. A dark-skinned individual with strikingly large eyes, Mr. Popo, stands anxiously at the edge of the temple. He senses an ominous presence approaching the Celestial Temple, that of the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, who had invaded Earth years ago. Although Vegeta has undergone some changes over the years, Mr. Popo remains wary of him. He is perplexed as to why Vegeta would suddenly draw near the Celestial Temple, as he should logically be unaware of its existence. Sweat begins to bead on Mr. Popo's forehead as Vegeta's energy draws ever closer. With a crisp sound of footsteps, Vegeta materializes at the Celestial Temple. He surveys his surroundings, taken aback by the revelation of such a mysterious place on Earth. It seems Trunks was indeed not mistaken. Subsequently, Vegeta's piercing gaze lands on Mr. Popo, who resembles a coal ball. "Hey, you there, do you know where Mr. Popo is?" Mr. Popo is momentarily taken aback, clearly caught off guard. Despite his trepidation, he politely responds, "May I inquire what business you have with him?" Vegeta cuts to the chase. Training. The situation below has descended into chaos due to the androids. My purpose here is to surpass my own limits and defeat them. Mr. Popo blinks in astonishment. After the outbreak of the android incident, Earth had plunged into turmoil within a mere 3 days. He can hardly fathom that the once invader, Vegeta, would harbor such intentions. "Mr. Vegeta, you intend to defeat the androids? To save Earth?" Mr. Popo asks. Vegeta snorts dismissively. "Humph, saving Earth is of no interest to me. I'm not Kakarot. I merely wish to vanquish the androids." Though he speaks thus, he is acutely aware of the true reason behind his visit. Recognizing that Vegeta's intentions are not malevolent and indeed aimed at defeating the androids, Mr. Popo speaks. "I am Mr. Popo, the servant of the deities throughout the ages. Are you here to become the new deity of Earth?" Vegeta regards Mr. Popo with skepticism. This dark fellow is the Mr. Popo that Trunks mentioned? He seems rather weak. Can he truly teach me to control my energy? In a sudden display, Vegeta gathers an energy sphere in his hand and swiftly hurls it towards Mr. Popo. Whoosh. Mr. Popo furrows his brow, his body reacting swiftly. With a mere sidestep, he evades the attack. This unexpected maneuver takes Vegeta by surprise. It seems this fellow is indeed no ordinary opponent. To become the god of Earth? I have no interest. I merely wish for you to teach me how to master my breath. Bubbles nodded. "Mr. Vegeta, should you wish to defeat the androids, I can provide you with specialized training. However, it may take some time." Vegeta's expression changed. "How long?" Bubbles replied, "At one time, Goku trained here for 3 years." A confident smirk graced Vegeta's lips. Ha! Kakarot also trained here. 3 years? I, Vegeta, shall surpass him. 3 days. In 3 days. I shall accomplish what Kakarot achieved in 3 years. Observing Vegeta's impatience, Bubbles shook his head. Mr. Vegeta, mastery over one's breath cannot be rushed. I understand your desire to swiftly defeat the androids, but mastering breath control and other combat techniques in merely 3 days is utterly fanciful. Bubbles' words undoubtedly dampened Vegeta's enthusiasm. Yet, upon reflection, Vegeta recognized his own impatience. His challenges were not solely about breath. He was still outmatched by the androids in strength. Even if he mastered his breath in 3 days, he would still fall short in power. The androids were indiscriminately hunting humans, and should they find Bulma and Trunks? Damn it! If only I had more time to train. At that moment, Bubbles presented Vegeta with better news. Mr. Vegeta, I actually have a way for you to become stronger. Lost in his thoughts, Vegeta's mind abruptly sharpened like a bolt of lightning striking him. His gaze fixed intently on Bubbles. What method? Bubbles explained, we shall enter the hyperbolic time chamber together. Vegeta shuddered, recalling what Trunks had mentioned. Indeed. Does the hyperbolic time chamber work wonders? The hyperbolic time chamber? Bubbles elaborated. It is a unique space where the passage of time differs from the outside world. 1 year inside equates to 1 day outside. However, a person may only enter for 2 days in their lifetime, or 2 years. Mr. Vegeta, you can join me. Hearing such auspicious news, Vegeta's spirits soared. Take me there at once. Very well, Mr. Vegeta. Just as Bubbles prepared to escort Vegeta into the hyperbolic time chamber, a heavy thud echoed from behind. Gohan arrived, dragging Bulma and her family to the sacred temple. Bulma gazed at the vast temple, astonished to find it utterly deserted. She called out, Mr. Bubbles, where are you? Upon hearing Bulma's voice, Bubbles halted his advance toward the hyperbolic time chamber. He hurried to greet them and informed them of Vegeta's intention to enter the chamber. Bulma exclaimed, what? Such a space truly exists? Son Gohan wore an expression of astonishment, while Trunks appeared somewhat perplexed. Subsequently, Bulma retrieved a universal capsule from her pocket and inquired of Bobo, Mr. Bobo, where is Vegeta? Bobo gestured towards the direction of the hyperbolic time chamber, stating, over there, follow the path. Turn left, please come with me. Bulma, cradling Trunks, hurriedly made her way to the indicated location, with Bobo trailing closely behind them. It was at this moment that Trunks caught sight of Vegeta alongside the hyperbolic time chamber, leaving him profoundly astonished. Father has sought out Mr. Bobo on his own and discovered the existence of the time chamber. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance, observing Trunks being embraced by Bulma as they approached him, and Trunks' thoughts resonated within Vegeta's mind. Trunks, allow me to alter the tragic fate of our future. Vegeta, don't go in just yet, Bulma exclaimed, panting as she produced another universal capsule from her bosom and handed it to Vegeta. Oh, I'm so glad I caught up. This contains your gravity chamber spaceship, as you mentioned wanting to train, so I brought it along. Additionally, there is plenty of food inside. Honestly, do you care nothing for your wife and child? You just ran off here. Gazing at the animated Bulma, Vegeta felt no impatience. Instead, he accepted the capsule with a slight nod. He then addressed Bobo, saying, hey, that guy, let us go in. Chapter 12. One wave subsides, another rises. Within the room of spirit and time, Mr. Popo replicated the training methods he once employed with Sun Wukong for Vegeta. This included games of hide-and-seek, dummy training, and the calming practice of meditation. Seemingly unrelated to enhancing combat prowess, these exercises unfolded day after day. Initially, Vegeta approached them with a sense of skepticism. However, as he devoted himself to these seemingly trivial tasks and allowed his mind to settle, he gradually came to realize that these practices were not merely for strengthening his power, but rather for refining his spirit. It became evident that achieving mastery over his energy within a mere 3 days, as he had once proclaimed, was indeed an unattainable feat. As a prodigy among the Saiyans, while 3 days might have been a stretch, after 3 months of intensive training, he had gained complete control over his energy. With a sudden opening of his tightly shut eyes, Vegeta devised his own training regimen. He promptly retrieved the multifunctional capsule provided by Bulma, and with a resounding pop, a spaceship equipped with a gravity chamber materialized before him. Thus, he resolved to continue augmenting his strength. Mr. Popo had intended to offer some guidance to Vegeta, but to his surprise, Vegeta abruptly sealed the gravity chamber door, never to reopen it again. Consequently, Mr. Popo exited the room of spirit and time. Outside, 3 months had elapsed within the room of spirit and time, while only 6 hours had passed in the real world. Everyone awaited news from within. And due to their advanced age, Bulma had arranged for the briefs couple to rest in a designated room. With a click, the door of the room of spirit and time swung open, and Mr. Popo stepped into view. Bulma approached him with heavy steps, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Mr. Popo, why are you the only one to emerge?" she inquired. Mr. Popo explained, "Vegeta has already managed to control his energy, and he did it even faster than the previous Sun Wukong, taking only 3 months." A faint smile of pride crept onto Bulma's lips. It indeed surprised her that Vegeta could surpass Sun Wukong in such a short time. "Truly, he is my man." Nearby, Gohan, intrigued, leaned closer to Mr. Popo and asked, "Mr. Popo, are you saying that my father was also trained by you?" Mr. Popo gazed at Gohan, recognizing the shadow of Sun Wukong within him. "Yes. You must be the son of Mr. Sun Wukong, correct?" Gohan nodded vigorously, his fists clenched in determination. "Yes, Mr. Popo. Once Uncle Vegeta emerges, please take me to the room of spirit and time for training. You taught my father, after all." Mr. Popo blinked. "Very well, Popo will teach you." Trunks' gaze was intensely fixed on Mr. Popo, recalling memories from another life, filled with various interpretations of Mr. Popo's identity. Though his combat prowess might not be formidable, an air of mystery always surrounded him. As a servant of the Earth's deity, he had served several incarnations of the planet's gods. Though a divine servant, he possesses combat prowess surpassing even that of the gods. Yet, he has refrained from intervening to resolve Earth's crises. In a desolate future timeline, where Earth has been rendered a hellish realm by androids, he did not take action. Had he sought out Gohan and informed him of the existence of the hyperbolic time chamber, perhaps the future Gohan would not have found himself unable to contend with the androids. Contemplating this, Trunks feels an overwhelming sense of pity for Gohan in that future time. With the demise of his father, the connection to the deities has nearly severed. The most illustrative example of this is King Kai of the North. In the past, whether facing the Saiyan invasion or the Frieza incident, King Kai dutifully relayed information and taught Goku techniques such as the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. However, after Goku's death, Future Earth seemed to lose all contact with King Kai. Regarding why King Kai did not reach out to Gohan, Trunks holds his own perspective. King Kai of the North governs the Northern Galaxy. The 4 galaxies, North, South, East, and West, are overseen by their respective Kai, and even one of these galaxies is vast beyond measure. Earth is but a mere speck within this expansive Northern Galaxy. The early villains of Dragon Ball, whether they be Saiyans or Frieza, are notorious troublemakers within the Northern Galaxy, tyrants who wreak havoc. They are essentially parasites of the galaxy. Their existence guarantees turmoil. Thus, King Kai wholeheartedly supported Goku in vanquishing these foes. In the future timeline, however, with Goku's passing, Earth was left without a leader. The androids wreaked havoc, and perhaps initially, King Kai intended to contact Gohan to offer assistance. Yet, as the overseer of the entire Northern Galaxy, King Kai is perpetually occupied. He realized that the androids, regardless of their malevolence, were confined to Earth and did not harbor intentions to spread their chaos throughout the universe like Frieza and the Saiyans. Consequently, King Kai's focus gradually shifted away from Earth. Reflecting on this, Trunks finds solace, understanding that assistance is a matter of goodwill, whereas neglect is the norm. Fortunately, the future timeline he inhabits is progressing toward a brighter fate. Vegeta has taken the initiative to seek out Mr. Popo and has entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta's transformation has already begun to alter the established course of history. Once he emerges from the time chamber, it will herald the end for the androids. Trunks feels a surge of joy. For now, all he must do is await Vegeta's return from the time chamber, and everything will change. In a desolate expanse of Earth, a colossal spaceship looms over the ravaged terrain. "King Cooler, we have arrived," calls out one of the crew members operating the vessel. Cooler slowly opens his eyes, surveying his surroundings. "Is this Earth?" he muses, as several figures kneel before him. Indeed, King Gula, had it not been for the interference of those individuals, we would not have arrived on Earth at this moment. The speaker, Shaviza, is the foremost sycophant in Gula's retinue. Upon hearing these words, Gula's demeanor shifted, his gaze growing unsettled, as if haunted by a dreadful thought. "Everyone, go forth and seek the Dragon Balls. As for the inhabitants of this Earth, eliminate them all." "Yes," the lackeys echoed in unison, scattering in all directions across the planet. Chapter 13. The Call from the King of the North and the Vanished Dragon Balls of Namek within the Celestial Palace. Son Gohan was engaged in conversation with Bubbles when suddenly, his eyes widened, his lips trembled, and his body quivered. A chilling breeze swept across his face, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Noticing Gohan's peculiar demeanor, Bulma inquired with concern, "Gohan, what is the matter?" Trunks also observed the unusual expression on Gohan's face. "What has transpired?" Gohan shook his head in disbelief, murmuring to himself, "No. It cannot be. This presence belongs to Frieza? Was he not already slain by my father?" But in the next moment, he sprang to his feet. "No, this is not Frieza's aura. It is far more potent." At that instant, Bubbles sensed that Earth had also welcomed an unwelcome visitor. "Alas, Earth is plagued with misfortune," he lamented. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Trunks seemed to grasp the identity of the individual Gohan was referring to. Cooler, the antagonist from the movie Saga, had unexpectedly materialized in this timeline. Trunks could only attribute the upheavals of this era to the butterfly effect of his time travel. He became increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. Vegeta had survived the clutches of the androids, and now Cooler was invading Earth. Yet, he distinctly remembered that Cooler's timeline in the movies should have occurred shortly after Frieza's defeat, prior to the android saga. Why had Cooler arrived on Earth now? All of this exceeded Trunks' comprehension. Fortunately, Cooler was merely a transformation stronger than Frieza's third form. If they could wait for Vegeta to emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber, everything would be manageable. Just as the group wrestled with this predicament, a long-lost voice re-emerged in their minds. "Greetings, everyone. It has been a while." "Who?" Gohan exclaimed, scanning his surroundings warily. The aged voice resonated once more. "It is I, the North Kai." Trunks' small frame shuddered. Could it be as I suspected? Is it only the galactic miscreant Cooler that could provoke the Kai? At that moment, Trunks anticipated the words of the North Kai. As expected, the North Kai's voice continued. "Dear ones, Frieza's brother Cooler has arrived on Earth. Like Frieza and his father, he is a cosmic sovereign. However, his power surpasses that of King Cold and Frieza. So I urge you all to exercise caution." Trunks furrowed his brow. Cooler's arrival must signify a grand scheme. Otherwise, the Kai would not have reached out to Gohan. It was known that in the future timeline, he had never contacted Gohan. At this juncture, Trunks solidified his earlier conjecture. Indeed, only those who posed a threat to the entire North Galaxy would elicit a response from the Kai. Gohan scratched his head, reminiscing about past events. He inquired, "Lord Ko? Is it the Lord Ko who taught my father the Kaioken?" The Ko nodded solemnly. Indeed, son Gohan was filled with exuberance, his tone growing more fervent. "Lord Ko? Is Uncle Piccolo and my father training with you? Are Uncle Krillin and the others also there?" At that moment, a voice familiar to son Gohan resonated in his mind. "Gohan, it is I, Piccolo." Tears streamed down son Gohan's face. Hearing Piccolo's voice was even more exhilarating than hearing Goku's. "Uncle Piccolo." Piccolo chuckled softly, then sought to soothe son Gohan's emotions. "Gohan, listen to me. Currently, only you and Vegeta can fight on Earth. You must protect Earth diligently. Your father is not here with Lord Ko. He is engaged in a spar with the formidable masters of the universe in the afterlife." Son Gohan clenched his fists. "Yes, I will, Uncle Piccolo. Once I receive guidance from Mr. Bubbles, I will avenge you all. After the matters on Earth are settled, I will surely bring you back to life using the Dragon Balls of Namek. As long as Lord Ko provides us with the coordinates of the new Namek, Aunt Bulma will definitely find a way to locate it." As he spoke, son Gohan glanced at Bulma, who patted her chest confidently. "Leave it to me." Hearing son Gohan's heartfelt words, Trunks also sighed in relief. The situation isn't dire. As long as we can contact Lord Ko, we can learn the whereabouts of the new Namek, which means we can resurrect Uncle Piccolo and the others. Just then, Piccolo's voice faltered. "Gohan, I am very sorry." Son Gohan's voice wavered, a dreadful premonition suddenly swelling within him. "What is it, Uncle Piccolo?" Piccolo hesitated for a few seconds before finally revealing the truth. "A few months ago, something happened on the new Namek. The new elder, Muley, chose to take his own life to prevent the Dragon Balls from falling into the hands of evildoers." Upon hearing this, the flickering hope within son Gohan was extinguished once more. The Dragon Balls of Namek are gone. Then everyone cannot be revived? Son Gohan's gaze became vacant, an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloping him. A glimmer of tears also appeared in Bulma's eyes. Such news was difficult for her to bear. The atmosphere grew tense, the air heavy, and time seemed to stand still in that moment. This shocking revelation nearly made Trunks choke on his own saliva. What on earth? Am I hearing this correctly? The new Namek is gone. Piccolo's voice broke off, and the Ko's voice once again shattered the brief silence. Yes, and the one responsible for the destruction of the new Namek is indeed Cooler. He sought to use the Dragon Balls to fulfill his wish for immortality, intending to defeat another cosmic tyrant. Trunks listened intently. This plotline might reside in his blind spot. And that other cosmic tyrant is Bojack. Trunks' body was suddenly enveloped in a shiver. Bojack? How could this fiend confront Gula? Moreover, wasn't he Bojack sealed away by the four Kaishins? How could he possibly clash with Gula? Unless the seal has been broken, how could Bojack be free? Gohan seemed to have caught wind of something grave. This was not the time for reminiscing. In shock, he inquired, Bojack? Who is that? Bojack is a tyrant of the galaxy, possessing strength surpassing that of Gula, and was sealed away by the 4 Kaioshins many years ago. However, recently, the South Kaioshin, in a misguided attempt to quell the turmoil in the South Galaxy, recklessly ventured onto the battlefield and perished. As a result, Bojack has been unleashed. Gula's arrival on Earth is also to fulfill his wish using the Dragon Balls. But the Dragon Balls on Earth are also gone. Gohan's words echoed ominously. Indeed, this is the very reason I contacted you. Given Gula's disposition, upon learning that the Earth's Dragon Balls have vanished, he will undoubtedly seek to annihilate the planet. Therefore, Gohan, you must join forces with Vegeta to thwart Gula. With that, the Kaioshin severed the connection. Trunks was left in a state of profound shock. The Dragon Ball world he once knew was irrevocably altered. He now had no choice but to place his hopes entirely on Vegeta and Gohan, for at this moment, he felt utterly powerless. Chapter 14. The witty Bulma. As night descended, the sky, which should have been an impenetrable darkness, appeared to be veiled in a sinister, blood-red shroud. The atmosphere was imbued with an aura of both mystery and terror. Under the command of Gula, several henchmen had commenced a brutal rampage across Earth, seizing individuals to interrogate them about the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Unbeknownst to them, the inhabitants of Earth possessed scant knowledge regarding the Dragon Balls. This planet was not Namek, and not everyone was privy to their locations. The air was thick with the acrid scent of blood, and the cacophony of violence echoed ominously. Gula's invasion had further exacerbated the already battered state of the Earth. Infuriatingly, the Earthlings seemed oblivious to the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Savaiza, in a fit of rage, shattered a building with a single punch, an astonishing display that left the men of Earth in a state of utter terror. Trembling uncontrollably, one man, upon encountering Savaiza's menacing gaze, felt his legs weaken beneath him. An alien invasion. Savaiza, however, regarded him with disdain, his fierce eyes locking onto the man. The man, sensing the impending doom, realized his fate was likely to mirror that of the crumbling structure around him. In a moment of sheer panic, he summoned an inexplicable strength and fled without looking back. Savaiza remained unperturbed by the spectacle. Beside him, Nez, who bore a resemblance to a frog, stared in confusion. When had Captain Savaiza become so lenient? Dre, who bore a striking resemblance to Riku, shared the same bewilderment, awaiting Savaiza's response. With a cold smirk, Savaiza unleashed a laser that shot toward the fleeing human. Zing! The laser struck something, yet the man continued to survive. From a distance came a heartfelt voice of gratitude. Thank you. Thank you both for saving me. Before he could finish, a hand pierced through his chest, extinguishing his life in an instant. Savaiza gazed into the shadows, where 2 indistinct figures emerged, a man and a woman. The blonde woman advanced gracefully, a smirk playing on her lips as she teased the dark-haired man beside her. Oh? It seems someone is encroaching on our territory. The stoic figure of number 17 remained silent, his wicked gaze fixed intently on Savaiza's trio. For reasons unknown, these 2 emanated an indescribable sense of pressure. Savaiza's mind raced. Are they also in search of the Dragon Balls? What? He possesses no combat power. Dre's voice interrupted his thoughts. His scouter had zeroed in on the 2 androids, ultimately settling on a reading of 0. Oh, are you referring to me? Number 17 pointed to himself. In an instant, he vanished from sight, and Savaiza sensed impending danger. Boom. Just as Savaiza had feared, Red lay motionless on the ground, a gaping hole in his abdomen. Shuiza and Nez felt a chilling sensation along their spines. The velocity of the impending threat was beyond the grasp of their senses. This overwhelming pressure was reminiscent of their encounters with the former cosmic tyrant, Frieza. Lord Gula, save me. Shuiza activated his communicator, transmitting this desperate plea to Gula. He had come to the grim realization that death was imminent. As he uttered these words, a hand, sharp as a blade, pierced through his chest. Nez met the same grim fate beside him. The artificial siblings continued their leisurely stroll through the ruins, seeking their next target. Meanwhile, Gula had already received news of his subordinate's demise, yet he remained indifferent. After all, a cosmic villain of his stature held little regard for minions like Shuiza. The universe would rally to his side with merely a word from him. However, acknowledging that one must keep an eye on their hounds, Gula decided to investigate the situation. He lifted his gaze, directing it towards Shuiza's location. At that moment, an inexplicable discomfort washed over him. As he looked skyward, he realized that his discomfort stemmed from the vicinity of the Temple of the Gods. Upon arriving on this planet, he had sensed a feeling of being watched. Indeed, how dare they desecrate the majesty of this king? Gula leapt into action, heading towards the Temple of the Gods. At that instant, The artificial siblings in the distance were also drawn to Gula's presence. Android 18 tossed her hair back, gazing skyward with a sinister smile. Let us go. It seems there is more fun to be had. Inside the Temple of the Gods, Mr. Popo's expression shifted, beads of sweat trickling down his brow. He is coming. It feels like he has discovered us. Gohan closed his eyes, attuning himself to Gula's aura, which was indeed approaching the temple. Damn it. Just as Gohan prepared to confront the threat alone, Bulma intervened. Gohan. No. You're no match for him. Gohan clenched his fists, realizing he was the only one capable of standing against Gula. Trunks, too, felt a surge of anxiety. The narrative had taken a dramatic turn. Gohan was certainly no match for Gula. With determination, Gohan amplified his energy, a radiant white aura emanating within the temple. Trunks blinked, his mood darkening as he could only hope for Vegeta's swift arrival. Mr. Popo's eyes glimmered. To him, Gohan appeared almost heroic. Gohan had resolved to thwart Gula. But at that moment, a collective tension gripped everyone's hearts. Tap. 2 sets of footsteps arrived simultaneously at the temple. The artificial siblings had silently reached the temple. The atmosphere grew heavy with anticipation. Android 17 wore a half-smile as he greeted everyone. Hello there. This is a greeting from the demons. As 2 merciless fiends stand majestically in the divine hall. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes once more. All eyes turn toward another figure. Cooler surveys his surroundings, recognizing that a place like this appearing on Earth is undoubtedly extraordinary. The Dragon Balls he seeks are likely to be hidden here. Hand over the Dragon Balls, he commands. Number 17 sizes Cooler up. Oh, this person resembles Frieza quite closely, he muses. Cooler's murderous gaze falls upon number 17. Are you familiar with Frieza? He inquires. Number 17 chuckles lightly. Just a piece of trash. Cooler smirks, finding himself in complete agreement with number 17's assessment. You are indeed correct. He is nothing but a waste. As his elder brother, I far surpass him. I admire your spirit. My subordinate has just perished. Would you consider working under my command? At this sight, Trunks finds his previously anxious heart at ease. To think number 17 might become Cooler's subordinate? This should be quite entertaining. Just as Trunks anticipated. A dismissive smile spreads across number 17's face. Huh, did I just hear you correctly? Brother, this guy wants me to be his subordinate? His laughter grows more unrestrained, prompting number 18 beside him to join in. Cooler's expression darkens, his eyelids twitching violently, veins on his forehead writhing like worms. What are you laughing at? Number 17's laughter abruptly halts as he responds with utmost seriousness. Subordinate? Are you referring to those 3 I just eliminated? Such insignificant pests are hardly worthy of comparison to me. At this moment, Bulma seems to grasp the situation, her large eyes darting around. Oh, Lord Cooler, you are searching for the Dragon Balls, aren't you? The Dragon Balls on Earth are actually gone. The reason is that androids caused it. They killed the Guardian of Earth. Thus, the Dragon Balls have vanished. This revelation strikes like a thunderbolt, triggering a recollection in Cooler. Back on New Namek, the Grand Elder Muri had also taken his own life to prevent him from acquiring the Dragon Balls, which subsequently turned to stone. Bloodshot fury wells in Cooler's eyes, murderous intent ready to seep forth. With a surge of power, Cooler's aura escalates drastically as he charges menacingly toward the android siblings. Trunks' tense expression softens, internally amused, as he anticipated Bulma employing such a clever ruse. Chapter 15, Vegeta, Transformation? Apologies, I can do that too. Gula approached the 2 androids with heavy steps, each stride causing the divine temple to tremble for a brief moment. Tell me, is what this earthly woman claims true or false? Gula's gaze was icy, his tone laced with hostility. He strode directly toward Android 17, yet 17 felt no sense of oppression. So what if it is? And what if it isn't? I assure you, it won't even require my intervention to deal with you. Sister, I presume your hands are itching for action? Android 18, standing beside him, smirked, her fists clenched tightly. I wouldn't mind helping you handle this fellow. As her words fell, a colossal figure suddenly reflected in 18's eyes. Gula leaped into the air. Although he too had reached the 3rd stage of transformation, his stature surpassed that of Frieza significantly. Gula resembled a mighty lion, his fists poised to strike Android 17. Little did he know, a petite woman had suddenly appeared before him, none other than Android 18. With her slender frame, she positioned herself defiantly in front of 17, twisting her fist to directly confront Gula. Bang! Their fists collided, the impact generating a pressure that resonated through the temple, causing the glass to rattle ominously. The onlookers instinctively took refuge behind Son Gohan, who elevated his energy to withstand the fierce tempest. I hope the temple can endure until Uncle Vegeta emerges. Uncle Vegeta, can you sense Gula's energy? Bang! Another powerful blow struck, and now Android 18 and Gula were evenly matched. Trunks watched intently, captivated by their fierce battle. As expected, the androids from the future are not as formidable as those from the main timeline. Gula is actually holding his ground against 18. Had it been the 18 from the main timeline, Gula would likely crumble under a single punch. In the sky, the large and small figures danced in a fierce aerial duel. The winds from their strikes howled, yet they remained evenly matched. However, as the battle progressed, Gula began to sense something amiss. He started to pant, while the woman before him remained unervingly calm. You dare aspire to be the emperor of the universe? Huh. I shall send you to meet your pathetic brother, Frisia. Android 18 flickered, her form moving swiftly toward Gula. Wiping the corner of his mouth, Gula's robust physique surged forward once more. Do not compare me to Frisia. He is merely an arrogant and foolish fool. Their bodies surged toward each other like cannonballs. Bang! Another resounding clash reverberated, revealing 18's fist firmly planted in Gula's abdomen. At that moment, Gula's back arched in shock, his eyes bulging, saliva flying, clearly taken aback. A slight smirk curled at the corner of 18's mouth, a look of disdain gracing her features. Gula stared incredulously at the woman before him, disbelief coursing through his mind 1,000-fold. Although she possessed golden hair, she was not a scion. She was merely a woman from Earth. How humiliating it was that a mere Earth woman could inflict harm upon him. With a resounding crash, his powerful tail came into play as Guldo executed a sweeping attack towards Android 18. Caught off guard, the overconfident Android 18 experienced defeat for the first time, her body plummeting to the ground like a shooting star. Just as she attempted to regain control over her descent, two strong legs struck again. Guldo's retaliation was fierce, as his feet ruthlessly stomped onto 18's chest. Clearly, she was struggling to withstand the assault. Suddenly, several energy blasts rained down from above. Guldo's attention was diverted as he noticed Android 17 at the edge of the temple, grinning mischievously. Damn it, Guldo cursed. In that moment, Android 18 seized the opportunity and launched a counterattack. She spread her crossed arms, unleashing a column of energy from her chest. Fortunately, the seasoned Guldo reacted swiftly and evaded the attack just in time. He quickly distanced himself, breathing heavily while gazing intently at Android 18. Does this guy never tire? Humph. Despicable creature. I'll deal with you soon. Guldo glared at Android 17, who paid him no heed, instead fixating on Android 18 with evident amusement. Sister, is this your true strength? Android 18's pupils constricted, her brows twitching slightly as she gritted her teeth. Humph. Do not underestimate me. Bring it on. With renewed determination, she prepared to charge at Guldo once more. Guldo scrutinized the sibling duo, sensing that they were far from ordinary. They were unlike any typical Earthlings. I must conclude this swiftly. In that case, it's time to transform. The air began to tremble, and the night grew restless. A tremendous aura emanated from Guldo, rising dramatically into the air, causing the supporting Korin Tower to creak ominously. Master Rashi clung tightly to the railing, witnessing a spectacle unlike any he had ever seen. The temple itself began to sway due to the violent tremors of Korin Tower. At that moment, a door at a corner of the temple creaked open slightly. A man in battle attire, somewhat tattered, emerged slowly from within. His expression was calm, and he advanced with resolute steps. The roaring winds generated by Guldo's transformation dared not disturb him. His eyes remained unblinking. Vegeta, brow furrowed, approached step by step, drawing closer to the group who had taken refuge behind Gohan. With a soft thud, a reassuring hand rested on Bulma's shoulder. She turned to find her gaze locked with Vegeta's. Bulma's eyes sparkled with relief as the weight of anxiety lifted from her heart. Vegeta, you came out early. Didn't you say you would stay for 2 days? As Bulma's exclamations filled the air, Trunks abruptly lifted his gaze. The serious countenance of Vegeta dominated his field of vision, igniting a spark of hope within Trunks' eyes. Subsequently, Vegeta approached Gohan, addressing him directly. Gohan, it is time for you and Mr. Popo to enter. Gohan's body trembled as he cast a bewildered glance at Vegeta. When did Uncle Vegeta come beside me? How did I not sense his presence? It appears Uncle Vegeta has mastered the essence of Ki to a remarkable degree. Gohan nodded vigorously and called out to Mr. Popo. Well then, Mr. Popo, let us proceed to the hyperbolic time chamber. Please grant me the strength akin to Uncle Vegeta. With that, Gohan prepared to enter the time chamber alongside Mr. Popo. However, Vegeta sidestepped, placing a hand on Gohan's shoulder, interrupting his motion. Gohan, do you know how tragically Piccolo met his end? He was torn to shreds by the androids, his body a grotesque mess. Upon hearing this, Gohan's fists clenched tightly, his eyes quivering with rage, a fiery anger surging within him. Gritting his teeth, He fixed his gaze upon the hyperbolic time chamber and swiftly entered. Vegeta then turned away silently, attuned to the energy emanating from Cooler. It was both foreign and familiar. This very essence prompted Vegeta to exit the time chamber earlier than anticipated, for it bore a striking resemblance to that of a long-lost, ruthless acquaintance. To shield his family from harm, he had chosen to emerge prematurely. With a measured stride, Vegeta approached the edge of the temple, gazing down as Cooler transformed before his eyes. Transforming? Apologies, but I can do that too. A smirk curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth as he soared down from the divine temple. Chapter 16, Vegeta. Today, I shall face 3. The aura of Cooler swelled, and with the increase in power, a tempest erupted. The final form of Cooler made its grand entrance. His physique grew more robust. His limbs more muscular, and several white, antenna-like appendages sprouted from the back of his formerly smooth head. His oppressive visage was veiled by a mask, exuding a mysterious and formidable presence. You are fortunate to witness this form of mine, Cooler declared. Despite the mask concealing his face, one could discern the arrogance hidden beneath it through his tone. In the face of Cooler's menacing final form, number 17 maintained an air of indifference, while number 18, slightly taken aback, furrowed her brow as Cooler advanced towards her. Humph, it's merely a change of appearance. Number 18 clenched her fists, preparing to confront Cooler. Humph, just a change of appearance? This is my 4th form, surpassing Frieza by 1. You shall regret your words, Cooler retorted, advancing menacingly. Dear sister, do you require my assistance? Number 17 remarked playfully. Number 18's expression shifted as she concentrated her strength into her thighs, launching herself towards Cooler with a powerful kick. Haha, no matter how you transform, you still resemble a grotesque creature. She taunted. Boom. Her charged punch landed solidly on Cooler, yet it inflicted no significant damage. Cooler's eyes narrowed, gleaming with a cruel light. Are you merely tickling me? He sneered, swiftly swatting number 18's arm aside and delivering a heavy blow to her abdomen with his left fist. Bang! The force of his punch escalated, and number 18's eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom the extent of Cooler's power. The strike sent her soaring into the sky, where a figure swiftly crossed her line of sight. Number 18 stared in disbelief at the figure, her lips parting slightly in astonishment. Vegeta? She questioned, her mind racing with 1,000 inquiries as to why the man she had easily dominated days prior was now present. Vegeta did not respond to her question. Instead, he crossed his arms, suddenly releasing his clenched fists. He swung his arm with force, a confident smirk gracing his lips. Sensing the impending danger, number 18 attempted to stabilize herself, but it was too late. Vegeta's confident grin widened as he unleashed a devastating punch, sending number 18 soaring once more into the sky, her form quickly passing above the sacred temple. The sight of number 18's defeat unfolded before the eyes of those within the temple. At that moment, another figure burst into view. Vegeta stood with his hands shaped like hammers, charging power at his waist. Damn artificial human. Vegeta's sudden appearance caught Android 18 off guard. However, in her eyes, he was merely a defeated foe. She quickly steadied herself, preparing to withstand what she believed would be a formidable assault. At that moment, a radiant golden light erupted from Vegeta, illuminating the night. This incarnation of Vegeta was unlike any she had ever encountered. He was a stark contrast to the Vegeta of mere days prior. Panic began to set in for 18, as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. She could distinctly sense that this Vegeta had grown significantly stronger, even more so than the earlier Gula, exuding a palpable aura of intimidation. With a thunderous crash, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, Android 18 found herself descending towards the ground. This spectacle left Bulma, who was watching, utterly astounded. Indeed, my Vegeta has grown stronger. Bulma was nearly leaping with excitement, and in her arms, Trunks wore a beaming smile. Through rigorous training, Vegeta had made remarkable progress. He cast a glance at Bulma and Trunks, his confident smile betraying an unshakable resolve. Vegeta's fleeting gaze ignited further joy in Bulma, prompting her to exclaim, Vegeta, I promised you we would have a second child once the androids are dealt with. At her words, a blush crept onto Vegeta's face, and his gentle gaze fell upon Bulma as he nodded slightly. He then turned his fierce attention back to the trio situated below the sacred temple. Trunks, now fully focused, widened his eyes, shifting his gaze between Bulma and Vegeta. Could it be that a sister might arrive sooner than expected? This thought also echoed in Vegeta's mind. A sister? A second child, a daughter? Vegeta was taken aback, a surge of determination coursing through him. The golden aura blazed fiercely, propelling him downwards with the fervor of one invigorated. As Vegeta descended from the sky, Android 18, already battered, felt a pang of anxiety, while Android 17 remained nonchalant. Gula, however, seemed intrigued. Golden hair. Was this the Super Saiyan who vanquished Frieza? Vegeta stood proudly in midair, gazing imperiously at the trio, his expression shifting to one of curiosity as he focused on Gula. "Oh, who are you?" Vegeta inquired, his gaze fixed on Gula. It was evident that he did not recognize this individual, yet there was an unsettling familiarity to the energy he radiated. "What is your connection to Frieza?" Vegeta demanded. Gula replied, "So you are the one who defeated Frieza? I asked you a question. What is your relationship with Frieza? Did you not hear me?" Vegeta's tone was frigid. Despite the interrogation, he exuded a terrifyingly stable energy. In his previous state, he might have already succumbed to rage. Frieza's brother, Gula, Android 17 interjected, wearing an expression of detached amusement as he explained to Vegeta. He then pointed at Gula and remarked, "This is Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans. It was not he who defeated Frieza, but rather Son Goku, and that very Son Goku is already deceased." Upon hearing the response from Android 17, Vegeta appeared contemplative. Moments later, with a piercing gaze, he surveyed the three individuals before him. He addressed Gula first, saying, "You, Gula, brother of Frieza." Gula chuckled mockingly and retorted, "I've long heard of how Frieza once enslaved your Saiyan kind. Is that what brings him to your mind upon seeing me?" Vegeta disregarded Gula's words, directing his finger towards the androids. "And you, the androids who have brought me such humiliation." Android 17 perked up immediately, his tone laced with amusement as he replied, "What? Are you eager for another beating? If that's the case, I won't allow you to escape this time." Meanwhile, Android 18, standing beside him, fell silent. Her former arrogance vanished. Vegeta narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips as he declared, "It is a regret that I could not slay Frieza myself. Since Kakarot has taken that honor, I shall eliminate one of Frieza's brothers to prove my superiority. And you, wretched androids, none of you shall escape today. I, Vegeta, shall take on all three of you." Chapter 17. This time, no swift defeat. For Cooler, the behavior exhibited by Vegeta was nothing more than mere bravado. Following Frieza's demise, the news of the golden-haired Saiyans' triumph over both Frieza and King Cold reverberated throughout the cosmos. It was evident that Vegeta had ascended to the status of a Super Saiyan. However, Cooler was supremely confident in his own strength. The emergence of three cosmic sovereigns from a single race was not a title to be taken lightly. Cooler, born with the ability to transform 4 times, possessed power that far surpassed that of his brother Frieza, earning him accolades even from their father. With disdain, Cooler sneered at Vegeta, coldly uttering, "Heh, are you suggesting that you, a Saiyan once subjugated by Frieza, could take on 3 opponents?" Before Vegeta could respond, Android 17 joined in the mockery, clearly dismissing Vegeta. "A person who fled from me just 3 days ago now dares to boast?" Vegeta exuded an aura of heroic resolve, undeterred by the taunts directed at him. Suddenly, Android 17's eyes widened as he perceived Vegeta charging towards him with great fervor. As he beheld Vegeta's colossal fist drawing nearer, he attempted to evade, yet found himself as if ensnared by invisible bonds. The golden aura flickered in his vision, vividly illuminating Vegeta's form. The sound of the approaching fist whistled past Android 17's ears, a wave of scorching heat washing over him. His pupils quivered, and in that instant, he realized that the Vegeta he had toyed with mere days ago had vanished. Just as Android 17 braced for impact, a voice laced with mockery echoed in his ears. "You seem to be afraid?" Android 17's eyes snapped open in astonishment, discovering that Vegeta's arrogant visage was now mere inches from his face. Rather than delivering a direct blow, Vegeta regarded him with scorn. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Android 17 cursed, "Damn." A violent collision erupted from his abdomen. Despite his fury, the initiative remained firmly in Vegeta's grasp. He had no opportunity to defend against Vegeta's onslaught. The formidable force propelled Android 17 several meters away. Regret washed over him for his earlier derision towards Vegeta. The speed and strength of Vegeta's punch had caught him entirely off guard. With disbelief in his eyes, he stared at Vegeta, a hint of trepidation creeping in, as beads of sweat began to accumulate on his forehead. "How is this possible? It has barely been 3 days, and I am unable to retaliate." As Android 17 grappled with his astonishment, a chilling dread enveloped him, casting a shadow over his entire being. He abruptly turned, every nerve in his body taut with tension. Trembling, he spun around, and indeed, Vegeta had stealthily appeared behind him. What met his gaze was Vegeta's face, adorned with a triumphant smile. Vegeta clasped his hands together, intertwining his fingers, and in a moment, a ferocious force coalesced into a devastating blow. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, Android 17 was violently hurled towards the ground. descending in a manner strikingly reminiscent of Android 18's earlier fall. The two were indeed twins, exhibiting an uncanny similarity even in their moments of defeat. As 17 plummeted, his body was utterly beyond control. He desperately attempted to halt his descent. However, to his dismay, the visage that instilled fear within him reappeared once more. Vegeta smirked coldly and remarked, "Humph, worthless scrap." Boom. Suddenly, a brilliant light gathered in the palms of Vegeta's hands. The radiance swiftly expanded, engulfing Android 17 in an instant. In the next moment, Vegeta's gaze shifted, ultimately locking onto a woman. With an alluring smile, his piercing eyes landed on Android 18, and he bellowed, "You cannot escape either." A cacophony of explosions erupted around Android 17. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta vanished from sight, reappearing behind Android 18, and with a powerful kick, sent her soaring into a mushroom cloud. In that fleeting instant, winds surged and clouds swirled. As the dust settled, Android 17 stood amidst the chaos, clutching his abdomen. Precariously balanced in the sky, Android 18 emerged, her clothing torn and disheveled, appearing before Vegeta. Both stood, gasping for breath, their faces etched with disbelief. For Vegeta's displayed prowess starkly contrasted with the information they had possessed. Observing the spectacle, Guldo scoffed at the pair of android siblings. "Huh, I thought you were stronger than this." Yet, scarcely had he uttered those words when an overwhelming presence materialized behind him. A sudden discomfort throbbed at his temples, sending his nerves into overdrive. He whirled around, only to find Vegeta's elbow nearly touching his forehead. Guldo attempted to evade, but it was too late. A chilling breeze swept across his brow, followed by an immense force crashing into his skull. Boom. Guldo was sent sprawling across the ground. How is this possible? When did he arrive? Guldo's eyes widened in shock. He never anticipated Vegeta's formidable strength. The Super Saiyan capable of defeating Frieza should have been unable to contend with his fourth form. As his thoughts scattered, Vegeta's iron fist descended upon him once more. Unrelenting blows rained down, forcing Guldo into a relentless retreat. In that moment, he comprehended the truth. It was not that the android siblings were weak, but rather that Vegeta was astonishingly powerful. Bang! Guldo was struck and sent crashing beside the android siblings. Vegeta's actions were deliberate, a fulfillment of his earlier promise. He truly aimed to take on 3 opponents at once. The android siblings rushed to support the reeling Guldo. At this moment, number 17, having set aside his pride, contemplated a united assault on Vegeta. "Hey, did you see that? This guy named Vegeta is no longer the same as before. We must attack him together, all 3 of us." However, Gula dismissed number 17's invitation with contempt, shaking him off and regaining his stance. "You 2 earthlings dare to fight alongside me, Gula?" As his words fell, a multitude of energy spheres rapidly gathered in the sky, causing Gula to drop his jaw in astonishment. It was none other than Vegeta's signature technique, the prince's battle style. Vegeta proclaimed loudly, "I told you. I will take on all 3 of you." His hands moved in swift, alternating motions, unleashing tens of thousands of energy spheres towards the trio. Explosions erupted in the air, and the darkness of night was abruptly dispelled by the dawning light. It was at this moment that the 3 began to dodge and weave. "Damn it!" Number 18 roared, clearly fed up with Vegeta's torment and unable to endure any longer. She quickly concentrated a beam of laser energy in her hands, propelled by her resentment towards Vegeta. His keen gaze detected 18's unusual behavior, and he smiled knowingly. "Oh, are you eager for death? Perfect. I've grown tired of this as well. That woman who humiliated me that day." In an instant, Vegeta moved behind 18 at a speed imperceptible to the eye. 18, unable to grasp Vegeta's swift motion, realized her target had vanished. Just as she was taken aback, a chill breeze tousled her short hair, not a mere gust, but the ominous wind heralding her impending doom, conjured by Vegeta's formidable presence. With a swift hand strike to the back of 18's neck, Vegeta's veins bulged with exertion. His fist, akin to a razor, penetrated her abdomen with increasing intensity. 18's eyes became vacant, her gaze unfocused, as she grappled with the surreal nature of it all. She began to regret letting Vegeta go that day. Perhaps it was all too late. Although she was an android, she too could feel pain. And a heart-wrenching agony surged as his fist delved deeper into her body. In a state of panic, 18 looked towards Vegeta, her nerves numb, catching sight of his lips moving softly by her ear. "This punch is for you, filthy woman." Following this strike, her body succumbed to gravity, plummeting towards the ground. Vegeta observed his handiwork with satisfaction before shifting his gaze back to Gula and number 17. Chapter 18. As one wave subsides, another rises. Bojack? Splendid. Vegeta. A radiant smile adorned Bulma's face as she tightly embraced Trunks, her heart brimming with uncontainable joy. Positioned on the precipice of the temple, she leaned down to observe the commotion below. However, as a novice in martial arts, she could not discern the exact nature of the unfolding events. Her elation stemmed entirely from the anguished cries of their adversaries. Trunks, unable to suppress a grin, mirrored her delight. At this moment, Vegeta was firmly in the ascendancy. Having dealt with Android 18, his focus now zeroed in on Android 17. He harbored a deeper loathing for this 17, who had humiliated him on that fateful day. Then for Cooler. Presently, Vegeta possessed the strength to overpower 17 with ease, swiftly appearing before him once more. With a powerful bend of his knee, he thrust it into 17's abdomen, delivering a blow of thunderous might that expelled the very essence from within him. In the blink of an eye, 17's body spun through the air, tumbling in a chaotic frenzy. Infuriated, 17 spat out a mouthful of saliva, wiping the wounds at the corners of his lips. Though he possessed boundless energy and felt no fatigue, in the face of Vegeta's overwhelming power, it was merely a fade. Gazing at Vegeta, enveloped in a golden aura, 17 inexplicably felt a surge of panic. Vegeta's grin was undeniable as he leisurely floated in front of 17. Merely scrap metal. Your fate will mirror that of that wretched woman. With words that pierced the heart, Vegeta instilled a flicker of dread in 17's eyes. Yet, at that moment, 17's expression shifted, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Ah, Vegeta, I concede your strength, but arrogance is a shared flaw among your Saiyan kind. Haha. Accompanying 17's taunts was a formidable presence that surged from behind Vegeta. None other than Cooler. He had forged an alliance with 17 to confront Vegeta together. Suddenly, Cooler spread his arms wide, his massive form ensnaring Vegeta's body. His powerful arms constricted around Vegeta's neck. Got you now. Cooler exerted all his strength to restrain Vegeta. Vegeta momentarily faltered, desperately thrashing his arms in an attempt to break free from Cooler's grasp. Observing Vegeta's predicament, 17 could not resist mocking him. How comical, Vegeta. With that, 17 advanced towards Vegeta. However, as he approached, a frown crept back onto 17's face. Vegeta's expression shifted, a scornful smile emerging. Was my little performance satisfactory? Did it rekindle a flicker of hope within you? Upon hearing this, both 17 and Cooler wore blank expressions. In a fleeting moment, Vegeta's muscles swelled with extraordinary vigor, his strength surging forth as he effortlessly broke free from Gula's restraints. Gula gazed at Vegeta in sheer terror, for the intensity of Vegeta's current state was overwhelmingly oppressive. Indeed, this was the second transformation of a Super Saiyan, characterized by its muscular form. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta grasped Gula by the tail, and a sense of foreboding washed over Gula. In this muscular state, Vegeta resembled a brute, spinning Gula in a 360-degree rotation. Gula's wails echoed incessantly. After 10 seconds, the rotation reached its peak velocity, and Vegeta hurled Gula with tremendous force towards number 17. Like a runaway projectile, Gula was violently propelled towards number 17, who had no time to evade. His pupils dilated in horror, and by the time he reacted, it was too late. Boom. The two bodies collided, resulting in an intimate encounter between number 17 and Gula, both of them soaring towards the distant mountains. The mountains trembled as they were struck, leaving a gaping hole where the two lay, perfectly still. Vegeta then relinquished his muscular form, a move that astonished Trunks, who was spectating from the sanctuary. He has reverted from his muscular state. It seems my father has recognized the drawbacks of that form. In the next instant, Vegeta darted at lightning speed to the side of number 17 and Gula. I told you, I intend to fight 3 of you. Did you think I was jesting? Vegeta bared his teeth, glaring at number 17 and Gula. Extending his hand, he cast a fierce look upon them. Realizing the true terror of the current Vegeta, the two understood they were akin to lost souls. What are you doing? They exclaimed in unison. Vegeta smirked coldly, pressing his arms against their necks with unyielding force. Following this, a cacophony of crisp slaps erupted. Slap, slap. Vegeta mercilessly struck their faces, leaving them red and swollen. Curiously, Vegeta found himself intrigued by the mask adorning Gula's face. After all, upon emerging from the hyperbolic time chamber, he had only encountered Gula in his 4th form. What lay beneath that mask piqued his interest. Frieza's brother? Vegeta's fingers grazed Gula's mask, which elicited a glimmer of fear in Gula's eyes, his pupils trembling. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream escaped Gula's lips as Vegeta's hands tore at the mask, unaware that it was not merely a mask, but Gula's exoskeleton. With a rip, A grotesquely disfigured face emerged before Vegeta, leaving Gula utterly unrecognizable. "Beast, how dare you treat me this way?" Gula roared, unleashing an unprecedented surge of power. In an instant, he broke free from Vegeta's grasp, raising his hands above his head. A violet energy orb materialized ominously in the sky. At this moment, Cooler found himself in a desperate situation. Realizing his intent, Vegeta comprehended that Cooler aimed to obliterate the Earth. With a furrowed brow and arms crossed before his chest, Vegeta unleashed his ultimate flash. With a resounding shout, a golden beam of energy surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, immediately infusing itself into Cooler's purple energy sphere. The control of this purple orb instantly fell into Vegeta's grasp. Through rigorous training, Vegeta had mastered his energy, allowing him to manipulate the trajectory of the ultimate flash at will, ultimately directing the energy sphere towards Cooler and Android 17. A thunderous roar erupted. In an instant, a violent tempest engulfed the heavens and the earth, illuminating the sky with brilliance. "Ha! What does it matter if you defeat me? Bojack will soon return to Earth." Cursed Bojack. "Vegeta, if only I had ample time to train, neither of you would stand a chance against me." Cooler's memories began to resurface due to Bojack's release. He had been relentlessly pursued. Unable to contend with Bojack, he contemplated using the Dragon Balls to attain immortality, believing that with such time, he could undergo significant training. He was confident that, as a prodigy of the Frieza race, given the opportunity, he would make extraordinary advancements. But how could Bojack, in hot pursuit, grant him such an opportunity? In a frenzied outburst, Cooler howled in despair, yet Vegeta remained undeterred, relentlessly channeling his energy. In the following moment, the explosive force intensified once more. Under the tremendous onslaught, Cooler's body was overwhelmed, ultimately reduced to nothingness. In the vastness of space, aboard a spaceship, report to King Bojack. "We've discovered Cooler's whereabouts," a woman proclaimed. She was Zanya, one of Bojack's subordinates and his girlfriend, distinguished by her long, orange hair and azure complexion. A burly man, clad in blue with a scarred face and a headscarf, grinned widely. "Proceed at full speed." Chapter 19, Vegeta's Decision. Vibrant fireworks erupted in the sky. A gentle breeze tousled Vegeta's hair, and his previously frozen form sprang back to life. His gaze remained fixed on the horizon. "Is it over?" Vegeta murmured. Suddenly, a shadow of somber realization flickered in his eyes. The words uttered by Cooler moments before his demise had revealed the truth. This was far from over. During his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, unforeseen events had transpired on Earth. Cooler's arrival served as ample evidence of this. Vegeta lifted his gaze towards the lookout. Knowing that only Bulma could provide the answers he sought, he swiftly soared towards the lookout. Thud! Vegeta landed before Bulma. Upon seeing her triumphant partner, Bulma couldn't help but give a thumbs up, playfully exclaiming, "Vegeta, I knew you could do it." Her heart swelled with excitement, for it was her beloved who had saved the Earth. However, Vegeta's tender glance lasted but a fleeting moment before turning cold once more. "It is not over yet, Bulma." At his words, Bulma's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Yes. King Kai also mentioned that someone named Bojack is pursuing Cooler. This means that Bojack will also come to Earth." Listening to Bulma's revelation, Vegeta questioned, "King Kai? Bojack, what has transpired these past few days?" In response, Bulma recounted everything King Kai had shared. "What? The Namekian Dragon Balls are gone too." Vegeta's fury ignited, clearly shaken by the news. His fist clenched tightly. He had long harbored plans to utilize the Namekian Dragon Balls. Trunks had told him that a Scion's tail was the source of their power. He had intended to use the Dragon Balls to regrow his tail and, in the process, resurrect Piccolo. Little did he know that Cooler had obliterated the Namekian Dragon Balls. In that instant, Vegeta felt that Cooler's demise had been far too swift. He deserved to be tortured. Trunks, nestled in Bulma's embrace, glanced at Vegeta. "If Bojack comes to Earth, my father's current strength would surely be insufficient to defeat him. Bojack's power exceeds that of Super Saiyan at full capacity but falls short of Super Saiyan 2. Father has only achieved his muscle form. He is still far from matching Bojack." Trunks' thoughts echoed in Vegeta's mind. Vegeta tilted his body slightly. The names Bojack and Super Saiyan 2 rapidly infiltrated his consciousness. "Bojack and Super Saiyan 2. I have merely reached my muscle form. Only by transforming into Super Saiyan 2 can I defeat Bojack." Vegeta's gaze locked onto Trunks, eagerly anticipating his next thoughts. Indeed, Trunks did not disappoint. His voice resonated once more. "In order for the old man to transform into a Super Saiyan 2, it is evident that his current strength is woefully inadequate, unless he can once again enter the hyperbolic time chamber." Upon hearing this, Vegeta trembled slightly. It was clear that Trunks harbored many secrets. After receiving Trunks' inner thoughts, Vegeta experienced a remarkable surge in power. Spending an extended period alongside Trunks would undoubtedly elevate his own strength further. It was precisely for this reason that Vegeta made a significant decision. He placed his hands on Bulma's shoulders and declared, "Bulma, teach me how to care for Trunks." Bulma was taken aback by Vegeta's sudden gesture, stammering, "WH what?" As Vegeta's hands slid down to Bulma's chest, he swiftly embraced Trunks. This action left both Bulma and Trunks astonished. Vegeta's hold on Trunks was somewhat awkward, with Trunks' head dangling in midair. This uncomfortable position prompted Trunks to voice his thoughts. "What does this mean, Dad?" "This posture for holding a child is quite hard to describe." Trunks strained to lift his head, attempting to shift closer to Vegeta's arm. The scene was utterly comical, reminiscent of a wriggling maggot. "Hey, Vegeta, that is not how you hold a child." Bulma hurried over to Vegeta, guiding him on the proper way to cradle a baby. Under Bulma's instruction, Vegeta successfully learned the art of holding a child. Bulma inquired, "Vegeta, what are you doing?" Trunks, equally perplexed, awaited Vegeta's response. Vegeta's gaze fell upon Trunks, and the two shared a moment of eye contact. For reasons unknown, Vegeta now occasionally emanated a sense of strangeness to Trunks. He proclaimed, "I intend to take Trunks into the hyperbolic time chamber." Trunks' face was a portrait of disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. Vegeta seemed to perceive Trunks' confusion and turned to Bulma, stating, "The forthcoming adversary is exceedingly perilous. If Kakarot's son can join the battlefield, my son must not lag behind. It is imperative to cultivate his combat awareness from a young age, so I plan to bring him into the time chamber for accelerated growth," while ostensibly explaining to Bulma. His words were directed at Trunks. After hearing Vegeta's rationale, Bulma felt somewhat exasperated. "Must you really do this, Vegeta?" It was evident that Bulma found Vegeta's proposal somewhat absurd. Vegeta, with unwavering determination, nodded solemnly. Thus, Bulma had no choice but to acquiesce. "Very well, then let me teach you how to change diapers and bottle feed." At this, Vegeta stood frozen in place. "Change diapers?" Bulma took Trunks from Vegeta's arms and began to demonstrate. "Indeed, changing diapers. Did you think caring for a child was that simple?" "Indeed, one can only focus on training. It is a meticulous endeavor that requires diligence." Vegeta turned his body slightly, his expression earnest as he observed Bulma's movements. True to his Saiyan heritage, Vegeta, after a thorough lesson from Bulma, successfully mastered the art of changing diapers. In the subsequent moments, he also acquired the skills necessary for preparing formula and feeding from a bottle. Who could have envisioned that the seemingly fiery and single-minded Saiyan prince possessed such a gentle side? Amidst the shattered remnants of a city, a tattered blonde woman lay helplessly on the ground. Following Vegeta's merciless onslaught, Android 18 had lost her previous arrogance and defiance. "Damn it, Vegeta!" Her eyes burned with resentment, her hatred for Vegeta now surpassing even her programmed enmity toward Goku. At that moment, a light rain began to fall from the heavens. The raindrops cascaded onto her face, and through the misty drizzle, a green figure slowly approached her. Chapter 20. Sell who? Who are you? The woman's voice trembled, her body instinctively retreating. Raindrops fell in a hazy mist, drenching her hair and clothing, but at that moment, she paid no heed to her disheveled appearance. The scene unfolding before her was so bizarre that it sent her heart racing. A creature, reminiscent of an alien, advanced step by step toward the blonde woman. Its towering, grotesque form was covered in a myriad of repulsive spots, eliciting a visceral sense of disgust. Even more unsettling was the needle-like tail that trailed behind it. In the pitch-black night, confronted by such a hideous entity, terror gripped her heart. She was utterly at a loss as to the creature's intentions. Currently, Android 18 lay wrecked, having suffered grievous injuries at the hands of Vegeta. Despite her infinite energy, her body bore critical wounds, rendering her akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Cell approached her gradually, and the dread that filled 18's heart was instinctive, as if it were an innate response. "Ah, at last, I've found you," Cell murmured to himself, his tail swaying ominously behind him. Lying on the ground, 18 propped herself up with her nearly incapacitated arm, trembling as she attempted to retreat. Some parts of her body were exposed, and upon gazing at Cell's terrifying visage, panic set in. "What do you intend to do?" she shouted, her voice laced with fear. Cell crouched slightly, and his long, thick tail began to writhe, slithering across 18's body like a serpentine creature. A sudden wave of itchiness surged through her, causing her body to shudder involuntarily. "Damn it," 18 cursed under her breath. Almost immediately, her palms erupted with brilliant lasers, shooting directly at Cell. However, his cunning eyes shifted, and with an astonishing 360-degree flip, he nimbly evaded the onslaught of lasers. At that moment, 18's mouth fell agape. Utterly astonished by Cell's extraordinary speed, she had no time to react before he effortlessly dodged her attack. Just as she was reeling from the shock, a strange sound shattered her thoughts. Cell's long, thick tail, akin to a venomous snake, lunged towards her delicate face with a swiftness that rendered her defenseless. Filled with disbelief and terror, 18 attempted to evade, but it was too late. The funnel at the tip of Cell's tail opened wide, resembling a gaping maw, mercilessly enveloping her mouth. "Let me go?" 18 cried out in agony. She felt an overwhelming force attempting to invade her body, a sensation that filled her with dread. The demon, once unflinching in his murderous pursuits, now shed tears. Evil begets evil. The scene before us epitomizes this adage perfectly. Cell, brimming with pride, gazes upon his creation, a satisfied smile gracing his countenance. "Save your words for when you inhabit my body," he declares, his voice resonating with an irresistible authority. "You were crafted to be my perfect counterpart, Android 18. His eyes gleam with avarice and desire. "Not just you, but also Android 17. Both of you shall become integral parts of my being." His words echo like an incantation, reverberating through the air. A blinding light emanates from Cell's form as Android 18 fully merges with him. Muscle tissue and exoskeleton rearrange, culminating in Cell's evolution to his second stage. Yet his ambitions extend far beyond this. Suddenly, a dazzling brilliance ignites the sky, and a purple energy sphere looms prominently. Cell looks up to witness Vegeta and others engaged in battle. "What is that?" he exclaims, recognizing Android 17. At that moment, Vegeta is seen obliterating Android 17 and Cooler. "No, stop. Android 17. He shrieks in frustration. "My timeline's Android 17 is dead. I cannot allow this to end in failure." The heavens erupt with blinding light as Cell's face contorts in rage and despair. He senses Vegeta's formidable energy above him, and it is evident that even in his current form, he is no match for the Saiyan Prince. Nevertheless, he stifles his energy and hastens toward the site of the explosion. In the Heavenly Palace, dawn breaks. Vegeta has mastered the art of caring for Trunks. All is prepared. Now he awaits Gohan's emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta has stood vigil outside the chamber for an entire day, eyes closed in meditative training. With a loud clang, the chamber door swings open, drawing the gaze of all present. Soon, a figure clad in black emerges, followed by a golden-haired youth. It is Mr. Popo, and behind him, Gohan has transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's expression flickers with a rare moment of pride, albeit fleeting, almost imperceptible. He senses Gohan's energy, steady and formidable, rivaling his own. "Uncle Vegeta, Aunt Bulma, I'm out," Gohan announces. Bulma scrutinizes him closely. It seems Gohan has also become a Super Saiyan. "But why are you out early?" Gohan sheepishly runs a hand through his hair and replies, "Sorry, Aunt Bulma. But we ran out of food, so I had to come out early." As he speaks, he presents a capsule to Bulma, one she had given him before he entered the chamber. Bulma retorts, "I prepared enough food for 2 years. Goodness, your Saiyan appetites are astonishing." Trunks also appraises Gohan with curiosity. It appears that Gohan has indeed attained the status of a Super Saiyan and has entered a state of controlled excitement. Truly, he is exceptionally talented, living up to the title of the first man to achieve Super Saiyan 2. This thought struck Vegeta's mind, instantly igniting his competitive spirit. The first to reach Super Saiyan 2. The title of the first to achieve Super Saiyan 2 shall belong to me alone. With a furrowed brow, Vegeta promptly picked up Trunks and headed directly towards the hyperbolic time chamber. His actions caught Gohan's attention. "Uncle Vegeta, are you taking Trunks into the time chamber?" Vegeta chose to ignore Gohan entirely, his mind consumed with the desire for strength. Noticing Vegeta's silence, Gohan turned his gaze towards Bulma. Bulma chuckled lightly. "Well, Gohan, haha. Vegeta said that since you, as Goku's son, are participating, Trunks, being his son, must not slack off either. It's always a competition." Gohan merely nodded at Bulma's explanation, then turned to observe Vegeta's figure. Uncle Vegeta seems to have truly changed. At that moment, Vegeta halted his steps, casting a sidelong glance at Gohan. "I've already dealt with those guys. Next, Bojack will be coming to Earth. By the way, let me ask you something." Gohan stared blankly at Vegeta. "What is it, Uncle Vegeta? Can you achieve this form?" With that, Vegeta transformed into his muscular form. Gohan was momentarily taken aback. This form seemed somewhat lacking. Vegeta had already discerned the answer he sought. Gohan had indeed grown stronger. Without uttering another word, Vegeta swiftly turned and entered the time chamber with Trunks. Chapter 21. The Training in the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, Trunks Trial. Within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, Trunks found himself engulfed in a profound curiosity. The flow of time here differed significantly from the outside world, and the gravity was an astounding tenfold greater. The young Trunks, merely a few months old, felt as though he were on the verge of suffocation under the oppressive weight. Were it not for his Saiyan lineage, he might have succumbed to this immense pressure. Damn it! The gravity here is indeed unlike the outside. Trunks gasped for air, and at that moment, Vegeta noticed his son's distress. With a swift motion, Vegeta produced a universal capsule, and in an instant, a spacecraft materialized within the vast whiteness of the chamber. He led Trunks into the ship and adjusted the gravity to a -10 times, effectively neutralizing the chamber's intense gravitational force, rendering it akin to that of the outside world. Trunks felt an immense relief wash over him. Thank goodness for my father, he thought. Trunks, pay attention, Vegeta commanded sharply, causing Trunks to perk up, his gaze resolute. Vegeta was pleased with Trunks' response. Listen closely, for the next year, we shall spend our time here together. Gohan has already transformed into a Super Saiyan, so you must not slack off. Trunks' eyes widened. The sensation was reminiscent of military training. Does father expect me to transform into a Super Saiyan by the age of 1? Vegeta, having sensed Trunks' inner thoughts, hesitated momentarily, recognizing that transforming at such a young age was certainly unrealistic. Training must commence from a tender age. From this moment forth, I shall dedicate myself wholly to your instruction. Trunks felt a wave of despair. He could barely stand, let alone train. Vegeta soon realized that he was being overly demanding of his infant son, understanding that such rigorous training was indeed premature. The true purpose behind Vegeta's insistence was to prompt Trunks to speak of the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. With that, Vegeta immersed himself in his own training. Trunks' gaze drifted to the blinding whiteness outside. Indeed, the hyperbolic time chamber is distinct from the outside world. Father has now attained the muscular form of a Super Saiyan, and from his combat style, it is clear he understands the drawbacks of this form. Should father push further, he may reach full power. After that, a surge of energy would allow him to transcend into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta's heart skipped a beat, anticipating Trunks' voice to continue. True to form, the loquacious Trunks did not disappoint. Though father has restrained the exhilaration of being a Super Saiyan, he has yet to fully adapt to the form. If he could maintain Super Saiyan status during all aspects of life, he would undoubtedly achieve full power sooner. After this, if he became a bit angrier, he could potentially break through to Super Saiyan 2. Upon hearing Trunks' inner thoughts, Vegeta struggled to suppress a smile. He then approached the control panel and gradually increased the gravity within the training room. The gravity in the hyperbolic time chamber transformed from the standard level to 5 times that of the outside world. After a brief period of adjustment, Trunks adapted to the 5-fold gravity. Several hours later, Vegeta placed Trunks outside, where he quickly acclimated to the 10-fold gravity. At that moment, Trunks' stomach began to rumble. Vegeta patiently offered him a bottle, taking care of him with a surprising tenderness. Although Vegeta often appeared brusque, he was indeed attentive and gentle when it came to his son. After feeding Trunks, Vegeta indulged in a hearty meal. The first day passed swiftly, and once Trunks fell asleep, Vegeta too found peace in slumber, albeit in his Super Saiyan form. Days passed in this manner until a significant day arrived. A fierce aura filled the hyperbolic time chamber as Vegeta stood majestically in the sky. That tempestuous energy only lingered for a few seconds before retreating back into Vegeta's being. At that moment, he had mastered the essence of Super Saiyan, achieving full power. Below him stood a small figure, Trunks, who had learned to walk and was beginning to form words. Gazing into Vegeta's confident eyes, Trunks felt a spark of hope. However, Vegeta's series of unusual actions left Trunks somewhat bewildered. Ever since Vegeta had escaped from the androids, he had seemed like a different person, exuding an aura of reliability. This newfound composure was not typical of the Vegeta he had known. Could it really be as I think? Trunks gazed intently at Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta noticed Trunks' gaze and descended beside him. What is this little one thinking? Trunks, now just over a year old, looked up at Vegeta, whose height of 165 meters appeared colossal in his eyes. With a look of skepticism, Trunks scrutinized Vegeta from head to toe. Finally, his lips moved slightly, and a few fragmented words emerged. Strange, change, ought not to change. Vegeta froze in place, confusion evident in his expression. What did this little one just say? What nonsense? Trunks' expectant gaze lingered on Vegeta. If, indeed, as Trunks suspected, Vegeta were a time traveler, then he would surely know what came next. Vegeta's demeanor grew distant as he observed Trunks' expression and contemplated the questions that had arisen in Trunks' mind during these days. Vegeta had surmised that Trunks was testing him. However, The transformation in Vegeta's demeanor was entirely due to his ability to eavesdrop on Trunks' innermost thoughts. Naturally, Vegeta was unaware of the subsequent line that followed Trunks' enigmatic utterance about the immutable nature of change. "Hey, Trunks," Vegeta's tone grew grave. The authority of a father emanating from him in that moment. Trunks immediately stood at attention. "Dad," he stammered. Vegeta fixed his unwavering gaze upon Trunks and inquired, "You haven't trained today, have you?" Under the intensity of Vegeta's scrutiny, Trunks found himself feeling a twinge of apprehension, causing him to abandon his previous thoughts. He swiftly soared towards the gravity chamber, murmuring to himself, "Strange, could it be that I was mistaken?" Chapter 22. Hidden Crises in the Heavenly Temple. Emerging from the room of spirit and time, Gohan, with his striking golden hair, radiated brilliance. Bulma gazed at him with curiosity. "Gohan, have you transformed into a Super Saiyan as well?" Gohan turned slightly, politely explaining, "Yes, Aunt Bulma, I have indeed transformed." Bulma gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Indeed, Gohan. If Sun Quan were to know, he would surely be overjoyed." Gohan smiled faintly, having finally achieved the transformation into a Super Saiyan, becoming another Super Saiyan after his father and Vegeta. His success in this transformation was owed to two individuals. The first was Mr. Popo, who not only taught him how to control his ki, but also served as Gohan's combat mentor. Through daily training, he enhanced his combat prowess, a prerequisite for transforming into a Super Saiyan. The second individual was Vegeta. Gohan was initially puzzled as to why Vegeta had described the gruesome demise of Piccolo before he entered the room of spirit and time. However, after achieving his transformation, he understood. Once inside the room of spirit and time, Gohan relentlessly trained, reaching a plateau in his strength. When he sensed that he had not made progress for an extended period, self-doubt began to creep in. He repeatedly reminded himself that he could not afford to stagnate. After all, prior to entering the room, through his connection with King Kai, he had promised Piccolo to protect the Earth. Yet, he found himself stagnant, telling himself more than once, "If this is the extent of my power, how can I safeguard the Earth?" He could not allow the tragedy of Uncle Piccolo to repeat itself. The vivid imagery of Piccolo's brutal death, described by Vegeta, surged into his mind. The scene of Piccolo being torn apart by the androids struck him like a tempest in his nerves. In a fit of rage, Gohan shattered his limitations and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Bulma pointed at Gohan's hair, inquiring, "Gohan, will you remain in this state indefinitely?" Gohan, regaining his focus, glanced at Mr. Popo and explained to Bulma, "And Bulma, Mr. Popo advised me to do so." Bulma winked at Mr. Popo, who then clarified, "Indeed. I sensed that Gohan's ki was quite turbulent after his transformation, so I suggested that he maintain the Super Saiyan state to stabilize his energy." Gohan nodded, smiling, "Yes. As Mr. Popo suggested, I now practice and rest in this state. I have grown accustomed to it." Observing Gohan's calm demeanor while in the Super Saiyan state, Bulma turned her gaze back to the room of spirit and time. She recalled Vegeta's urgent desire to enter the room moments ago and seemed to grasp the implications. As Vegeta's wife, Bulma understood his character better than anyone. Vegeta's hasty return to the room of spirit and time likely stemmed from witnessing Gohan's remarkable progress. Moreover, there exists a considerable possibility that Son Gohan's current prowess has reached a level comparable to that of Vegeta, which explains the latter's palpable urgency. Bulma, with genuine delight, reflected on her knowledge of Vegeta's strength. Even the combined efforts of three adversaries would not suffice to challenge him. With Son Gohan now attaining such heights, Bulma felt a profound sense of reassurance within her heart. In a desolate expanse, much like other regions on Earth, the air was thick with the stench of blood. This acrid scent lingered in the atmosphere, a consequence of a violent explosion that had occurred mere hours prior. Scattered across the ground lay remnants of flesh. And amidst this macabre scene lay a man with dark hair. Android 17 lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes gleaming with disbelief, his entire visage shrouded in trepidation. A harrowing recollection began to flood his mind. Just hours ago, Vegeta's ultimate attack surged toward Android 17 and Gula. The two had previously agreed to jointly withstand this overwhelming force. However, they ultimately succumbed to its might. In a moment of desperation, Android 17 seized the exhausted Gula, using his body as a shield. Following a cataclysmic explosion, Gula was reduced to mere fragments, leaving Android 17 gravely injured and sprawled on the earth. Android 17 shook his head, though even this simple act proved laborious. Yet, in his agony, he muttered a curse. He was thankful for his cunning, which had allowed him to survive. Struggling to lift his head, he was suddenly met by an eerie chill. A robust green figure materialized before him. The oppressive weather, coupled with the lingering smoke, obscured Android 17's view of this stranger's visage. "Who are you?" Android 17 inquired warily. He sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from the green shadow. A series of unsettling sounds echoed ominously. Suddenly, the figure revealed itself before Android 17. The being was grotesque and terrifying, adorned with spots, a frightening tail, and thick, wide lips. This was indeed the second form of Cell. With a covetous gaze, Cell fixed his sights on Android 17. "Still alive, how splendid," he remarked, as his tail swayed ominously toward Android 17. Instantly, Android 17 understood the malevolence of his visitor. The repulsive tail was a harbinger of doom, and an instinctual fear began to course through him. "You truly are difficult to find, Android 17, Cell taunted. The confusion in Android 17's eyes was swiftly replaced by terror as he shouted, "What do you want?" With a sinister smile, Cell's malicious gaze bore into him. "Oh, another immobile one. Let us make you a part of my being." As Cell's tail extended, it unfurled to reveal suction cups, targeting Android 17's head. "Release. Release me." Before the words could fully escape, number 17 vanished from this realm. A satisfied smile crept across Cher's face. Soon after, Cher's body began to undergo a transformation. His cells started to divide, and his muscles rearranged themselves. In comparison to his second form, Cher's complete form exuded far more allure. Now in his perfected state, Cher gazed arrogantly at the heavens, feeling, at that moment, invincible. Chapter 23. The Provocation of Perfect Cell in the Celestial Palace. Son Gohan sat in quiet meditation, his eyes firmly shut. Within the recesses of his mind, visions of past adversaries flitted by, first Raditz, then Nappa, followed by the Ginyu Force encountered on Namek. Gohan had vanquished them all. Today, dealing with such foes was but a trivial task. Suddenly, the visage of Frieza materialized in his mind. A serene smile graced Gohan's lips as he unleashed a Kamehameha wave, obliterating Frieza into nothingness. Standing resolutely in his place, Gohan perceived faint shadows drifting through the mist in the distance. These shadows emanated a profoundly malevolent aura. He sensed that Bojack and his cohort were drawing near to Earth. Gohan clenched his fists, fully prepared for a fierce confrontation. Yet, in the next moment, another formidable and unfamiliar presence surged forth, causing Gohan to abruptly open his eyes. He approached the edge of the Celestial Palace, gazing downwards. Simultaneously, Mr. Popo beside him sensed the anomaly. What is happening? This energy, Gohan stammered, trembling slightly. The unsettling aura he detected belonged to none other than the fully formed Cell. At that moment, Cell had ceased to conceal his energy. His overwhelming presence resonated across the entire Earth, felt by all martial artists. Beads of sweat began to form on Mr. Popo's dark brow, for he perceived that this sudden surge of energy was far from benevolent. "Gohan, it seems Earth is beset by new troubles," Mr. Popo remarked gravely. Bulma, with wide eyes, cast a puzzled glance at the two. What is happening?" As a non-martial artist, Bulma could not sense Cell's energy, but the expressions on Gohan and Mr. Popo's faces indicated that dire circumstances were at hand. Responding to Bulma's inquiry, Gohan said, "Aunt Bulma, another powerful energy has emerged." At this, Bulma's expression became one of disbelief, her eyes darting in uncertainty. "Is it Bojack? Has he arrived on Earth so soon?" Gohan solemnly shook his head, declaring with gravity, "No, it is another enemy." After a brief pause, he added, "Bojack and his allies are also approaching Earth, and it seems they are not the only ones." Upon hearing Gohan's words, Bulma's emotions surged with alarm. Initially anxious, she now grappled with the shocking revelation of new adversaries. Panic and helplessness washed over her as she clutched her ears and shook her head vigorously. Her voice laced with incredulity. "This cannot be. How is this possible? More enemies have appeared?" Gohan's gaze was piercing and resolute. He understood that he must uncover the truth of the situation. He could not remain idle, for the emergence of this new presence bewildered him greatly. In this ominous atmosphere, he was astonished to sense the distinct presences of several individuals simultaneously, including Son Wukong, Vegeta, Frieza, and even his uncle Piccolo. However, this amalgamation of energies also emanated a sinister aura. Consequently, Son Gohan resolved to take a bold risk and investigate further. Vegeta, having previously saved Earth, was now diligently training in the hyperbolic time chamber. At this juncture, he was the only one capable of bearing the responsibility. "Mr. Popo, please take good care of Aunt Bulma. I must uncover the truth." With that, Son Gohan's body sliced through the air like a blade, his target set on Cell. "Gohan, be cautious," Bulma warned him, but by then, Son Gohan had vanished without a trace. Bulma turned her gaze toward the hyperbolic time chamber. her hands clasped tightly to her chest. In the desolate wasteland, Cell disdainfully surveyed the remnants of the obliterated Guldo. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon a singular, astonished eyeball. Though Guldo's body lay in tatters, his race possessed formidable vitality, as I had witnessed the entirety of the preceding events. By sheer coincidence, the eye met Cell's gaze. Oh, an entity never before recorded? Cell mused as he bent down to examine the eye on the ground. The eyeball quivered momentarily before closing tightly. A metallic scent filled Cell's nostrils, reminiscent of the Frisia blood coursing through his own veins. Connected to that Frisia fellow, who was pulverized by Vegeta, and yet retains consciousness, truly tenacious. As he spoke, a subtle twitch crossed Cell's facial muscles, accompanied by a fleeting smile. For within him also lay Frisia's cells, granting him a similar indomitable spirit. Suddenly, Cell's smile faded as he unleashed a beam from his fingertip, incinerating the eyeball into ash. Just then, he sensed an approaching energy descending from the heavens. He lifted his gaze skyward, detecting Son Gohan's energy steadily drawing nearer. It appears a spectacle is about to unfold, Cell murmured to himself. Abruptly, his pupils dilated as a figure drew closer. Finally, a young boy with golden hair materialized within his line of sight. This was none other than Son Gohan. With a soft thud, Son Gohan landed directly opposite Cell. He scanned the area and noticed the writhing remnants of shattered flesh on the ground. It didn't take long for him to recognize this as the remains of Guldo. However, this was of little consequence. What mattered was the towering creature before him. Son Gohan observed Cell with calm composure, firmly convinced that the mixed energies emanated from him. Their eyes locked in a tense exchange. Suddenly, Cell sneered derisively. Son Gohan, it seems you have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan furrowed his brow. He had never encountered this monster before, yet it was evident that the adversary knew his name. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, became alert and retorted, "Who are you? Are you affiliated with Bojack?" Cell, wearing a bewildered expression, responded, "Bojack? What is that?" Now fully transformed, Cell was in a state of extreme arrogance, his demeanor reflecting a haughty disposition, largely attributed to the Saiyan cells within him. He continued, "Do you wish to know who I am? It is quite simple. Defeat me, and I shall reveal my identity." Cell paused momentarily, his expression shifting. "However, should you fail to overcome me, I will end your life, and I shall annihilate all the inhabitants of this earth as well." Chapter 24. Unexpected Complications. The Arrival of the Bojack Quintet. Beneath the somber sky, the golden radiance emanating from Cell appeared particularly resplendent. Cell's arrogant utterances failed to disturb Gohan. Having undergone rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had grown remarkably composed. After a moment's contemplation, Gohan discerned that the unfamiliar monstrosity before him must be vanquished. His gaze grew resolute, and his muscles tensed in anticipation. In an instant, an intangible aura began to coalesce around Gohan, soon replaced by a brilliant golden flame. He unleashed a resounding roar, an inexhaustible power surging forth from within him. A tremendous wave of energy swept through the surroundings, and another dazzling burst of gold illuminated the night. Gohan released the pent-up strength he had harbored for so long. A fierce wind brushed against Cell's visage, leaving a fleeting look of disbelief etched upon his face. In his recollection, Gohan could never possess such might. Mere moments ago, Cell would have been no match for him. The golden light continued to erupt, his aura escalating dramatically, transmitting an overwhelming presence to the Supreme Kai's sanctuary. The entire temple began to tremble violently, leaving the father and son duo, engrossed in their training, momentarily stunned. Trunks fixated on the swaying door of the hyperbolic time chamber. Isolated from the outside world, both Trunks and Vegeta were oblivious to the external energies. What has transpired? Has Bojack arrived on Earth and engaged in battle at the Supreme Kai's temple? No. With Bojack and his cohort's capabilities, my mother and the others must be in peril. Determined to uncover the truth, Trunks dashed to the door of the hyperbolic time chamber. His inner monologue swiftly reached Vegeta's consciousness. Then, in a shocking display, Trunks opened the door. Instantly, Gohan's aura surged into the chamber. The temple trembled not from Bojack and his companions, but from Gohan's overwhelming power. Vegeta, who had been training, closed his eyes, attuned to Gohan's energy, and nodded in acknowledgement. Is this the result of Gohan's training? I fear he has already surpassed the strength I had upon my first emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber. Yet, what is occurring outside? Why has Gohan manifested such power? Has Bojack truly arrived? At that moment, another mixed energy presence infiltrated the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta's body stiffened, his eyes widening in disbelief as he murmured, This is Kakarot's energy? However, in the next breath, Vegeta dismissed the notion. for he sensed not only Goku's energy, but also that of Frieza, Piccolo, and even his own. Observing Vegeta's reaction, Trunks surmised the unfolding events. Indeed, Cell has made his appearance as well. The unvoiced thoughts of Trunks wafted into Vegeta's mind, capturing his attention as he gazed intently at his son. The two exchanged a profound look, a silent understanding passing between them. Trunks was taken aback by the sudden emergence of Cell. Shouldn't the android siblings have been eradicated by their father? Given the intensity of this aura, it was evident that Cell had absorbed the androids and attained his perfect form. This predicament was becoming complicated. Before Bojack had even arrived, Cell had already made his presence known. A cascade of thoughts flooded Vegeta's consciousness, darkening his expression. He distinctly recalled incapacitating Android 18, and similarly, Android 17 had been consumed by his ultimate flash alongside Cooler. What he was unaware of was that Cell had seized the opportunity to absorb these two androids just as they were on the brink of demise. Upon realizing that the formidable energy outside was a consequence of his own oversight, a wave of guilt washed over him. Cell, Bojack, Vegeta, shall not be intimidated. I will defeat them all. With a sudden determination, Vegeta clasped his hands before his chest and unleashed a brilliant ultimate flash, skillfully controlling its trajectory. A dazzling light erupted from him as he directed the ultimate flash back toward himself. His muscles tensed, veins bulging on his forehead, as he reached for the energy blast. This training technique was one he had gleaned from Trunks' unspoken thoughts. Previously, he had experimented with this extreme method multiple times. But this occasion demanded a greater exertion of power than ever before. Trunks observed his father's efforts with keen eyes, propping his head on one hand. Now fully comprehending the implications of his arrival. The butterfly effect had taken hold, altering the course of history in this timeline toward an uncertain future. In the original timeline, Cell was not meant to appear until Trunks had matured. The Cell before them now was evidently from an alternate timeline, one fraught with turmoil. This new reality was even more chaotic than the future where Goku succumbed to heart disease. Unlike the primary timeline, all Z fighters had perished, leaving Vegeta and Gohan as the primary forces of strength. Given the events unfolding over the past few days, the future had become increasingly unpredictable. Shaking his head, Trunks closed the door to the hyperbolic time chamber and began his training. Meanwhile, outside, Cell regarded Gohan, who was releasing his energy, with contemplative intrigue. The Saiyan cells within him stirred restlessly, a surge of excitement flooding his mind. In an instant, Cell appeared before Gohan, delivering a swift kick. However, Gohan's keen instincts kicked in, and he quickly raised his arm to block the attack. Cell followed up with a hand strike aimed at Gohan, who deftly leaped aside, evading Cell's onslaught. A flurry of erratic punches then rained down upon Gohan, yet he skillfully dodged each one. A smile graced the corners of Cell's mouth as he mused. Quite impressive, little one. I shall take my next assault with greater seriousness. Hearing Cell's words, Gohan dared not let his guard down for a moment. Suddenly, Cell lunged at Gohan like a ferocious beast, delivering a brutal head but aimed at Gohan's skull. While Cell, with his tough exterior, remained unscathed. Blood began to trickle down Gohan's forehead. Yet, Cell's onslaught did not cease. A flurry of powerful punches rained down unexpectedly upon Gohan. This marked the most merciless attack Gohan had ever endured since his birth. Heart-wrenching cries echoed across the desolate plains. A proud smirk appeared on Cell's face as he bellowed. If this is all you can muster, I am profoundly disappointed. With a mighty blow that sent Gohan flying hundreds of meters away, Cell's strike nearly caved in Gohan's abdomen. It was not that Gohan was weak. Rather, Cell's current strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Gohan was hurled against a distant mountain, causing the earth to tremble and the mountain to shatter under the immense force. Debris buried Gohan beneath its weight. Cell, absorbed in his own musings, chuckled. It seems you are merely at this level. After all, you are just a child. Oh, but not just any child. You are the son of Goku. Since the Goku of this timeline is already deceased, it seems fitting to eliminate his offspring. Cell stood there, a playful malevolence dancing in his eyes. Let me ponder how best to end your life. I have it. I'll use Goku's signature technique. With that, Cell placed his hands on his waist, assuming the iconic stance of the Kamehameha. At that moment, several unfamiliar energies flickered across Cell's mind. He looked up to see a pinprick of light, resembling a star, growing larger by the second, emanating those sinister energies. Oh, it seems something intriguing is about to unfold. To his surprise, the spacecraft was heading directly towards him. Cell, puzzled, wondered why the ship would approach him. Suddenly, a distinct sound emerged from the pile of rubble in the distance, and Gohan slowly emerged, his expression grave and his steps light. His energy was still rising. He knew another fierce battle awaited him. The spacecraft finally descended upon the barren land. and 5 strangely attired figures disembarked. This was none other than the infamous Bojack gang. Chapter 25. The Consensus of Bojack and Cell. The 5 figures stood resolutely upon the earth. Among them, a robust man adorned with a yellow headband and bearing a scar across his face was none other than Bojack. Beside him stood his enchanting girlfriend, Zanja, with her striking blue skin. A radiant warrior wielding a sword, known as Gogeta, stood valiantly at their side. Next to Gogeta was a diminutive red-clad fighter named Buchan. Lastly, there was the blue-skinned warrior, Peter. Bojack's cold gaze swept over the scene, quickly drawn to the metallic scent of blood lingering in the air. He had spotted the scattered remains of Gula, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing his disdain. Zanja spoke slowly, her tone laced with disappointment. What a letdown, I never expected Gula to be slain. Turning her gaze toward Bojack, she sought guidance on their next course of action. Bojack's expression hardened. What was there to do? With Gula's demise, the thrill of Earth had dissipated. Let us exterminate all the inhabitants of this planet and venture to other worlds, he remarked nonchalantly. In that moment, the remaining 4 understood his intent, their eyes glinting with predatory anticipation as they focused on Cell and Gohan before them. Peter proclaimed, "If that is the case, then we shall commence with the 2 of you." With that, he charged at Cell. Yet, in a heartbeat, regret washed over him for having directed his aggression towards Cell. In an instant, Cell leaped into the air, leaving Peter bewildered as he vanished from his sight. When Peter finally regained his bearings, he was met with a devastating blow from Cell. The punch impacted deeply into Peter's abdomen, sending him crashing to the ground, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a crimson laser shot forth, striking his arm. Instantly, his attire was drenched in crimson, blood gushing forth. Cell's assault unmistakably served as a stern warning to Bojack's quintet. Meanwhile, Gohan stood in shock, astonished that Cell was fighting for the Earth. However, he quickly dismissed the notion. Impossible. Cell has vowed to annihilate all humanity. Indeed, Cell's subsequent words confirmed Gohan's suspicions. With a disdainful glare directed at Bojack's group, Cell declared, eradicating the Earthlings? A commendable thought, one I share. Yet, you lack the capability to vanquish me. I suggest you commence with that fellow. He gestured toward Gohan. Among those present, aside from Bojack, Gohan's strength piqued Cell's interest. Despite having been severely injured, Gohan rose once more, his power evidently augmented. Furthermore, Cell was eager to observe the clash between Bojack's team and Gohan. Gohan instantly steeled himself, ready to face 5 adversaries. Bojack, however, questioned Cell's assertion. Oh? You 2 harbor intentions of exterminating the Earthlings? Are you not one of them? What I refer to as exterminating all of humanity entails the obliteration of every being aside from the 5 of us. Heh, you may as well bring your hand down to try, chuckled Cell, his menacing aura no longer concealed, unleashing a tempestuous force that engulfed the surroundings. In an instant, his funnel-shaped tail began to thrash violently, contorting his visage into a grotesque form. Suddenly, 5 gelatinous entities emerged from his tail, presenting a shocking spectacle to all present. These were the infamous mini-cells, each adorned with mischievous grins that radiated malice and venom. With a swift motion, Cell commanded the 5 mini-cells to surge toward Peter. A gruesome scene unfolded as the 5 little devils swiftly surrounded Buchan's body. The mini-cells, with sinister smiles, seized Peter's head and limbs with a sudden ferocity. The sound of blood splattering echoed. 5 mini-cells dismembered Peter instantaneously, blood splattering across their faces, yet they appeared unfazed, even licking the crimson liquid from their features, embodying the very essence of malevolence. The actions of the 5 mini-cells left all present in utter shock, save for the cold-hearted Bojack. Faced with such a bloody tableau, Son Gohan was compelled to believe Cell's declaration of intent to annihilate all Earthlings. His fists clenched tightly, aware that Cell's actions were directed squarely at him. Cell's unexpected arrival was alarming, and now Bojack, predictably, cast a predatory gaze upon the Earth. Son Gohan felt the weight of despair. He recognized the perilous nature of his situation, knowing he could not possibly confront this alone. Peter's sacrifice went unnoticed by Bojack, who instead regarded Cell's methods with admiration, finding them remarkably similar to his own. Zanya and the others cast pleading glances at Bojack, for they were comrades forged in battle over many years, and witnessing one of their own perish before them was undeniably painful. Yet, they overlooked a crucial truth: Bojack cared little for their fates. They were but pawns in his game. Observing Bojack's indifference, Zanya and the others abandoned any hope of him avenging Peter. It seemed that Bojack had tacitly approved of Cell's proposition. If they wished to survive, their only course of action was to turn against Son Gohan. In a frenzy, they charged toward him. Son Gohan, fully alert, soared into the air to confront the four attackers head-on. A relentless barrage of assaults rained down upon Son Gohan. But he had honed both speed and reflexes within the hyperbolic time chamber. Each successive attack was deftly neutralized. The scenario of 1 against 4 was unprecedented for him, yet, with a keen sense of energy, Son Gohan navigated their onslaught with remarkable ease. Suddenly, he shifted from defense to offense, seizing an opening in Zangya's guard, dashing before her to deliver a powerful knee strike. Zangya's expression morphed into one of astonishment, and in that fleeting moment, Son Gohan seized her hair, forcefully slamming her toward Bukin. In the hands of Sun Wukong, radiant light flickered incessantly as countless energy blasts surged toward the two adversaries. Boom, boom, boom. The sky became shrouded in a veil of dust and smoke as Zangya and Bukin were propelled through the air. Suddenly, a sharp, resonant sound of a blade being drawn echoed in Sun Wukong's ears. It was Gogaya, brandishing his sword in a fierce arc towards him, with the grace of a serpent. Sun Wukong's body twisted and glided to the side, deftly seizing Gogaya's arm. In a swift motion, he kicked the sword from Gogaya's grasp and forcefully sent it flying away. Sun Wukong's valor and combat prowess ignited a surge of exhilaration in Shalu, prompting a mischievous glint in his eye. He waved his hand, commanding several small Shalus, "Go forth." My children. Chapter 26, Son Gohan. Is it father? No, it is Uncle Vegeta. Upon hearing Cell's summons, 5 little demons rushed towards Son Gohan like frenzied hounds. The power of the young Cell should not be underestimated. The demise of Peter instilled fear in Zangya and her companions. As soon as the young Cells appeared, they instinctively retreated. Though their strength paled in comparison to that of the original Cell, they had nonetheless reached the pinnacle of the Super Saiyan first stage. With mischievous grins, they made faces at Son Gohan. Immediately, 3 of the young Cells began to gather energy waves directed at him. This maneuver was all too familiar to Son Gohan. It was his father's signature technique, the Kamehameha wave. In that moment, Gohan's heart raced. Should these 3 combined Kamehameha waves strike him, he would surely fall. Furthermore, Cell's chilling threat to annihilate all of Earth's inhabitants would become a grim reality. Such a fate he utterly refused to accept. With a swift surge, Son Gohan unleashed his full energy. A brilliant golden light erupted from a single point, soaring into the heavens and dispersing the clouds. The resplendent golden radiance exploded from his being as he finally released all his power. Gohan felt a warm surge envelop him, nourished by this newfound strength. Unaware that he had attained the full power of a Super Saiyan, in the blink of an eye, the young Cells had gathered their Kamehameha waves. 3 azure beams hurtled towards Son Gohan. In an instant, Gohan's body erupted with unprecedented power. He raised his hands to his forehead, palms crossed, and bellowed, "Demon Flash." Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst forth from his palms. The brilliance was as fervent and blinding as the sun, rendering it impossible to behold directly. Following this, a colossal golden energy beam surged forth at astonishing speed, as if to pierce the heavens and bridge the earthly realm, accompanied by a deafening roar. 2 immense waves of explosive energy collided like meteors. In that moment, the entire world trembled, the night instantly illuminated as bright as day. Endless light and shock waves ravaged the surroundings, the air seemingly boiling from this breathtaking clash. Ultimately, Son Gohan's full-powered demon flash triumphed, sending the 5 young Cells flying. The air was thick with smoke, and as it cleared, Gohan gasped for breath. This strike had indeed drained him of considerable strength. Yet he had severely injured the young Cells. Gohan's valor heightened Cell's expectations. A smile of satisfaction graced Cell's face as he murmured, "Son Gohan, you truly excite me." This reaction was largely influenced by the presence of numerous Saiyan Cells within him. Beside him, Bojack exhibited an expression of astonishment, a rare tremor of respect for another, something he seldom bestowed upon anyone. His gaze was fixated on Gohan, astonished that a mere earthling could possess such formidable power. In the next moment, Gohan's eyes, filled with hatred, turned towards Cell and the adjacent Bojack. He understood the principle of capturing the leader first. However, just as Gohan intended to shift his body, an inexplicable phenomenon unfolded. His body became immobile. His muscles convulsed incessantly, and a searing pain coursed through him. Any slight movement would amplify the agony 100-fold. A cry of profound distress erupted from Gohan's lips. He found himself ensnared by several transparent threads. The handiwork of the diminutive red-clad figure, Butch, the sole member of Bojack's quintet endowed with superpowers. Familiar and confident in his abilities, Butch shouted to the others, "He is under my control now. What you choose to do with him is beyond my concern." Upon hearing Butch's declaration, Bojack couldn't suppress a smirk. He was intimately acquainted with Butch's power, which even those stronger than Butch would find daunting, unless, of course, the captive's strength vastly exceeded Butch's own. In this scenario, Bojack felt reassured. If Gohan could be bound, it indicated that his power remained beneath that of his captor. Chuckling to himself, Bojack cast a tentative glance at Cell. A subtle gesture that was promptly noticed by Cell. Cell maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly challenging Bojack to test his resolve. After Butch's proclamation, the onlookers converged towards Gohan. Zanjia painfully rose from the ground, his previously ghastly expression morphing into one of sinister intent. The battered Goku swiftly returned to the battlefield. The small, injured Cell Juniors emitted an eerie laughter. Their mangled bodies, ravaged by the explosion, began to mend themselves. Cell surveyed those advancing towards Gohan with a glimmer of anticipation on his face. So, Gohan, how will you respond? Just as Cell pondered Gohan's forthcoming actions, disappointment struck. Gohan continued to struggle in agony, and suddenly, the golden aura surrounding him extinguished. He clenched his eyes shut, utterly drained of strength. His golden hair reverted to black, signifying the complete dissolution of his Super Saiyan essence. He had exerted every ounce of effort, and now, utterly exhausted, he could no longer break free from Butch's binding. Cell sighed. Well, I expected more from you. If this is all you can muster, then death is your only fate. Truly a cowardly little boy. Each word from Cell pierced like a dagger. At this moment, the tightly shut eyes of Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, were tinged with a deep crimson. As he fought valiantly to suppress his tears, memories of the departed flooded his mind. He recalled his promise to Piccolo to safeguard the Earth with unwavering resolve. Ultimately, the image of his father, Sun Wukong, surfaced in his thoughts. He contemplated, if it were father, he would surely find a way. How I wish he were still here. Like a pack of tigers and wolves closing in, his adversaries were relentless, their palms brimming with lethal energy. Gohan had relinquished his struggle, as death encroached upon him step by step. Suddenly, a brilliant blue shockwave descended from the heavens. The power it harbored was beyond words. The target of the shockwave was none other than the telekinetic Bukin, who was compelled to release his hold on Gohan. In the next instant, a golden figure appeared in the sky, its voice deep and magnetic, proclaiming, Gohan, I have arrived. In that fleeting moment, a profound sense of relief washed over Gohan as he gazed upward. The resplendent golden light enveloped him with a sense of security reminiscent of his deceased father. However, as he opened his eyes to examine the scene closely, he noticed an anomaly. The once blue energy wave had transformed into a golden hue. What he believed to be the Kamehameha was, in fact, the ultimate flash. The one who had come to his rescue was not his father, but Vegeta. Gohan wiped away his tears, his eyes shimmering with starlight, his lips twitching slightly as he murmured, Uncle Vegeta. Chapter 27. The Full Power of Two Super Saiyans. A few minutes prior, the overwhelming aura of Son Gohan surged into the heavenly temple. The golden flames of his energy soared into the heavens, whipping the hair of Bulma into disarray, a sight of immense power. Not grasping the essence of this energy, Bulma glanced at Mr. Popo, but his expression revealed nothing. She inquired, Mr. Popo, what is the situation now? Popo replied, through the rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Son Gohan has become extraordinarily powerful. The tempest you felt moments ago was conjured by him. Upon hearing Popo's words, a radiant smile blossomed on Bulma's face, her bright eyes shimmering with joy. That's wonderful. I knew Gohan could do it. Yet, in the next instant, Popo's eyes widened in alarm, his mouth slightly agape. No, it appears the situation has changed. Gohan is in danger. At this proclamation, Bulma's expression froze. Mr. Popo, are you saying Gohan cannot win? Popo solemnly nodded, and Bulma's mind spiraled into chaos. If Gohan were to be slain, she could not fathom how she would explain it to Chi-Chi. Has the enemy grown so formidable? Suddenly, Bulma's gaze fell upon the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber. Outside, time flowed differently. One day outside equated to an entire year within. Vegeta had been inside for quite some time. Clenching her hands over her heart, she suddenly looked up and exclaimed, Mr. Popo, the only one who can save Gohan now is Vegeta. With that, she hurried to Popo's side. Mr. Popo, can you let Vegeta out? Mr. Popo was momentarily taken aback. As a servant of the temple, he indeed had the authority to enter and exit the hyperbolic time chamber. He had not anticipated that Bulma would devise such a solution. With a grunt of affirmation, he swiftly made his way to the entrance of the chamber. With a loud clatter, the door swung open, and he dashed inside. Inside, the father and son, who were diligently training, looked on in bewilderment as Popo entered. Vegeta, puzzled, recalled that Mr. Popo had stated that only two individuals could enter the chamber at once, Yet now a third had entered. Trunks, however, was not particularly astonished. The notion that only two could enter the hyperbolic time chamber was rather unreliable. During the Majin Buu saga, four individuals had simultaneously entered. What did intrigue Trunks was how Mr. Popo had suddenly found his way into the chamber. Before Popo could elaborate, a surge of powerful auras flooded the minds of the father and son. Vegeta, Popo urgently called out. Gohan is in danger. Please, hurry to help him. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Vegeta burst out of the chamber, his blood surging with adrenaline. More than Gohan's fate, he was concerned about who had put Gohan in such peril. Seizing this opportunity, he could conveniently assess the fruits of his training. In a flash, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his body merging with the radiant golden light. His form darted past Bulma at the speed of light, and as he glanced at her, he noticed a faint smile gracing her face. Time was of the essence. There was no opportunity for farewells, as he sensed Gohan's energy dwindling. Vegeta leapt down the Korin Tower, his dazzling golden aura capturing the attention of Master Roshi. Through a period of observation, Master Roshi had shattered his preconceived notions of Vegeta. Although he had once invaded Earth, he had now become a figure worthy of trust, akin to Goku. Master Roshi waved his staff, calling out Vegeta's name with fervor. Noticing Master Roshi, who was striving to throw him a bag, Vegeta caught it mid-fall. Vegeta, inside are Senzu beans. You can make use of them, he urged. Vegeta's body moved with incredible speed, seizing the bag and transforming into a blade of energy as he raced towards Gohan's location. Before long, he arrived on the battlefield. Strange and malevolent figures emerged before him, and Gohan was ensnared. Like an eagle spotting its prey, Vegeta instantly identified Bujin, who was wielding his psychic powers. With his hands clasped before him, he unleashed a golden energy wave. The ultimate flash swept across the scene, unerringly targeting Bujin. Boom! The sound of explosions reverberated as Bujin was engulfed by a sea of energy. Vegeta appeared before Gohan, as if descended from the heavens. Gohan, I have come. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Gohan could scarcely believe that the once arrogant Vegeta, who sought to annihilate Earth, would now save him in his moment of peril. Uncle Vegeta, Gohan exclaimed. Vegeta replied coolly, Humph, as Kakarot's son, shedding tears is not an option. Without hesitation, Vegeta cast a glance at the still-breathing Bujin, resolute that this troublesome foe must not survive. With a swift motion, a slender beam of energy pierced Bujin's chest, instantly ending the life of this troublesome member of the Bojack gang. Vegeta retrieved a Senzu bean from the bag and tossed it to Gohan, who caught it flawlessly and consumed it, restoring him to full strength. Reinvigorated, Gohan set his sights on the remaining two members of the Bojack clan. Vegeta's gaze swept over them as well. The two adversaries shared an extraordinary synergy. Their powerful golden auras erupted simultaneously, two golden energy lotuses reaching the same pinnacle. This indicated that Vegeta had also attained full power as a Super Saiyan. To Vegeta's astonishment, Gohan had achieved such a level merely one day after entering the hyperbolic time chamber. What a terrifying talent! However, there was no time for contemplation. Vegeta continued to amplify his energy. In an instant, he materialized beside Zanya, delivering a pre-charged punch that pierced through her side. Zanya cast a pitiful glance towards Bojack, as if silently pleading for his rescue. Yet, Bojack remained utterly unmoved, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion. Tears of regret streamed down Zanjia's face. She had never anticipated that Bojack could be so cold-hearted and unfeeling. Though she was both his girlfriend and subordinate, in that moment, the truth became painfully clear to her. This intricate bond had always seemed to exist solely in her imagination. With a swift motion, Vegeta's fist emerged from Zanjia's body, extinguishing her life. Meanwhile, on the other side, Son Gohan seized Gogeta's sword and plunged it directly into his body. Ultimately, the once united group of five was reduced to Bojack standing alone. Chapter 28. The power of Cell. The two figures, radiant as gold, stood suspended in the air, their presence igniting Son Gohan's fighting spirit entirely. With unyielding determination, they fixed their gaze upon Cell and Bojack. A series of crisp claps emanated from Cell's palms as he approached them, a smile gracing his lips. Yet this did not deter Vegeta and Gohan in the slightest. Suddenly, Cell halted, turning his gaze towards Bojack, and spoke with a tone laced with disdain. It seems your subordinates are rather lackluster, even inferior to my own offspring. Bojack merely smirked, displaying an air of indifference. Then, Cell's attention shifted to Vegeta, his smile fading. Prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta. Vegeta's lips curled in a sneer. I never expected such a repugnant creature to recognize me. Now, enlighten me. What is the source of the multitude of presences within you? In response to Vegeta's inquiry, Cell remained evasive, reiterating his previous sentiment. Curious? It's simple, defeat me, and I shall divulge the truth. His tone dripped with arrogance. Vegeta sensed that Cell's essence mirrored not only his own energy, but also aspects of his character. Inciting a deep discomfort within him, Vegeta snorted disdainfully, "Humph. An arrogant fool. Prepare to feel the force of my fists." Just as Vegeta was poised to strike, Gohan interjected, calling out to him, "Uncle Vegeta, I believe we can take him on together." Having already felt the magnitude of Cell's strength, Gohan recognized that although Vegeta had grown more powerful, Cell had yet to reveal his true capabilities. However, the proud Saiyan Prince would not entertain such a partnership. He swiftly waved his hand, thereby dismissing Gohan's suggestion. Gohan, understanding the rejection, fell silent. Cell beckoned Vegeta with a finger. "Ah, yes. I admire your spirit, Vegeta. In truth, the two of you together would not be out of the question." Vegeta's fighting spirit surged, and in an instant, an unprecedented power erupted from his being. Enough with the banter, he declared, muscles taut, and with a fierce roar, he leapt forward with all his might towards Cell. His well-prepared fist descended upon Cell without reservation. The impact reverberated through the air, sending shockwaves that made even the atmosphere tremble. The tremendous energy stirred up clouds of dust from the ground, halting Cell's backward motion. There he stood, his palm firmly pressed against Vegeta's fist, having absorbed the force of the blow. A smirk played on Cell's lips. Quite impressive. This is intriguing. Immediately, he transformed his palm into a fist, launching a ferocious counterattack. The two engaged in an unrelenting exchange of blows, their fists and feet colliding with ferocity, sending gusts of wind that shook the entire battlefield. In the skies above, their silhouettes flickered like phantoms, too swift for the eyes of ordinary onlookers to comprehend. In a fleeting moment, Cell transformed into four distinct entities, showcasing the remarkable technique known as the four-way fist, a signature move of Tien Shinhan. Gohan's eyes widened in astonishment. Cell's display left him utterly astounded. Cell can perform the four-way fist. Gohan pondered, increasingly perplexed by the situation. Not only could Cell wield the Kamehameha, but he also mastered this formidable technique. Gohan continued to observe the duel between the two combatants. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Vegeta swiftly reacted by creating distance. With confidence, he initiated his counterattack, his hands moving in a rapid ballet, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that surged forth like a celestial shower towards the four cells. The energy orbs raced through the air with astounding speed, filling the sky with smoke and the echoes of explosions. Boom! The cacophony of detonations subsided, revealing Cell's original form once more. Yet, in his grasp, he now held a crimson energy disc, a hallmark of Frieza's lethal techniques. The red disc hurtled toward Vegeta, who merely cast a glance before propelling himself away at light speed. Afterimages lingered in the air as Cell pursued him relentlessly. The dramatic chase unfolded before the eyes of Bojack, who reluctantly acknowledged Cell's formidable prowess as a partner. Suddenly, Bojack gasped in shock as the red disc sliced through Vegeta's form, severing him in twain. Stunned, he contemplated, is this the end? Yet, in the blink of an eye, he sensed something amiss. The bisected body did not ooze blood. At that moment, a brilliant point of light appeared in the sky, as a rapidly condensed energy orb converged on the crimson disc. With a resounding zap, the energy ball sent the red disc spiraling away, igniting a dazzling display of sparks in the air. Vegeta's proud silhouette re-emerged, and Bojack realized that both combatants before him were extraordinary. In an instant, Vegeta executed a rapid descent, his body accelerating towards the ground. With his thighs pressed together and muscles taut, he transformed into a projectile, launching himself with thunderous force towards Cell. Just as the moment hung in the balance, Cell's gaze sharpened. He crossed his arms above his head, preparing to receive Vegeta's onslaught head-on. A thunderous sound erupted as the ground beneath Cell shattered, instantly forming a massive crater with a diameter of 100 meters. Both warriors stood at the center, the depth of the pit steadily increasing. Vegeta's strike was fierce, embodying both speed and strength. In an instant, the debris surged like a tidal wave. Vegeta's piercing gaze bore into Cell, seemingly challenging him. What now? Still arrogant? Yet, in the next heartbeat, Cell lifted his head, gazing up at Vegeta. A change swept across Cell's expression, and the flying debris momentarily settled. He laughed heartily, his chuckle evolving from a subtle smirk into a full-blown roar of laughter. This scene left the three observers in utter bewilderment. Shiro exclaimed with a commanding voice, "Delightful. Truly exhilarating." Vegeta furrowed his brow, perplexed by Shiro's reaction. Observing Shiro's demeanor, Vegeta felt compelled to deliver a few more punches. "You scoundrel. Your laughter is more grotesque than your cries." With a series of thunderous impacts, the sound of fists colliding erupted against Sheru's chest. Yet, Sheru stood unwavering, like a mountain. He smirked. Vegeta, you have earned the right for me to unleash my ultimate power. With that, Sheru's aura was no longer concealed. He raised both hands above his head, and his arms swiftly descended. With a resounding roar, Sheru's body was once again enveloped in a golden light. His formidable energy instantly overshadowed the radiance surrounding Vegeta. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, causing him to involuntarily take several steps back. Gohan, watching from the sidelines, furrowed his brow, realizing that Sheru's current strength utterly surpassed his own. Meanwhile, Bojack observed Sheru's display with great interest. Chapter 29. A Glimmer of Hope in Despair, Super Saiyan 2 Gohan. The formidable aura exuded by Cell was indeed astounding. Yet how could Vegeta be the type to retreat in the face of adversity? With both hands clasped before his chest, Vegeta began to gather a torrent of golden energy particles. The ultimate flash surged relentlessly towards Cell. This strike had been charged for an entire minute, yet to everyone's astonishment, Cell remained as steadfast as a mountain, showing no intention of evading the attack. With a thunderous roar, the golden energy beam engulfed Cell's form, and mere seconds later, he collapsed to the ground. His limbs had been completely obliterated, leaving only his head and upper torso intact. How could the once arrogant Cell now find himself in such a pitiful state? Bojack, who was merely spectating, couldn't help but express his bewilderment. Meanwhile, Gohan and Vegeta, having personally faced Cell in battle, were acutely aware that matters were far from straightforward. Sure enough, Cell's almost extinguished aura began to rekindle, astonishingly. His severed limbs started to regenerate. Even Bojack was momentarily taken aback by such a spectacle. What? This terrifying regenerative ability could only be associated with superhuman powers. In that instant, Bojack comprehended the true horror of Cell's capabilities. His unease stemmed from the realization that Cell possessed strength comparable to his own in a direct confrontation. The outcome remained uncertain. However, now, with such an alarming regenerative ability, mere attrition could lead to Cell's victory. This revelation jolted Gohan and Vegeta into understanding. Regeneration of severed limbs. Such an ability was exclusive to the Namekians. Given that Cell bore Piccolo's essence, it was evident that this power must have originated from him. From the recent combat style and regenerative prowess, the duo grasped that Cell not only shared the essence of many fighters, but also their techniques and abilities. At this moment, astonishment was not an option. Vegeta rallied his resolve, ready to launch another assault against Cell. Just as he prepared to act, Cell's smug visage suddenly loomed before him. With a wicked grin, Cell unleashed a fist that descended upon Vegeta's temple. In an instant, Vegeta was blinded by a flash of white, followed by a wave of dizziness, sending him hurtling through the air, his body akin to a runaway projectile, smashing into the distant mountainside. "Uncle Vegeta!" Gohan cried out in piercing distress. Immediately, his energy flared as he sought to aid Vegeta. However, at that moment, the ever-calm Bojack unexpectedly blocked his path. "Do you wish to assist?" Bojack sneered, relishing the torment etched upon Gohan's face, perhaps a reflection of his nature as a cosmic tyrant. He yearned to witness Vegeta suffer at Cell's hands while Gohan remained powerless to intervene. Gohan, filled with rage, shouted, "Get out of my way." Bojack, undaunted, removed his headscarf, which was whisked away by the wind. The two immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. Vegeta, unsteadily rising to his feet, found his vision becoming increasingly blurred. He shook his head vigorously, yet clarity eluded him, as he sensed a stream of crimson liquid staining his sight. Suddenly, he perceived a searing heat before him, a hazy green figure coming into view. Cell waved his hand in front of Vegeta's eyes, feigning concern as he inquired, "Are you all right, proud Saiyan Prince?" Vegeta gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to launch a punch, but Cell deftly sidestepped, tauntingly proclaiming, "Vegeta, if this is all you can muster, I must say, I am profoundly disappointed. Though you haven't struck me, I will graciously enlighten you on how I possess both Goku's and your essence." Cell's voice crescendoed, resembling a grand oration. As he recounted his origins to Vegeta, an ultimate android from the future, he had undergone a metamorphosis, utilizing a time machine to arrive in the present. His tale unfolding like an inspirational narrative. "What do you think, Vegeta? My body is nearly perfect." Vegeta smirked, spitting derisively, retorting, "You are merely a thief, pilfering the cells of others." As soon as the words left his lips, the previous warmth intensified. At that moment, Vegeta's vision had returned. Before him danced a sphere of blue energy in Cell's palm, the Kamehameha wave, a technique Cell had been gathering for quite some time. Vegeta reacted swiftly. but his injuries had robbed him of his former speed. Wherever he flew, Cell followed. Vegeta, I truly pity you. Do you know why I wish to end you with the Kamehameha? It must be excruciating to be slain by your own rival's technique. With that, Cell unleashed the long-formed Kamehameha wave. Instantly, Vegeta's world was enveloped in blue, as if time had come to a standstill. His mind raced through memories, his first arrival on Earth, his acquaintance with Bulma, the birth of Trunks. Images of Bulma and Trunks flooded his consciousness. Is this how it ends? A sense of reluctance welled within Vegeta, yet he knew he had given his all. His thoughts began to drift. Recalling the days spent training with Trunks in the hyperbolic time chamber. I'm sorry, Trunks, I still could not change anything. I have disappointed you. And about that Super Saiyan 2 you mentioned, I fear I may never achieve it. The radiant pillar of energy propelled Vegeta's body skyward. And after enduring this baptism for several seconds, his heavy form began a free fall. A piercing explosion reverberated through the heavens with earth-shattering intensity. Uncle Vegeta. Gohan's eyes welled with crimson tears as he gazed desperately toward Vegeta's position. In that moment, Gohan's mind felt as though it had been entirely wiped clean. Instantly, his thoughts were consumed by the image of Vegeta. Were it not for Vegeta, he would never have met Mr. Popo. Nor would he have known of the hyperbolic time chamber. If Vegeta had not revealed the gruesome fate of Piccolo, he would never have transcended to Super Saiyan. Had Vegeta not arrived in time, he would likely have met a tragic end himself. To Gohan, the once malevolent Saiyan had long since transformed. He had witnessed Vegeta's evolution firsthand. Everyone else had perished. Only he and Vegeta remained to fight. Yet now he stood alone. At that moment, several eerie little demons appeared beside Vegeta. 5 small cell juniors hoisted Vegeta's body, with one placing its hand upon his chest. The faint rhythm of his heartbeat was detected by the small creature. Report to father. It seems he is still alive. Cell, with an air of indifference, placed his hand on his chin, mimicking a gesture of execution. The 5 small cell juniors immediately understood, each grasping Vegeta's head and limbs. Gohan watched in horror, recalling how the same had transpired with a subordinate of Bojack named Peter, who had met a similar gruesome fate. No, stop. Gohan seethed with rage. Seeing Gohan in such anguish, Bojack could not help but smile with satisfaction. Gohan's eyes were a terrifying shade of red, as if blood were about to spill forth. His brow, already furrowed, now arched even higher, with veins protruding like writhing worms across his forehead. His gaze was filled with despair. Yet that despair was swiftly engulfed by an overwhelming tide of hatred and fury. He could not accept the horror unfolding before him. He shuddered to think of the immense suffering Bulma would endure upon learning of Vegeta's cruel dismemberment. Gohan's heart felt as if it were being gnawed upon by a multitude of ants. Clenching his teeth, fists tightened, a formidable power surged within him. With a resounding roar, golden energy erupted forth. The immense shockwave propelled Bojack, who had been watching with amusement, into the air. Stunned, Bojack could hardly believe his eyes. Suspecting this was merely an illusion, unfazed, he stepped in front of Gohan once more, only to suddenly realize that Gohan had undergone a transformation. His golden hair surged upward, more vibrant than before, surrounded by flickering arcs of energy that danced around him. Son Gohan has transcended the full power of Super Saiyan, attaining Super Saiyan 2. In that moment, the battlefield fell into a profound silence, as all were captivated by this divine radiance. Chapter 30. The Ultimate Demise. The 2 Super Saiyan 2s. Bojack's eyelids flickered, and an overwhelming sense of panic surged within him, shattering the facade of calm he had so carefully maintained. The power that Gohan now exhibited far surpassed his own, and any attempt to obstruct Gohan's path would undoubtedly lead to his own demise. Little did he know, it was already too late. Just as Bojack was about to yield a path for Gohan, a searing pain, akin to a scythe, gripped his nerves. His astonished gaze could not conceal the shock as he hunched over, resembling a shrimp devoid of its shell. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as he trembled, eyes fixated on his abdomen. A fist, seemingly innocuous, was deeply embedded within him, and the concavity of his belly continued to deepen. With a thunderous crash, Bojack's body was hurled several meters away. Cell cast a scornful glance at Bojack, having assumed he was formidable, only to realize he was merely another incompetent fool. However, before Cell could utter another word, a commotion erupted in the distance. Gohan's figure had already materialized behind Vegeta. With a swift motion, he delivered a precise chop that severed the arm of a stunned small cell. Purple blood cascaded onto Vegeta's head as Gohan sent the small cell, who had been clutching Vegeta's skull, flying with a powerful kick. Upon witnessing Gohan, the remaining small cells recoiled in terror, as if they had encountered the Grim Reaper. In an instant, 4 of them scattered in panic, but Gohan was not about to grant them an escape. With a flash, Gohan moved like lightning, sending one small cell soaring 100 meters away in a mere second. Following that, his phantom reappeared repeatedly, piercing through the chests of several small cells with seamless grace. After this display of power, Gohan did not immediately turn his wrath towards Cell. Instead, he materialized before Vegeta, crouching down to wipe the blood from Vegeta's forehead. Suddenly, he noticed a flicker of movement in Vegeta's eyelids, prompting Gohan, in the depths of his rage, to cling to the last vestiges of rationality. Vegeta was not dead. He still clung to life. Yet, he was perilously close to the brink of death. What sustained Vegeta in this critical moment? It was the resplendent golden light radiating from Gohan. The brilliance of Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 form illuminated Vegeta's body. Vegeta smiled, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, questioning why he had not been the first to transform into a Super Saiyan 2. Nevertheless, he took solace in the fact that someone had achieved it. The ensuing events were now entrusted to Gohan. He longed to witness the true form of a Super Saiyan 2. However, he found himself devoid of the strength to open his eyes once more. With his remaining strength, Vegeta grasped Gohan's hand. His breath had weakened to the utmost, and his voice, faint and intermittent, addressed Gohan. Gohan, Trunks, please. Just as Vegeta prepared to bid his final farewell, he suddenly felt something slip into his mouth. His tongue tasted it, and a wave of sweetness surged through his senses. It was something Vegeta was all too familiar with, Senzu beans. Summoning the remnants of his strength, he chewed the bean, and in an instant, he felt the nearly extinguished cells within him burst forth with vitality anew. Vegeta's eyes flew open. The sight of Gohan, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, filled his vision, and the pouch of Senzu beans was now empty, drawn into the air by the aura surrounding Gohan. Vegeta, absorbing Gohan's energy, dared not shift his gaze from him. Gohan turned away, coldly stating, "Uncle Vegeta, I will handle this from here." Vegeta wished to say something more, yet found his words failing him. He merely beheld Gohan's seemingly diminutive yet immensely powerful figure until Gohan stood before Cell. As Gohan approached, Cell exhibited no trace of panic. "Don't get cocky, kid. You've merely defeated some lowly foes. Do you really think you can defeat me?" Gohan's expression remained impassive, his gaze icy. "I certainly will." At this declaration, Cell's pupils constricted slightly, the overwhelming confidence in Gohan's words unsettling him momentarily. However, Cell would not be intimidated so easily. He bellowed, "Then let me show you my true power." Cell unleashed his fury, and in an instant, dust swirled around him as his energy surged once more. Bojack, who had been struck away, rose amidst the rubble, observing the clash from the shadows, disappointedly shaking his head at Cell's escalating power. Bojack mused that such a display could never rival that of the Earthling child. Merely seeing Gohan's silhouette filled him with trepidation. After much hesitation, Bojack made a dishonorable decision. His gaze shifted towards the distant spaceship. Seizing the opportunity while Gohan and Cell battled, he resolved to distance himself from this treacherous place. To avoid drawing attention, Bojack planned to approach the ship on foot. Just as everything seemed to go according to his scheme, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! A wave of energy descended from above, and his spaceship erupted in flames. A deep, resonant voice emerged from behind him. Trying to flee? The voice belonged to Vegeta. Arms crossed, one hand crackling with an orb of energy. With the destruction of his vessel, Bojack's escape plans were thwarted. He struggled to contain his rage. Since his seal had been broken, he had never felt so utterly defeated. To flee and yet be discovered. If this were to spread, Bojack's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. "Are you afraid?" Vegeta's tone dripped with disdain. Bojack's body stiffened slightly, evidently having been pierced through by the insight into his innermost fears. He feigned composure, retorting, "Afraid? What nonsense. Are you so certain that this child can defeat Cell?" Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta replied, "Indeed, he can, for he is the son of Kakarot. Furthermore, this form he possesses is known as Super Saiyan 2. Someone once informed me that a Super Saiyan 2 is guaranteed to triumph over both you and Cell. You, being more astute than that creature named Cell, have already sensed the proximity of your demise and contemplated escape. Regrettably, I, Vegeta, shall not allow you to succeed. Both you and that entity known as Cell shall be vanquished by Gohan." With that proclamation, Vegeta transformed into a full-powered Super Saiyan. His aura attracted the attention of another presence. Whoosh! A golden figure materialized before Bojack, catching him utterly off guard, causing his heart to leap into his throat. He merely exchanged a glance with Gohan. Boom! Gohan's fist pierced through Bojack's abdomen in an instant, leaving both Bojack and Vegeta in shock. Bang! Another punch sent Bojack's massive form crashing to the ground. Disbelief etched across his face. He was aware of Gohan's strength, but had not anticipated it reaching such extraordinary heights. Vegeta's mouth gaped open in astonishment. The Bojack he had just conversed with had been felled by Gohan in 2 swift strikes. The power of Super Saiyan 2 surpassed his wildest imagination. Yet, the one who had attained Super Saiyan 2 was not himself. Clenching his teeth and fists, Vegeta vowed that he too would achieve Super Saiyan 2. At that moment, Cell had also completed his power-up, striding towards the two with an air of arrogance. Cell casually remarked, "Gohan, did your father never mention that departing while others are enhancing their strength is exceedingly impolite?" Yet, as Cell's words lingered in the air, his gaze sharpened. He immediately noticed Bojack lying in a pool of blood. What? In the brief moments I was amplifying my energy, he managed to eliminate this fool? Cell's confidence wavered. Gohan coldly addressed Cell, "Are you ready? Then I shall commence." As Cell remained engulfed in shock, a formidable fist struck his abdomen. Caught completely off guard, Cell doubled over in agony, instinctively retreating several steps. The excruciating pain coursed through him like a scythe. In that instant, Cell's once proud physique appeared achingly fragile. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted from Cell's lips. Yet, this was merely the beginning. As a flurry of fists relentlessly rained down upon Cell's form. Regaining his composure, Cell found himself once again in a precarious predicament. With no means to retaliate, he resorted to a desperate defense, cursing inwardly, "Damn it! How has this guy become so powerful?" His molars nearly ground to dust. He was left with no recourse but to lament. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a mighty kick from Gohan unleashed a force akin to a raging torrent, propelling Cell's heavy form over a kilometer away. This moment allowed Cell to escape his dire straits. He unleashed 2 energy slices, swinging his arms with abandon as the energy blades danced erratically through the air, ultimately hurtling towards Gohan. In Gohan's gaze, the rapidly approaching energy blades reflected an impending threat. Yet, this seemingly formidable assault appeared rather benign in his presence. With effortless grace, Gohan extended his hand to intercept them, shattering the blades with a surge of energy. The relentless blows left Cell in a state of exasperation, his eyes wide with fury as the previous one-sidedness of the conflict vanished entirely. In the face of Gohan's overwhelming might, Cell's tactics seemed trivial, mere parlor tricks. Observing Cell's plight, Vegeta felt a surge of satisfaction. Unyielding, Cell soared into the sky once more, conjuring 4 identical illusions of himself. 3 of these figures dove towards Gohan, launching a barrage of punches and kicks, yet Gohan remained immovable, his gaze locked onto the heavens, having seen through Cell's ruse. As anticipated, a spiral of yellow light descended from above. This technique, the special beam cannon, was all too familiar to Gohan, and Cell had unwittingly struck a nerve. Furrowing his brow, Gohan faced the oncoming attack. He adopted a half-crouch stance, grounding himself with a solid stance and placing his hands on his hips. A multitude of blue energy particles rapidly coalesced around him. With a drawn-out voice, he proclaimed, "Kamehameha." The colossal blue energy beam soared skyward, expanding from a slender thread to a width of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. Cell's special beam cannon appeared diminutive in comparison, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. The outcome was all but inevitable. In no time, Gohan's Kamehameha consumed the special beam cannon. Overcome by fury, Cell momentarily regained clarity as he sensed the impending heat wave, abandoning his attack. His expression contorted in desperation. Without immediate action, he faced a grim fate. "Damn it!" Cell howled in agony. In the next instant, he brought his hands together, gathering the same blue energy in his palms, intending to confront Gohan head-on. The words Kamehameha escaped his lips. The clash of seemingly equal energies met, yet it lasted but a fleeting second. Gohan, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, quickly overpowered Cell's Kamehameha, leading to an explosive crescendo. The brilliant fireworks burst forth in the sky, enveloping the heavens in a sea of light. Following a painful groan, Cell vanished into the firmament. Moments later, Gohan turned to glance at Vegeta, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Yet, at that very instant, an unusual occurrence unfolded in the sky. Cell's voice reemerged, this time tinged with an unsettling madness. The cells of the Namekians are simply exquisite. A shocking revelation unfolded. Cell had resurrected. Vegeta stared at Cell, who was now enveloped in crackling lightning. In disbelief, Vegeta gaped, realizing that Cell's power had surpassed Gohan's. At that moment, Gohan's gaze trembled with incredulity as he fixated on Cell, unable to fathom the reason behind Cell's revival. Damn it, I distinctly sensed his energy had vanished. Towering in the sky, Cell looked down with a condescending air, proclaiming, I never anticipated my body could be perfected to such an extent. The Saiyan cells and the Namekian cells have rendered me even more formidable. With that, Cell abruptly turned his attention to Vegeta. Hey, Gohan. I will ensure you die with regret. One by one, I shall torment those you wish to protect until they perish. In an instant, Cell appeared beside Vegeta, seizing him by the throat. A wave of suffocating dread surged through Vegeta's body as he glared at Cell with fierce defiance, yet found himself powerless to resist. No. Let him go. Gohan surged toward Cell, launching a flurry of punches and kicks, yet Cell showed no intention of releasing Vegeta. With a thunderous blow, Cell sent Vegeta hurtling into the distance. Vegeta felt as though his pain receptors were being gnawed upon by ants. His limbs rendered weak and limp as he lay on the ground. An even more troubling development unfolded. The fallen Bojack, still clinging to life, staggered toward Vegeta. A ferocious beast approached, yet Vegeta lacked the strength to rise. You bastard! He cursed, as Bojack grinned wickedly, harboring resentment from their previous encounter. With a swift motion, Bojack swung his arm back, crouched low, and delivered a punch to Vegeta's face. Blood and saliva erupted from Vegeta's mouth. I will kill you. Gohan's eyes turned crimson as he teleported beside Bojack, gathering energy for an attack. Just as Gohan was poised to end Bojack, Cell followed suit, gripping Gohan's hand tightly. Bojack's life was spared in that moment, as Cell gave him a thumbs up. Well done, you useless creature. Though Bojack felt a surge of displeasure at Cell's praise. He understood that to survive, he must swallow his pride. He was acutely aware of his precarious situation, in the midst of the battlefield. Regardless of whether Cell triumphs or the two Saiyans emerge victorious, his fate remains inescapably sealed. Yet, Cell, being a villain like himself, has never faced his wrath. Now that he has turned the tide, perhaps a modicum of flattery might allow him to survive. Bojack meekly responded, "Thank you for the compliment, Lord Cell." Witnessing the torment inflicted upon Vegeta, Gohan could no longer contain his fury, directing it entirely at Cell. Their clash intensified once more. But the earlier scene of Gohan overpowering Cell was nowhere to be seen. Enough is enough, Gohan. Continuing this battle serves no purpose. Cell's hands rested on his waist. The humiliation from his earlier defeat against Bojack etched into his memory. This time, he was determined to redeem his honor. With a mighty roar, the Kamehameha wave erupted from Cell's waist toward Gohan. Now, Gohan could only respond with his own Kamehameha. The anticipated clash of energies unfolded as a tremendous collision sent tremors through the surroundings. And arcs of electricity began to manifest at the convergence of the two blue energy waves. The evenly matched Kamehameha waves coalesced into a sphere of energy at their intersection, their forces traversing vast distances, ultimately reaching the sacred world of the Kais. Trunks wore a grave expression, his eyes firmly fixed on the distant, blinding light. Beside him, Bulma anxiously paced, her gaze intent on Trunks' face. The slightest hint of concern would send her into a frenzy. Trunks wrestled with his own anxieties. Though he was unaware of the precise events unfolding, the fluctuation in Vegeta's energy indicated a dire situation. Moreover, Cell's ability to contend with Gohan suggested that he had indeed reached the level of Lightning Cell. Father, Gohan, you must prevail. Vegeta lay helplessly on the ground, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. He had come to rescue others, yet found himself in such a pitiful state. Meanwhile, Gohan was valiantly battling, while he himself could only lie there, lost in thought. A blinding light suddenly pierced Vegeta's vision. Turning his head, he beheld the scene of Gohan and Bojack engaged in their own clash. Gohan was pouring every ounce of his strength into the fight. I will not allow you to succeed, Cell. Every single person on this planet shall be protected. A mere 9-year-old child was resolutely defending Earth, his bold declarations echoing in Vegeta's mind. Protect everyone. Though Vegeta felt little inclination to protect everyone, he undeniably had those he wished to safeguard. His thoughts drifted to another night spent with Bulma, who had shown him tenderness on numerous occasions. Yet now, he found himself incapable of protecting her. Instead, it was Gohan who stepped forward. No, my woman can only be protected by me. Vegeta's body suddenly began to writhe, and unexpectedly, his seemingly exhausted thighs surged with newfound strength, propelling him towards Gohan. This spectacle left Bojack both astonished and bewildered. Are all Saiyans truly monsters? Just as Gohan felt victory slipping away, Vegeta's hand appeared beside him. Gohan gazed at Vegeta in surprise, not anticipating that he still possessed strength. Vegeta spoke little, silently channeling energy into the Kamehameha wave. At that moment, the blue energy sphere became enveloped in a golden aura, a manifestation of Vegeta's ultimate power and fusion. Uncle Vegeta, I never imagined you still had energy. Continue to channel energy, but do not speak. With Vegeta's assistance, the energy sphere drew closer to Cell. Sensing impending doom, Cell shouted at Bojack, "Hey, you useless fool. Come help." Bojack, understanding the urgency, leapt to Cell's side. Bojack's strength was below that of Super Saiyan 2 but above that of Super Saiyan 1 at full power. In the lightning-fast Cell surpassed even Gohan. With Bojack's intervention, Gohan and Vegeta found themselves at a disadvantage once more. Soon, Vegeta felt his arms become unbearably heavy. The energy sphere approached them, signaling that death was drawing near. Was victory truly unattainable? What would my father do in this situation? Gohan's voice grew somber as he envisioned the grim outcome. In moments of despair, he would always think of his father. On King Kai's planet, Piccolo and Goku, both haloed, were perceiving everything transpiring on Earth through King Kai's abilities. Piccolo was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that Gohan was bearing a burden far too great for his age. "Old son, do you think Gohan and Vegeta can win?" Goku's expression turned grave as he shook his head. He had heard Gohan's call through King Kai's powers, yet he no longer belonged to the realm of the living. To intervene would surely breach the rules. "King Kai, is there truly no way for me to instantaneously return?" Goku implored, gazing at the back of King Kai's neck. King Kai shook his head vigorously, reiterating no. "When I say no, it means no. The consequences of breaking the rules are severe." Goku fell silent at King Kai's words. Just then, Piccolo spoke up, addressing King Kai. "King Kai, what exactly are the consequences of breaking the rules?" After a moment of hesitation, King Kai scratched his head, struggling to articulate a response. In his mind, the notion that the deceased could return to the realm of the living was fundamentally wrong. As for who established this rule, he had no idea. He simply understood that it was an unbreakable law. Driven by a desperate desire to save Gohan, Piccolo, as a former deity of Earth, uttered such grandiose words. If even King Kai did not know, could it be that he had yet to contemplate the implications? The implication of Piccolo's words was that this rule was established by the King of the Worlds. The King of the Worlds instantly flushed with anger, nearly driven to the brink by Piccolo's provocation. "Let me tell you, Piccolo." Before he could finish his sentence, his mouth and eyes were simultaneously covered by Piccolo. As long as the King of the Worlds did not witness it, it would not be deemed a violation of the rule. Piccolo exchanged a glance with Son Goku, who immediately grasped Piccolo's intention. He positioned his two fingers in a sword-like manner on his forehead, searching for Gohan's energy. However, in the next moment, he hesitated and dismissed the thought of instantaneous movement. Piccolo glared at Son Goku and scolded, "What are you dawdling for, old man?" Son Goku smiled calmly and replied, "I think it's unnecessary, Piccolo." On Earth, Vegeta distinctly felt the pressure in his hands intensifying. Yet, he could not afford to falter. For Gohan before him had not given up. As a proud Saiyan prince, how could he possibly relent? In midair, the advantageous Cell commenced his taunts. "Ha ha ha. Gohan, Vegeta. Where is the power you take such pride in?" Vegeta snapped back to reality, cursing vehemently, "Shut your mouth. How dare a thief speak?" Cell continued to mock him. "Heh, Vegeta, you are nothing but a waste. Merely a mouthpiece for the proud Saiyan prince." Gohan was right. If Goku were here, he would undoubtedly have a solution. After all, he was the one Goku had pursued throughout his life. At this, Vegeta fell silent. He loathed himself for being so weak, leading to the current predicament. He was the prince of the Saiyans, yet time and again, he found himself trailing behind others. The first to transform into a Super Saiyan was Goku, who had left him far behind. The first to achieve Super Saiyan 2 was none other than Goku's son, Gohan. The one destined to be the strongest Saiyan now found himself in the shadows of others. He could not fathom why. Despite his relentless efforts, he was perpetually outpaced. Goku was one thing, but even his son had managed to precede him. The creature named Cell in the air was even more detestable, achieving Super Saiyan 2 merely by stealing others' cells. Why was he unable to reach that level himself? In that moment, Vegeta was engulfed in profound self-reproach. His heart shrouded in an endless darkness. Confronted by Cell's merciless taunts, he felt an overwhelming sense of impotence and humiliation. A fire of rage ignited within him, uncontrollable. He was furious at his own weakness. Why could he not transform into Super Saiyan 2? These questions echoed relentlessly in his mind, weighing heavily upon his spirit. Vegeta was acutely aware that if he lost this battle, it would not only be his defeat, but also a calamity for his wife and son. Why did he lack the strength to protect Bulma and Trunks? In that instant, his self-loathing reached its zenith. Meanwhile, Gohan found himself deeply drawn to the aura emanating from Vegeta. This scene mirrored the moment he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta was on the brink of breaking through. In the next instant, lightning began to coalesce around him, and his hair once again surged in volume. A formidable aura swept through everything in the vicinity. In the air, Cell felt as if his hands were burdened with lead. His expression froze, for he sensed that Vegeta's energy had reached the same pinnacle as Gohan's. Meanwhile, the energy sphere wedged between them began to move in reverse. Vegeta successfully transcended to Super Saiyan 2 through his hatred and fury. Die, he bellowed at Cell. The power of Super 2 was entirely channeled into his ultimate flash. In a fleeting moment, both Cell and Bojack lost their composure. Panic gripped their expressions. And in a moment of desperation, Bojack placed his hand on Cell's shoulder, intending to use him as a shield. Cell's eyes widened in fury as he questioned. "What are you doing, you worthless fool?" Grasping Bojack's hand, he recognized Bojack's intent. "Very well, I shall grant you this." With that, Cell positioned Bojack in front of him. "No, don't." Bojack's cries echoed. The fusion of Ultimate Flash and the Kamehameha swiftly engulfed Bojack. The situation turned dire. After executing this, Cell turned to flee. The energy sphere, amplified by the Ultimate Flash and Kamehameha, offered Cell no chance of escape. Boom. The sky erupted with a thunderous roar, obliterating Cell's body entirely, his core vanishing from his mind, leaving no chance of survival. The powerful shockwave dispersed the clouds, transforming the sky into a paradise of light. The once overcast sky became brilliantly illuminated. Confirming Cell's demise, Gohan collapsed to the ground, lying sprawled in a starfish position. Vegeta extended his hands, embracing this newfound power. In the sacred world of the Kais, Trunks suddenly stood up, unable to contain his excitement. Bulma anxiously inquired, "What happened, Trunks?" Trunks smiled with relief. "Mom, Dad, and Gohan won." Upon hearing such splendid news, tears of joy streamed down Bulma's face. She then smiled at Trunks and asked, "Do you want a brother or a sister?" Trunks was momentarily speechless. It seemed Mom was not joking after all. After a second, Trunks replied, "I think a sister would be nice." On King Kai's planet, King Kai was furiously reprimanding Goku and Piccolo. "What foolishness! Piccolo, how many times must I say it before you listen? If the great King Kai finds out about this, I might as well resign." Piccolo hastily concurred. "But wasn't this a breach of the rules?" King Kai retorted, "How about I tell you a joke? Once upon a time." Goku smiled contentedly, realizing that not only had Gohan transcended to Super Saiyan 2, but Vegeta had achieved it as well. At that moment, Piccolo suddenly inquired, "Old son, should we reach out to Gohan and the others?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, pondering. "That could work." Piccolo continued, "Shall we pretend you are still engaging with other formidable warriors from the underworld?" Sun Wukong shook his head, noting that Gohan was now capable of standing on his own, rendering such fabrications unnecessary, chuckling softly. Piccolo sighed, perplexed by Sun Wukong's mindset. "Even if Gohan were aware of your proximity, it wouldn't matter. You have perished. And according to the rules, you cannot assist him." Sun Wukong laughed heartily. "Who says I cannot? After all, Bulma was present at the time. She witnessed Grandma Zong bringing my deceased grandfather before me." He continued, "Similarly, if she knew I was nearby, I cannot guarantee that Bulma wouldn't request Grandma Zong to bring me back for a day." Piccolo's mind raced, surprised to learn of individuals like Grandma Zong existing in the world. "Well, your objective has been achieved. Yet, you are correct. Even with a day at your disposal, it would be challenging to defeat so many adversaries. Ensuring Gohan can stand alone is indeed the ultimate solution." Subsequently, Piccolo turned to the king of the otherworld with a flattering expression, "Then I leave it in your capable hands, Lord King." The king was engrossed in the amusement of Piccolo's jest, and, appreciating the humor, chose to overlook Piccolo's earlier disrespectful behavior. Sun Wukong placed his hand on the king, and the communication was promptly established. "Hello, Gohan, this is King Kai." Son Gohan, who had been lying on the ground, instantly perked up. Lord King, observing Gohan's reaction, Vegeta beside him also became intrigued. However, the king's voice suddenly ceased, and what followed astonished both Vegeta and Gohan. "Hey, Gohan, Vegeta, long time no see. Dad, Kakarot." Tears welled up in Gohan's eyes, spilling over. Vegeta, acutely aware of Sun Wukong's voice, chose to yield the opportunity to converse with him, noting Gohan's reddened eyes. After spending days together, he felt a sense of pity for Gohan, unlike his own son Trunks, who always had him by his side. "Gohan, I am delighted to see you standing strong." "Yes, Dad. Uncle Vegeta and I saved the Earth together." "Keep it up, Gohan. The future of Earth rests upon your shoulders. You both can grow even stronger." With his father's encouragement, Gohan beamed with joy. "By the way, Dad, how are you doing over there? Mom and I miss you dearly." "Do not worry, Gohan. The food here at King Kai's is quite excellent. I train here every day." Upon hearing this, Vegeta interjected, "Kakarot, are you saying you have been training with King Kai all this time?" "Ah, indeed, Vegeta. I have never ceased my training. Vegeta let out a scoff, his eyes shimmering with fervor. Umph, I have already attained the transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Furthermore, I am convinced that I shall surpass both you and your son in due time. Vegeta's unwavering confidence stemmed from his unique ability to eavesdrop on Trunks' innermost thoughts. Goku's expression was one of astonishment. Really? Vegeta, I truly wish to engage in a battle with you. I wonder whose Super Saiyan 2 prowess is superior, yours or mine. Vegeta paused, suddenly struck by a realization. Wait, Kakarot, are you implying that you too have achieved Super Saiyan 2? Goku, realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, laughed awkwardly. Huh, what's Super Saiyan 2? What did I just say? Humph, do not feign ignorance with me, Kakarot. I shall eventually surpass you and your son. Vegeta bellowed towards the heavens, yet Goku's voice was no longer audible. Upon learning that Goku had reached Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta soared into the sky, heading towards the sacred world of the Kais. Gohan's face radiated with joy, having not anticipated that his father had already attained Super Saiyan 2. At that moment, Goku's playful voice resonated once more. Gohan, is Vegeta still around? Gohan replied, Uncle Vegeta has left, Dad. Oh dear, I really let that slip. Suddenly, Goku's tone turned resolute. Gohan, you must become stronger. If it weren't for Vegeta's breakthrough to Super Saiyan 2, Earth. Yes, I understand, Dad. Well then, that's enough for now, Gohan. King Kai is urging me. By the way, Gohan, please convey my apologies to your mother. My departure was far too abrupt. With that, Goku's voice fell silent, and Gohan promptly flew towards the direction of the Capsule Corporation, eager to share this news with Chi-Chi. On King Kai's planet, Goku turned with a cheerful expression. King Kai, I truly appreciate your assistance. However, at that moment, King Kai appeared to be in a daze, unresponsive to Goku and Piccolo's calls. They had no choice but to give him a firm shake, at which point King Kai regained his composure, his countenance grave. What is the matter, King Kai? King Kai's lips trembled as he slowly uttered a few words. The one who killed South Kai has appeared in the Western Galaxy. Chapter 31, 7 years. Earth. Universal Capsule Corporation. It has been 7 years since the defeat of Cell and Broly. Brother, aren't you going to school again? The speaker was a sweet-looking little girl with blue hair, reminiscent of Bulma. After Vegeta and Gohan resolved the crisis on Earth, Bulma eventually fulfilled her promise. This is Bra, the second child of Bulma and Vegeta. The delightful blue-haired girl stood on her tiptoes, pouting as she scolded Trunks, who was clad in a martial arts uniform. Trunks turned around, clasped his hands together, and smiled at Bra. This is the same as before. Please, my dear sister, just tell them I'm sick. As he spoke, Trunks retrieved a lollipop from his pocket and approached Bra. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she tiptoed to accept the treat. Trunks had been training in the hyperbolic time chamber for nearly a year. Although he was only 7 years old, he was actually 8, making him significantly taller than Bra. Gazing at the lollipop in her hand, Bra acquiesced to Trunks' request. Both Trunks and Bra had reached the age for schooling, and this year they both entered the 1st grade. However, since the beginning of the school year, Trunks had been frequently skipping classes, and given his status as the son of the world's richest man, the teachers merely turned a blind eye. As Bra licked her lollipop, she asked Trunks, Brother, aren't you even a little curious? I made a new friend at school. A new girl. Trunks waved his hand dismissively, showing indifference toward school matters. I don't want to go. I have training to focus on. Aren't you worried that Mom and Dad will find out you're skipping school? Trunks, who was adjusting his martial arts uniform, paused for a moment, and then a relieved smile spread across his face. If Vegeta were to learn that Trunks was skipping school to train, he would surely wake up laughing in his sleep. Moreover, Vegeta generally took a hands-off approach with Trunks. If Trunks wanted to train, Vegeta would wholeheartedly support him. As for Bulma, she would likely scold him briefly and let it go. School? What need does the son of the world's richest man have for school? Trunks wore a proud smile once more, leaving Bra perplexed. Hey, brother, what are you smiling about? Trunks snapped back to reality and stammered. Oh, it's nothing, Bra. If Mom and Dad find out, just help me plead my case, and I'll give you lollipops every day, okay? A glimmer of mischief danced in Trunks' eyes. Bra was the cherished darling of Vegeta and Bulma, and with her intervention, Bulma would surely forego any reprimand. All right then, brother, I'm off to school. With that, Bra tossed out a universal capsule, boarded a plane, and set off on her way to school. Meanwhile, Trunks soared into the sky, flying solo towards a small island. A figure glided through the sky, as Trunks surveyed the world beneath him. After 7 years of reconstruction, Earth had regained much of its former glory, though some regions were still in the process of rebuilding. The metropolis of West City had long since flourished again. While Trunks soared at full speed, a familiar silhouette caught his eye. A blonde youth was valiantly confronting a group of criminals attempting to rob a bank. Once again, Gohan was engaging in heroic deeds. In the years following the restoration of peace on Earth, Son Gohan had not paused in his training, balancing both study and martial arts. Gohan's dedication was largely inspired by Trunks. To prevent the events of Dragon Ball Super involving Gohan from recurring, Trunks frequently sought him out for rigorous training sessions. In fact, Trunks had secretly gifted Gohan a gravity chamber, originally designed for Vegeta, cleverly concealed within a capsule. Consequently, Gohan's training had remained consistent, while Trunks himself had honed his skills to a remarkable level. Within the city, another familiar figure captured Trunks' attention. A girl with twin tails was stealthily following Gohan. Already aware that he was the renowned Saiyan superhero, Trunks couldn't help but muse on the sweet serendipity of fate. What a charming pair they would make. Gohan's romantic endeavors seemed imminent. Amused, Trunks accelerated his pace. Soon, he found himself on a small island, a secluded spot far from the mainland, surrounded by ocean, rarely discovered by others. The scenery was breathtaking, exuding an untouched essence. Tap! The crisp sound of footsteps resonated from the ground. In that moment, Trunks' gaze sharpened. Whoosh! Suddenly, 5 energy blasts surged towards him from various bushes. Trunks swiftly raised his head, propelling himself off the ground and executing several agile rolls. He adeptly evaded the 5 energy blasts, which instead struck the mountainside behind him with a resounding impact. Roar! Instantly, the forest reverberated with the growls of large creatures. Moments later, 5 small figures emerged before Trunks. They were none other than the diminutive versions of Cell, born from the creature itself. Gohan had not entirely eliminated them during their previous encounter, and possessing Cell's lineage, they had miraculously survived due to their formidable regenerative abilities. With Cell's demise, they had become leaderless, and to avoid detection by Vegeta and Gohan, they had secluded themselves in this hideaway. Initially, Trunks engaged in combat training with Gohan, which indeed improved his fighting techniques. However, over time, he recognized the limitations of battling Gohan. Gohan's overwhelming strength merely sent him flying time and again, offering minimal opportunity for improvement. Thus, Trunks sought out these 5 small cells, choosing them as his sparring partners. 5 diminutive Cell Juniors simultaneously launched an assault on Trunks. In that instant, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. The searing golden flames surged fiercely, and soon Trunks had attained the full power of the Super Saiyan state. One of the Cell Juniors exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh no. In just 1 month, how has our leader's aura grown stronger?" Another junior shielded his eyes with his hand and blinked. "He resembles him. So much like it. Our leader in this form is strikingly akin to the Gohan of yesteryear." After enduring countless trials at Trunks' hands, the Cell Juniors had long since settled down. Initially, they were quite defiant. But as Trunks gradually grew stronger and defeated them one by one, they ultimately acknowledged him as their leader. Since Trunks referred to Son Gohan as brother, the Cell Juniors also held Gohan in high esteem. Bang! No sooner had the 2 Cell Juniors spoken than their bodies careened like uncontrolled trucks into the other juniors. The 5 of them collapsed onto the ground, clutching their stomachs, while before them stood a golden-haired youth retracting his leg. Trunks, with an icy gaze, intoned, "I have told you not to call me leader." Trunks harbored little fondness for these Cell Juniors, as they had once attempted to rend Vegeta asunder. Were it not for their recent inclination towards reform under his tutelage, he would have dispatched them long ago. One of the Cell Juniors immediately nodded and bowed before Trunks, saying, "Yes, Lord Trunks, we understand. Truly, you are a genius. Your aura has grown even more formidable since our last encounter." Trunks pursed his lips, reminiscing about the past 7 years. During this time, he had diligently trained, never daring to slacken his efforts. Aware that his arrival had altered the inherent history of this timeline, what changes the future held remained a mystery to him. All he could do was strive to grow stronger. Yet, after 7 years, he had only attained the full power of Super Saiyan. The upcoming adversaries would be measured against the standard of Super Saiyan 2. In this world, Son Goten did not exist, rendering the notion of fusing into Gotenks utterly impractical. "No, you can no longer catalyze my progress. Time is running short." With that, Trunks discarded several multifunctional capsules and leapt into the air, soaring away from the island. The Cell Juniors, like children discovering treasure, gleamed with excitement, scrambling to collect the capsules. "I wonder what toys our leader has brought us this time." One exclaimed, "Hey, didn't our leader just say not to call him leader? Did you not hear? We must address him as Lord Trunks." Bang! A cascade of toys erupted from the multifunctional capsules, sending the Cell Juniors into a frenzy of joy. These toys served as incentives for the juniors to willingly act as sparring partners. as Trunks would always leave behind some after delivering a thorough beating. The hearts of the Little Cell Juniors are inherently childlike, and throughout the years, they have maintained their youthful physiques. Hey, what exactly did the leader mean by that statement just now? One of the Little Cell Juniors inquired. Suddenly, a seemingly more intelligent Little Cell Junior paused, and then exclaimed, "Could it be that Lord Trunks thinks we are too weak? If Lord Trunks no longer comes to train with us, will we never receive any toys again?" Upon hearing this, several Little Cell Juniors erupted in a flurry of commotion. Ever since their creation by Cell, their power had remained stagnant at the latter stages of Super Saiyan. Their playful nature had led them to neglect training, which was one of the reasons Trunks could easily defeat them. "No way. For the sake of our toys, we must train," the Little Cell Juniors declared in unison. Chapter 32. Bulma's classmates. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sky blazed with the remnants of twilight. In the courtyard of the brief residence, a jet aircraft descended gracefully. With a sudden burst of energy, Bra leapt from the plane, exclaiming, "Mom, I'm back." Her joyous call drew Bulma, who had been waiting eagerly in the yard, into a tight embrace. Meanwhile, Vegeta, engrossed in a vigorous training session within the gravity chamber, was momentarily captivated by the sweet sound of his daughter's voice. He swiftly changed out of his sweat-drenched attire and rushed to freshen up before darting towards the courtyard. "Daddy." Bra's affectionate call was like an oasis in a desert, soothing Vegeta's heart. His eyes softened with tenderness, but just as he reached out to embrace her, Bra turned and strode directly towards the plane. This unexpected action left Vegeta momentarily stunned, his gentle smile freezing in place, a sight Bulma observed with amusement. Suppressing a laugh, Bulma turned away, while a faint blush crept across Vegeta's face. With no choice, he crossed his arms, holding back his outstretched hands. "Come down, everyone," Bra called into the aircraft, drawing the attention of all present to the plane. 3 diminutive figures descended from the aircraft. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt. We are Bra's classmates. Please take care of us," they chimed in unison, bowing politely to Vegeta and Bulma. These trio were none other than the Pilaf gang, albeit now in the form of children. They had discovered the Dragon Balls a year prior to the emergence of the androids, inadvertently fulfilling their wish to revert to childhood. With the advent of the androids, the Dragon Balls vanished alongside Piccolo, prompting them to abandon their ambitions of world conquest. Now as children, they found themselves unable to make waves as they once had in their youth. Faced with this predicament, they opted for reformation, conforming to the expectations of their age. They toiled to earn tuition and embarked on a journey of education, serendipitously becoming classmates with Bra. Upon conducting some investigation, Pilaf's group uncovered Bra's true identity. She was the daughter of the world's wealthiest individual, Bulma. With newfound purpose, they sought to befriend her. Bulma gazed intently at the trio before her, her penetrating eyes scrutinizing them. The childlike Pilaf stiffened, standing straighter as a sense of alarm washed over him. "Oh no, could she truly recognize us?" Mai's eyes flickered, her expression betraying a sense of guilt as memories of her past confrontations with Bulma flooded her mind. "Could it be that we're about to be discovered?" Asu extended his finger and poked Pilaf, who was drenched in sweat and indecisive. Meanwhile, Pilaf remained hunched over, trembling with fear of being recognized by Bulma. "If I'm discovered, I'll never be able to be friends with Bra," he lamented. "Oh dear. Bra mentioned her home is filled with delicious food. It seems I am destined to miss out on that." Bulma's gaze persisted, and when Pilaf stole a glance, he was startled to see Bulma approaching the trio with a serious demeanor. The 3 of them, already anxious, felt even more uneasy. "You must be Bra's new friends. She talks about you often. Please, lift your heads, you are far too polite." At her prompting, the 3 quickly raised their heads, exchanging glances among themselves. They smiled at one another before turning their attention to Bra. Bra returned their smile, saying, "Come on, you 3, there's no need to be so nervous. My mom is really nice." Bulma nodded in agreement. "Bra, why don't you take them to have some fun? I've already informed the kitchen. When you're tired, bring them something to eat." "Sure, Mom. Let us go." Bra led Pilaf and the others inside, leaving Bulma and Vegeta alone in the courtyard. Bulma moved closer to Vegeta, casting him a sly smile. "What's the matter, proud Saiyan Prince?" She noticed the subtle fragrance emanating from him. It was evident that Vegeta had thoroughly cleaned himself in anticipation of their daughter's return from school. Vegeta had developed this habit after a past incident when Bra, seeking his embrace, was repelled by his overwhelming scent of sweat. He vividly remembered her reluctance, and since then, he had made it a point to freshen up whenever she returned home, though he felt a twinge of disappointment at not receiving his daughter's embrace. Vegeta's pride prevented him from showing it. His cheeks flushed, he crossed his arms and turned away, muttering, "You're so noisy." Just as he intended to retreat back to the gravity chamber, a familiar energy approached. In the sky, a golden cloud floated above the Capsule Corporation. Gohan waved at Bulma and Vegeta. Aunt Bulma, Uncle Vegeta. With a leap, Gohan descended from the flying Nimbus, politely waving goodbye. Thank you, Nimbus. As he gazed at Gohan, whom he hadn't seen in 7 years, Vegeta meticulously sensed the energy radiating from him. Impressive. It seems Gohan has neglected his training over the years. Looks like that little brat Trunks didn't waste my gravity chamber, he mused. I would love to spar with him someday. Gohan, what brings you here? Isn't Trunks with you? Bulma inquired. Gohan scratched his head and looked around. Trunks? He is not at home. Speaking of Trunks, it had been quite a while since he last came to train with me. Aunt Bulma, I have come to seek your assistance. Bulma raised an eyebrow, surprised that Gohan would proactively request her help, as most Saiyan matters pertain to training. She inquired, do you desire a new gravity chamber? Gohan shook his head and recounted the events of his heroic rescue today. Aunt Bulma, I wish for you to design a battle suit that will render me unrecognizable. Bulma confidently patted her chest, assuring him, leave it to me. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky. Trunks was gazing down at the ground. Oh, Gohan has arrived as well. How delightful. Chapter 33. Trunks' plan. Trunks descended to the ground with unwavering determination. Father, Mother, I have returned. Gohan, what brings you here as well? Before Gohan could respond, the stoic Vegeta approached Trunks. The authority of a father was instantly palpable. His brow furrowed deeply as he questioned in a low, grave tone, Trunks. Gohan informs me that you have not sought him for training in quite some time. Initially, you refused to train with me, opting instead to pursue Gohan. Were you merely seeking an excuse to be idle? Faced with Vegeta's imposing countenance, Trunks felt compelled to reveal the truth. Well, Father, I initially trained with Gohan, but I soon realized I could not match his strength. Thus, I sought out those small cell juniors. From Trunks' words and his expression, Vegeta discerned that his son was not lying. And what of your training results? Are those small cell juniors your equals? Upon hearing this, Trunks exuded confidence. They are no match for me, and they even wish to acknowledge me as their leader, though I have declined. At this, Vegeta's heart swelled with delight. The fact that the 5 small cell juniors were no match for Trunks indicated that he had not squandered his training over the years. Vegeta nodded in satisfaction and continued. But they are merely 5 small cell juniors. With that, his piercing gaze shifted to Gohan, revealing the true purpose of his inquiry. And you, Gohan? At this moment, Gohan's demeanor shifted, and he lowered his head, the atmosphere growing tense. Uncle Vegeta, I have not ceased my training since the battle with Cell and Bojack. My strength has continued to grow. However, Gohan hesitated, his expression betraying a hint of uncertainty. Vegeta pressed, however what? Gohan blurted out, however, I have noticed that no matter how I train, it merely results in an increase in power. I have been contemplating that since we were able to transcend Super Saiyan and transform into a Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan, there must be further transformations beyond this level. Trunks furrowed his brow, fully aware of Gohan's intended meaning, yet finding it rather convoluted. He awkwardly chuckled and interrupted, Gohan. The transformation after Super Saiyan should be called Super Saiyan 2, right? After a moment's contemplation, Gohan nodded and continued, in simpler terms. If we can evolve from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2, it stands to reason that there must exist transformations beyond Super Saiyan 2, which we shall tentatively call Super Saiyan 3. Throughout these years of training, I have perpetually felt as though my strength has reached a plateau. I believe my Super Saiyan 2 has attained its zenith, yet I am unable to break through and attain Super Saiyan 3. Listening to Gohan's narration, Vegeta fell into contemplation. It seemed that Gohan had indeed mastered Super Saiyan 2 to its utmost limits. Furthermore, he had begun to realize that there was no way to transcend to a higher transformation. In Vegeta's perspective, Gohan's analysis was not erroneous, after all. He had once heard Trunks' innermost thoughts. The notion that the tail was a prerequisite for transforming into Super Saiyan 4 had been indelibly etched in his mind. There must exist a Super Saiyan 3 between 2 and 4. However, at present, he, like Gohan, faced a similar conundrum, the inability to attain Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta's gaze focused intently on Trunks' small head. To uncover the answer, he would have to look to Trunks. In the next moment, Trunks abruptly shattered the stalemate. Gohan, I wish to train in the hyperbolic time chamber tomorrow. Would you care to join me? Conveniently, tomorrow is the weekend. Upon hearing this, Vegeta instantly perked up. While Trunks felt perplexed by Gohan's invitation to the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan responded in confusion. Huh? Tomorrow? Trunks replied, yes, Gohan. After all, it has been quite some time since we last fought, and I want you to see if I have made any progress. Moreover, I feel I have reached a bottleneck and require your encouragement to break through. Faced with the impending adversaries, Trunks had no choice but to take this step. To achieve Super Saiyan 2 in a short span of time, he must enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan lowered his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Trunks, I have plans with a classmate tomorrow. Observing Gohan's demeanor, Trunks mischievously quipped, Gohan, that classmate of yours is a girl with twin tails, right? She wouldn't happen to be your girlfriend, would she? Gohan's face flushed crimson, and he stared in shock at Trunks, stammering, Trunks, how did you know? Realizing he had misspoken, he fumbled, No, how do you know what she looks like? She is not my girlfriend. Trunks wore a knowing smile. I saw her following you today, so I guessed it was her. Witnessing Gohan's expression, Bulma immediately perked up. Really? Gohan, you have a girlfriend? How is she? Is she pretty? Does your mother know? I must call Chi-Chi to tell her. With a cheerful stride, Bulma turned and dashed into the house, eager to share the delightful news with Chi-Chi. Gohan scratched his head, utterly taken aback that Trunks had happened to witness what transpired today. Given Bulma's enthusiasm, he realized that when he returned home, no matter how he explained it to Chi-Chi, he would likely find it impossible to clarify. Actually, Gohan, why can't we let that big sister join us in the hyperbolic time chamber? Gohan froze, pondering, indeed. After all, isn't it true that Biddy is also training? Isn't it possible for her to join us in the hyperbolic time chamber? However, upon further reflection, Son Gohan posed a question. The gravity within the chamber differs from that of the outside world. She is merely an ordinary person, after all. Moreover, is it not stipulated that only 2 individuals may enter the chamber at a time? If we enter, what will become of Biddy? Before Trunks could respond, Vegeta interjected. This is quite simple. Just bring in a gravity chamber and set it to a negative 10 times gravity. This would counteract the gravity of the hyperbolic time chamber. It was the same method I employed to help Trunks acclimatize to the chamber's gravity. Furthermore, it is possible that the chamber is not limited to just 2 occupants at a time. There was a time when Mr. Popo, Trunks, and I all occupied the chamber simultaneously, so it stands to reason that multiple individuals can enter together. Vegeta's explanation brought a smile to Son Gohan's face, as this way, he could balance both matters. Listening to Vegeta, Trunks couldn't help but mentally commend him, as expected of my father. Yet, Vegeta found little joy in this moment. He felt a twinge of displeasure regarding Trunks' invitation to Gohan to join the chamber, while neglecting to extend the same courtesy to him. With that thought, Vegeta made his way toward the gravity chamber. That brat Trunks wouldn't invite Gohan to the hyperbolic time chamber for no reason. I must go as well. Chapter 34. The Saiyan masked hero. As the night fell, Gohan and Trunks reclined atop the rooftop. Bulma, having learned that Gohan had a rendezvous with Videl the following day, promptly called Chi-Chi, suggesting that they should prepare Gohan for the occasion. Chi-Chi, delighted by the idea, readily agreed. Thus, Gohan found himself obliged to stay at Trunks' residence. Trunks, why must we visit the hyperbolic time chamber tomorrow? Gohan inquired, his hands behind his head, gazing at the stars twinkling in the night sky. A gentle breeze caressed Trunks' face, his expression solemn as visions of Super Saiyan 3 danced in his mind. In the original narrative, only 2 individuals had attained the form of Super Saiyan 3, the first being Goku, and the second, Gotenks. The former tirelessly trained in the other world, ultimately achieving the transformation, while the latter was born from the fusion of Goten and Trunks, who merely glimpsed the form before fusing within the hyperbolic time chamber to reach Super Saiyan 3. Throughout the vast Dragon Ball universe, only Goku and Gotenks had achieved this state. Others either bypassed it entirely or developed their unique forms. Notably, neither Goku nor Gotenks honed their Super Saiyan 3 abilities in ordinary circumstances. Goku trained in the other world, while Gotenks did so within the time chamber. Hence, Trunks speculated that the Super Saiyan 3 transformation could only be cultivated in extraordinary environments, since Gohan could not venture to the other world. The only place Trunks could conceive for Gohan to attain Super Saiyan 3 was the hyperbolic time chamber. With a smile, Trunks explained to Gohan, of course, it is to become stronger. As for why tomorrow, that remains a topic I shall refrain from discussing. This timeline had undergone profound transformations due to his presence. Who could predict the unforeseen events that might unfold? After all, in the preceding 7 years, threats like Cooler and Bojack had emerged. What unexpected adversaries might arise in the days to come? Trunks vaguely recalled that Bojack's seal had been broken due to the death of the South Kai. What truly transpired in the South Galaxy remained a mystery. All he could do was strive to make himself and those around him stronger. The sooner Gohan achieved Super Saiyan 3, the more secure their future would be. Trunks' incomplete response left Gohan somewhat perplexed. Just as he was about to press for more information, a youthful voice called from below, "Brother," and Gohan, "Hurry down. Mom wants you both for dinner." Trunks glanced downward to see Bra waving her hands, only to be taken aback by an astonishing sight. 3 additional figures loomed behind her. Is that the Pilaf gang? What are they doing here? Trunks stared intently at Pilaf, his small eyes filled with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Observing Trunks' puzzled expression, the ever-dependent Pilaf instantly broke into a smile. Greetings, brother of Bra. We are classmates of Bra. Indeed, we are also your classmates, though it appears we have never crossed paths at school. Trunks' mind buzzed. He was utterly taken aback that these 3 individuals could be Bra's classmates. His gaze fixated on Mai, the very girl who would eventually become his girlfriend. Yet, the thought that she was actually older than his mother was somewhat difficult for him to accept. Oh, perhaps overwhelmed by shock. Trunks merely moved his lips slightly before leaping down alongside Gohan. He walked ahead, his brow furrowed in concentration. The complexities of this timeline were becoming increasingly obscured to him. Meanwhile, Gohan, trailing behind, wore a bewildered expression, having just engaged in a lively conversation with Trunks, who had now grown distant. Bra pouted, her mind swirling with questions. What has happened to my brother? He isn't usually like this. Pilaf, Mai, and Asu, I sincerely apologize. My brother might be lost in thought. Pilaf and Asu smiled apologetically, repeatedly assuring her, it's quite all right. However, Mai exhibited a different reaction. Her gaze fixed intently on Trunks' retreating figure. Her cheeks flushed with warmth as she quietly mused, he exudes such an aloof charm. I feel so. Before long, they arrived at the dining area. Bulma had already prepared a sumptuous feast, yet Trunks found himself perplexed by the presence of 2 tables. One table was laden with an extravagant array of dishes, while the other was stacked high with plates. With a wave of her hand, Bulma summoned a group of robots, who efficiently cleared the plates away. With hands on her hips, Bulma sighed and apologized. I'm sorry, my husband had some matters to attend to, which is why he left early. Trunks sensed Vegeta's energy and confirmed that he was indeed absent. Famished, Trunks paid little heed to the surrounding commotion. Thus, the dining table transformed into a battleground, swiftly engulfed in a whirlwind of activity. After dinner, Gohan found himself compelled to change into several outfits. Ultimately, under Bulma's direction, he was dressed in a brown suit. By the way, Bulma, when will my transformation outfit be ready? Gohan was more concerned about this than the suit. As one of the most brilliant scientists on Earth, Bulma had already taken care of this trivial matter. She handed Gohan a watch, saying, it's ready. Made precisely to your specifications. Just press this button, and you can transform. Gohan took the watch, donned it, and, under the watchful eyes of Trunks and Bulma, instantly transformed into the Saiyan masked hero. Gazing into the mirror, he was thoroughly pleased with his new attire. He even struck a few whimsical poses, feeling utterly at ease. Having been inspired by the Ginyu Force during his childhood. What do you think, Trunks? Cool, right? Why not have Bulma design a set for Trunks as well? Trunks stood there, momentarily dazed. Although he had mentally prepared himself for such a scenario, he was still unable to contain his emotions when it actually unfolded. That Gohan is indeed quite dashing, yet I feel he is not quite suited for me. Perhaps you could inquire with Videl tomorrow? Speaking of Videl, Gohan returned to his usual self. Oh, right. I seem to have forgotten to inform Videl not to come to my house tomorrow. Never mind. I shall pick her up first thing in the morning. As they conversed, a shadow suddenly darted past the window, moving with remarkable speed. However, both Trunks and Gohan sensed the presence of this shadow simultaneously. It was none other than Vegeta. Trunks looked curiously out the window. What could my father possibly be doing at this late hour? Chapter 35. Bitterly, amidst the melodious chirping of early birds, a new day dawned. Oblivious to the fact that Sun Wukong had long departed, Trunks remained in a deep slumber. Transformed into the Saiyan masked hero, Sun Wukong embarked on a quest to locate Bitterly. In this timeline, the monstrous Cell had been swiftly vanquished by Sun Wukong and Vegeta within a single day. Thus the Cell Games were never held, and Satan did not ascend to the status of a great hero. The populace remained entirely unaware of the defeat of the androids by Sun Wukong and Vegeta. They only recalled that 7 years prior, the androids had suddenly materialized, only to vanish days later. To them, it seemed as though the king had successfully found the young lad who once triumphed over Demon King Piccolo and had once again saved humanity. In West City, within a dojo known as the Satan Martial Arts Hall, the absence of a great hero meant that Satan City did not exist either. Although Satan lacked mastery over key manipulation, he was still considered a prominent figure among ordinary earthlings. He had garnered local fame and expanded his dojo into West City. A spirited girl with twin ponytails, clad in a white shirt, busily packed her belongings. Dad, I'm leaving, Bitterly exclaimed, pulling out a universal capsule and boarding a jet car, ready to embark on her journey to Baozi Mountain. Satan, hands on his hips, waved farewell, muttering in disbelief. Who could possibly be more formidable than me? I can assure you he is quite powerful. Biddy shouted back. With that, she pressed the accelerator and sped away. Biddy attended a high school in West City. Although she had not become a pampered heiress, Satan ensured that she wanted for nothing. Under his influence, Biddy remained passionate about martial arts. Within her family's dojo, she was regarded as an unparalleled presence, destined to surpass Satan someday. However, her perspective shifted dramatically when she witnessed a golden-haired youth effortlessly catching bullets with his bare hands and swiftly dispatching all the criminals. Even more astonishing, she watched him leap onto an 18-story building with remarkable agility. Now, she was on her way to seek this young man to discuss martial arts. Despite the bustling nature of West City, incidents of robbery and gun violence persisted daily. Unfortunately, Biddy witnessed such an event unfold before her eyes. With a keen understanding of martial arts and a compassionate heart, she was particularly averse to such heinous acts. Without hesitation, she brought her vehicle to a stop and resolutely approached the assailants. Just as she was about to intervene, a stranger clad in peculiar attire suddenly appeared before her. Once again, she observed the familiar technique of catching bullets unfold before her. The speed exhibited by this individual was so extraordinary that she could scarcely comprehend it. In mere moments, he subdued all the criminals with effortless grace. "Damn it! Who are you?" one of the assailants bellowed. Sun Wukong raised his hands to his forehead, adopting a half-crouched stance before executing a series of elegant spins. "I am the embodiment of justice, the masked savior dedicated to vanquishing evil." Observing the unfamiliar man before her, whose abstract and clumsy movements were anything but impressive, Biddy could not help but sigh. It was all rather juvenile. She slowly approached Sun Wukong and gently prodded his arm. "Wukong?" Startled, Sun Wukong's mind was thrown into disarray, and anxiously he glanced around, ensuring no other acquaintances were present. He leaned closer to Biddy's ear. "Biddy, how did you recognize me?" To this, Biddy shrugged and replied, "I recognized your voice. Who else could so swiftly deal with a villain?" Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly. "Ah. Haha. It seems I should refrain from speaking too much in the future." Biddy inquired, "What brings you here, Wukong? And why are you dressed like that?" With a flourish, Sun Wukong waved his cape and glanced at his attire. "Hee, don't you think my transformation outfit is splendid, Biddy?" Gazing at his self-satisfied demeanor, Biddy found it difficult to voice her true thoughts. Yes, it looks great. But didn't we agree that I would come to find you?" Sun Wukong cast a glance at the car behind her, then explained, "Well, circumstances have changed. I must head to a place called the Hyperbolic Time Chamber for training. Aren't you eager to learn to fly? Why not join me? It's a unique space where one day outside equals an entire year inside." Listening to Sun Wukong's words, Biddy's eyes sparkled with excitement, her twin ponytails almost standing on end, overwhelmed by exhilaration. A year inside, a day outside. How extraordinary. The girl could hardly contain her curiosity and quickly stowed her jet car. "Wukong, let us go?" Sun Wukong, taken aback by Biddy's enthusiasm, nodded vigorously. "All right, Biddy. But first we need to stop by Capsule Corporation. I have to wake up Trunks." Biddy paused. Capsule Corporation? Isn't that the leading company in the world? How could Wukong possibly be going there? Before she could fully process this, Sun Wukong's hands were already resting on her waist. Biddy jolted, instinctively tensing. The naive blush of youth adorned her cheeks, her breath quickening as she turned to face Sun Wukong. Yet, he simply spoke earnestly, "Miss Biddy, we're about to depart. Please hold on tightly." In the next instant, she found herself lifted into the air by Sun Wukong. Though he was no ordinary boy, she was still a girl, and as a first-time flyer, a flicker of fear coursed through her. Obediently, she wrapped her arms around Sun Wukong. At that moment, she experienced the sheer joy of flight for the first time. The exhilarating sensation made her forget everything else. The wind tousled her hair, yet, strangely, it felt warm rather than cold. After several seconds of soaring through the air, they finally arrived at Capsule Corporation. As the two individuals touched down simultaneously, the enchanting and fantastical sensation lingered in Biddy's heart, her delicate face still aglow with a rosy hue. Her inquisitive gaze roamed across the expansive courtyard and the opulent decor, and she was certain she had arrived at the Capsule Corporation. "Biddy, please wait a moment. I will summon Trunks right away." At that moment, an extraordinarily beautiful woman appeared before Biddy. Bulma approached with a smile, waving at Biddy. The words "girlfriend of Gohan" hovered on the tip of her tongue, causing Gohan to feel an immediate sense of discomfort. Fortunately, Bulma quickly recognized her faux pas and continued, fellow student, Biddy, isn't it? I am Bulma. It is a pleasure to meet you." A shiver ran down Biddy's spine. She had long heard of the Capsule Corporation, the empire of the world's wealthiest individual. And she had certainly heard tales of this young and beautiful woman before. Hello, Ms. Bulma. It is a pleasure to meet you. Bulma smiled gently, taking Bidalai's hand. Oh, no need to be nervous. You can call me Aunt Bulma, just like Gohan does. Let me tell you, Gohan is a wonderful boy. I have watched him grow up. Faced with Bulma's warm enthusiasm, Bidalai's previously tense heart began to ease. Meanwhile, Gohan's face had turned a deep crimson, as Bulma had clearly mistaken Bidalai for his girlfriend. To spare Bidalai any embarrassment, Gohan felt compelled to interject. Aunt Bulma, could you please call Trunks for me? We had arranged to go to the hyperbolic time chamber. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared atop the roof. Gohan. Trunks had been waiting for quite some time, having just witnessed an amusing scene. A broad smile adorned his face, exuding an air of lingering delight. Shall we go? Trunks said, immediately taking flight towards the sacred world of the Kais. Gohan wrapped his arm around Bidalai's waist, preparing to follow Trunks when Bulma called out to the young couple. Wait, please take this with you. Bulma then produced several capsules and handed them to Gohan. These contained food, all of Trunks' favorites. I wasn't sure how long you would be inside, so I prepared a bit extra. Gohan accepted the capsules and quickly followed in Trunks' wake. Watching the trio vanish from sight, Bulma retrieved a remote control, summoning a mother and child robot. A large screen materialized, revealing Chi-Chi's image. Well, Chi-Chi, what do you think? Are you satisfied? Bulma inquired. Chi-Chi beamed with happiness, responding, as long as Gohan is happy, that is all that matters. Chapter 36. Vegeta trapped in the hyperbolic time chamber. The dutiful Trunks. In the sky, three figures were soaring forward with remarkable speed. Videl recalled the tales that Gohan had shared about the hyperbolic time chamber. A peculiar realm where one day outside equated to a year inside. Such an extraordinary space she had only encountered in science fiction novels. Could such a wondrous place truly exist? Gohan. Videl's eyes widened with curiosity, eagerly awaiting Gohan's response. Before Gohan could articulate his thoughts, Trunks interjected. Big sister. Once we arrive at the hyperbolic time chamber, you will understand. Besides the time dilation, the gravity inside is tenfold that of the outside world. The temperature fluctuations between day and night are also quite significant. Trunks explained to Videl with a mischievous glint in his eyes. So, big sister, do you still intend to join us? After all, you are merely an ordinary person. Videl's gaze focused on Trunks, and she suddenly noticed that this child had a tail. A person with a tail is certainly not ordinary, she pondered. Trunks' words held merit. Both he and Gohan possessed the ability to fly, and although she was also a martial artist, she felt incredibly mundane in their presence. Yet, she was not one to easily concede. After all, she had come this far. I still want to enter with you, she declared resolutely. Gohan promised to teach me how to fly. With that, Videl clenched her teeth and cast a determined glance at Gohan. Right, Gohan. Gohan, filled with renewed enthusiasm, replied. Since Videl has made up her mind to train with me, let us proceed together. Upon hearing this, Videl and Gohan shared a smile. Trunks, equally motivated, thought to himself that he had certainly secured a bright light to accompany them. The trio hastened their flight, and soon Videl's eyes beheld a magnificent structure suspended in the air. Ahead lies the sacred temple. Videl, the hyperbolic time chamber, is within. Whoosh. The three of them landed gracefully upon the sacred temple. Nestled in Gohan's embrace, Videl was instantly captivated by the mysterious and opulent surroundings of the temple. She gazed left and right, suddenly blinking in disbelief as she approached the edge of the temple and looked down. Is this real? Does such a place truly exist in this world? Is this where the deities reside? You guessed correctly, big sister. This is indeed where the deities dwell. Known as the sacred temple, Trunks elucidated. Videl's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The occurrences of the past few days had consistently defied her understanding, all linked to Gohan. Once more, she regarded Gohan with admiration. At that moment, Gohan was searching for something. Strange, where has Mr. Popo gone? I haven't seen him around. It had been 7 years since his last visit, and both Gohan and Trunks had physically matured. Concerned that Mr. Popo might not recognize them, Gohan called out, Mr. Popo, are you here? It's me, Gohan. Trunks, may I borrow the room of spirit and time? There was still no response. Son Gohan immediately sensed something was amiss. After all, regardless of how much he and Trunks altered their appearances, Mr. Popo could still perceive their energy. Gohan. Trunks' voice interrupted son Gohan's thoughts. Gohan turned to look at Trunks, who was standing at the entrance of the room of spirit and time. To Gohan's astonishment, he discovered that the door to the passage was ajar. Gohan, Mr. Popo's energy is inside. Trunks had sensed Mr. Popo's presence, which was indeed at the end of the passage. The two brothers exchanged knowing nods, realizing that a significant event had occurred, and they instinctively dashed toward the passage. Their footsteps echoed throughout the sacred world of the Kais. A bewildered Biddy struggled to keep pace with them. Gohan, Trunks, wait for me. Yet. The two paid no heed to Biddy's cries and continued their descent. The door to the room of spirit and time visible from the sacred world of the Kais was merely an entryway leading to the lowest level. The door opened into a passage, at the end of which lay the room of spirit and time, situated at the very bottom of the sacred world. Eventually, they spotted Mr. Popo squatting beside the room of spirit and time. His complexion was grim, and his dark face was slick with sweat. In fact, he did not even acknowledge their arrival. Mr. Popo, why are you guarding the entrance to the room of spirit and time? Son Gohan asked anxiously. Trunks also cast a concerned glance. Mr. Popo, what has transpired? As he spoke, Trunks waved his hand in front of Mr. Popo's eyes. At last, a flicker of life appeared in Mr. Popo's gaze. Upon recognizing Trunks, he displayed a look of profound regret. His nose tinged with emotion, he nearly broke into tears. I'm so sorry, Trunks. It's all my fault. I couldn't prevent Vegeta from entering the room of spirit. In time, Son Gohan and Trunks exchanged shocked glances. Realizing that Vegeta had silently left the previous night to enter the room of spirit and time, it dawned on them that he had already been inside since that moment. But why is Mr. Popo crying? Son Gohan inquired. Mr. Popo's voice grew somber as he explained, Vegeta has entered the room of spirit and time twice before, each time for less than 2 days. However, this time he has exceeded that limit. If he remains for more than 2 days, the door to the room will vanish forever. Vegeta may never return. Trunks, I'm sorry. I tried desperately to stop Vegeta, but he wouldn't listen. He even threatened to destroy the sacred world if I didn't let him in. Listening to Mr. Popo's explanation, Trunks' lips twitched. To him, it was indeed something his father would do. Trunks, however, did not exhibit any signs of sorrow. Instead, he gently assisted Mr. Bobo to his feet and offered words of comfort, saying, Mr. Bobo, do not be too hard on yourself. Trunks' reaction elicited peculiar glances from both Gohan and Mr. Bobo. It was a moment that should have been filled with grief, yet he chose to console Bobo instead. This unexpected behavior caused Gohan to blink in surprise, his expression reflecting a degree of astonishment. Has Trunks been affected by some stimulus? Is there no other way to salvage the situation, Mr. Bobo? Before Bobo could respond, Trunks, exuding confidence, gazed with unwavering determination. There was not a trace of sorrow on his face. Rather, he appeared surprisingly joyful. Mr. Bobo, Gohan, please do not worry. My father will surely emerge. Upon hearing this, Gohan's confusion deepened. After all, Vegeta was trapped in the hyperbolic time chamber, yet Trunks remained cheerful. Gohan felt compelled to look once more at Mr. Bobo, yearning for a definitive answer. Chapter 37. A new crisis approaches. The mystery from 7 years ago is unraveled. Gohan. Trunks. Wait for me. Accompanied by the sound of a girl's panting, Videl appeared before the three. I apologize, Videl, something has come up. I'm so sorry, Gohan said. His expression filled with regret as he recounted the events to her. Upon hearing that Vegeta was trapped in the hyperbolic time chamber, Videl instinctively glanced at Trunks, offering comfort. Trunks, I'm really sorry to hear this news, please don't. Trunks slightly raised the corner of his mouth and interrupted her. Don't worry, Videl. My father will definitely be able to come out. His confident assertion puzzled everyone, as he had previously expressed such certainty about Vegeta's escape more than once. The silence among the group was broken by Mr. Popo, the attendant of the Divine Palace, who spoke with authority on the hyperbolic time chamber. He explained that once the door to the chamber disappears, those inside would be permanently trapped. However, there is another way to escape. If one's power reaches a certain level, they can shatter the spatial barrier and emerge. Mr. Popo's words ignited fervor among the group. So, if Uncle Vegeta can break the spatial barrier with his power, he can escape from the hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan's gaze became distant. From last night until now, almost half a day has passed, which means half a year has elapsed inside the chamber. The fact that Uncle Vegeta has not yet emerged indicates that his current power is insufficient to break through the space barrier. But why is Trunks so certain that Uncle Vegeta will definitely break free? Come on, Gohan, Videl, we can train outside as well. Let Gohan teach you the instant transmission technique, Trunks suggested, his tone unusually calm, devoid of any sign of worry. For him, Vegeta had already reached the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 2, and after entering the hyperbolic time chamber, transcending to Super Saiyan 3 was just around the corner. In the original story, Gotenks transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and broke the spatial barrier. Thus, Vegeta would surely be able to shatter the barrier and emerge once more from the chamber. Seeing that the two were reluctant to move, Trunks gently nudged Gohan's back. "Let us go. Gohan, what are you thinking about?" In the vastness of the universe, amidst boundless darkness, a single point of light shone brilliantly as a spaceship approached Earth at light speed. Inside the spacecraft, a man lay in a state of suspended animation. However, his slumber appeared troubled, his brow furrowed repeatedly, and his robust physique tensed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. In an instant, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his nostrils, and his fierce gaze turned towards the corpse in the corner. It seemed the owner of the body had not been dead for long. "Humph, trash." The man cast a disdainful glance at the corpse, and in the next moment, he shockingly consumed it, indulging in raw flesh and blood. His spacecraft drew ever closer to Earth. In the Temple of the Gods, Vegeta had her eyes tightly shut, wholly focused on guiding her breath. Under the tutelage of Son Gohan, she had finally grasped the threshold of the art of flight. Yet, in less than a second, the energy in her palm dissipated, and her body weakened. To her astonishment, Vegeta was making such rapid progress. Indeed, those who practice martial arts find it easier to learn. Son Gohan couldn't help but give Vegeta a thumbs up. Hearing Gohan's praise, Vegeta was elated. "Does this mean I can fly?" she asked eagerly. "Not quite yet, Sister Vegeta. This is merely the beginning. You must first master the manipulation of your energy before you can learn to fly," Trunks explained, soaring through the sky, occasionally circling behind Vegeta. She gazed at Trunks with a mixture of envy and admiration as he flew effortlessly. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated in the minds of the two brothers, prompting Trunks to calm down. "Gohan, we have a serious situation." "Lord Kai," Son Gohan and Trunks exclaimed in unison. "The individual who killed the South Kai 7 years ago has arrived in our northern galaxy." Instantly, Gohan and Trunks were alert and attentive. It was this very person who had caused the resurrection of Bojack by killing the South Kai. "My father and I have been monitoring him for many years." The voice continued. "He was originally in the West Galaxy, but for reasons unknown, he vanished and has now reappeared in our northern galaxy after 7 years. Moreover, he is heading towards Earth." Upon hearing this, the brothers' expressions grew grave. The aged voice trembled as it continued. "Please, Gohan, Trunks, this individual's power is terrifying. Even Goku wishes to have Baba bring him back to Earth for a day." Gohan's body quaked slightly. If even his father found him frightening, then he must take to the field himself. Trunks became vigilant, pondering who could instill such fear in Uncle Goku. The Kai continued, "Indeed, Goku wishes to return, but there has been a situation in the afterlife, and he and Piccolo have already rushed there. Therefore, Earth is in your hands. Once he resolves the chaos in the afterlife, he will return to assist you." "By the way, what about Vegeta?" Gohan inquired. Gohan was momentarily at a loss for words. "Lord Kai, Uncle Vegeta is trapped in the hyperbolic time chamber and may not be able to emerge for a while." Upon hearing this, the Kai grew anxious, stamping his foot in frustration. To think that Vegeta would be absent at such a critical juncture. At that moment, Trunks froze midair, gazing upwards. Simultaneously, Gohan stood tall, also looking towards the sky. "Brother Gohan, do you sense it too?" Vegeta asked. Gohan, with his keen perception, had already detected the intense and malevolent energy reaching Earth's atmosphere. "Lord Kai, we can't afford to delay any longer. Trunks and I are heading out." Having spoken, Sun Wukong and Trunks severed the connection with King Kai. "I apologize, Vidi, but Trunks and I have pressing matters to attend to. Please stay here and do not wander off." Gazing at the earnest expression of Sun Wukong, Vidi nodded vigorously, evidently recognizing the gravity of the situation. Determined not to hinder their efforts, she resolved to heed Sun Wukong's advice. The figures of Sun Wukong and Trunks transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the source of the menacing aura. The two did not dare to lose a moment, for during their brief conversation with King Kai, they had already sensed that the enemy had arrived on Earth. Moments later, they successfully reached a desolate expanse. A spaceship loomed into view, and a towering, muscular man with his upper body bare emerged before them. Trunks immediately recognized the identity of this individual. It was none other than Broly, the original version of Broly. What took Trunks by surprise, however, was the conspicuous letter M emblazoned upon Broly's forehead. Chapter 38. The astonished Kaioshin duo in a desolate expanse. Amidst an otherworldly stone forest, two peculiar figures clandestinely observed Broly. 1. A tall man with a face etched by time, respectfully inquired of his diminutive companion, "Lord Kaioshin, should we intervene to halt these two earthlings?" "Jebbit, do you not find this individual somewhat familiar?" Kaioshin's gaze was piercing, fixated intently on Broly. Following the direction of Kaioshin's stare, Jebbit was struck by a sudden recollection. as Broly's imposing figure ignited memories of a past threat. It is he, the one who plunged the southern galaxy into peril. How could he possibly have resurfaced on Earth? He had vanished for so long, and now he reappears without warning. Kaioshin's eyes transformed into crescents as he discerned the insignia upon Broly's forehead. Jebbit. The situation appears more intricate than we had anticipated. I did not foresee that the one under Babiti's control would be him. Jebbit, his emotions in turmoil, realized that the circumstances had exceeded his expectations. What a predicament. What shall we do? We are well aware of Broly's formidable abilities. The priority must be to rescue others. Let these two Earthlings flee. With this, both figures leapt into action, positioning themselves in front of Gohan and Trunks. Earthlings, move away quickly. This place is perilous. Jebbit glared at Trunks and Gohan, issuing a stern warning. Recognizing Jebbit and Kaioshin, Trunks hesitated, yet he and Gohan remained resolute. Advancing towards Broly, their eyes fixed with determination. This area is dangerous. You must leave at once. Kaioshin's voice was heavy with urgency as he reiterated his warning. However, in that very instant, he sensed a gust of wind brush past him. In a startling flash, the brothers appeared before Jebbit and Kaioshin. Confusion clouded Kaioshin's mind. When did they arrive? Gohan took a defensive stance, kindly advising the two behind him. This is hazardous. I urge you both to depart. As he regarded the youthful warriors before him, Kaioshin's gaze began to waver. Hey, you two older gentlemen in the back, kindly step aside. I fear you might get hurt. Trunks remarked, his tone considerate as he cautioned Kaioshin. Unbeknownst to him, Kaioshin's fate was inexplicably intertwined with Beerus. If Beerus were to learn that this lad dared to confront Broly, one could only imagine his reaction. Jebbit's furrowed brow deepened with ire. You insolent child. Do you have any idea who stands before you? Yet, before he could finish, Trunks instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan at full power. A wave of heat surged forth, striking Jebbit squarely in the face, causing him to swallow his words. The energy emanating from this child was astonishing. Jebbit's breathing grew slow, captivated by the scene before him. Yet, in the next moment, a golden energy lotus blossomed around Gohan. Realizing that this individual was so formidable that even his father found him terrifying, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. At this moment, it was not only Jebbit who was astonished. The Supreme Kai, standing nearby, was left utterly speechless, fully perceiving that Gohan's strength surpassed his own. Uncle, you can see that this fellow is extraordinary, can't you? You are no match for him. Please keep your distance, Trunks remarked, though his words were rather uncomfortable to hear. Nevertheless, the Supreme Kai and Jebbit silently acquiesced to this advice. Trunks turned his gaze towards Gohan and continued, additionally, Gohan, I believe I must accompany these two uncles for a while. I leave this to you for now. Trunks' eyes lingered on the M-shaped emblem atop Broly's head. Realizing that Babidi must have already arrived on Earth, the immediate priority was to eliminate Babidi alongside the Supreme Kai. Once Babidi was dealt with, the problem could be resolved at its source, ensuring that Majin Buu could not be resurrected. The situation with Broly under Babidi's control had exceeded his expectations. Should Majin Buu be revived, unforeseen complications would undoubtedly arise. Gohan cast a puzzled glance at Trunks, inquiring, What is going on, Trunks? Trunks replied, I believe these two uncles require my assistance. He then strode directly toward the Supreme Kai. Uncle, what is your purpose for coming to Earth? Trunks asked, feigning ignorance. Although Trunks appeared to be inquiring, he was actually reminding the Supreme Kai and Jebbit of their situation, prompting them both to recover from their shock. We are here to prevent a sorcerer named Babidi from resurrecting Majin Buu, the Supreme Kai responded. Trunks' tone deepened. Have you located him? The child's questioning bore an air of pressure, and the Supreme Kai answered truthfully, No, but we discovered this individual marked with the M on his forehead. He is under Babidi's control. Thus, by following him, we can ascertain Babidi's whereabouts. Trunks continued to probe. Have you observed any other individuals with the M emblem on Earth? The Supreme Kai pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Aside from this person, we have not encountered anyone else. Upon hearing this, Trunks seemed to grasp something instantly. Since Broly entered the Earth's atmosphere, everyone's attention had been fixated on him, while Babidi had not shown himself at all. Observing the Supreme Kai's reaction, Trunks felt a pang of frustration. If I am not mistaken, Broly is indeed a decoy. We have fallen into Babidi's trap. What are the Supreme Kai and Jebbit doing? They are more of a hindrance than a help. However, it cannot solely be blamed on the Supreme Kai and Jebbit. This version of Babidi is simply too cunning. Trunks cast his gaze upon a seemingly frail figure in the distance, Broly, who emanated an aura of unparalleled malevolence. As a servant of Babidi, the sheer force of Broly's unleashed energy was sufficient to resurrect several Majin Buu. It can be surmised that Babidi had completed his energy collection. During the time the Kaioshin observed Broly, Babidi must have located the egg of Majin Buu. It now appears that the resurrection of Majin Buu is an inevitable certainty. Chapter 39. The Resurrected Majin Buu. In a desolate expanse of earth, within an eerie structure, a diminutive sorcerer gazes through a mystical orb, observing the entirety of the unfolding battle. Behind him lies a grotesque, blood vessel-laden cocoon. Just as Trunks had surmised, Babidi has indeed succeeded. Babidi grins wickedly, exclaiming, "Well done, Broly." Haha. Thanks to Broly's diversion of the Supreme Kai's attention, I was able to locate Buu's egg. This East Supreme Kai is truly foolish. A pink figure, servile and cringing, kneels before Babidi, proclaiming, "Congratulations, Lord Babidi. We shall soon revive Majin Buu." The speaker is none other than Dabura, the king of the demon realm. Babidi lets out a sinister chuckle, instructing, "Dabura, bring forth all the energy extracted from Broly." "At once, Lord Babidi," Dabura responds. Babidi turns, eyes gleaming with anticipation as he gazes at the cocoon-sealing Majin Buu. "My Majin Buu, I shall revive you at once." Moments later, Dabura approaches Babidi, carrying several night pot-shaped vessels. "Lord Babidi, this is all the energy. What shall we do now?" he inquires. "Fool. Of course, it all goes to my Buu," Babidi exclaims, seizing a vessel and fervently infusing energy into the cocoon. Observing this, Dabura hastily assists. At last, after a minute of pouring energy, the cocoon begins to stir, undergoing a transformation. Under the watchful gaze of Babidi and Dabura, the cocoon shakes violently, and a plume of smoke erupts from within. Babidi's eyes remain glued to the cocoon, his focus unwavering as he observes every change. Suddenly, a cracking sound reverberates through the air. Babidi's tongue nearly drops to his neck, his eyes bulging as his mouth hangs agape, for the cocoon is empty. Panic sets in. Where is Majin Buu? Where is my Majin Buu? Babidi nearly loses his sanity, his eyes nearly bursting with rage, and his expression grotesquely contorted. "Lord Babidi, what is this?" Dabura points at the pink mist swirling above the cocoon. In moments, the mist coalesces, forming a humanoid shape. The plump figure of Majin Buu materializes before Babidi's eyes. "At last, my Majin Buu, you have finally returned." Yet, the newly revived Majin Buu appears utterly indifferent to Babidi, who is met with cold disregard. Majin Buu pouts, questioning, "Who are you?" Babidi replies, "Majin Buu. I am your master, Babidi." However, Majin Buu seems unconcerned by Babidi's self-introduction, making a face at him instead. Babidi glares in frustration, teeth clenched. Suddenly, Majin Buu halts his antics, tapping his head as if recalling something. Babidi gazed at Majin Buu with a look of longing, as if something had sparked in his memory. However, the response from Majin Buu was simply, "I am hungry. I want to eat." Nearby, Dabura, witnessing this scene, could not help but feel disheartened, exclaiming, "Lord Babidi, this fellow appears rather foolish and weak. Have we made a mistake?" Babidi immediately retorted, "Silence. How dare you speak of my Majin Buu?" In that moment, Babidi resembled a father who had just welcomed a precious child into the world. Upon learning of Majin Buu's hunger, he frantically searched his person for food, but to his dismay, found none. "I'm sorry, Majin Buu. I will find something for you right away." Upon hearing this, Majin Buu's expression shifted dramatically. His eyes glinted with cunning as he fixed his gaze upon Dabura. In an instant, a purple beam shot from the top of his head towards Dabura. "Humph, you are the foolish one. Transform into chocolate." The speed of the beam was astonishing, surpassing Dabura's reflexes. With no time to evade, Dabura was transformed into chocolate and consumed by Majin Buu. Babidi's eyes quivered in disbelief. "No. Dabura has been eaten." Yet, the next moment, a sinister smile crept onto his face. "Truly, my Majin Buu. He has eliminated Dabura with a single strike." Babidi paid no mind to Dabura's demise. His focus was on his more significant ally, Broly. "Come, Majin Buu, let us seek out Broly and teach that Kaioshin a lesson." At this moment, Babidi was filled with ambition, entirely fueled by the confidence Majin Buu instilled in him. However, he was met with silence from Majin Buu, who merely stuck out his tongue in a playful manner. Babidi, infuriated, shouted, "Majin Buu, if you refuse to listen to me, I shall seal you away once more." He gestured towards the severed meat cocoon lying on the ground. At this point, Majin Buu, still in a childlike state, became docile upon being threatened. Thus, the two flew towards Broly's location. "Gohan, let us go together." Trunks flew alongside son Gohan. "Do those two gentlemen not require your assistance?" Gohan inquired. Trunks shook his head, feeling reluctant to say much more. He had deduced that Majin Buu had been revived, and the immediate concern was to address the situation at hand. As Gohan approached, Broly suddenly sensed something unusual. His brow furrowed. The figure before him bore a resemblance to someone from his childhood memories. Tentatively, he asked, "Kakarot?" Gohan, taken aback, paused, realizing that Broly had invoked his father's Saiyan name. "Is he also a Saiyan?" "Gohan, do not lose focus. This guy has set his sights on you." Trunks cautioned Gohan. He was acutely aware of Broly's past. Merely encountering Goku or someone resembling him instantly diminished his rationality while simultaneously amplifying his combat prowess. As anticipated, following that exclamation, Broly's muscles began to swell. In the next moment, his form was enveloped in a golden radiance. Indeed, he was also a Saiyan. Before Gohan could fully express his astonishment, the golden light was abruptly replaced by a vivid green glow. His once flowing golden hair transformed into a striking green under the influence of this emerald luminescence. Energy auras surged, sweeping across the surroundings. Hidden among the rubble, Jebet and King Kai were rendered speechless by the spectacle. In the span of a single day, they had witnessed 3 individuals whose might eclipsed their own. Jebet had previously conducted inquiries into Broly. He believed that anyone capable of slaying the West Kai must possess considerable strength. Yet after Broly's mysterious disappearance, he had not delved further into the matter. He had underestimated Broly's power, leading to the earlier confrontation with Gohan and Trunks alongside King Kai. Are all Saiyans monsters? Jebet mused. King Kai shielded his eyes, as the unfolding scene far exceeded his expectations. The legendary Super Saiyan, indeed, was remarkably formidable, Trunks remarked. Under the stimulus of Broly's transformation, the Saiyan cells within Trunks and Gohan began to tremble. "I feel a tinge of fear, yet an overwhelming thrill, Gohan," Trunks exclaimed. "Me too." As they spoke, both brothers propelled themselves forward, their feet lifting from the ground as a gentle breeze arose beneath them. With charged legs, they launched towards Broly. A resounding thud echoed as a strike imbued with the power to shatter stars impacted Broly's chest. Immediately, a flurry of punches erupted upon Broly, dazzling in their intensity, causing his form to stagger backward. However, Trunks understood that this was merely an illusion. Broly was testing their strength. As expected, Broly suddenly displayed a cunning glint in his eyes. A fist as large as a sandbag filled Trunks' vision. "Get lost, you nuisance." Trunks was sent flying in an instant. There was no way a Super Saiyan at full power could contend with Broly's advanced transformation. Broly was a demon of intellect, his gaze solely fixed upon Gohan. In the underworld, deep within the abyss of hell, Goku and Piccolo were suppressing a riot led by Cell. Yet, they seemed oblivious to a red imp in the distance. Donned with headphones, this imp was tasked with managing the evil thoughts cleaner, yet at that moment, he was utterly engrossed in the music. Chapter 40, A New Turn of Events, Hildergan, the demon controlled by Babidi. "Hey, Buu, wait for me." Under the azure sky, a diminutive figure was in pursuit of a plump pink creature. The reawakened Majin Buu was filled with curiosity about the world, eagerly glancing this way and that. As he watched the distance between himself and Majin Buu increase, Babidi became increasingly frustrated, exclaiming, "Damn it, you wretched Buu, if you don't wait for me, I shall seal you away once more." Just then, a deafening explosion erupted ahead. Babidi, while flying, gazed into the distance, his eyes widening at the spectacle of the explosion. As a pall of gloom enveloped the distant city, Babidi gasped, could it be that Buu is responsible for this? However, in the next moment, he collided headfirst with Majin Buu's belly. At that moment, Majin Buu also stared curiously at the city. The inhabitants of the city were in a state of panic. Akin to ants on a hot skillet, their cries of despair echoing in the air. The once thriving city rapidly descended into chaos, all caused by a monster with only a lower half. This creature, devoid of an upper body, unleashed catastrophic energy, wreaking havoc upon the city. In less than a minute, the city was reduced to ruins. Meanwhile, at the Capsule Corporation in West City, a peculiar event was unfolding. A bizarre, entirely pink old man was kneeling before Bulma. Clearly, he was not of earthly origin. The old man's name was Hoi, a sorcerer. "Please, use the Dragon Balls to open this music box. Only by releasing the hero can we defeat that monster." With that, Hoi presented the music box before Bulma with both hands. Seeing Hoi's earnestness, Bulma genuinely wanted to assist. "I'm afraid I have some unfortunate news. The Dragon Balls disappeared 7 years ago. However, do not worry. My husband will surely defeat that monster." Upon hearing Bulma's response, a flicker of unease crossed Hoi's eyes. "Is that truly the case?" Bulma replied sincerely, "I assure you, my husband will be able to vanquish that monster." At her words, Hoi's pity vanished, and he sprang to his feet, a glint of anger in his eyes. He leapt into the air, heading toward the monster with only a lower half. The monster was named Hildegarn, a demon awakened by dark sorcerers a millennium ago. Under the sorcerer's command, Hildegarn began to wreak widespread destruction, seeking to conquer the universe. Eventually, he was cleaved in two by a righteous priest and sealed within the bodies of two heroes. To fully seal Hildegarn, the two heroes intended to entrap themselves within two music boxes. Recently, Hoi had lifted the seal on Hildegarn's lower half, allowing it to kill one of the heroes, thus gaining the power to summon Hildegarn's lower half. Hildegarn's upper body was sealed within this music box, which appeared to be under an exceptionally stringent enchantment, rendering all attempts at its liberation futile. Consequently, he devised a plan to enlist Bulma's assistance in summoning the Eternal Dragon to break the seal. To this end, he orchestrated the earlier performance, with only Hildegarn's lower half being summoned by Hoi. His intention was to convince Bulma of his authenticity. But upon learning that the Dragon Balls on Earth had vanished, he resolved to manipulate Hildegarn's lower half to reduce the entire planet to ashes. Just as Hoi was poised to act, two shadowy figures silently materialized behind him. Hey, that creature, its lower half was summoned by you, wasn't he it? Hoi shuddered, unaware of the two figures that had appeared behind him. Turning around, he was confronted by a hideous being that surpassed even his own ugliness, accompanied by a large, pink figure. Who are you? Hoi demanded, growing wary. At that moment, Babidi cast a sharp glance at the music box in Hoi's grasp. What a wicked power! How intriguing! Babidi's expression turned sinister in an instant. It seems that what you possess is sealed, but I could potentially unravel it. If you agree to serve me, I shall assist you in breaking the seal. Hoi instinctively recoiled, questioning, why should I agree to you? Who are you? Babidi's voice rose with fervor. I am Babidi, the greatest sorcerer in the world, and this is Majin Buu. At this revelation, Hoi was taken aback. As a practitioner of dark magic himself, he had long heard tales of Majin Buu, who had once wreaked havoc across the universe centuries ago. Nonsense. Majin Buu has been sealed by Babidi. Babidi replied, with an enigmatic smile. Indeed, he was sealed by my father, but I have now released him. Listening to their exchange, Majin Buu found it exceedingly dull and began to doze off. Hoi remained hesitant, caught between belief and skepticism, yet Babidi's patience was waning, and his expression shifted. I have granted you an opportunity, yet you fail to appreciate it. Buu, transform him into a cookie. You seem hungry. Instantly, the drowsy Majin Buu perked up, his demeanor brightening like a child's, and in the blink of an eye, Hoi was transformed into a cookie. The music box fell to the ground, and Babidi swiftly gathered it into his arms, scrutinizing it closely. It turned out to be sealed in a manner that even a second-rate sorcerer like himself could not unravel. But it was not beyond his capabilities. With a flourish of his wand, Babidi cast a magical beam upon the music box, and soon enough, it was opened. Following this, a red-haired warrior, resembling the Kaioshin and bearing a sword, emerged into Babidi's line of sight. The man was named Tapiu, and within him was sealed the upper half of Hildegarn. As their gazes locked, Babidi quickly discerned the monstrous entity imprisoned within the body of the red-haired warrior. You fool! What have you done? Tapiu bellowed, fully aware of what his resurgence entailed. In the next instant, Babidi revealed a sinister grin, directing his staff at Tapiu. An eerie radiance enveloped Tapiu's form, and an irresistible force began to wrench his soul from within. Heart-wrenching cries echoed as Tapiu sensed that the individual before him was forcibly awakening the upper half of Hildegarn residing within him. In agony, he shifted his hand, and with a sudden motion, he drew forth the sword from his back. Tapiu intended to end his own life. Yet, Babidi would not grant him such an opportunity. With a clang, the blade fell to the ground. Tapiu's body abruptly vanished without a trace, replaced by a swirling mist, which ultimately transformed into the half-formed monster. It's done. I am indeed a genius sorcerer, Babidi exclaimed with glee. He manipulated the upper half of Hildegarn to merge with its lower half, culminating in the complete form of Hildegarn standing tall behind him. Notably, emblazoned upon Hildegarn's head was a prominent letter M. Thus, yet another boss from the theatrical version fell under Babidi's control. Let us proceed. Buu, we continue our search for Broly. Chapter 41, The Stirring Hell. Hell. An elderly man is clandestinely engaged in research. This man is none other than Dr. Gero, who met his demise at the hands of the androids 17 and 18. He harbors a profound disdain for such failed creations. To his astonishment, the ultimate android he once secretly studied, Cell, has unexpectedly absorbed these two androids via a time machine. Dr. Gero produces a notebook, densely filled with data. Upon learning that his creation, Cell, was vanquished by Gohan and Vegeta, he is consumed by bitterness. It was 7 years ago that he began to delve deeper into how to enhance Cell's power while in hell. At that moment, a green figure materializes before Dr. Gero. Cell, nursing his facial wounds, exclaims furiously, "Damn it! Cursed Goku!" Cell, brimming with indignation, realizes that being in hell, he has no opportunity to utilize the Saiyan and Namekian cells to trigger his near-death experience. Although he has been training, all souls in this realm exist in a spectral state. The progress made by the incorporeal Cell over the years is negligible. In contrast to the benevolent souls like Goku and Piccolo, who, despite their deaths, have retained their formidable strength, Cell finds himself increasingly outmatched. "This marks your 1,000th rebellion, Cell," Dr. Gero remarks with the gravitas of a father. Cell, filled with disdain, cannot accept this. Upon entering hell, he had once been able to exchange blows with Goku. But over time, the disparity between them has only widened. "Humph. If this weren't hell, I would have defeated Goku long ago." A glint of steely resolve flashes in Dr. Gero's eyes as he flips through his notes, a relieved smile gracing his face as he mutters, "If this weren't hell." Huh. In a place resembling paradise, within a bustling garden filled with laughter, a group of winged fairies joyously sing and dance around a grand tree, where a white cocoon hangs. Suddenly, the cocoon begins to shake violently. Frieza grits his teeth and bellows, "Foolish Cell, defeated by Goku once more." As the joyous sounds fill the air, Frieza realizes that the fairies are celebrating the quelling of the chaos in hell. Meanwhile, from another tree, shouts of anger erupt. "Get away! Leave me be!" Cooler shakes his cocoon form incessantly, resembling a wriggling maggot. Beside him, another cocoon, significantly larger than the others, houses King Cold, who glares at the fairies with disdain, muttering, "Goku, this is all you're doing." Though the environment appears harmonious, akin to heaven, for the trio of father and sons, it is indeed a tangible hell. The cacophony of insults from the three individuals persisted, yet the targets of hatred for the Kurdish king and Frieza were none other than Sun Wukong. While Gula directed his disdain towards Vegeta, in the underworld, Sun Wukong and Piccolo were reporting to King Yanluo after quelling a recent uprising. "We are immensely grateful to you, Wukong and Piccolo. Time and again, it is you who subdue these nefarious beings," remarked King Yanluo, his face beaming with satisfaction. Over the years, had it not been for Sun Wukong and Piccolo, one shudders to think of the chaos that could have ensued. Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled. "No need for thanks, esteemed King Yanluo. It is fortuitous that Piccolo and I also wish to hone our skills." "Right, Piccolo?" As he glanced at Piccolo, he found him fixated on an interminable line of souls. The astute Piccolo quickly discerned an anomaly. "Esteemed King Yanluo, why are there so many souls passing today?" The expression of King Yanluo shifted to one of gravity, as the number of souls arriving today indeed exceeded the usual count. "You are correct. Many have perished today. Furthermore, upon inspection, it appears that they were all slain on Earth." At this revelation, both Sun Wukong and Piccolo exhibited shock, for they were aware of a formidable presence currently on Earth. "Could it be Broly?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Just then, the voice of King Kai reverberated in Sun Wukong's mind. "Wukong, a grave situation has arisen." "King Kai, what has transpired?" Sun Wukong inquired anxiously. The elder's voice trembled. "Earth is facing an unprecedented crisis." At these words, both Piccolo and Sun Wukong felt their hearts leap to their throats. Was Broly wreaking havoc on Earth? "King Kai," the elder's voice faltered. "No. The situation is even more complex. A new enemy has emerged. A creature with only a lower half has laid waste to an entire city." Sun Wukong nodded resolutely. "Understood. Have King Yanluo contact the fortune teller. I fear that Gohan and Trunks alone will not suffice. You must return to Earth at once." Piccolo's expression darkened, as he had only heard mention of Gohan and Trunks. "King Kai, what of Vegeta?" The elder paused momentarily. "This is also why I urge Wukong to return swiftly. Vegeta is trapped in the hyperbolic time chamber, and whether he can emerge is uncertain." "What?" A cold sweat broke out on Piccolo's forehead as he turned to King Yanluo. "Esteemed King Yanluo, please, urgently contact the fortune teller. Allow old Sun to return to Earth for just one day." But at that very moment, a deafening roar erupted from the depths of hell, capturing everyone's attention. Before they could express their astonishment, clouds resembling confectionaries suddenly ascended without warning. Both Sun Wukong and Piccolo became instantly alert, leaping forth from the hall of King Yanluo. However, the hall of Yama was not as fortunate. These clouds were not confectionery, but rather a form of barrier. The entire hall of Yama was ensnared within this enchantment, and in the next moment, a grotesque creature, adorned with holes and possessing a bulbous head and large ears, suddenly descended upon the hall. The monster exclaimed with glee, "Evil thought wave, evil thought wave." Chapter 42, The Helpless Brothers and the Wrathful Broly. Upon the desolate plains, a verdant energy aura surged forth, radiating in concentric circles from Broly's expansive form. This terrifying presence enveloped the surroundings, and Trunks and Gohan distinctly sensed the intensification of Broly's energy once more. "Kakarot, Kakarot, at last, I have found you." "Ha ha." Broly's maniacal laughter echoed, his eyes, sharp as an eagle's, fixated on Gohan. The attacks recently unleashed by Gohan and Trunks seemed to have had no effect whatsoever. Damn it. This guy is indeed as formidable as the rumors suggest. Trunks gritted his teeth, gathering energy waves in his hands. Whoosh. A multitude of energy spheres coalesced in the sky, forming an immense net that surged towards Broly. Boom. A mushroom cloud ascended into the heavens, a thick fog enveloping Broly. Yet, he emerged unscathed before Trunks, when suddenly, an unexpected gust of wind brushed against Trunks' cheek. He felt an intense heat linger near his ear as he turned slightly. An enormous fist was barreling towards his left temple. The moment he beheld that fist, he knew there was no evading this blow. Buzz. The bones of his skull emitted a sharp crack as Broly's fist collided with his forehead. In an instant, Trunks lost all control, his body flung chaotically into the air. The event transpired with such swiftness that Trunks barely registered the fact that he had been propelled hundreds of meters away. During this forced flight, he felt as if his head might explode, blood gushing from his battered temple. Boom. His body crashed into the stone forest like a rogue cannonball, epitomizing the legendary barbaric strength of a Super Saiyan. "Trunks!" Gohan bellowed with all his might, springing to his feet and elevating his energy to its zenith. Fueled by rage, he charged at Broly, unleashing a ferocious assault. Twisting his body, he concentrated all his power into his right fist, preparing to strike Broly's chest. Bang! A burst of heat erupted from Broly's torso, vanishing in an instant, as if Gohan's attack dissipated along with that fleeting vapor. Broly's already formidable physique had become even more resilient after Babbidi's enchantment. Gohan's lips twitched in disbelief. His strike had failed to inflict any damage on Broly whatsoever. Yet, consumed by fury, he could not relent. Raising his leg high, Gohan executed a 360-degree spin in midair, delivering a sidekick aimed at Broly's arrogant visage. Thud! An alarming spectacle unfolded before Gohan's eyes. To everyone's astonishment, Broly effortlessly seized Gohan's leg with a single hand, a sinister expression crossing his face as he broke into a maniacal laugh. The ensuing scene was gruesome. Broly employed the most rudimentary yet brutal method to deal with Gohan. He hoisted Gohan's leg, dragging his entire body along. A shocked Gohan struggled fiercely, but no matter how hard he fought, he could not escape Broly's grip. In a moment of desperation, Gohan placed his hands at his waist, gathering energy for the Kamehameha wave. With a thunderous blast, he directed the Kamehameha at the ground, hoping to use the recoil to free himself from Broly's hold. However, Broly merely snorted dismissively, indifferent to Gohan's actions. In an instant, Broly's palm enveloped Gohan's face. Displaying a row of teeth in a wicked grin, he exerted more force with his powerful arm. With a resounding crack, Gohan's head sank into the ground, and anguished cries filled the air. Bloodied and battered, Trunks slowly emerged from the rubble, his gaze fixed on the torment Gohan was enduring at the hands of Broly. Deep in thought, "This is intolerable. Broly is nothing short of a demon. Gohan and I are no match for him." Trunks' eyes darted to the Kaioshin duo hiding nearby, ultimately landing on the ears of the Kaioshin. "Currently, my father is trapped in the hyperbolic time chamber, and stopping Broly relies solely on Gohan and me. In his Super Saiyan 2 form, Gohan stands no chance against Broly. Broly is far too powerful. We can only resort to using the Patera earrings." The Kaioshin duo stood in stunned silence, overwhelmed by Broly's brutal display, completely unaware of the battered figure approaching them. Trunks staggered toward the Kaioshin and Jebbet, his body marred with wounds. Observing the injured Trunks, the Kaioshin's expression turned grave as he lowered his head in profound shame. "I apologize. I am of no assistance. Please." Just as Trunks was about to speak, a brilliant green light captured his attention. He beheld Broly gathering an immense amount of energy within his mouth, an indescribably powerful energy wave radiating with blinding intensity. Broly intends to kill Gohan. If that strike lands, Gohan is surely doomed. Should he perish, the notion of using the Patera earrings will be meaningless. With determination, Trunks positioned one hand over his chest, assuming the stance for his ultimate attack. Damn it, Broly. He concentrated his final reserves of power into his palm, launching a golden energy wave towards Broly. Yet, In the next moment, Trunks was compelled to alter his trajectory. The ultimate flash he unleashed veered skyward instead. Broly abruptly ceased gathering energy, suddenly shielding the barely conscious Gohan with his own body. If Trunks continued, he would inadvertently strike down his own brother. Damn it! Trunks cursed vehemently. However, in an astonishing turn of events, Broly's colossal figure suddenly materialized behind him. A swift strike landed upon Trunks with a resounding thud. His gaze became vacant, an overwhelming sense of helplessness enveloping his entire being. The abruptness of it all was simply staggering. With a crash, Trunks collapsed to the ground. In the fleeting moment of his fading consciousness, he beheld Broly's fearsome visage. Behind Trunks, Jebbit and Kaioshin Xion wore expressions of utter bewilderment, having failed to perceive Broly's movements. Both Gohan and Trunks, whose strength surpassed theirs by a considerable margin, had fallen, leaving Kaioshin Xion in a state of panic. Broly's sinister grasp was poised to reach for Kaioshin Xion when, in that instant, a thought flashed through his mind. Jebbit, quickly use instant transmission and escape. Jebbit promptly responded, and in a moment of dire urgency, he executed an enhanced version of instant transmission, ultimately vanishing from Earth. Broly, perplexed, stared blankly at the empty space before him, and upon glancing down, he noticed that Gohan and Trunks had also disappeared. With a roar that pierced the heavens, a green beam erupted from his mouth, reducing all it touched to mere dust. Chapter 43, Babbidi's Scheme. Broly, having lost his purpose, stood in place, his eyes now completely devoid of color. At that moment, he was at a loss for how to express the tumultuous anger within him. His chest heaved violently, and he exhaled harsh breaths through his nostrils. For years, the seed of hatred towards Son Goku, deeply buried in his heart, erupted completely upon seeing Son Gohan. Mistaking Son Gohan for Son Goku, all his hatred and fury coalesced around this individual who bore a striking resemblance to his nemesis. At this juncture, Broly's mind was consumed by a singular thought: to locate the two brothers who had just mysteriously vanished. His gaze swept across the surroundings, leaving no stone unturned in his pursuit of any clue. Damn it, Kakarot! Broly's roar echoed throughout the space, laden with boundless resentment and indignation. His voice reverberated in the air, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of reality asunder. Rumble, rumble. Aimless energy blasts struck the ground where Son Gohan had lain moments before. In an instant, shattered stones were propelled into the air amidst the cacophony of explosions, and the earth itself seemed to plunge into a sea of light. Clearly, Broly was bewildered by Son Gohan's disappearance, and in his furious desperation, he could only vent his wrath in this chaotic manner. In the distance, Babidi and Majin Buu floated in the sky. Look, Majin Buu, that is Broly. Babidi gestured toward the imposing figure before them, eloquently introducing him to Majin Buu. Majin Buu squinted his eyes into crescent shapes and glanced at Broly. Are we on the same side? He inquired curiously. Babidi suddenly chuckled. What are you saying, Buu? Of course, we are allies. Without him, I would not have been able to resurrect you so easily. Yet, in the next moment, Majin Buu abruptly darted away from Babidi's side and pointed behind him. Then why is he charging toward us? Upon hearing this, Babidi turned to see a colossal figure racing toward him. Realization struck him. Broly was now in a state of furious rage. Damn it, this guy has lost control again, he exclaimed. Without delay, Babidi hastily recited an incantation, attempting to fortify his control over Broly. However, in the next instant, Broly's wild form continued its relentless advance toward Babidi. Panic surged within Babidi as he could not comprehend why Broly was so resistant to his commands this time. Buu, help me. Babidi finally crumbled, and as Broly was about to obliterate him, he desperately called for Majin Buu's assistance. Meanwhile, Majin Buu observed with a sense of amusement, even anticipating the moment when Broly would crush Babidi. Having long harbored animosity towards Babidi, especially after being threatened with confinement, Majin Buu was not particularly fond of his master. Upon hearing Babidi's plea for help, Majin Buu chose to turn away, feigning fear. Babidi was taken aback by Majin Buu's display of apparent weakness. He could hardly fathom that the demon-like creature his father spoke of, Majin Buu, could manifest such a cowardly demeanor. Just as Babidi believed he was about to be vanquished by Broly, a thick cloud of smoke suddenly enveloped him. Ultimately, a horrifyingly massive figure emerged. It was the illusionary demon, Hildegard. With a swift motion of its enormous arm, Broly's uncontrollable form was sent crashing to the ground. The once terrified visage of Babidi transformed into one of composure as he gazed at the towering entity behind him. Well done, Hildegard. You truly are my prized toy, Babidi exclaimed with a sinister grin. Hildegard lifted its foot, intent on crushing Broly beneath it. Wait, Hildegard. Babidi commanded, halting the creature. He turned his attention to Broly, who lay on the ground, and began to chant an incantation. Soon, the tumultuous Broly was brought under his control, reverting to his normal state. In this transformed state, Broly appeared as if he were an entirely different person. His countenance was gaunt, starkly contrasting with his earlier ferocity. Broly's teeth ground together as he glared menacingly at Hildegard. His ire was not limited to Hildegard. Even Babidi and Majin Buu were met with his resentful gaze. Babidi couldn't help but sigh inwardly, damn it. This fellow is becoming increasingly difficult to manage. It took me 7 long years to gain control over him, but at least he still has some utility. With this thought, Babidi cast a reproachful glance at Majin Buu. Hey, Buu, why didn't you come to my aid just now? However, at this moment, Majin Buu seemed to have undergone a transformation. The previous weakness had vanished entirely, and he was now glaring furiously at Broly. Clearly, Majin Buu was greatly displeased with Broly's hostile stare. Babidi found himself perplexed by Buu's demeanor. Could it be that Buu was merely pretending? At this juncture, doubts began to creep into Babidi's mind regarding the plump Majin Buu. Yet, gazing at Buu's innocent and foolish visage, he dismissed the thought, perhaps I am overthinking this. Observing the 3 formidable entities before him, Babidi felt invincible. He was immensely satisfied with his subordinates. Thus, a bolder ambition took root in his mind, to control more wicked beings, making them his minions, thereby conquering the entire universe. This journey to Earth has proven worthwhile. Majin Buu has been resurrected, and I have acquired Hildegard. Now, let us begin our reign over Earth and gradually implement our plan to dominate the universe. In the Celestial Palace, Videl gazed anxiously at Mr. Popo, for she discerned fear etched upon his face. Sir, may I ask, have you sensed something? At that moment, Mr. Popo was drenched in sweat. Little girl, the situation is dire. I sense the auras of Gohan and Trunks have vanished. Vanished? What do you mean? Bobo nodded heavily. Though he was reluctant to accept the truth, he had indeed sensed the presence of Gohan and Trunks fading from Earth. Videl, in disbelief, covered her mouth. Everything had transpired far too swiftly. Just hours ago, the two had been full of life, and now they had vanished? Gohan. Videl's eyes were already reddened with tears. Although their interaction had been brief, Gohan's sincerity had etched itself into her memory, impossible to erase. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble reverberated throughout the entire sacred temple. Judging by the frequency of the tremors, the epicenter lay at the depths of the temple, precisely where the hyperbolic time chamber resided. Bobo's once hopeless gaze rekindled with a glimmer of hope. Could it be that Vegeta has returned? Chapter 44. Another Super Saiyan within the city. 3 peculiar figures captured the attention of humanity. A rotund, pink creature, a diminutive sorcerer, and a taciturn, muscular man. The insatiably hungry Majin Buu could not resist the allure of a candy store. Spotting the delectable treats, he dashed inside with unrestrained enthusiasm. A cacophony of screams erupted as all the patrons in the candy store fled in terror from the bizarre creature. Only one diligent employee maintained her composure. She gently patted Majin Buu on the back and tentatively inquired, Sir, hello? We require payment before she could finish her sentence. Majin Buu abruptly turned around, his large, grotesque face mere inches from hers. The sight sent her into a panic, leaving her utterly disoriented. Payment? What is that? He questioned, his monstrous visage leaving her stammering, in nothing. The woman's body weakened, and she trembled as she retreated several steps before scrambling out of the store. Observing her departure, Majin Buu scratched his head in confusion, his focus shifting solely to the candies before him. He inhaled deeply, and as if drawn by an invisible force, countless sweets were devoured in an instant. This astonishing display did not escape the notice of Babidi, who stood outside the candy store. Is this truly the Majin Buu my father left me? Can this creature truly instill fear across the universe? Babidi pondered, questioning Buu's intentions. Although Majin Buu possessed the power to transform others into candy, he had opted to indulge in the confections instead. No, I have resolved to dominate the world. It is time to show humanity its place. Babidi commanded, Majin Buu, I order you to transform all these humans into candy. He shouted at Majin Buu. Yet the latter remained lost in a sugary reverie, ignoring Babidi's orders. Babidi furrowed his brow, frustration boiling within him as he turned his gaze to Broly. Broly, go and eliminate those humans. In response to Babidi's command, Broly merely raised an eyebrow, his lips twitching with disdain. Observing Broly's reaction, Babidi instinctively took a few steps back, muttering incantations under his breath. Enough of the noise, Broly retorted. However, in the next moment, he ascended into the sky, energy coalescing in his palm, unleashing lasers that ravaged the city like a torrential downpour. The anguished cries of Earthlings echoed through the streets. Seeing Broly comply with his orders, Babidi felt a sense of relief wash over him. Suddenly, a sinister smile crept across his face as he soared into the heights above. He began to summon his magic, proclaiming to the people of the world, "Hear me, inhabitants of Earth. I am Babidi, the sorcerer, and soon to be your master. From this moment forth, you shall all bow to me. My subordinates have just annihilated an entire city. If you wish to avoid a similar fate, then obediently serve as my hounds. Moreover, those harboring sinister thoughts may be elevated to my ranks." This declaration resonated within the minds of all people on Earth, amplified by Babidi's magic. In an instant, the populace erupted in chaos. What madness is this? A sorcerer? A master of humanity? Recent news reports indicated that City Z had indeed been destroyed. Could this be true? While some remained skeptical, others hastened to take action. Within mere minutes, those with malicious intent had already communicated with Babidi. They had witnessed Broly's rampage firsthand, and they revered Babidi as a deity, ultimately receiving what they desired. An M symbol had appeared upon their foreheads, marking them as Babidi's pawns. And they commenced their malevolent deeds throughout the city. In West City, a throng of nefarious individuals, now under Babidi's control, commenced their assault on the Capsule Corporation. Once too fearful to act, their inner malevolence was now magnified by Babidi's enchantment. Drawing on the lessons learned from the android incident 7 years prior, Bulma took preventive measures. In a moment of desperation, she activated the defense system, enveloping the entire Capsule Corporation in a protective shield. What on earth is happening? Bulma pondered, bewildered. Within a single day, Earth had plunged once more into peril, coinciding with the moment everyone had entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Worry not at her. "Vegeta, where are you?" In the courtyard, the Pilaf gang stared in astonishment at the rioting humans outside. "Did you just hear that voice, the one belonging to Babidi?" Pilaf inquired. Both Mai and Shu nodded in unison. With gritted teeth, Pilaf clenched his small fists. "Humph. How dare he claim dominion over the world in my presence? Truly laughable. We are the true pioneers in this regard." Mai's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Pilaf. "It has been so long since I have seen this side of you, Lord Pilaf." Suddenly, Mai felt something brush against her foot. Looking down, she discovered an inexplicable hole had appeared beneath her. A fierce visage suddenly emerged from the ground, prompting Mai to let out a piercing scream. "Ah, Lord Pilaf, save me." At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, as if a savior, standing before Mai. "You scoundrel! Do not bully Mai." Before one could react, Bra's powerful kick sent the man plunging into the earth. In an instant, fiery flames of golden hue enveloped Bra. Fueled by her seething rage, Xiaowu stood transfixed, her gaze fixed upon Bra, who, in her eyes, had transformed into a figure with golden hair. At that moment, Bra had entirely shed her schoolgirl persona, revealing a strikingly different self. "Bra, Bra?" In the next heartbeat, Xiaowu felt a flush of warmth spread across her cheeks. The transformation of Bra into a Super Saiyan also caught Bulma's attention. Super Saiyan. When did Bra acquire such prowess? She had always perceived her daughter as lacking in combat skills, viewing her as the epitome of a good daughter. In stark contrast to Trunks and Vegeta. Covering her face, Bulma commented with a hint of sarcasm. "It appears both my daughter and son have inherited traits from Vegeta." As she spoke, a flicker of satisfaction graced the corners of her mouth. Chapter 45. Escape from the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta's return. Babidi's sinister voice echoed, spreading across vast distances, ultimately reaching the sacred realm. Videl appeared somewhat dazed, as the previous turmoil remained unresolved, yet a new predicament had emerged. She recalled Trunks' words upon her arrival at the sacred realm, where he mentioned that his father was trapped within the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, the enigmatic structure located beneath the sacred realm had been trembling violently for several minutes. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta had been confined for nearly a year. He reminisced about the day he entered the chamber, when Bubbles had tried desperately to deter him. Ignoring Bubbles' pleas, he resorted to threatening to destroy the sacred realm to silence him. Initially, his intention was merely to enter the chamber early, to train within its confines while awaiting Gohan and Trunks' arrival. However, to his bewilderment, the door to the hyperbolic time chamber inexplicably vanished. At first, Vegeta remained oblivious, continuing his training as usual. Days turned into weeks, and it was only when he noticed the anomaly that he began to realize something was amiss. According to the passage of time, it should have been the next day, yet he had yet to see Gohan and Trunks. His gaze instinctively shifted toward the door of the hyperbolic time chamber, only to be met with the shocking revelation that the door had indeed vanished. Staring into the vast emptiness, Vegeta felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The absence of a door signified that he might remain trapped here for eternity, until his provisions ran out, ultimately leading to his demise. The thought of being separated from his wife and children filled him with panic. No, this cannot be. I, Vegeta, shall not remain confined here forever. Bulma, Bra, Trunks, I will find a way out. In a moment of desperation, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, his golden aura surging violently. Within an instant, he ascended to Super Saiyan 2, his power reaching its zenith. Yet, at that very moment, he began to perceive an extraordinary state within his body. His pupils dilated, his mind flooded with vivid imagery. A ferocious great ape howled at the heavens, subsequently morphing into a human form, eventually transforming into an infant. That infant was none other than his younger self. Instantaneously, the infant oscillated between his adult form and the great ape. Suddenly, Vegeta felt the S cells within him awakening, as Saiyan energy coursed through his veins. As his roars echoed, he realized that his body was undergoing a transformation. Beyond the expansion of his energy reservoir, he felt an intense itch upon his scalp. To his astonishment, his hair began to grow uncontrollably, the air within the hyperbolic time chamber interacting dynamically with his cells. His golden locks cascaded down to his waist, while his brow lowered sharply, causing his eyebrows to vanish. Vegeta clenched his fists, filled with unwavering certainty that he had shattered the shackles of the past. Is this what Trunks referred to as Super Saiyan 3? Vegeta gathered his energy and unleashed a powerful punch, reveling in this newfound strength. Suddenly, he charged both hands with energy, directing a final flash toward the horizon. Boom! The once white space was instantly engulfed by a golden radiance, as the hyperbolic time chamber became submerged in a sea of light. In this moment, Vegeta was exhilarated, having learned from his first transformation into a Super Saiyan. He understood the necessity of tempering his excitement. Thus, he remained within the time chamber for an additional month. The reason for this prolonged stay was the dwindling supply of food. If he did not emerge soon, he would perish from hunger. His immediate goal was to harness the power of Super Saiyan 3 and see if he could break free from the confines of the time chamber. After a month of acclimatization, Vegeta had mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. With a resounding roar, he transformed, subsequently unleashing the full might of his power. A tremendous aura surged forth from within him, and his cries grew ever more fervent as the energy within him intensified. The entire time chamber began to tremble violently. At last, through Vegeta's relentless efforts, a fissure appeared in the pristine space, through which he caught a glimpse of the sacred realm above. Ecstatic, Vegeta saw a glimmer of hope, yet he knew that this was merely a fraction of what was necessary. The crack had to become a gaping hole for him to escape the time chamber. However, in the next moment, he sensed three malevolent and formidable auras emanating from the fissure into the time chamber. The keen Vegeta immediately recognized the anomaly. Moreover, he realized he could not detect the auras of Trunks and Gohan. Something is amiss outside. A thought suddenly took root in his mind. Overwhelmed by concern for Trunks, Vegeta's energy surged beyond its limits once more. The fissure widened abruptly, transforming into a gaping hole. Yet, this opening seemed on the verge of vanishing. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta leaped through the breach. Upon emerging, he reigned in the brilliance of Super Saiyan 3, only to find that Trunks and Gohan's auras were indeed absent from the sacred realm. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed an unfamiliar woman standing beside Mr. Popo. They appeared to have been waiting for him, their anxiety palpable. Vegeta abruptly raised his gaze and materialized before Mr. Popo. Where's Trunks? Why has his aura vanished? Has a new enemy emerged? Vegeta's tone was fraught with agitation, his desire to uncover the truth unyielding. Mr. Popo stepped back, recognizing that this was no time for hesitation. He promptly relayed the entire account of Gohan and Trunks' search for Broly. I lament, Vegeta, that the auras of Trunks and Gohan have vanished. In this moment, time seems to stand still, and Vegeta's inner world has turned to shades of gray. His heart feels as though it has been pierced by 1,000 needles. And the visage of Trunks in his mind is torn asunder by this torment. The Dragon Balls have faded into oblivion, rendering the resurrection of Trunks an impossibility. Vegeta raises his voice to the heavens, consumed by anguish, and cries out, Cursed be you, Trunks. How dare you slay my beloved Trunks? In his overwhelming despair, Vegeta's body transforms into a razor-sharp blade, soaring towards the source of the malevolent energy he senses. Chapter 46. The Demonized Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta. In the skies above the city, a magnificent throne hovered, upon which sat a diminutive figure. Babidi reveled in this moment of adoration. Flanked by Broly on his left, and the candy-sucking Majin Buu on his right. Beneath him lay thousands of devoted followers. A smug grin spread across Babidi's face. This was merely Earth, but once he ruled the universe, an ever-growing multitude would flock to him. Suddenly, Babiti's petite form trembled, and he exclaimed with glee, "Such furious energy! Could it be that someone is coming to pledge allegiance to me?" His excitement surged as he gazed into the distance, anticipation glimmering in his eyes, compelling him to rise from his seat. However, Broly, positioned behind him, suddenly bared his teeth, revealing a fearsome countenance. Babidi glanced back, cautioning, "Hey, Broly, behave. These are potential allies." Yet, before he could finish his warning, dozens of laser-like beams, akin to thunder, erupted from the sky, targeting none other than Broly. Upon witnessing this, Babiti's expression shifted to one of terror. Just as he sought help, Broly sprang into action without awaiting his command. With a resounding bang, Broly transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan form, sensing the malevolence of the approaching presence. His gaze fixated on a distant point of golden light, and suddenly, a golden figure descended from the heavens. "How dare you kill Trunks?" A voice, filled with unrestrained fury, thundered, as Vegeta radiated a brilliance more dazzling than ever before. His eyes locked onto Broly, and in the next moment, his form blazed like a meteor. Surrounded by crackling lightning, he accelerated toward his target. His fist, charged with the entirety of his energy, aimed squarely at Broly's head. Seeing Vegeta's approach, Broly roared like a wild beast, launching himself into the air with the power of his mighty legs. In a fervor, he unleashed a punch, creating an energy halo that rapidly expanded from the point of impact. The overwhelming waves of energy swept through the surroundings, causing even the air to howl. Below, the enchanted earthlings were sent flying by the sheer force of the backlash. Babidi clung tightly to Majin Buu's vest, sheltering behind him. What immense power! It seems this fellow harbors deep resentment. Babidi mused, a wicked grin creeping across his face. However, if this is all he possesses, Broly may still prevail. How unfortunate! He lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. In that moment, Vegeta and Broly squared off, their fists aligned, each poised to strike. In the next instant, Broly unleashed another punch. His scornful gaze directed at Vegeta, as if to convey the message, "Is that all you've got?" However, just as Broly's fist was a mere 5 centimeters away from Vegeta, an overwhelming force erupted from Vegeta's body. His golden hair cascaded down to his waist, and his piercing gaze locked onto Broly. With a swift bend of his arm, he single-handedly intercepted Broly's dual fists. Broly's body froze, his pale eyes filled with bewilderment. "Damn it!" Vegeta bellowed, unleashing a torrent of fury. The previously balanced confrontation was irrevocably altered in that moment. Vegeta descended upon Broly, forcefully propelling him toward the ground. One punch after another rained down upon Broly, as Vegeta recklessly vented his inner rage. With each strike, he envisioned the moment when Trunks was slain by Broly. In that instant, Vegeta had forgotten everything, his mind consumed solely by thoughts of his son. At that moment, Vegeta was more ferocious than Broly. Meanwhile, Broly found himself on the defensive, his attempts to retaliate thwarted by Vegeta's relentless onslaught. "Roar!" Broly howled in anger. He sought to counterattack, but as he roared once more, a blast of energy was thrust directly into his mouth. Boom! Boom! Vegeta's explosive attack detonated within Broly's very being. Broly staggered backward, his body propelled 1,000 meters away. Blood trickling from his mouth. He licked the blood from his lips, his facial muscles twitching as if savoring the sensation. He glanced toward Vegeta's location, yet for reasons unknown, he could not locate him. Amidst his confusion, a golden figure stood resolutely behind him. "I demand you accompany Trunks to the grave." Ultimate Flash, Vegeta proclaimed, radiant light gathering in the palm of his hand. The sheer power emanating from Vegeta left Babidi astounded. Could it be that Broly was on the brink of destruction? Meanwhile, Majin Buu watched the battle with keen interest, mimicking Vegeta's stance, placing his hand upon his chest. Clearly, Majin Buu was acknowledging Vegeta's formidable prowess. Just as everyone presumed Broly's demise was inevitable, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The ultimate flash gathering in Vegeta's hand suddenly vanished, and his Super Saiyan 3 form dissipated. How could this happen? This has never occurred in the hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta was profoundly shocked. The inherent weakness of Super Saiyan 3 became evident. In the unique environment of the time chamber, the drawbacks were less pronounced, but now, in the outside world, they surfaced glaringly. In that fleeting moment, Broly seized the opportunity, delivering a fierce headbutt to Vegeta's forehead. Bang! With a sudden jolt, Vegeta regained his senses, shaking his head vigorously as he transformed once more into Super Saiyan 2, steeling himself to confront Broly. At that moment, however, Babidi revealed a cunning smile beside him. Remarkable, to have reduced Broly to such a state. If he were not so resilient, you would have undoubtedly slain him. Your power is indeed worthy of serving under me, so now, become my hound. Babidi extended his hands toward Vegeta as magical energy surged forth from his palms. Vegeta's pupils dilated in shock, and he clutched his head in agony, memories of his youthful transgressions flooding back to him. A cacophony of pained roars erupted, culminating in the emergence of an M emblazoned upon his forehead. Gazing at the mark upon Vegeta's brow, Babidi chuckled with satisfaction. Now you are indeed my dog. Ha ha. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Babidi's laughter was stifled. Vegeta, with a devilish grin, boldly retorted, "Is that so?" In the next instant, he astonishingly transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his gaze fiercely fixed on Babidi and the Broly who had recently dealt him a crushing blow. Chapter 47. Overwhelming Power, the Enchanted Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta, and the Defeat of Broly. Hey, you there. From this day forth, I shall be your master. You will address me as Lord Babidi. Do you hear me, my pet? Babidi exclaimed, his irritation palpable as he pointed an accusatory finger at Vegeta, who remained defiantly unyielding. Vegeta slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes trembling as if a fierce battle raged within him, now glowing a fierce crimson. Observing Vegeta's silence, Babidi resolved to cast his spell once more, compelling Vegeta to obey his commands. I command you to call me master. Did you not hear me? In an instant, Vegeta raised his head, casting a scornful glance at Babidi. Oh, is that so? Ha ha ha. In an electrifying moment, the battlefield once again illuminated with the brilliance of Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta's hunched form straightened, revealing the regal and defiant stature of the proud Saiyan prince. Witnessing this transformation, Babidi's heart raced, overwhelmed by a surge of panic akin to a stampede of wild stallions. His eyes widened in confusion as he muttered in disbelief, "No, it cannot be. My magic is the most powerful. He cannot possess his own will. Obey me, my pet." Undeterred, Babidi attempted to exert his magic once more in a futile effort to seize control over Vegeta's mind. Yet, the resolute Saiyan stood firm, unyielding against the influence of such a grotesque creature. "However, I must express my gratitude. Your actions have propelled my power to new heights. In appreciation, I shall ensure your utter annihilation, you hideous fiend." With that, Vegeta transformed into a streak of lightning, a speed so swift that it eluded the eyes of all present, charging toward Babidi. In that fleeting second, Babidi sensed he was closer to death than ever before. "Boo, save me!" Babidi cried out in desperation. Just as Vegeta was about to deliver a fatal blow, a colossal figure emerged from a cloud of smoke. Majin Hilda had just intercepted the attack meant for Babidi. Almost immediately, Hilda dissolved into smoke once more, taking Babidi with him, leaving only 3 individuals on the battlefield. Vegeta cursed vehemently, "TCH. I shall deal with these 2 before seeking you out." He turned his attention to Majin Buu, only to find the creature staring vacantly at the spot where Babidi had just stood. Buu's mind raced, and moments later, he murmured, "Babidi, doesn't he want me anymore? How wonderful. I am free." Majin Buu beamed with joy, his exuberant laughter leaving Vegeta momentarily bewildered. What is wrong with this creature? As Vegeta pondered this perplexity, Broly suddenly soared into the air, unleashing an energy blast aimed squarely at Vegeta. It was evident that Broly was not pleased. This act reignited the lingering resentment within Vegeta, whose clenched fists immediately swung towards Broly with ferocity. At this moment, the self-proclaimed free Majin Buu scurried away from the battlefield. Without Babidi by his side, he resembled a wild stallion, galloping freely at his whim. "You wretched creature, I shall shatter you into 1,000 pieces." After a thunderous roar, Vegeta delivered a powerful punch to Broly's jaw, sending Broly's uncontrollable body flying once more. Tough-skinned and resilient, he licked the blood from the corner of his mouth and soared back towards Vegeta. However, in the next instant, something bewildering occurred. Vegeta unexpectedly reverted from his Super Saiyan 3 form to that of Super Saiyan 2. This scene led Broly to believe that Vegeta lacked the strength to maintain Super Saiyan 3. "Huh, I never expected you to defeat me. For I only grow stronger with each battle," Broly declared to Vegeta. Vegeta remained silent, but was taken aback by the fact that this hulking brute could speak. He had always assumed Broly was merely a mindless brute who charged forward to take hits. As the two were about to make contact again, Broly opted to unleash a powerful punch in his assault. Yet, just as he thought victory was within his grasp, Vegeta's body executed a complete 360-degree turn. In Broly's line of sight, a sharply defined golden-haired figure flashed past. Vegeta, with astonishing speed, zipped by Broly's side. Suddenly, Broly felt a searing gust of wind brush against his face. A sharp crack echoed in his ears. In his bleary eyes, he caught a glimpse of a rapidly moving leg. The leg had already brushed past his temple, and he was completely unaware of when it had made contact with his face. With a violent cough, Broly spat out a mouthful of blood, his formidable body collapsing to the ground. In his vision, he noted that Vegeta's Super Saiyan 3 form had reverted to Super Saiyan 2. At that moment, Broly seemed to grasp that Vegeta was not lacking the power to maintain Super Saiyan 3. Rather, he had transformed into Super Saiyan 3 at the instant of their contact. But it was too late. Vegeta's strike had already inflicted critical damage upon him. He rose abruptly, his body swaying unsteadily, yet with his robust physique. He chose to continue the fight. Time and again, he rose to his feet, determined to adapt to Vegeta's assault. However, he underestimated one crucial factor. Vegeta was now engulfed in a state of extreme fury. With each clash of their bodies, Vegeta's fists grew harder than before. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta reveled in the exhilaration of vengeance. He sustained his Super Saiyan 2 form to maintain stamina, only to unleash devastating blows in Super Saiyan 3 form. Only Vegeta could conceive such a brilliant strategy to overcome the drawbacks of Super Saiyan 3, a result of his repeated transformations and adaptations within the hyperbolic time chamber. At long last, under the relentless brutality of Vegeta, the ground beneath Broly's feet gradually transformed into a vivid crimson hue. Broly's physique, beyond Vegeta's expectations, remained unyielding even after such an extended duration. He had not succumbed to death. However, it was precisely this resilience that allowed Vegeta to vent the pent-up animosity within him. After all, the individual slain by Broly was the very son who had instigated his transformation. Ultimate Flash. Ultimately, the long-awaited Ultimate Flash, which had been withheld moments ago, finally surged forth, striking Broly's form. In that instant, the savage Saiyan, who had never known pain, let out a cry of anguish. Without glancing back, Vegeta turned away, the glimmer of tears barely perceptible at the corners of his eyes. Trunks. The ferocious assault on Broly did little to alleviate Vegeta's grief over his lost son. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, where the visage of Trunks flashed vividly in his mind. It was then that an astonishing scene unfolded on the horizon, one that left Vegeta utterly bewildered. He rubbed his eyes to confirm his sight, exclaiming in disbelief, "Bart? Raikum? GIs? They were not dead? Yet." Among those present, one being was even more astonished. Rather than a person, it was a frog. Not far from Broly, a frog gazed incredulously at the sky. Chapter 48. The Resurrected Frieza Trio. The Underworld. A peculiar infant, towering several meters high, sat upon the throne of Yama. Seemingly innocuous, this entity was, in fact, born from the transformation of malevolent thoughts. The echoes of sinister cries reverberated through the enshrined halls of the Yama Palace. It was the emergence of these malevolent waves that threw the balance of both the mortal realm and the afterlife into chaos. Deep within the abyss of hell, a gaping void suddenly appeared in the sky above each layer of torment. The imprisoned souls gazed curiously at this chasm. It exuded an irresistible allure, compelling a former foot soldier of Frieza's army to drift towards its entrance. Curiosity piqued, he leaned in closer, and in that moment, he stumbled upon the gateway to the realm of the living. "We can escape." With this exclamation, a fervor erupted among the damned souls in hell. Confusion filled the air as the phrase "we can escape" echoed incessantly in their ears. Initially dismissed as a falsehood, disbelief turned to astonishment when the soldier vanished without a trace. All at once, they flocked towards the gaping void, ultimately filling it to capacity. On the other side of this abyss, Earth found itself in a dire predicament, exacerbated by the return of the deceased. Chaos reigned as the once departed souls resurfaced. At a grave, a gray-haired elder beheld his long-lost wife, only to find that she did not recognize him. The bustling streets were now populated by ancient warriors, clamoring to reclaim dominion over the world. In the skies above, the once defeated Jinyu force, who had met their demise on Namek, found themselves inexplicably freed from their eternal confinement. Though bewildered by their sudden liberation, their malevolent intentions reignited. Under the guidance of Jinyu, the remaining trio struck their iconic poses. Yet, without their leader, the Jinyu force lacked its very essence. Jinyu lamented, "Indeed, without the captain, we are at a loss." His words resonated with the others, who had patiently awaited their leader's return, only to be met with an inexplicable absence. The unique circumstances of Frieza's imprisonment left them without his protection. Upon their descent into hell, they discovered a multitude of beings far more powerful than themselves. Rendered insignificant in the depths of hell, they now unleashed their wrath upon the inhabitants of Earth. Countless energy spheres rained down, enveloping the city in a cacophony of explosions. Amidst the chaos, the four members of the Jinyu force found themselves lost in their training. Suddenly, an enigmatic figure appeared before them, silent yet imposing. Zoom. A laser beam swiftly interrupted their actions. The quartet looked upward in unison. Vegeta. Vegeta regarded the four individuals with a scrutinizing gaze, and in an instant, a laser shot forth, eliminating the psychic Gudo. Although Gudo's powers were now ineffective against Vegeta, he chose to eliminate him swiftly to avert any unforeseen complications. The demise of Gudo left the remaining three in utter astonishment at Vegeta's prowess. JIS turned his attention towards Vegeta, fiddling with his scouter. With a loud bang, the device was rendered useless. Jesus' eyes quivered uncontrollably, and his heart raced. His only thought was to flee. Without a backward glance, he took off. Suddenly, a red laser pierced through Jesus' chest. Vegeta then turned his gaze towards Rikumu and Bat, inquiring, "You had better provide me with a plausible explanation for your presence here." Rikumu and Bat were overwhelmed with trepidation, as they too were oblivious to the unfolding events. A hole appeared above hell. We emerged from it. Beyond that, we do not know, Rikumu stammered in a panic. With that utterance, Rikumu and Bat's heads were instantaneously obliterated, causing them to vanish without a trace. Vegeta contemplated the chaotic scene before him, deep in thought. At that moment, a swarm of Frieza's minions charged towards him. Vegeta had no time to waste on them. They were merely a bunch of inept fools. Transforming into a Super Saiyan, he unleashed a surge of energy that reduced them to mere particles. Though the specifics remained unclear, it seemed that the deceased had somehow returned to life. Suddenly, Vegeta's body trembled as he gazed into the vast expanse. Trunks? So, Trunks has also been revived. Closing his eyes, he sought Trunks' energy signature, but found none. Instead, he sensed another presence. Vegeta shot his gaze towards West City. This energy. Is it Bra? To his astonishment, Bra's energy was remarkably strong. He had never anticipated that his daughter had embarked on the path of training. He found himself questioning. When did this occur? He had always believed that only Trunks had taken up the mantle of training, unaware that Bra had been quietly honing her skills. This is troubling. Bra's energy surge indicates they are in danger. With that thought, Vegeta hurriedly made his way towards West City. In the shadows, three figures had observed Vegeta's display of strength. Gula cursed under his breath. This guy has become even stronger than before, while we remain at our original level. How infuriating. King Cold shook his head, his expression turning grave. Even if revived, he will be slain once more. Watching Vegeta depart, Frieza's eyes darkened as he turned to Gula. "Hey, my foolish brother, do you recall that you were the one he killed?" Gula gritted his teeth and retorted angrily at Frieza. "Humph, weren't you the one who was slain by Son Goku?" Frieza sneered. "You must understand that I single-handedly vanquished Vegeta. Had it not been for the Dragon Balls resurrecting him, he would have met the same fate as us in the underworld. Yet here you are, having been slain by one of my subordinates, and you dare to speak?" Observing the stubbornness of the two brothers, King Cold stepped in to mediate. "Enough, this is not the time for such discussions." In the next moment, Frieza feigned innocence and addressed King Cold. "Father, we must indeed discuss this. Surely, my brother has recounted to you the manner of his demise?" King Cold appeared bewildered. Time had passed, and even if Cooler had mentioned it, it had slipped his mind. "Hey, Cooler, I recall you saying that Vegeta emerged from a chamber and subsequently dispatched you along with that android, did you not?" At these words, Cooler shuddered, as if recalling something profound. He gazed skyward, memories of the Supreme Kai's palace flooding back to him. In an instant, he leaped into the air, soaring towards the horizon, with King Cold and Frieza trailing closely behind. Chapter 49, The Reunion of Z Warriors. West City, Capsule Corporation. The formidable Bra, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, had already eliminated all the humans under Babiti's control. However, to her astonishment, within less than a minute, those she had slain revived inexplicably. Left with no alternatives, Bra was compelled to dispatch them once more. "You're incredible, Bra," little Wukong exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. At the sound of Wukong's praise, Bra's cheeks flushed with warmth. Bulma beamed with pride, commending Bra. "Bra, you are truly your mother's pride." "Oh, stop it. Hee hee," Bra giggled, brushing her hair back. Just as she was about to revert to her normal state, her eyes suddenly transformed into a diamond shape. To her dismay, she spotted several individuals in her line of sight. Android 1718. Bra's eyes brimmed with hatred, her fists clenched tighter, her aura surging once again. The sibling androids, having escaped from the underworld, were now seeking vengeance against Vegeta by targeting his family. The unfamiliar little girl before them was someone they had never encountered. 17 cast a dismissive glance at Bra, mockingly stating, "Oh, you seem quite familiar with us." 18, standing beside 17, scrutinized Bra's appearance, deducing that she was likely Bulma and Vegeta's daughter. "Hee hee, If Vegeta were to learn that his wife and daughter were slain, it would surely torment him, she taunted, before swiftly closing the distance to Bra, launching a punch aimed at her abdomen. Reacting quickly, Bra sidestepped the attack and countered with a powerful blow to 18's face, furiously declaring, "This time, I will not allow you to harm my mother." With a resounding thud, 18 was sent staggering back several meters, her expression one of disbelief. Damn, I didn't expect Vegeta's daughter to be this strong, she thought. And what does she mean by this time? As 18's thoughts drifted, Bra advanced once more, her relentless assault overwhelming 18. Finally, casting aside her restraint, 18 shouted to 17, "You idiot. Are you trying to repeat the past? Get over here and help me." Recalling how his arrogance had once led to their downfall at the hands of Vegeta, 17 joined the fray. Despite this, Bra continued to hold her ground, even gaining the upper hand. Just when Bra believed victory was within her grasp, a figure descended from the sky. The newcomer was a massive entity clad in blue, adorned with a golden headband. It was none other than Bojack from days gone by. Behind him lay an empty void, for he had once regarded the lives of his subordinates as worthless, leaving him utterly alone in his descent from the underworld. As Bojack descended, he began to gather energy for a powerful attack, preparing to unleash it upon Bra. At that very moment, a disc-shaped object suddenly surged from behind him. Chi Yuan Slash. Following this, several exhilarating sounds echoed. Chi Bomb, Ki Cannon, Ding Wave. Attacks from 4 directions simultaneously surged towards Bojack. Although he evaded the Chi Yuan Slash, he could not escape the subsequent assaults. His charged Ki Wave was consequently interrupted. Krillin, Tien Shin'an, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu stood resolutely in the sky, gazing at their silhouettes. Bulma felt tears welling in her eyes. She wiped them away and pinched her own cheek fiercely. Pain, I am not dreaming, everyone. Everyone has returned? The 4 in the sky turned in unison. Krillin waved his hand with a smile, saying, "Long time no see, Bulma." "Hey, Krillin. Let us deal with this guy first," Yamcha reminded. "Right, let us not forget the mission entrusted to us by Lord Kai," Tien Shin'an added. The sudden appearance of the group ignited Bojack's fury. He removed his headscarf and disdainfully glared at them. "Humph, a bunch of trash." The 4 maintained their unwavering gaze upon Bojack, fully aware of the troublesome adversary before them, yet they had no choice but to confront him. In the blink of an eye, Bojack flashed before Kaiatsu, his speed terrifyingly swift. As Bojack's hand sliced down towards Kaiatsu's shoulder, an air of tension enveloped everyone. "Kaiatsu!" Tien Shinhan roared, dashing towards Kaiatsu at full speed. In the next moment, inexplicably, Bojack's body froze mid-air, his limbs and head firmly ensnared by 5 small beings. The 5 little cell clones shouted in unison, "Die!" With a thunderous explosion, the 5 little cells detonated collectively, illuminating the sky with brilliant fireworks. Bojack's form disintegrated into ashes, while the 5 little cells rapidly regenerated. "Humph! Daring to attack our master's sister and mother," the 5 little cells exclaimed in unison. After vanquishing Bojack, they set their sights hungrily upon androids 17 and 18. "Master Sister, leave these 2 to us." Bra's expression was one of bewilderment, clearly unsure of the situation. With wide eyes, she turned to one of the little cells and asked, "Are you saying that you are your brother's subordinates?" The little cell replied, "The boss doesn't like us calling him that, but we prefer to call him the boss." Hearing this response, Bra's mouth twitched, her face etched with shock. She could hardly fathom that the 5 little cells would regard Trunks as their leader. Not only was Bra perplexed, but even Krillin and the others found the scene utterly astonishing. They had learned from Piccolo that during the past, when Gohan and Vegeta dealt with Cell, these little cells were once lethal entities, and now they had become Trunks' subordinates. Klin couldn't help but exclaim, "To think I could take them under my wing as little brothers. I truly wish to meet that child, Trunks." Under the relentless assault of the 5 mini-cell creatures, the android siblings were forced to retreat repeatedly, ultimately vanishing from Earth once more. "Everyone," Bulma greeted the crowd, her voice laced with excitement and joy. The reunion with her long-lost friend, who had once passed away, was an unparalleled thrill. Just as everyone was about to land, Vegeta's figure appeared above the Capsule Corporation. "It seems the trouble has been resolved," he remarked, then turned his gaze towards Klin, Tien, and the others. "Have they returned as well?" Without hesitation, Vegeta soared downwards, eager to uncover the unfolding events. Chapter 50, Super Saiyan 3 Goku Vegeta. It has been a while. Krillin greeted Vegeta first. Over the years of his absence, Krillin had often heard Piccolo recount tales of Vegeta. Understanding that Vegeta's temperament had undergone a transformation, he approached him with friendliness. However, in light of the pressing situation, Vegeta maintained his stoic demeanor, simply wanting to know what had transpired. He bluntly inquired, "Hey, how did you all come back?" Feeling rebuffed, Krillin pursed his lips and offered a wry smile, realizing that Vegeta had not changed at all. He quickly explained, "Actually, we haven't been resurrected. We've merely returned from heaven." It seems the same applies to those from hell. Without the constraints of hell, those who have escaped can wield their powers as they did in life. At that moment, Tien chimed in. It appears that all the deceased can now traverse to the living realm. Not only have we emerged from heaven, but those from hell have as well. Since we can all come back, Lord Ko has decided to send us to subdue the malevolent beings that have escaped from hell. Tien's words plunged Vegeta into deep contemplation. After a brief moment, he urgently pressed, "Have you seen Trunks and Gohan? They should have gone to heaven, just like you." This question cast a heavy silence over the room, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Bra's eyes glistened with unshed tears as her lips trembled, whispering, "Brother, is my brother dead?" She had sensed the sudden disappearance of Trunks and Gohan's energy, but having known they were entering the hyperbolic time chamber, she had not thought much of it. Yet, Vegeta's words left her frozen, her gaze vacant and hollow. On the other side, Bulma was equally distraught. Finally, she approached Vegeta, placing her hands upon his shoulders. "Vegeta, what are you saying?" Trunks and Gohan. The weight of this revelation was unbearable for Bulma. As tears streamed down her cheeks, she vividly remembered this morning when the two had taken Bidiri to the time chamber. The suddenness of this news was overwhelming. Seeing Bulma, tear-streaked and heartbroken, Vegeta clenched his teeth, his fists tightening. After an agonizing minute of silence, Krillin broke the somber atmosphere. Vegeta, are you saying that Gohan and Trunks are dead? If they truly were, we should have encountered them in heaven. I believe. They must still be alive, right?" At this, Vegeta's body trembled, and he bellowed at Krillin, "Are you serious?" Krillin wiped the spittle from his face, his gaze resolute. "Absolutely. You can ask Yamcha, Tien, and Kaiatsu." The three nodded in unison, and only then did Vegeta begin to believe. Krillin continued, "Individuals like Gohan and Trunks should not be sent to hell. If anyone were to, it would likely be Vegeta." A crisp sound echoed above Krillin's head, prompting him to bellow, "What are you doing, Bulma? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Is this your idea of a welcome gift after all these years?" "Enough nonsense, Krillin. Vegeta is not the same as he once was," Bulma retorted, hands firmly on her hips as she cast a glance at Vegeta. The tension in Vegeta's furrowed brow eased slightly, and he inwardly sighed in relief. "By the way, where are Trunks and Gohan?" Bra, who had been silently observing, finally broke into a smile. "That's wonderful, my brother is still alive." Yet, Vegeta sensed something amiss and eyed Krillin with suspicion. "Since you all have returned to the living realm, where is Kakarot?" Krillin continued to explain. "Goku and Piccolo are engaged in battle with a creature called Evil Spirit Wave in the underworld. King Kai mentioned that the recent chaos between the realms may be linked to this Evil Spirit Wave. The King of Hell has been trapped within a barrier, along with several of his minions, leaving heaven unguarded. Fortunately, the inhabitants of heaven are quite law-abiding, and most have not escaped. We were granted permission by King Kai to come here. If Goku and Piccolo can eliminate the Evil Spirit Wave, this farce will come to an end." Chuckling lightly, Krillin added, "But with Goku around, everything should be fine, right?" Unbeknownst to Krillin, another twist was unfolding in hell. At this moment, a fierce battle raged on, as Son Goku faced off against the Evil Spirit Wave, taking their confrontation to new heights. "This is such a nuisance," Goku muttered, wiping the sweat from his brow, his focus unwavering on the Evil Spirit Wave. He had exhausted all his techniques, but was unable to inflict any damage. The Evil Spirit Wave cackled ominously, seemingly mocking Goku. "It seems I have no choice but to resort to that form." Goku adjusted his stance, placing his hands on his hips and crouching slightly. "Ah!" A resonant cry erupted from Goku's lips as an increasing aura gathered around him. Waves of golden energy circled him, rushing forth like a tempest. Is he about to transform into Super Saiyan 3? Piccolo shielded his eyes, struggling to keep them open. In this version of reality, he had been slain by an android, thus missing the opportunity to fuse with the Namekian deity, and consequently, there was no concept of Super Namekian. From the moment Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Piccolo realized he was no longer capable of participating in the battle. Watching Goku remain at a disadvantage filled him with dread. However, upon witnessing Goku preparing to unleash Super Saiyan 3, his anxious heart finally found solace. If it is Super Saiyan 3, he can surely defeat this foe. "I entrust it to you, old friend." A golden light enveloped the entirety of hell, and in its wake, a striking golden-haired warrior stood resolutely in place. "You possess remarkable strength, Evil Thought Wave, to compel me into assuming this form." Sun Wukong's profound gaze fixed upon the Evil Thought Wave. The latter displayed a peculiar grin, devoid of any hint of surprise, and began to applaud. Yet, in the next moment, Sun Wukong teleported directly beside the evil thought wave. Boom, boom, boom. A flurry of chaotic punches rained upon the evil thought wave's body. The cries of the evil thought wave echoed, its corpulent form writhing in the sky like a giant maggot. However, this was merely the beginning. Sun Wukong leaped high, delivering a powerful kick that sent the evil thought wave soaring upward. Huh! Sun Wukong roared, relentlessly pursuing the evil thought wave. In an instant, golden flames ignited in both of his hands, carelessly hurled upon the evil thought wave. A bolt of lightning surged through the evil thought wave's abdomen, and at that moment, its body plummeted to the ground, landing in a massive pit. Sun Wukong soared once more into the sky, gathering the Kamehameha energy in his palms, determined to deliver a final strike to the evil thought wave. The instant the blue Kamehameha was unleashed, it illuminated the entire realm of hell and successfully soothed Piccolo's heart. Indeed, it was old Sun. It appeared to be over. Piccolo let out a long sigh, a serene smile gracing his lips. But in the next moment, he witnessed the blue Kamehameha being repelled. From the depths of the pit emerged an unfamiliar figure, murmuring, "Evil Thought Wave." The evil thought wave underwent a transformation. The seemingly foolish visage had morphed into another being. That grotesque, plump face had become refined, the sinister aura enveloping it growing ever more pronounced. Chapter 51, Wukong's Defeat and the Emergence of the Evil Thought Wave. At this moment, both combatants unveiled their most formidable forms. Observing from the sidelines, Piccolo was drenched in cold sweat. He had anticipated that the Kamehameha wave in Super Saiyan 3 form would effortlessly vanquish the Evil Thought Wave. To his astonishment, the Evil Thought Wave revealed its ability to transform. Gazing at this newly manifested form, Wukong's fighting spirit ignited once more. Shadows flickered as Wukong moved at breakneck speed. His fingers clenched tightly, channeling power into his fist. The velocity of the strike was so astonishing that Piccolo could scarcely follow. As expected, the blow landed squarely on the Evil Thought Wave. Yet, in the next instant, Piccolo was taken aback by an unforeseen turn of events. The Evil Thought Wave appeared utterly unfazed, its sinister gaze fixed intently on Wukong, as if it had intentionally allowed itself to be struck. Almost immediately, the Evil Thought Wave retaliated with a punch of its own, one that far surpassed Wukong in both speed and strength. Fortunately, Wukong's extensive battle experience kicked in. Sensing the impending strike, he swiftly leaned back. Executing a flawless backflip, he evaded the attack and countered by launching a kick aimed at the Evil Thought Wave's face. However, an even more perplexing phenomenon occurred. Wukong's feet, intended to connect with the Evil Thought Wave, inexplicably found nothing but empty air. His nerves tensed as he gazed down in bewilderment. To his astonishment, the face of the Evil Thought Wave appeared to disintegrate into blood-red cubes, only to reassemble a moment later. The name Evil Thought Wave echoed with a mocking tone. This bizarre technique left Wukong utterly confounded, compelling him to create distance once more. He swiftly conjured two spheres of energy, merging them above his head before hurling them with great force. A blinding orb of light surged upward, weaving erratically through the air, while simultaneously intensifying and condensing its energy. Wukong aimed to obliterate the Evil Thought Wave in one decisive blow. Yet, the approaching energy sphere elicited no panic from the Evil Thought Wave. Calmly, it raised its hands and positioned them at its chest, summoning a white hole directly in front of itself. The ferocious energy sphere plunged into this void in the next instant. Yet, instead of the anticipated explosion of dazzling fireworks, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Piccolo's eyes widened in shock at this extraordinary spectacle. Suddenly, a white hole materialized silently behind Wukong. Sensing impending doom, Piccolo shouted, "Old Sun, beware of what's behind you." Only then did Wukong realize that something was amiss, but it was already too late. He spun around abruptly, and the energy sphere that was meant to strike the Evil Thought Wave instead burst forth from the white hole. Caught off guard and unable to evade, the energy sphere was far too swift and perilously close. Even as Wukong summoned his utmost speed to defend himself, it proved futile. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a radiant glow enveloped Sun Wukong, accompanied by anguished cries that pierced the air. The force of his own attack had left him gravely injured. Yet, this was merely the beginning. From an unknown source, the malevolent energy conjured a sword, its blade gleaming ominously, aimed directly at Sun Wukong. Wounded and unable to resist, he could only dodge frantically. A harrowing hunt ensued, with Sun Wukong as the prey, devoid of any advantage. Observing his dire predicament, Piccolo felt a chill run down his spine. How infuriating! This adversary proved to be exceptionally formidable, even surpassing Sun Wukong. Piccolo recognized the gravity of the situation. Sun Wukong was clearly on the defensive. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Perhaps the fusion technique was the key to overcoming this foe. Just as Piccolo prepared to shout to Sun Wukong, he froze. No, the disparity in our powers is too great. Even fusion would not yield the desired results. Furthermore, as a Namekian, merging with Sun Wukong might not even allow him to attain Super Saiyan status. Clenching his teeth in frustration, Piccolo lamented his own weakness, feeling utterly helpless in this life-and-death scenario. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was relentlessly pursued by the malevolent energy, which had already severely injured his left arm. Exhausted and battered, he was on the brink of defeat. The malevolent energy advanced towards him, poised to deliver the final blow. This is bad. Sun Wukong is in danger. With determination, Piccolo raised his arms above his head and bellowed, "Demon Flash." A golden beam of energy struck the malevolent entity, though it felt neither painful nor irritating. Nevertheless, Piccolo's objective was accomplished. Sun Wukong, close your eyes. Understanding the command, Sun Wukong complied. Solar flare. As Piccolo shouted, a brilliant white light surged towards the malevolent energy's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Piccolo supported Sun Wukong and inquired, "Are you all right? Can you still use instant transmission?" Sun Wukong's eyelids fluttered as he struggled to raise 2 fingers, filled with reluctance and frustration. "Piccolo, that guy." Piccolo admonished, "Enough. Sun Wukong, don't speak." To King Kai's realm. Quickly, with the last vestiges of his strength, Sun Wukong executed instant transmission, escaping the battlefield. The malevolent energy, rubbing its eyes, roared in rage. When it opened its eyes, the area was deserted. It howled in fury, unleashing its discontent upon the world. The entire realm trembled, and suddenly, a massive white hole appeared in the sky. The malevolent energy leaped into the void, which connected to the earthly realm. Meanwhile, in King Kai's realm, King Kai and Jebbet were anxiously observing the 2 figures lying on the ground, Gohan and Trunks. "Jebbet, continue quickly." Jebbet placed his hands upon Sun Wukong's chest, exerting every ounce of his healing abilities, yet the awaited revival of Sun Wukong remained elusive. At this moment, Sun Wukong was exceedingly frail, teetering on the precipice of death. "Lord Kaishin, I have tried so hard." Jebbet gasped, having expended a considerable amount of his strength. Fortunately, fortune favors the diligent. Sun Wukong, lying on the ground, finally exhibited a flicker of life. Suddenly, he bolted upright, his gaze sharp and penetrating, his mind still fixated on the audacious visage of Broly. "Wonderful. You have finally awakened." The Kaishin duo exclaimed in unison. Confused, the recently revived Sun Wukong inquired, "Where am I?" Before he could receive a reply, his hand brushed against something cold. His pupils dilated as he realized that it was Trunks lying on the ground. He shouted, "Trunks." Beside him, Kaishin Xian reassured, "Do not worry. Once Jebbet has regained his strength, he will tend to him." With that, Kaishin Xian turned to Jebbet. "You shall treat this individual named Trunks shortly. I will retrieve the Kaishin sword." Jebbet nodded vigorously, but an unsettling feeling lingered in his mind. Was Lord Kaishin intending to wield the Kaishin sword to vanquish that imposing brute? However, could Lord Kaishin even draw the sword? Hadn't we already attempted this? And even together, we could not succeed? Jebbet's thoughts were interrupted as he noticed a flush of embarrassment on the Kaishin's face, who seemed determined to strip away the last remnants of dignity before Sun Wukong. Why bring up that matter? He chastised Jebbet. "I am well aware that it cannot be drawn, but I can certainly move the stone that the Kaishin sword is embedded in. Would that suffice?" With that, the Kaishin set off, placing all his hopes upon the Kaishin sword. Chapter 52. The Demise of Mr. Popo and the Movements of Sheru. In the Heavenly Temple, Mr. Popo, who was engaged in the repair of the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber, was momentarily taken aback. He had sensed the notorious trio of Frieza and his father and brother approaching the chamber. The memory of their previous encounter was vivid in his mind, particularly the incident 7 years ago when Cooler had come directly to the Heavenly Temple demanding access. Had it not been for Vegeta and Gohan's presence, he might have fallen victim to Cooler's wrath. Now, however, the temple was devoid of anyone but himself and a frail woman. Mr. Popo swiftly flew to the main hall, his heart racing with apprehension as he cast a worried glance at Dend. He had sworn to share the fate of the Heavenly Temple, but he had no authority to dictate the life of this young lady. "Miss, please, find a place to hide quickly. 3 exceedingly dangerous individuals are making their way here." Upon hearing this, Dend's heart sank, and she trembled as she inquired, "Isn't this the safest place?" Before she could finish her sentence, it was already too late. Dend froze in place, as if ensnared by invisible hands. Terrified, she turned around to behold 3 extraordinarily peculiar figures before her. One towered at 2 meters in height, another exceeded 2 meters, and the third, although shorter, was still quite imposing. Suddenly, a dark figure blocked Den's path. "What do you want?" Mr. Popo exclaimed, arms outstretched, bracing for a confrontation. Cooler approached with heavy steps, his eyes glinting with malice. This place was all too familiar to him. It was here that he had been dealt with by Vegeta, and the memories stirred unease within him. "What do you want?" "Heh, you will understand the answer once you are dead," Cooler replied, extending his finger, poised to extinguish both Popo and Dent. A chilling scene caused Dent to emit a piercing scream, fully aware of the threat to her life. She fought to keep her body steady, but under the weight of overwhelming fear, she found herself losing control. How could an ordinary person stand against these three cosmic bullies? Just as Cooler was about to strike, a voice, elegant yet courteous, suddenly resonated from behind him. "Oh ho ho, dear lady, do not be afraid. We harbor no ill intentions." Cooler turned, bewildered, as Frieza uttered such unexpected words. He struggled to comprehend his brother's motives. It was he who had brought up the heavenly temple, yet now he forbade him from taking lives. Such behavior was entirely uncharacteristic of Frieza. "Hey, Frieza, you better provide me with a reasonable explanation," Cooler demanded. Frieza remained silent, leisurely moving to Cooler's side. He rose onto his toes and swiftly swatted away the energy that was gathering in Cooler's finger, causing it to dissipate. Suddenly, Frieza's expression shifted as he whispered in Cooler's ear, "Fool." Golra clenched his teeth in fury, his rage boiling over as he glared at Frieza. "You scoundrel! What did you say? Do you understand the concept of anger? My foolish brother, is this your pathetic ploy to attract Vegeta's attention? If you eliminate them, Vegeta and Son Gohan will undoubtedly come here to exact revenge upon us." A moment of clarity washed over Golra. Frieza merely chuckled, then swiftly approached Mr. Popo and Dent. "Greetings, sir and madam. I am Frieza, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." With that, Frieza executed a courteous bow, leaving everyone present in astonishment. King Cold stared wide-eyed at Frieza, while a dazed Dend remained utterly bewildered, and Mr. Popo was equally perplexed. Frieza continued, Sir, do you happen to know of a remarkable place?" The true intention of Frieza was finally revealed. Mr. Popo's heart raced. He had not anticipated that their goal was the hyperbolic time chamber. "What do you intend to do?" Mr. Popo asked, his vigilance heightened. Frieza, maintaining his politeness, replied, "We mean no harm. We merely wish to enter for a short while, after which we shall leave." Mr. Popo's complexion grew pale. "I cannot divulge that information. However," in the next moment, Frieza began to survey the surroundings of the sacred world of the Kais. "Please, do not be afraid. We will not harm you." Yet, true to his nature, Frieza suddenly leaped in front of Dend, using his tail to constrict her tightly. A show of courtesy before aggression, that is Frieza's method. "Do not move, or you shall meet your demise," Frieza sneered ominously. He then threatened Mr. Popo, "Lead us there, or I cannot guarantee how long she will survive." Mr. Popo clenched his fists, and after an internal struggle, he reluctantly acquiesced and guided the trio towards the hyperbolic time chamber. Dend, her throat constricted, began to struggle. She realized the immense trouble these three ominous figures would pose if they emerged from the time chamber. Mr. Popo deeply regretted having repaired the entrance to the chamber. Eventually, they arrived at the door of the hyperbolic time chamber. With a predatory smile, Frieza said, "Please, sir, open the door. Release her, or I assure you, Mr. Popo will not open it," he pleaded. Golra roared, "This is not the time for negotiations. I could simply lift a finger," but before Golra could finish his sentence, Frieza unexpectedly released Dend. Golra was about to voice his discontent when Frieza placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "No, Mr. Popo, do not let them in." Dend frantically shook her head. "Hurry, Miss Dend," Mr. Popo commanded. At this juncture, Dend had no choice but to flee desperately, ultimately escaping to the outer sanctum of the palace. After confirming that Bidalai was a safe distance away, Bobo finally felt a sense of relief. For within his mind, a plan had already begun to take shape. He opened the doors to the hyperbolic time chamber, only to be met with the skeptical gazes of the three father and son. "You go in first," Frieza commanded. To dispel their doubts, Bobo entered first, urging, "Come in. There is nothing to fear inside." King Cold and Gula followed suit. When it was Frieza's turn, a sinister smile crept across his face as his hands moved in a series of gestures. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the grand hall outside, as a massive tree uprooted itself, reminiscent of Frieza's earlier display of power on Namek, causing Krillin's explosive demise. The tree crashed down upon Bidalai's thigh, leaving her alive but incapacitated. Frieza had no desire for unnecessary complications. He merely sought to restrict Bidalai's movements to prevent her from alerting anyone. To kill her outright would surely attract Vegeta's attention. Satisfied with his handiwork, Frieza stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber, where his next objective was to curtail Mr. Bobo's actions. However, an unforeseen event transpired in the next instant. Bobo instantly obliterated the entrance to the chamber, declaring, "You shall remain here forever." The three of them displayed expressions of shock simultaneously, and Frieza bellowed, "What did you say?" Bobo replied resolutely, "With your current strength, you cannot escape from here. Furthermore, let me share a secret. This place is isolated from the outside world. Once I enter the chamber, my energy will vanish, and Vegeta will surely notice. He will find this place soon enough, while you will ultimately meet your demise at his hands." Frieza trembled with rage, realizing he had overlooked this critical detail. His fury mounting, he finally understood why Mr. Bobo had entered the chamber first. Frieza, making a swift decision, resolved to confront Mr. Bobo. Knowing Vegeta's attention would be drawn shortly, he lunged fiercely towards Bobo, only to be astonished that Mr. Bobo could hold his own against him. Seeing this, the three of them launched an assault on Mr. Bobo simultaneously. "Die!" they shouted, unleashing a chaotic barrage of laser fire upon him. Despite their extensive combat experience, they could not overcome the overwhelming power of their opponent. A slight smile graced Bobo's lips. He had anticipated this very scenario the moment he stepped into the chamber. Even without his warning, Frieza would have inevitably sensed the anomaly. With a smile, Bobo slowly closed his eyes and murmured, "Lord of the Gods, Bobo has come to find you." Meanwhile, in West City, Vegeta felt an inexplicable shift as Mr. Bobo's energy vanished. Alerted while inquiring about Goku's whereabouts, he immediately sensed something amiss. Mr. Bobo's energy has disappeared. Something must be happening at the sacred temple. Damn it, what on earth has transpired? Vegeta cast a glance back and instructed Brah, you have truly surprised me. You and these little cell units must ensure our Mother-S safety here. In an instant, Vegeta surged towards the Supreme Kai's temple. Bra promptly nodded vigorously, and the 5 small cells stood at attention, fully obedient to Vegeta's command. Observing Vegeta's departure, the others surmised that something significant was amiss and promptly followed in his wake. The 5 small cells remained on high alert, missing not even the slightest rustle of the surrounding environment. Yet, in the next moment, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. One of them swallowed hard and spoke to the others, "Everyone, do you sense that too?" The remaining 4 cells were instantly struck with horror as they detected a familiar presence. It was the kind of aura that evoked bloodline suppression, and it belonged to none other than their progenitor. In a dimly lit underground chamber, the lair of Dr. Gero, the liberated scientist was not inclined to follow the path of androids 17 and 18 who sought to end lives. Instead, he had returned early with Cell to the laboratory where he had once labored tirelessly. Dr. Gero grinned maniacally at his computer, and after several minutes of meticulous operations, he collapsed to the ground in exhilaration. He threw behind him the notebook he had salvaged from the depths of hell. It was a triumph. Dr. Gero's gaze shifted towards the incubation pod beside the supercomputer. Inside, the infant cell from this timeline was making gurgling sounds. After Vegeta and the others had obliterated the adult cell from another timeline, they had failed to locate Dr. Gero's laboratory, leaving the young cell in a developmental stage. Following the demise of the adult cell at the hands of Gohan and Vegeta, which led to its descent into hell, Dr. Gero had tirelessly researched in the underworld how to enhance cell strength. Today, having escaped from hell, he was finally poised to manifest years of theoretical work through practical application. Dr. Gero approached another incubation pod, which contained an adult cell. The deranged scientist was poised to execute a long-conceived experiment to transform the adult cell, allowing it to retain its absorption capabilities with the ultimate goal of having the adult cell absorb the young one, thereby creating an even more formidable cell. Success was imminent. Dr. Gero pressed the confirmation button, and in an instant, both incubation pods sprang to life. The adult cell's tail, which had previously retracted, began to extend once more. The next moment, the tail plunged into the young cell's pod. A gruesome scene unfolded, difficult to describe. Dr. Gero watched with a satisfied smile as this horrific spectacle unfolded. Finally, after a few seconds, the adult cell abruptly opened its eyes. The sound of muscle reconfiguration resonated once more, and in that fleeting moment, Cell underwent a remarkable transformation. His body adopted a striking hue of purple. "Welcome back to consciousness, my child," Dr. Gero remarked with a smile. Cell meticulously attuned to his newly acquired physique, leaving him utterly astonished. "Thus, obey my commands and conquer the world," Dr. Gero commanded. With a look of disdain, Cell turned his gaze toward Dr. Gero. "Oh, is that so, my father?" A sense of foreboding washed over Dr. Gero as the chilling fear of his impending demise loomed over him. In disbelief, he stared at Cell, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Did I not establish obedience as your primary directive?" To Dr. Gero's astonishment, Cell had not only enhanced his strength, but also experienced an unprecedented growth in self-awareness. With a swift motion, Cell cast a glance at Dr. Gero, unleashing a beam of energy from his eyes that severed the scientist's head from his body. Without a flicker of hesitation, Cell crushed it beneath his foot. Now, empowered and resolute, Cell's sole purpose was revenge. "Vegeta, Gohan, I shall relish in tormenting you," he declared, placing his fingertip against his forehead. In an instant, Cell vanished from sight. A heartbeat later, he slowly removed his finger, revealing before him the face of his long-cherished nemesis. It's been a while, Vegeta. Chapter 53. The Return of Wukong, the Emergence of the Fusion Warrior. As Vegeta and his companions made their way to the Heavenly Temple, they were halted by Cell. Observing the transformed Cell before him, Vegeta sensed that this was more than just a mere change in skin color. The purple-skinned Cell, astonishingly, had mastered the art of instant transmission, a revelation that took Vegeta by surprise. Behind Vegeta, Krillin gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "So, that guy Cell has emerged too? How infuriating. How can he use instant transmission?" With a sly smile, Cell replied, "Good question. This is the result of my training with Goku in Hell." The mention of Goku ignited a surge of anger within Cell, who begrudgingly acknowledged that his training was more akin to receiving a relentless beating than an exchange of skills. Time and again, Goku had utilized instant transmission in conjunction with the Kamehameha wave to assault him. As a being infused with Goku's cells, Cell possessed an impressive capacity for learning, and he had mastered instant transmission during his time in Hell. Finally, today, he had the opportunity to showcase his newfound abilities on Earth. "Training? Your expression suggests you harbor a deep-seated hatred for Kakarot. Were you defeated by him?" Vegeta scoffed. This remark struck a nerve with Cell, who retorted, "You bastard." Vegeta smirked disdainfully, clearly unimpressed by Cell. However, the priority remained reaching the Heavenly Temple. He then commanded his companions, "You all proceed to the Heavenly Temple. I will handle this one." Just as the Z fighters nodded in agreement, Cell interjected, "Not one of you is allowed to leave." With that declaration, Cell unleashed his formidable energy, a force so immense that it illuminated the dim sky around him. The sheer pressure emanating from Cell's aura left Krillin and the others momentarily blinded. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and charged towards Cell at breakneck speed. What followed was unexpected. Cell had indeed grown stronger. The scene from 7 years ago, where Vegeta found himself at a loss, repeated itself. No matter how fiercely he struck Cell's body, Cell remained unfazed. "Are you merely tickling me, Vegeta?" Cell taunted provocatively. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta's hair extended to his waist as he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, delivering a blow that sent Cell flying hundreds of meters away. Witnessing Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 3, Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Kaiatsu were left in astonished silence. Krillin exclaimed, "As Super Saiyan 3, I can't believe Vegeta has reached this level." Just like Goku, Tien urged, "We need to move. This is not the time for astonishment. Let us hurry to the Heavenly Temple." With that, the group soared towards the Heavenly Temple, their mission clear. In the very next moment, Cell swiftly utilized instant transmission to obstruct the group. "Where do you think you're going?" Standing before Krillin, Cell's towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, caught Krillin off guard. Boom. A golden wave of energy blossomed from Cell's back, accompanied by Vegeta's voice from behind. "Your adversary is me, Cell." With intrigued amusement, Cell turned around. "Very well. Then I shall eliminate you first, and then them. It matters not." The two combatants were poised for battle, and with a mere exchange of glances, energy ripples began to manifest in the sky. The swiftness of their movements was astonishing. One could only catch fleeting glimpses of electric sparks, obscuring their forms. Seeing this, Krillin and the others hastily ascended towards the sacred land. However, before they could land, they were met with a chorus of anguished sobs. Soon, they discovered Biddy Lee, whose leg had been crushed by a large tree. Fortunately, due to her martial training, she had survived what would have been fatal for an ordinary person. Tianjin Fan effortlessly cast the tree aside. Biddy Lee cried out, "You are here to find Mr. Bobo, right?" He was taken into the hyperbolic time chamber by 3 peculiar individuals. In her distress, she seemed to forget her own injury. "Please, take your time and do not rush." "Can you describe their appearances?" Yamcha inquired. Witnessing Biddy Lee's severe injury, Krillin immediately soared toward the Korin Tower. Biddy Lee provided a detailed account of the trio known as the Kirid King. "What? Frieza and his crew have entered the hyperbolic time chamber." Krillin's voice rose from the edge of the temple, and the senza beans he held began to spill from his pouch. Although the deceased Z fighters had never entered the chamber, They had learned from King Kai about this extraordinary place. And it was indeed the very means through which Vegeta and Gohan secured their triumph in the past. Now, however, the infamous Frieza and his companions had gained access. And more alarmingly, they had taken Mr. Bobo hostage. Krillin picked up the Senzu beans and handed one to Biddy. Consume this, and you shall recover instantly. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared before them, Goku and Piccolo. Goku, the group exclaimed in unison. Krillin pressed on. How did you and Piccolo arrive here? Have you dealt with the evil containment wave? Goku was still the same Goku, emerging when his friends needed him most, though his face bore a weight of seriousness. I'm sorry, Krillin. Piccolo and I failed. We could not defeat the evil containment wave. I sustained serious injuries, but thankfully, King Kai didn't treat me. Moreover, if we had managed to vanquish the evil containment wave, those of us who perished would have returned to the other world, rather than wandering the earth at will. Upon hearing Goku's words, realization dawned on Krillin. Meanwhile, Tianjin fan sensed something amiss and asked, Are you suggesting that? Suddenly, with a grim expression, Piccolo spoke, the evil spirit wave. He has arrived in the realm of the living. This revelation left everyone utterly astounded. This can't be true. Goku. Krillin gazed at Son Goku, seeking a denial. However, the gravity of Goku's expression made it evident that such a notion was utterly implausible. Goku. I have some troubling news to share as well. Frieza, Cooler, and King Cold have all entered the hyperbolic time chamber. Krillin informed. Hearing this, Goku's already heavy heart sank further. In an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and dashed towards the time chamber. The next moment, a familiar figure appeared before him. Goku. Upon sensing Goku's energy, Cell immediately teleported to his side. Behind Cell stood another familiar face. You bastard. You've escaped again. Vegeta bellowed as he charged at Cell. Yet, upon spotting Goku, Vegeta halted in his tracks. He rubbed his eyes, reconfirming, and sensed that unmistakable energy he could never forget. Kakarot, you have indeed attained Super Saiyan 3. Goku glanced sideways and noticed that Vegeta had also transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Oh, Vegeta, it's been a while. I didn't expect you to reach Super Saiyan 3 as well. That's fantastic. Goku's eyes sparkled with joy upon seeing Vegeta in his transformed state. And an idea began to form in his mind. Goku flashed to Vegeta's side, draping an arm over his shoulder, saying, Vegeta, hee. Vegeta swiftly swatted Goku's hand away, feeling an unsettling premonition as he looked at the jovial Goku. What are you doing, Kakarot? This is a time for battle. Just as Vegeta finished speaking, two energy blasts surged toward them at an imperceptible speed. Goku, who had just been laughing, suddenly wore a serious expression, while Vegeta was fully alert. Hey, I'm talking to you, Goku and Vegeta. Do you think I'm not here? Cell's eyes brimmed with unquenchable hatred. Before him stood two individuals. One was the man who had once slain him, and the other was the man who had tormented him 1,000 times in hell. Cell harbored an intense loathing for them. Yet, there they were, sharing laughter in front of him. In a fit of rage, Cell activated his instant transmission, launching a dual fist strike directly into Goku and Vegeta's midsections. In that moment, Goku realized that Cell had undergone a transformation, his power now vastly different from before. The two figures were sent spiraling through the sky in a chaotic dance. Vegeta swiftly steadied himself, placing his palm firmly on Goku's back, ensuring his friend's stability as well. Kakarot, this foe has grown stronger than before. Goku, with a piercing gaze, responded solemnly, I sense it. Just now, I encountered a formidable enemy whom I could not defeat. Are you referring to the evil containment wave? Humph, Kakarot, if it were me, I would certainly vanquish that wretch, Vegeta scoffed. Goku, acutely sensing Vegeta's enhanced power, acknowledged his improvement. However, defeating the evil containment wave remained an insurmountable challenge. The two were closely matched, and to truly overcome the evil containment wave, they would need to employ the Metamoran fusion technique. Vegeta, listen to me. The situation is dire, and I trust you have realized that Cell's power surpasses both ours. Moreover, the evil containment wave has already entered the living realm, and Frieza and his cohorts are still in the hyperbolic time chamber. I have a method to enhance our strength. Are you willing to try? As Goku's words sank in, Vegeta fell into deep contemplation. So Frieza has entered the hyperbolic time chamber. This predicament is exceedingly troublesome. Speak quickly, Kakarot. Goku struck an awkward pose in midair, animatedly declaring to Vegeta, Fusion. Our fusion will resolve these troubles. A super warrior will emerge from our union, capable of facing both Cell and the evil containment wave. Yet, before Goku could receive Vegeta's response, the latter had already vanished from his sight, charging towards Cell. Hey, Vegeta, where are you going? Goku shouted after him, But Vegeta paid no heed, relentlessly advancing forward. What nonsense. To subject myself to such a disgraceful act. I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. And to fuse with Kakarot, I'd rather perish. In an instant, Vegeta transformed into a streak of lightning, unleashing all his might as he surged towards Cell. However, in the next moment, a hand pressed firmly against Vegeta's head, startling him. He looked up to find Cell had appeared beside him without a sound. Heh, Vegeta, you are no longer my match. A massive fist appeared before Vegeta's eyes, and he suddenly felt a searing heat surging from his nostrils. Cell's punch struck him squarely on the nose, causing blood to stain his attire. Curse you! Vegeta exclaimed in fury. He then unleashed his golden aura, placing his hands before his chest as sparks erupted between them. Final flash. A column of golden energy erupted from his hands, aimed directly at Cell. Cell, with a disdainful smirk, calmly placed his hand on his waist, preparing his own attack. Kamehameha. The golden and blue energy beams clashed violently in the sky. The energy column, spanning 100 meters in diameter, illuminated the heavens. Yet it was evident that Cell's Kamehameha surpassed the others. Damn it! Vegeta roared in frustration. At that moment, Goku reappeared beside Vegeta, exclaiming, Vegeta, what do you say? Shall we fuse? Despite the inquiry, Goku exerted all his strength to unleash a Kamehameha that intertwined with the ultimate flash. You scoundrel, Kakarot. Are you taking advantage of me in this dire moment? I would rather perish than fuse with you. Seeing Vegeta's obstinacy, Goku redirected his focus entirely towards the energy wave. However, in the next instant, both warrior Super Saiyan 3 forms instantly devolved into Super Saiyan 2. The shortcomings of Super Saiyan 3 became glaringly apparent. With their ability to resist diminished, Cell's Kamehameha swiftly consumed their energies. In this critical moment, Goku shouted towards the Kaioshin Temple, Everyone, run for your lives. The inhabitants of the temple sensed the impending danger and quickly fled. Once he confirmed their distance, Goku placed his hand on Vegeta's shoulder, initiating instant transmission. Meanwhile, Cell's Kamehameha struck the Kaioshin Temple with devastating force. Boom! The sound of a violent explosion echoed through the realm, and the hyperbolic time chamber was obliterated in that instant. Concurrently, 3 figures emerged gradually from the smoke. Who did this? An enraged cooler stepped forth, seething with fury. Huh! You've truly outdone yourself by destroying this place. Vegeta. However, Frieza's voice trailed off as he sensed Vegeta's presence but could not find him. Instead, Cell stood before him, surveying the dust-covered trio. Cell regarded them with disdain, taunting. Heh, Frieza? You seem rather pathetic. Frieza frowned, questioning. Did you destroy the chamber? It appears you seek to eliminate me, the Great King? Cell scoffed dismissively. And if I did? In a different location, Goku stared in bewilderment at an unfamiliar figure. How strange. I intended to instant transmission to Lord Kai. But where is this? The stranger replied, Gentlemen, this is the realm of the Kaioshin. Chapter 54. Unleashing Potential, Trunks, and Gohan simultaneously. In the realm of the Kaioshin. Jebbit placed his hand once more upon Trunks' chest. After undergoing Jebbit's healing, Trunks finally opened his eyes. The unfamiliar surroundings quickly made it evident to him that he was not on Earth. Just then, a figure emerged within his line of sight. At last, you have awakened, Jebbit said with concern. Trunks gazed at Jebbit, now realizing that he was in the Kaioshin realm. Gohan and I were rescued by those two. Indeed, they proved invaluable in a critical moment. As Trunks pondered silently, a sudden roar pierced his ears. He turned towards the source of the sound, discovering that it was none other than Son Gohan. To his astonishment, Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan. Beside him stood the astonished Kaioshin Shin. What could it be? He truly can draw the sword of the Kaioshin? Jebbit exclaimed, his face wrinkled in amazement at Gohan's explosive power. Without delay, Jebbit soared towards Gohan's location. With a resounding clang, the sword of the Kaioshin was drawn from its sheath by Gohan. Both Jebbit and Kaioshin Shin stood in utter disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to their chins. I was indeed correct. Gohan can draw the sword of the Kaioshin praised. At that moment, Gohan turned to Kaioshin Shin with a questioning look. Lord Kaioshin, is this sword difficult to draw? The expression on Kaioshin Shin's face was one of considerable discomfort. Caught in a rather embarrassing predicament, the esteemed Kaioshin could not draw the sword meant for his own use. Ahem, of course, Lord Kaioshin is capable of lifting it. Jebbit interjected, attempting to save face for Kaioshin Shin. Gohan looked at Jebbit with curiosity and joy. Ah, Jebbit has arrived too, and Trunks is awake as well. Oh. Lord Kaioshin, could you please assist me in holding the sword? With that, Gohan tossed the sword of the Kaioshin directly to Kaioshin Shin and turned to glance behind him. What? No. Kaioshin Shin's eyes darted nervously as he realized the sword was about to crash down upon him. With a thud, he ultimately chose to evade it. His strength was insufficient to grasp the sword, which fell to the ground instead. The sound of its impact echoed as the three turned their gazes towards the large crater where the sword had landed. In the next moment, a small hand reached down to retrieve the sword of the Kaioshin. The hand belonged to Trunks. Trunks, you are awake. Gohan cheered with delight. Trunks nodded slightly, picking up the sword of the Kaioshin as he smiled and said, "Yes, Gohan, I am awake." Yet in the next instant, Trunks transformed into his Super Saiyan form. The golden aura enveloped the surroundings, catching both the Kaioshin and Jebbet off guard. Yet, in the next moment, Trunks' energy surged once more, leading to an astonishing realization. Arcane electrical currents danced around him, hinting at a potential breakthrough. Could it be the reason for his revival from the brink of death? Enlightenment struck Trunks, who now understood that to transcend his limits, an abundance of fury was requisite. He closed his eyes and vividly recalled Broly's menacing visage, followed by the harrowing image of Gohan's torment. Rage surged within him. As he opened his eyes, a fierce roar erupted from Trunks, and his golden hair flourished, transforming into a radiant spectacle. Trunks successfully ascended to Super Saiyan 2. As he contemplated the sword in his hand, a thought crossed his mind. If Gohan could unlock his potential, surely he could defeat Broly as well. Old Kaioshin emerged. Just as Gohan rejoiced at Trunks' ascension to Super Saiyan 2, an unforeseen event transpired. In an instant, Trunks exerted force, and with a sharp crack, the Kaioshin sword shattered into two pieces. The atmosphere thickened, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Trunks, what have you done? Jebbet and the Kaioshin simultaneously pressed their temples, howling in despair, their mouths frothing as they berated Trunks. This was the last resort of Lord Kaioshin. The Kaioshin sword was a weapon capable of severing all evil. Indeed. Trunks, how will you confront that behemoth now? In response to their accusations, Trunks donned a serious expression and addressed the duo. But, Lord Kaioshin, even Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 could not overcome Broly. By comparison, my Super Saiyan 2 must surely fall short of Gohan's. If my Super Saiyan 2 can shatter the Kaioshin sword, can it truly sever all evil? Trunks' words plunged Jebbet and the Kaioshin into deep contemplation. His argument was undeniably valid, leaving them momentarily speechless. Suddenly, Trunks sensed an unusual presence. A slight smirk graced his lips. It has appeared. He turned to look behind him and inquired playfully, "Excuse me, old sir, who might you be?" The old Kaioshin intoned, "I am the Kaioshin from before the 15th generation. Which descendant has freed me?" The appearance of the old Kaioshin stunned everyone except Trunks. The Kaioshin duo, akin to encountering a specter, were awestruck, having never encountered this figure during their residence in the Kaioshin realm. "Old ancestor?" Jebbet ventured cautiously. The old Kaioshin cast a glance at Jebbet, questioning if he was the one who had released him, but promptly dismissed the thought. The light fell upon Trunks, who clutched the broken Z sword in his hand. In that instant, he recognized that the one who had released him from his seal was none other than Trunks himself. Alas, to be freed by a mere human child, the Kaioshin truly seems to be a diminishing lineage. Trunks immediately called out to the old Kaioshin, stating that the universe was in peril of annihilation. Even the esteemed Kaioshin found himself at a loss. At this, Kaioshin Shin and Kibito hung their heads in shame. For the safety of the cosmos, Shin divulged the events transpiring on Earth to the Kaioshin. How lamentable it was that such a venerable Kaioshin could be so frightened. The old Kaioshin chastised him, then produced a crystal ball to observe the situation on Earth. The first sight that met his eyes was Broly, who was currently in a furious roar. However, the scene swiftly shifted to Babidi and Majin Buu. Kaioshin Shin's eyes quivered, his words faltering as he stammered. It's Buu. Indeed, we have fallen into their trap." Trunks felt a sudden unease. As it turned out, Majin Buu had indeed been resurrected. With wide eyes, Kaioshin Shin exclaimed, "Cursed be it, ancestor, Majin Buu." He recounted Buu's notorious history to the old Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin cast a disapproving glance at Shin and Kibito, deeming them incapable of drawing the Z sword from its stone. His gaze subsequently turned to Trunks, for it was this child who had liberated him from the sword's grasp. The child's potential was indeed remarkable. Yet, the old Kaioshin had learned from Shin that the two had recently suffered defeat on Earth. He then spoke, "I can unlock this child's latent abilities and enhance his strength." Trunks beamed with pride and replied, "Esteemed old Kaioshin, my brother Gohan is even stronger than I. Might we both undergo this enhancement together?" This was the true intention of Trunks, for with the old Kaioshin's prowess, developing their potentials together would be well within reach. "Do you wish to exhaust this old man?" The old Kaioshin retorted, rolling his eyes. "Oh, great old Kaioshin, If you were to unlock our potentials together, wouldn't that increase our chances of victory? If we could thwart Babidi and his cohorts, the accolades would surely belong to you. Trunks unleashed a flurry of sweet words, elevating the old Kaioshin's spirits. Consequently, the old Kaioshin acquiesced. A curious formation was summoned, and both Trunks and Gohan found themselves undergoing potential unlocking under the old Kaioshin's guidance. Time passed, and the crystal ball continuously displayed the unfolding events on Earth. Kibito and Kaioshin Shin sat beside the crystal ball, keenly observing Broly's every move. Suddenly, they both screamed in unison. Indeed, this behemoth is allied with Babidi. Wait, what is that monstrous figure emerging from the smoke? Who is this person? To think that he could break free from Babidi's control and even defeat that hulking brute. Observing the disheveled state of the two, the old Kai couldn't help but scold. Enough. Quiet down. However, another individual reacted quite differently. Trunks furrowed his brow. Has my father emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber? Focus, Trunks, the old Kai urged him. Trunks smiled slightly, replying, Understood, Lord Kai. The ceremony continued as the two Kai stood beside the crystal ball, often startled yet choosing to whisper to avoid disrupting the proceedings. Yet, as time elapsed, the events displayed within the crystal ball became increasingly tumultuous. The Kai could no longer contain themselves. Kaishin exclaimed, This is bad. Ancestor, the situation is far more complex than we anticipated. What has transpired? Truly, it is merely two minor characters. Once I unlock their potential, these matters will be swiftly resolved. The old Kai lamented in frustration. Kaishin's emotions reached a boiling point as he clumsily placed the crystal ball before the old Kai, Trunks, and Gohan. You must see for yourselves. Trunks and Gohan opened their eyes simultaneously, gazing into the crystal ball. The unfolding scene struck a nerve within Trunks. The sky above Earth was swarming with Frisia's forces, having escaped from Hell, and they were mercilessly assaulting Majin Buu. The scene shifted to Babidi, who was establishing his own dominion, accompanied by Hildegard. Suddenly, the crystal ball shook again, settling on the Supreme Kai's realm. A purple cell was engaging in a fierce clash with Vegeta and Goku, both in Super Saiyan 3 form, yet they were clearly at a disadvantage. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Trunks and Gohan sprang to their feet. Gohan queried, Lord Old Kai, is there no resolution yet? The old Kai opened his eyes, chuckling. In truth, it has long been resolved. Meanwhile, Trunks stood in shock, astonished by how much had transpired in a single day. Even if their potential were unlocked, they might still not stand a chance. Suddenly, the crystal ball was engulfed in a sea of light, and Goku and Vegeta were on the brink of being overwhelmed by Cell's Kamehameha wave. Trunks leapt to his feet, desperately shouting to Jebbet, Lord Jebbet, please save our fathers. Noticing Trunks' intensely anxious expression, Jebbet grasped the severity of the situation. In an instant, he vanished, returning a moment later with the two Saiyans. Goku scratched his head, puzzled. Strange, where are we? Wasn't I just instantaneously transported to Lord Kai's place? Jebbet gazed at Goku with a quizzical look. Gentlemen, you are in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Trunks, you truly survived. Vegeta exclaimed, filled with excitement. Vegeta placed both hands on Trunks' shoulders, shaking him vigorously as if he might lift him off the ground. Trunks felt dizzy from the relentless motion. What does it mean that I truly did not perish? Does Father believe I was slain? Is that why he defeated Broly? Indeed, Father has changed, yet I feel so lightheaded. Trunks' inner thoughts echoed in Vegeta's mind. Realizing his lapse in composure, Vegeta quickly adopted a serious demeanor, scrutinizing Trunks from head to toe. Wait, why has this boy's energy intensified? He then turned his gaze to Gohan. Even Gohan has grown stronger. Ah, Gohan, you have matured. As he spoke, Goku approached Gohan, patting his shoulder. Upon seeing his father after so many years, Gohan's eyes glistened with emotion as he embraced Goku tightly. Countless unspoken words were encapsulated in that embrace. After a few moments, Goku continued, Gohan, I sense that your power has increased. Gohan glanced at the Elder Kaioshin and replied, Yes. It was the Elder Kaioshin who facilitated the unlocking of our potential, and now we are indeed stronger. Both Goku and Vegeta looked at the Elder Kaioshin in astonishment, surprised that this seemingly frail old man possessed such remarkable abilities. The Elder Kaioshin waved his hand and chuckled. Observing the jovial Elder Kaioshin and the astonished faces of Goku and Vegeta, Trunks pondered. What would happen if the Elder Kaioshin were to unlock Father and Uncle Goku's potential as well? This thought reached Vegeta, capturing his attention once more, and his gaze returned to the Elder Kaioshin. At that moment, Goku also noticed the unfamiliar child before him. Ah, you must be Trunks, right? The son of Vegeta and Bulma. Trunks smiled slightly and replied, Hello, Uncle Goku. Goku ruffled Trunks' hair and said, "Hey, Chi-Chi mentioned wanting a second child. If I hadn't perished back then, that child might have been around your age." Vegeta swatted Goku's hand away from Trunks' head. "Hey, Kakarot, shouldn't we be devising a strategy right now?" Vegeta gritted his teeth, silently cursing. "Damn it. Kakarot, don't you have a son? I've never even touched Trunks' head like that." Goku's expression turned serious once more. "Vegeta, what I just said, you must seriously consider." Vegeta dismissed him with disdain, retorting, "You better abandon that thought." Faced with Vegeta's firm stance, Goku turned his attention to Gohan, while Vegeta strode directly towards the elder Kaioshin. Chapter 55, The Fusion of Gohan and Goku. "Hey, old man." Vegeta crossed his arms, greeting the East Kai in his own manner. The East Kai glanced at him, furrowing his brow in disapproval of Vegeta's demeanor, and replied curtly, "What do you want? Facilitate my potential development as well? I will surpass Gohan." Vegeta stated flatly. This bold move left Trunks utterly astonished. He never anticipated that Vegeta would actively seek out the East Kai for potential enhancement, and in such a blunt manner at that. As expected, the East Kai merely snorted in response. "Humph, how rude." Lord East Kai, my father." Trunks quickly attempted to mediate. But at that moment, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Instantly, all eyes turned towards him. "If you do not assist me in developing my potential, then I see no reason for my presence here." Vegeta's gaze was fierce, filling the atmosphere with an oppressive aura that made Kaioshin and Jebbit tremble in fear. The East Kai began to sweat, the tension palpable in the air. Meanwhile, the father-son duo engaged in conversation also turned their attention towards the scene. "Vegeta, what are you doing?" Goku inquired. Vegeta merely snorted, disregarding Goku entirely, his energy continuing to surge. Kaioshin hid behind a large tree, unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure. In front of him stood the old East Kai and Jebbit, both equally unsettled. Kaioshin glanced at Trunks, then back at Vegeta, muttering, "Is this really Trunks' father? He seems to have an entirely different personality." Suddenly, a realization struck Kaioshin. Vegeta's appearance resembled that of the one who had defeated Broly, the very same who had been under Babbidi's control. Indeed, there was a faint mark visible on Vegeta's forehead. Kaioshin understood that this Vegeta was not jesting. Ancestor, would you consider assisting Trunks' father? Though he lacks manners, his intentions are for the safety of the universe," Kaioshin implored humbly to the East Kai. The East Kai, shaken by Vegeta's actions, conceded, "I suppose you make a valid point." He then addressed Vegeta, "I agree to assist you in developing your potential." Upon hearing this, Vegeta calmed down, reverting to his normal state. Trunks couldn't help but silently commend Vegeta. "Please follow me," the East Kai said respectfully. His previous arrogance vanished. Vegeta followed the East Kai as he led the way. At that moment, the crystal ball began to tremble violently. Trunks instinctively looked over, and the image revealed King Cold battling against Cell. However, this time, he had transformed into a third form akin to Frieza. An increasing number of unknown adversaries have emerged. Fortunately, they have begun to engage in combat, rendering them temporarily incapable of perpetrating further mischief. At this moment, several solutions to the predicament swirl in Trunks' mind. Firstly, to summon the Super Saiyan God. In this realm, alongside Bra, there exist only 5 Saiyans. One of them is Broly. But the criteria for becoming a Super Saiyan God necessitate the presence of 6 benevolent Super Saiyans. Broly, with his inherently violent nature, evidently does not meet these criteria, being a natural-born menace. Moreover, at this juncture, Videl has yet to wed Gohan. In fact, Trunks initially suggested that Gohan take Videl into the hyperbolic time chamber for training with a specific purpose in mind. Adolescents, especially males and females, can be quite difficult to manage. Spending a year in the time chamber might cultivate feelings over time, possibly leading to the early birth of Pan. Should that occur, the world would then possess 6 virtuous Saiyans. However, since Vegeta entered the time chamber prematurely, access has been denied, thus rendering this plan futile. The Super Saiyan God scheme is now abandoned. Secondly, there is the option of the fusion technique or the Patera earrings. The former requires that the 2 participants possess similar physiques and comparable strength, while the latter imposes no such restrictions. Hence, Trunks initially intended to seek the earrings from Supreme Kai. However, he was felled by Broly. Now, with the tumultuous events unfolding in the outside world, other candidates for fusion or merging have arisen. At this moment, Trunks also observes Gohan and Goku, who are awkwardly practicing the fusion dance. Trunks immediately recognizes this as the dance of the fusion technique. It appears Uncle Goku has already implored his father, yet it seems his father remains reluctant. Leading him to seek out Gohan instead, Trunks muses. In the distance, Gohan diligently practices the fusion steps. Father, this dance seems even more stylish than my Super Saiyan transformation. Gohan exclaims with a smile. Indeed, Gohan, I too find this fusion dance quite impressive, though Vegeta thinks it looks ridiculous. How absurd, Goku scratches his head. I've mastered it. Dad, let us give it a try. We can't waste any more time. The Earth will descend into greater chaos. Goku nods enthusiastically. All right, Gohan. The two take their positions, prepared to execute the movements. Fusion. 2. A radiant light envelopes them, prompting Trunks to approach in curiosity. Yet, in the next moment, a gaunt figure appears before him. Trunks realizes that the fusion has failed. Perhaps, Uncle Goku and Gohan, you might inquire with old Kai. He may have insights into the issue at hand, Trunks suggests. Hoping they will seek old Kai for the earrings, for he is quite confident in the power of the Patera. However, the frail figure before them struggles even to walk. With no other recourse, Trunks must carry them. During this endeavor, he hears a series of anguished cries. The source of the commotion is none other than Vegeta. Damn it. That hurts. Is this what you refer to as unlocking potential? The Elder Kaioshin was employing his unique abilities to extract Vegeta's tail. The tail. It is the source of your Saiyan strength. If you wish to grow stronger, endure it. The Elder Kaioshin admonished. Upon hearing this, Vegeta suddenly recalled something. Indeed, those words were also spoken by Trunks. With that thought, Vegeta gritted his teeth against the pain and shouted, "Pull harder. Quickly extract it." Standing nearby, Trunks felt a sense of déjà vu at this scene. He abruptly set aside his own concerns and exclaimed, "Elder Kaioshin, allow me to assist you." A new plan formed in Trunks' mind. Chapter 56, The Clown Babidi. On Earth, Babidi gazed with satisfaction at Hildgarn behind him, giving a thumbs up in praise. "You are truly my capable assistant, Hildgarn. Huh, compared to Bu, you are infinitely more useful. Who would have thought that the Majin Bu would be so cowardly? I cannot fathom why my father created such a worthless being, such a useless Bu. It would be better to be rid of him. Now, let us conquer more souls." Hildgarn. Behind Babidi, a multitude of humans bearing the letter M had gathered, all puppets controlled by his dark magic. In addition to these humans, a swarm of Frisia's forces and the former minion of Cooler, Sawieza, flew above. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated through the sky, causing Babidi's nerves to tighten as he looked up in astonishment. Brilliant fireworks erupted in the heavens and thick smoke billowed from the sacred temple. Babidi, exhilarated like a lean monkey, waved his staff energetically. Wow, what immense and wicked power. Come, Hildgarn, take me there. Under Babidi's command, a colossal being began to stride toward the sacred temple, followed closely by throngs of puppets. Above the sacred temple, Cell taunted Frisia and his progeny. Indeed, it was I who obliterated that place. What of it? Are you dissatisfied? Cell crossed his arms, showing no respect for Frisia. Frisia chuckled coldly. It seems you have become stronger, Cell. Who would have thought the one who was once battered by Goku in hell would reach such heights? How infuriating. Goku, I shall surely end your life. Frisia mimicked Cell's demeanor, delivering a harsh mockery. Glaring at Frisia's insolent expression, Cell felt a surge of anger. You wretched Frisia. Yet in the next moment, Cell composed himself, saying coolly, to be frank, I have just killed Goku and Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Frisia's demeanor shifted dramatically. His head lowered, a shadow of despair cloaking his features. What did you just say? Frisia's voice grew heavy. Beside him, Cooler and King Cold awaited Cell's response. Cell shrugged nonchalantly. I said, I have just slain Goku and Vegeta. Did you not hear me, fool? His words pierced Frisia's heart like countless needles. In an instant, the veins on Frisia's forehead bulged, his rage intensifying. You vile creature. You dare to kill Goku? He is meant to be vanquished by me. Frisia's voice grew hoarse, his discontent evident. Meanwhile, King Cold behind him began to stir, his expression darkening as memories of Goku's triumph over him and Frisia echoed in his mind. You should not have slain Sun Wukong. Babidi. In an instant, the breath of the King of Kurds surged forth, and holy light erupted as he transformed into his third form. A fierce battle between the two sides was imminent when suddenly, a multitude of tiny dots appeared in the distance, capturing the attention of the four. Shortly thereafter, a swirling cloud of smoke enveloped the sky, accompanied by a lewd laugh echoing through the air. Ha ha, you shall all become my dogs, Babidi proclaimed, perched upon the shoulder of Hyolge. His staff continuously unleashed magical energy, intent on controlling Frisia and his companions. Frisia gazed at Babidi as if he were a fool, pondering, what an ugly creature this is. Yet, in the next moment, Frisia felt a splitting headache, clutching his head with both hands. The King of Kurds and Gula, standing beside him, shared the same reaction. Ha ha, the entire universe belongs to me, Babidi. You wicked beings shall all fall under my control. Babidi's laughter was wild and piercing, but suddenly it ceased. His confused gaze inadvertently fell upon Cell. Odd. Why are you unscathed? Cell's lips curled into a slight smirk. Ah, what a tiresome trick. The one who attempted to control me has already met his demise. Surely, you do not think you can control me? Cell's sharp gaze swiftly turned to Frieza and his companions. Hey, Frieza, if you truly have fallen under the dominion of this grotesque creature, it would greatly disappoint me. At these words, Babidi exclaimed in shock. What? What nonsense is this? How can anyone escape my control? This is intolerable. Babidi intensified his magical control. Yet the outcome was far from satisfactory. To his astonishment, the agonized expressions of Frieza and his companions vanished in an instant. Frieza slowly raised his head, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Ho ho ho, enough of this charade. Gula, father, you are not under his control, are you? He glanced at Gula and the king of Kurds, noticing their expressions of pain dissipate almost immediately. No, it cannot be. How is this possible? Babidi's voice trembled, casting doubt on his own magic. Cursed be you. How dare you underestimate me? You, attack. Babidi commanded the throng of minions under his control, but to his dismay, they remained motionless. They looked towards Frieza's trio with trepidation. It is King Frieza, King Kurds, and King Gula. How could we possibly stand against them? We will perish. In that moment, whispers erupted among Babidi's ranks. Even under control, the oppressive presence of Frieza and his companions lingered in their hearts. Amongst the throng, Gula soon recognized a familiar face. Shoiza? Oh, to my astonishment, you too have succumbed to control. What is your intention? To assist this individual in eliminating me? Suddenly, Savaiza's legs grew weak. No, Lord Gula. I, Savaiza, vow to serve Lord Gula until my last breath. With that declaration, Savaiza took the lead and unleashed an energy blast towards Babidi. Under Savaiza's command, the throng of controlled individuals began to rebel against Babidi. Damn it, Hildgarn, eliminate them all. Babidi commanded fiercely. He had anticipated that these individuals would remain under his control, but to his surprise, they were terrified of the trio known as Frieza. As the conversation unfolded, Hildgarn expelled a colossal energy cannon, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. All those once under Babidi's control were obliterated, yet Babidi remained unsatisfied. Hildgarn, finish them off. Before he could complete his command, Babidi felt an unexpected chill at his neck, which swiftly transformed into a searing pain. In the blink of an eye, his head had detached from his body. With a thunderous thud, akin to a clap of thunder, Babidi, like a jester, beheld an astonishing sight in his final moments. Cell had struck Hildgarn in the back with a powerful punch, sending him soaring out of sight. Subsequently, Cell remarked, Humph. The trash has been cleared away. Now, Frieza, do you seek vengeance for Son Goku? Chapter 57, Silver Frieza, Silver Cooler. The proud figure of Cell stood majestically in the sky, arms crossed, utterly dismissive of Frieza and his companions. You had better not disappoint me. No sooner had he spoken than a colossal figure surged before him. The individual before him unleashed a powerful punch, a howling wind erupting from the force of it. Truly shocking Cell. The power of King Cold had indeed been augmented. They had previously engaged in fierce battles over territory in the underworld, though at that time, King Cold's strength had been inferior to his own. Subsequently, King Cold had been imprisoned elsewhere, and they had not crossed paths since. Cell scrutinized King Cold's current visage, and as expected, it had undergone a transformation. This was evidently a large-scale third-stage Frieza. Too slow. Cell's expression shifted dramatically. His body swayed like a lithe serpent, causing King Cold to lunge at empty air, his form frozen in place. With a sharp crack, Cell's hand sliced down upon King Cold's back. What appeared to be a light blow bore an unfathomable explosive force. Gritting his teeth, King Cold bit down on his lip, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. A tempest of agony erupted across his back, his massive muscles caving in at that moment. The next instant, Cell's demeanor changed as he pressed his hand against King Cold's abdomen. Thump, thump, thump. The sounds of impact reverberated as Cell unleashed his emotions with reckless abandon. The once mighty King Cold was now toyed with as if he were but a plaything. Observing this spectacle, Frieza and Cooler displayed no trace of concern. Is this the result of Father's training? Truly disappointing. It seems he has merely reclaimed his former transformation. Father truly is growing old, Frieza remarked coldly. Beside him, Cooler merely clicked his tongue in disdain, shaking his head at the sight of King Cold being mercilessly battered by Cell. Defenseless, King Cold was suddenly propelled away by a wave of energy from Cell, ultimately landing before Frieza and Cooler. Supporting his battered form, King Cold gasped for breath. blood trickling from his lips. Wiping the blood away, he cursed, "Damn it. If only I had a little more time, I could certainly break through." Frieza cast a glance at King Cold, saying, "Father, you are getting old. What you say holds merit. Had that chamber not been destroyed, perhaps," he chuckled. Swish, swish, swish. Several violet energy blasts sped down towards the trio. Frieza had taken notice, his expression shifting as he took to the air, effortlessly deflecting the energy orbs. "So, you have indeed made progress. Hey, Frieza, your father is truly a disgrace. You must be similar," Cell taunted. Frieza replied with a sly grin, "Ha ha ha. You speak the truth. My father is indeed a disgrace. However, I am above him." Having spoken, Frieza cast a disdainful glance at King Cold, and then floated gracefully towards Cell. At that moment, however, the imposing figure of Cooler suddenly materialized in front of Frieza, positioning himself squarely before Cell, thereby obscuring the diminutive Frieza. "Are you implying that you have slain Vegeta?" Cooler inquired, seeking confirmation. "How many times must I repeat myself, you foul reptile?" Cell retorted. Upon receiving the desired answer, Cooler tensed, his expression shifting to one of peculiar delight, and he erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, good riddance. Though I regret not being the one to end his life, I suppose you shall serve to assuage that regret." With that, Cooler's form radiated a brilliant silver light, enveloped in an enigmatic shield. The silvery glow intensified, illuminating the sky, transforming the once azure expanse into a breathtaking spectacle of dazzling silver. As the silver light surged, the surrounding space appeared to warp, rendering everything indistinct. It seemed as though only that radiant column of silver and the luminous Cooler remained in existence. Concurrently, a powerful gust of energy erupted from the heart of the silver luminescence, rapidly sweeping the area. The various gases in the air were irresistibly drawn to this force, spiraling around Cooler in a frenetic dance. At last, as the extraordinary phenomena subsided, a newly transformed Cooler emerged before the onlookers, now resplendent in silver. In this moment, Cooler completely overshadowed the petite Frieza, stealing all of his limelight, much to Frieza's chagrin. "Damn it, I never anticipated he would attain this form." In an instant, Frieza too transformed into silver. The two brothers advanced menacingly towards Cell. Frieza suddenly darted in front of Cooler and addressed Cell. Cell. This is the culmination of my training over the past fortnight. I must candidly assert that given a bit more time, my power will ascend to an entirely new dimension. Unlike my father, I am a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy of our lineage." Cell chuckled, gesturing towards Cooler. He retorted, "Once in a millennium? Then what of this fellow? He appears to be more imposing than you and likely possesses greater strength." This remark struck a nerve with Frieza, for throughout his life, nothing irked him more than references to his stature. "You insolent fool. Prepare to perish." Frieza instantly teleported behind Cell, his fists converging as he struck with ferocity towards Cell's nape. Cell, with a sinister grin, sensed the impending danger and swiftly pivoted to block the blow. He then taunted, "While in hell, I often pondered why your brother and father are so tall, yet you resemble this. Could you be a mutation?" The veins on Frieza's forehead throbbed like worms, his fury reaching a boiling point. With a sweeping tail strike, he landed a blow squarely on Cell's face, bellowing, "Fool! Silence yourself." Enraged, Frieza unleashed a ferocious assault, causing Cell to continually retreat, his previously arrogant expression now replaced by a serious demeanor. The two combatants clashed from the heavens to the earth, igniting wave after wave of energy storms. Aware that his brother despised any mention of his height, Cooler refrained from intervening, eager to witness the fruits of Frieza's arduous training. However, his piercing gaze gradually shifted towards King Cold, as he approached menacingly, hurling insults. "Worthless." King Cold, infuriated, pointed an accusatory finger at Cooler, shouting, "Ungrateful wretch." "Repeat that." Cooler merely smiled indifferently, raising his hands above his head. "Apologies, father. But our lineage does not tolerate the inept. At this moment, you are but a burden. Moreover, this shall be the last time I address you as father." In an instant, a violet energy sphere expanded and was hurled toward King Cold. Following a cry of anguish, King Cold was propelled far away by the force of the blast, setting off a grand display of fireworks. Cooler then turned his attention back to the ongoing battle between Cell and Frieza. Yet, he suddenly sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him from behind. Swiftly, he spun around, on high alert, demanding, "Who goes there? Show yourself." A voice echoed from the shadows, truly a remarkable son." Chapter 58, The Convergence of Father and Son, the New Fusion Warrior. Half an hour prior. In the realm of the King of Worlds, a gaunt figure clad in a vest lay sprawled on the ground, witnessing an extraordinary spectacle before him. Vegeta clutched a black steel block, the hardest material in the universe, his face flushed and his jaw clenched, enduring immense pain. A small tuft of fur was faintly visible at his rear, a peculiar reemergence of the tail he had lost for years. Behind him stood the Elder Kai and the Supreme Kai duo. "Ancestor, can this truly awaken Vegeta's potential?" inquired the Supreme Kai. "Enough with the trivialities. Just observe. Allow you to witness the unique abilities of the Kais from 15 generations past. It is time for you to learn." At that moment, Trunks realized the Elder Kai's intentions. "Elder Kai, allow me to assist you," he declared, swiftly positioning himself behind the Elder Kai to support his waist. "Release me. Do not be hasty. This requires a gradual approach." The Elder Kai rebuked. "Your power is excessive. It could cause his tail to break again. Let go." With that, the Elder Kai freed himself from Trunks' grasp. The frail man in the vest, with tears streaming from his nose, stared in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. What is happening?" A sudden chill swept through the air, prompting him to wrap his arms around himself, trembling. "It's so cold." Jebet immediately noticed the unfamiliar figure and inquired, "Who is this?" The vest-clad man suddenly regained his composure, pointing to his own face with confidence, proclaiming, "I am neither Goku nor Gohan. I am the fusion of the two into a super warrior." Upon uttering these words, even he seemed to doubt himself, with bubbles of mucus surfacing as the cold breeze sent him shivering once more. This spectacle left everyone breathless. Even Vegeta, who was racked with pain, fell into silence. Is this the winning strategy Kakarot spoke of? This absurdity emerged from the fusion. Damn it. Thank goodness I did not agree to this. Such humiliation. The performance of the gaunt figure was indeed less than impressive, leaving the Kai duo in a state of shock. Observing the incredulous expressions around him, Trunks chuckled. It seems there was a slight mishap with the fusion, ha ha ha. His gaze then shifted to the Elder Kai, scrutinizing his every move. Sure enough, the old fellow's lips curled into a subtle smile. Trunks understood that the fusion must have succeeded. The Elder Kai abruptly ceased his efforts to extract Vegeta's tail and turned to the frail man. "Heh, what fusion technique did you employ? Such a method has its flaws, and you are now experiencing them in full measure." As soon as the words were spoken, Trunks eagerly interjected, his face alight with joy. "Oh, esteemed Elder Kaioshin, with your vast knowledge, you must surely possess a better solution." The Elder Kaioshin smiled knowingly and swiftly removed the earrings from his ears. "With these, the Patera. If each person wears one on opposite ears, they shall fuse." His words resonated like an enchanting melody, yet the current Kaioshin, Shin, appeared entirely oblivious. "Wait, the Patera has such an effect?" The Elder Kaioshin glanced at Shin and remarked, "Do you doubt it? You and Kibito should give it a try." Just as they were about to embark on this endeavor, Trunks intervened. Esteemed Elder Kaioshin would never deceive us. Perhaps it's best if Kaioshin and Mr. Kibito refrained from attempting this." The Elder Kaioshin snorted dismissively and continued, "Once fused, it cannot be undone. Thankfully, Trunks has stopped you." Upon mentioning this, a wave of melancholy swept over the Elder Kaioshin as he recounted his tale of a witch. He lamented how he could never return to his former, dashing self, now reduced to a lecherous old man, all because of his fusion with the witch. Yet, it was precisely due to this that he had acquired some of her powers. Trunks, however, was not in the mood to dwell on the Elder Kaioshin's past. He sought clarity on one matter and asked, "Elder Kaioshin, are you certain it cannot be undone?" The Elder Kaioshin tapped his head, deep in thought. It has been so long, I might be conflating details. The permanent fusion of the Patera seems to apply only to Kaioshins. As long as one party is a Kaioshin, the fusion remains eternal." Trunks released a sigh of relief. Indeed, the Potara's attributes aligned with his expectations. Grasping the Patera earrings, he turned to the slender figure behind him. "Now we merely await the separation of Goku and Goten." After briefing him on the earrings, the Elder Kaioshin resumed his examination of Vegeta's tail. Gazing at the small tuft of hair, a flicker of hope ignited within Trunks. Once my father's tail grows back, with his current strength, he should be able to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. Thus, a new plan emerges to resolve our current dilemma. As long as he can retain his sanity after transforming into a golden great ape, he will achieve the Super Saiyan 4 form. As the Prince of the Saiyans, my father surely will not lose his wits upon becoming a great ape. Unbeknownst to Trunks, his musings were overheard by Vegeta, who felt a jolt in his heart. So, the tail is the secret to our Saiyan potential? Transforming into a great ape can be achieved with an artificial moon. Foolish Kakarot. Go ahead and fuse with your son. I, Vegeta, would never fuse with you. Thud. Two phantoms detached from the emaciated figure, splitting into two, as Son Gohan and Son Wukong ultimately returned to their original forms. Alas, how did the fusion fail? Son Wukong inquired. "Father, I recall that our fingers were misaligned. Son Gohan discerned the issue at hand. Uncle Wukong and Brother Gohan. Did you hear that? This is Patera. Perhaps we should use this? Trunks offered the earrings to the two. Son Wukong scrutinized the Patera, questioning its miraculous nature. Without hesitation, he adorned his left ear with one. Son Gohan, equally convinced, swiftly donned the other on his right ear. In an instant, a mysterious radiance emanated from their bodies. As the blinding light dissipated, a completely new warrior materialized before the onlookers. Without uttering a word, he placed his hand upon his forehead and, in a flash, vanished from sight. Chapter 59. The Overwhelming Power. The Absolute Strength of Gula. A sudden and inexplicable sound reverberated from all directions, startling Gula, who had transformed into his silver form. Overcome by surprise, he instinctively turned to glance around, yet his gaze encountered nothing but emptiness. Whoosh! A brisk breeze brushed past him, sweeping over his head. Instantly alert, Gula raised his gaze upwards, but the space above remained void of any presence. Tension gripped him as he began to survey his surroundings, seeking the source of the mysterious sound. However, only Frieza and Cell were engaged in their fierce battle nearby. A sense of confusion and unease settled within him. From where did that enigmatic voice emanate? Determined to maintain heightened vigilance, Gula resolved to continue observing the commotion around him. Who is it? Show yourself. The calm demeanor he had exhibited upon his transformation into silver had vanished. He had clearly heard someone speaking, just as doubt clouded his mind. A striking face suddenly appeared before him. Gula instinctively staggered back several steps, his eyes widening in disbelief. Who are you? Gula's wariness heightened, for this individual was undoubtedly formidable. The fact that he could approach unnoticed even in Gula's transformed state was nothing short of remarkable. At last, Gula discerned the stranger's features. Clad in an orange martial arts uniform emblazoned with the character, he bore an oddly familiar presence, accentuated by a pair of earrings adorning his ears. The unfamiliar figure offered no response. Instead, he regarded the astonished Gula with an air of nonchalance, raising his fists as if acclimating to his own body. Gula's frustration surged. From the moment this individual had appeared, he had been toying with Gula, and the latter could no longer contain his indignation. Boom! Purple energy erupted from Gula's fingertips, and in a fit of rage, he unleashed a barrage of furious blasts towards the figure before him. At that very moment, the stranger finally shifted to a serious demeanor. Swish! The golden aura surrounding him ignited fiercely, radiating like a resplendent sun and emitting boundless brilliance. The golden ring around him swirled like a vortex, continuously engulfing the surrounding space, as if intent on devouring everything in its path. Meanwhile, Frieza and Cell, who had been locked in a fierce conflict, instinctively paused. They felt the oppressive weight of this newfound power, shock etched across their faces. Frieza's eyes widened, fixating intently on the figure, his mind racing with speculation. Who could this be? Cell wore a grave expression. The entire battlefield had grown tense due to the sudden emergence of this mysterious individual, with all eyes drawn to him. In that instant, a breathtaking aura enveloped the scene, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The three combatants heightened their energy levels to withstand this overwhelming pressure, which rendered Gula's violet laser attacks utterly ineffective. The man's gaze was sharp, meticulously sensing the power coursing within him. Is this the power of Patera? Since it is the fusion of Son Goku and Son Gohan, let us call it Gohan's form. The astonished Cooler gazes at Gohan, finally realizing the familiarity. It is indeed the fusion of Son Goku and Son Gohan. Gohan has transformed into a Super Saiyan, and in the next instant, he cast a sidelong glance towards Cooler. Your disloyal actions are most distasteful to me, thus I have resolved to deal with you. Whoosh! The golden figure vanishes, instantly appearing beside Cooler. Suddenly, a heavy fist emerges from Cooler's chest, imbued with the power to shatter stars, striking with a speed that leaves Cooler utterly unprepared. Bang! Cooler is propelled 1,000 meters away, crashing down to the ground. In that moment, the earth is marred. A scar left in the wake of Cooler's body as it tears through the ground. Yet, his body continues to slide. It is not over. Just as Cooler regains his senses, he is on the verge of colliding with the massive mountain behind him. Bastard! How infuriating! My body is out of control. Cooler bellows in rage. In an instant, Cooler's form is enveloped in a silver glow, unleashing all the power within him. Finally, just a mere meter from the mountain, he stabilizes his form. But at that very moment, the figure that instills dread in him reappears, Gohan. Gohan nonchalantly wipes his nose with his thumb, jesting, I don't know why, but even though King Cold is a villain, your actions still irk me. Cooler rises, glaring fiercely as he retorts, Our family matters are none of your concern. Bastard. Enraged, Cooler leaps forward like a ferocious beast, launching a thunderous assault at Gohan. In the face of the overwhelming onslaught, Gohan remains rooted, his expression unchanged. He simply shifts, effortlessly evading the attack. Too slow. Stung by Gohan's mockery, Cooler can no longer hold back, resorting to both fists and feet. He finds himself in a dire predicament. Meanwhile, high above, Frieza and Cell, engaged in their own battle, reach an unspoken truce to observe Cooler's fight. Hey, Frieza. Cell nudges Frieza with his shoulder. Frieza turns. Is your brother only this capable? Cell questions. Frieza, indifferent, replies. I don't know. Perhaps he's just getting accustomed to this form. I told you, I am a genius. I stabilized this form long ago. I was born without training. And with just a little effort, I can reach heights you will never attain, Cell. Cell scoffs, retorting, Oh really, Frieza? It seems your talent is quite remarkable. But do not forget, my body also contains your cells. Oh, and by the way, I have never trained either. If you truly are the genius you claim to be, I suppose I can as well. Upon receiving such news, Frieza expressed considerable surprise, raising an eyebrow as he remarked, just a thief pilfering others' cells. A counterfeit hoping to surpass this great king? Just as the two exchanged disdainful glances, a silver-white object hurtled towards them at the speed of light. Their attention was entirely consumed by one another, when suddenly, a resounding crash occurred as Gula collided with both Cell and Frieza, sending all three tumbling through the air. At that moment, Goku also materialized before the trio. With a scornful gaze, he surveyed the three and inquired, What are you discussing? If there's anything to deliberate, you might as well return to hell to do so. Meanwhile, on the other side, a bizarre creature fortuitously encountered Majin Buu. The creature scrutinized the rotund figure before it, murmuring, Evil contaminating wave, evil contaminating wave. Majin Buu, with his crescent moon-shaped eyes, fixed his gaze upon the creature and asked, Hey, who are you? The evil contaminating wave stared blankly at Majin Buu, blinking as it repeated, Evil contaminating wave, evil contaminating wave. A large question mark appeared above Majin Buu's head as he reiterated, I am asking who you are. The creature continued to mutter, Evil contaminating wave. Evil contaminating wave, while its pink head emitted a continuous stream of white mist, compelling it to rush towards the evil contaminating wave. Chapter 60. The deficiencies of Fan Kong. As Fan Kong made a sudden entrance, Frieza and Cell found themselves compelled to cease hostilities, momentarily setting aside their grievances. In this instant, the animosity between them was overshadowed by an unexpected recognition, for within Fan Kong's essence, they discerned the echoes of an old acquaintance. Frieza's eyes trembled as an overwhelming sense of revulsion washed over him. He murmured, Son Goku. At the same moment, Cell too grasped the connection. Sensing the striking resemblance between the presence before him and that of Gohan, albeit intertwined with the essence of Goku. Thus, it dawned on him. It was the amalgamation of Son Goku and Son Gohan. Frieza forcefully shoved away the beleaguered Cooler, cracking his knuckles as he soared towards Fan Kong. I know not what has transpired with you, Son Goku, yet I am relieved you still draw breath. The one who shall extinguish Son Goku's life must be none other than I, Frieza. With that proclamation, an aura erupted from Frieza, surpassing that of Cooler, leaving him utterly astounded and incredulous. He had never fathomed that the brother he had once scorned could possess such formidable strength. For long, Cooler had derided Frieza for his lack of training, believing that innate power alone sufficed. Yet, Frieza's displayed prowess completely upended Cooler's perceptions, prompting him to reconsider whether his prior judgments had been excessively narrow and one-dimensional. In this moment, Cooler finally recognized that he could no longer underestimate Frieza. He was compelled to re-evaluate the capabilities of the brother he had once deemed a failure. Meanwhile, Cell interjected, So, you did not perish just now, Son Goku. Both you and Gohan are individuals I loathe. United as one, I shall not rest until you are vanquished to assuage my bitter resentment. Frieza transformed into a blur of radiant energy, charging towards Fan Kong. Cell, stand aside. He is mine. Cell retorted scornfully. What gives you the right, you diminutive wretch? He pursued Frieza closely, the duo advancing towards Fan Kong from either side. In comparison to Cooler's strength, Frieza and Cell had indeed ascended to a higher echelon. Unfazed by the imminent assault, Fan Kong evaded their strikes with agility. Yet, he was met with an onslaught of ferocious fists, akin to a tempest battering against him. To his surprise, he found himself impressed by the capabilities of these two adversaries. As he staggered backward, Frieza and Cell's fists unexpectedly collided with his visage, leaving Fan Kong momentarily astonished. Equally astonished was Trunks, who observed this unfolding drama from the realm of the Supreme Kai. He was taken aback that Frieza had not transformed into his golden form, instead remaining in this intermediate state. Moreover, he felt a tinge of disappointment. The performance seemed to fall short of expectations. At that moment, the Elder Kai also found his attention captivated by the crystal ball. The potential of the Patera earrings has not been fully realized by these two individuals. Only when the two beings, who are both adversaries and allies, view each other as rivals can they truly maximize the power of the Patera fusion. The wise words of the old Kaioshin greatly benefited the Kaioshin duo, prompting them to exclaim in unison, "Ancestor, your wisdom is boundless." The old Kaioshin chuckled softly, remarking that although they are the Kaioshin and Kaioshin candidate of the seventh universe, their understanding of such matters is woefully inadequate. In time, I shall enlighten you on these subjects, he promised. Upon hearing the old Kaioshin's words, Trunks suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. His gaze instinctively shifted towards Vegeta. The notion of being both adversaries and allies referred precisely to his father and Uncle Goku. Despite the pain inflicted by having his tail pulled, Vegeta's focus remained steadfastly on the crystal ball. Trunks' intense stare caused Vegeta to turn sharply, his voice icy as he declared, "Trunks, there is no way I would fuse with Kakarot. I would rather die." Trunks replied calmly, "But what if Gohan and Uncle Goku were to be defeated?" To be frank, Trunks harbored doubts about Gohan and Goku's strength, especially since their fusion had not fully harnessed the capabilities of Patera. In essence, they could not reach the formidable power of Vegeta. If Goku and Gohan had not fought, Earth would be plunged into peril, and both Mom and Bra would be in danger. "Father, would you truly refuse to fuse with Uncle Goku?" At this proclamation, Vegeta's body quivered. Trunks. Even if they were to fall, I could still defeat Frieza and his ilk." Yet, upon uttering this, Vegeta's heart trembled. The truth was, he too felt uncertain. For his tail had not yet been released, and he had only spoken out of pride. Nevertheless, Trunks' words had struck a deep chord within him. "Bulma, Bra. If that day were to come, I would indeed be willing to fuse with Kakarot." In that moment, the old Kaioshin's words acted as a stabilizer for both of their hearts. Though they couldn't fully unleash the maximum potential of the Patera, the bond between father and son is quite harmonious. The best is yet to come. As they faced the relentless onslaught of Cell and Frieza, the Saiyan blood within Gohan began to boil fervently. In an instant, a powerful storm erupted, sending Cell and Frieza flying away. Gohan shouted, "Ha!" In that moment, golden arcs of electricity danced wildly around him. The sky above him darkened ominously, while golden energy swirled incessantly. "You two have truly surprised me, but from this moment on, the battle is over. I have other matters to attend to." Gohan had transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. After declaring this, he stealthily positioned himself behind Frieza and Cell. The bewildered duo soon realized that the figure of Fankong had vanished before them. Frieza and Cell trembled, an unsettling chill creeping along their necks. At that very moment, an even more astonishing occurrence transpired. Their positions had been altered. To their astonishment, a third figure had materialized beside them, the severely injured Gula. What is happening? How do we end up here?" Frieza exclaimed in disbelief. "It is instant transmission. Cursed be it. I never anticipated he could master instant transmission to such an extent that even I could not react in time." Cell gritted his teeth. Moments ago, the suddenly vanished Fankong had actually appeared behind Frieza and Cell, utilizing instant transmission to bring them to Gula's side. His intention was clear, to ensnare all three of them at once. "I regret this, Cell, Frieza, Gula, but I have other matters to attend to, so now, I must escort you back to hell." His voice echoed, yet his figure remained elusive. Both Cell and Gula were left in a state of utter confusion. Only Frieza contemplated resistance, when suddenly, his body ignited with a golden glow. Just as Frieza was about to articulate his thoughts, in the next instant, a blinding silhouette emerged. Fankong positioned his hand at his waist and bellowed, "Demon Flash, Turtle School, Energy Wave." Instantly, an energy pillar spanning 100 meters ensnared the three. Whatever Frieza had intended to say was forcibly swallowed at that moment, replaced by a chorus of incredulous wails. Amidst the enduring echoes of despair, the Demon Flash Turtle School energy wave consumed all three. Now, Fankong had one more crucial task ahead, to locate the malevolent wave, the true instigator of chaos between the realms of Yin and Yang. Chapter 61. The Birth of Majin Buu, King Kai's Realm. Gazing at the crystal ball depicting the vanquished figures of Cell, Frieza, and Cooler, the silhouette of Goku gradually recedes. Trunks' once anxious heart finally finds solace. Although it lacked the overwhelming spectacle of Vegeta's triumph, it is nonetheless gratifying to witness the defeat of these nefarious villains. Marvelous. Ancestor. It turns out that our Patera is indeed so formidable, King Kaishin exclaimed with exuberance. Goku's success instilled boundless hope within everyone. However, one individual remained discontent. And that was Vegeta, sprawled on the ground. Humph, he had hoped to take the stage himself, only to find that Kakarot and Gohan had accomplished it instead. Aside from King Kai-shun and Vegeta, Goku's achievements profoundly moved another. Jebet, who stared vacantly at King Kai-shun's earrings, suddenly conceived an unrealistic notion. What if I fused with Lord King Kai? Wouldn't we be able to restore the majesty of the Kais? After all, with such troubles arising in the universe, it was disheartening that the esteemed King Kai could only place his hopes in the Saiyans. With this thought in mind, Jebet reached out to touch King Kai-shun's patera. Sensing an itch near his ear, King Kai-shun turned to find Jebet. "What are you doing, Jebet?" he inquired sternly. With a cheeky grin, Jebet replied, "Well, Lord King Kai, how about we fuse? That way, we could join the fight." This suggestion immediately drew the ire of the old Kai, who berated Jebet vehemently. "You brat, you'd best dismiss that thought. With your level, even if you fused, you wouldn't be enough to take on Frieza." Jebet and King Kai-shun promptly lowered their heads. Meanwhile, Trunks, who was observing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle. He turned to King Kai-shun with a smirk. "Lord King Kai, the Frieza you once disregarded can now defeat both you and Lord Jebet with a mere finger." Trunks' words filled King Kai-shun with embarrassment, and he bowed his head in shame. He had never anticipated the sheer monstrosity of Frieza's lineage. The Frieza of old could indeed be dispatched with a flick of a finger, yet the current Frieza had reversed that dynamic. Jebet chuckled ruefully. Perhaps I should abandon that notion after all. Being myself is quite splendid. These matters are best left to you Saiyans." Yet, just moments ago, another tale was unfolding in a tropical rainforest. Two epic monsters faced each other, their gazes locked. The corpulent Majin Buu, in a fit of rage, unleashed a barrage of attacks against the evil containment wave. Yet, no matter how he attacked, the evil containment wave would merely dissolve into countless blocks, reappearing before him unfazed. After each maneuver, the evil containment wave would regard Majin Buu with an expression of sheer bewilderment. Evil containment wave, evil containment wave. Perceiving the malevolent energy of the evil wave, the rotund Majin Buu's two orifices began to emit a steady stream of gas. With hands on his hips, he pointed at the evil wave, exclaiming in anger, "How dare you provoke me?" Buu placed his hands at his chest, preparing to unleash Vegeta's signature move, the Final Flash. True to his genius, he had merely glanced at Vegeta's technique and was able to master it in an extraordinarily brief moment. The golden beam of energy accurately surged towards the evil wave. However, this time, the evil wave did not evade. It stood still, seemingly waiting for the opportune moment. Indeed, just as the Final Flash was about to strike, a slight twitch appeared at the corner of the evil wave's mouth, confidently placing its hands at its chest. In an instant, a white hole manifested at its core, absorbing the Final Flash in that very moment. This scene fueled the already volatile temperament of the rotund Majin Buu, who erupted with fury. "How dare you absorb my Final Flash? You wretched fiend." The gas atop his head swelled increasingly. In the next moment, a white hole suddenly materialized above Buu's head. Boom. The Final Flash, which was meant for the evil wave, detonated, obliterating Buu's head. Nevertheless, being a creature of magic, his formidable regenerative abilities restored him to his former state. "You insufferable wretch, you infuriate me," Buu muttered to himself, just as he was poised to strike again. An eerie voice whispered in his ear, "You truly are a waste, unable to defeat even him. Would you like some assistance?" The flesh on Majin Buu trembled violently as he scanned his surroundings. "Who are you? Show yourself." At that moment, a gaunt, dimly colored version of Buu appeared behind him. "I am you, and you are me. My existence is thanks to you. You devoured all those wicked souls that escaped from hell, transforming them into candy. Their malevolence gathered within you, and whenever you become enraged, I am expelled. I am your dark side, dear fat Buu." With that, the slender Buu stuck out his tongue, brimming with mockery. "Nonsense. I am myself." Fat Buu roared defiantly. The slender Buu chuckled indifferently, mimicking Fat Buu's stance and retorting, "Nonsense. I am myself." He proceeded to replicate Fat Buu's every movement. The evil wave stood by, observing them like two children at play. However, the next moment brought an incredible turn of events that left the evil wave in disbelief. In a fit of rage, Fat Buu unleashed the Final Flash once more, with the slender Buu mirroring his every action. Upon their collision, the two Final Flashes dissipated instantaneously. The tremendous force sent Fat Buu flying, yet the slender Buu remained unscathed. "Cursed fiend, transform into chocolate," Fat Buu commanded, as a pink ray shot forth from his head, swirling and spiraling before ultimately aiming at the slender Buu. Faced with such an attack, Slim Buu was well acquainted with the tactic. He took a deep breath and directed a powerful blow towards Fat Bu. Ultimately, Fat Bu was caught off guard and transformed into chocolate. Slim Bu leisurely picked up the chocolate and swallowed it whole. In that instant, a transformation occurred within him. As a billowing cloud of pink smoke erupted from his head, the smoke enveloped his entire being, and his once frail physique was now adorned with muscle, heralding the emergence of Majin Bu. With piercing eyes, Majin Bu turned his gaze towards evil Majin. Fool, now it's your turn. The foolishness of the overweight Bu was truly distressing to behold. Majin Bu touched his forehead, feeling a sense of despair. A sinister smile crept across evil Majin's face, as he clearly sensed that this pink creature before him was far more astute than the one he had encountered moments ago. Chapter 62. Majin Bu vs. Evil Containment Wave Die. You abhorrent creature. The roar echoed, emanating from Majin Bu, whose eyes sparkled with boundless fury and murderous intent. His body quivered as he gathered the entirety of his strength. Suddenly, a peculiar radiance began to emanate from the tips of his fingers. Initially, the glow was a faint pink, but it soon ignited like a flame, transforming into a dazzling brilliance. As time progressed, the pink laser intensified, its luminosity eclipsing everything around it and unleashing an unparalleled wave of energy. Under the oppressive force of this immense power, the very fabric of space seemed to warp and distort. Countless resplendent rays surged forth like a cataclysmic torrent towards the evil containment wave. The momentum was fierce, as if intent on rending the entire space apart. These rays formed a suffocating net of light, crashing down upon the evil containment wave with thunderous might. However, in that breathtaking moment, the situation underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Majin Bu's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a canvas of incredulity. What unfolded before him far exceeded his imagination and expectations. He could never have anticipated the astonishing spectacle that was about to manifest. Without hesitation, the evil containment wave raised its arms overhead, and a colossal white hole abruptly materialized. This white hole loomed like a towering mountain, exuding an unsettling aura. Almost instantaneously, the evil containment wave shifted the white hole to its chest, resembling an indomitable shield. The lasers unleashed by Majin Bu surged forward like a relentless tide. Yet, the moment they made contact with the white hole, they were devoured, absorbed entirely. Meanwhile, in another direction, a new white hole quietly emerged, targeting none other than Majin Bu himself. In an instant, a breathtaking rain of lasers cascaded down. These lasers fell with such density, akin to pear blossoms in a torrential downpour, engulfing Majin Bu completely. He had assumed that a massive offensive would leave the evil containment wave with no refuge. Even with the white hole as a defensive measure, he could not fathom its capacity to withstand such an onslaught of lasers. However, he gravely underestimated the true prowess of the evil containment wave. To his astonishment, the white hole could expand further. What a peculiar technique. If only I could harness it for myself. A sudden thought flashed through Majin Bu's mind. In an instant, his body transformed into a mass of flesh, splitting into countless smaller pieces. With this maneuver, he evaded all the lasers rebounding from the evil containment wave. Yet, his true intention was far grander. His aim was not merely to avoid the attack, but to appropriate the evil containment wave's power for himself. His body rapidly reformed, reappearing before the evil containment wave. What do you think, fool? My power is formidable, is it not? He anticipated a compliment from the evil containment wave regarding his ability, yet it remained rooted in place, seemingly unfazed. The malevolent wave, the malevolent wave. Gazing at the vacant expression of the malevolent wave, Majin Bu seemed to grasp that this individual could only utter those three words. Hey, is that all you can do, mimicking others? Truly uninspired. And is your brain malfunctioning? You fool? All you can say is malevolent wave. With that, Majin Bu imitated the malevolent wave's vacant yet clear gaze, extending his tongue, malevolent wave, malevolent wave. After such mockery, the malevolent wave finally ceased to stand idly, realizing that he had just been insulted. His countenance darkened, and he gathered a blue energy sphere in his hand. This strike was the very one that had severely injured Son Goku. The blue energy sphere in his grasp grew increasingly radiant, while Majin Bu's expression became more sinister. Hee hee. Bu chuckled softly, his voice reminiscent of an owl in the night. The malevolent wave, wholly engrossed in concentrating energy, remained oblivious to the happenings behind him. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound reached his ears, but immersed in the accumulation of power, he paid little heed to this anomaly. However, it was this subtle sound that became the key to a turning point. Majin Bu's eyes were fixated on the chunks of flesh behind the malevolent wave. In an instant, an enormous net of flesh lunged at the malevolent wave from behind, moving with the swiftness of lightning streaking across the night sky. In the blink of an eye, The net ensnared the malevolent wave tightly. Success! Majin Buu exclaimed triumphantly. Oh ha ha! He erupted into a cacophony of laughter, the sound as jarring as a baboon's call. Majin Buu believed he had secured victory, but then an unexpected turn of events occurred. His laughter abruptly ceased, replaced by an expression of shock. Before his eyes, the malevolent wave's form instantaneously transformed into pixelated blocks, successfully evading the flesh net. A moment later, his body reassembled. With a flash, a blue energy blast surged forth from the malevolent wave's hand. Boom! Majin Buu was taken aback, astonished that the seemingly foolish malevolent wave possessed such intellect. He had no time to evade. His body was blown to pieces. The malevolent wave stood firm, gazing at the writhing, dismembered chunks on the ground. The grotesque pieces began to coalesce once more from all directions, but this time, it took significantly longer than before. Damn it! Majin Buu cursed under his breath. He fixed his gaze intently on the malevolent wave, convinced that this bizarre creature was in no way inferior to him. Just as Majin Buu pondered this, the malevolent wave conjured a sharp blade in his hand. With a swift motion, the blade was unsheathed. The crimson gleam of the knife illuminated the malevolent wave's face. As the sword's aura swept toward Majin Buu, reacting quickly, Buu executed a 360-degree spin in midair to evade the strike. Boom! Drawn by the sound of the explosion, Majin Buu turned to find the earth had cracked open beneath him. The trees in the jungle behind had all been severed in two. The oppressive aura of the malevolent wave instilled a flicker of fear within Majin Buu. At that very moment, a white void suddenly materialized above him. The fist of the malevolent wave descended ominously. It was bizarre, indeed, exceedingly bizarre. Majin Buu gazed at the white void, his eyes flickering incessantly, as a sense of dread enveloped him. Yet, the more he feared, the stronger his desire grew to uncover the secrets within. The fist swung downwards, striking Majin Buu on the head with unforeseen force. This blow took him completely by surprise, causing his form to shatter into countless fragments. It was at this juncture that a terrifying event unfolded, one that would send chills down Majin Buu's spine. A thunderous roar erupted from the horizon, the sheer explosive power surpassing even the oppressive might of the malevolent wave. What on earth is happening? Amidst his astonishment, Majin Buu sensed an energy approaching him, one that was far beyond his comprehension. Suddenly, a figure clad in an orange gi and adorned with earrings appeared behind the malevolent wave. Ah, so you are here, malevolent wave. The sound of dual voices echoed, causing Majin Buu to panic. An overwhelming pressure shattered his thoughts at that moment. Meanwhile, the blue energy sphere of the malevolent wave hurtled towards his form. Majin Buu's momentary daze rendered his essence utterly diminished. The malevolent wave rose, staring blankly ahead, its eyes locking with Goku's. Goku gazed intently at the malevolent wave, declaring, "Well then, it is time to put an end to this, malevolent wave." Chapter 63. The Dissolution of Fan Kong. A new crisis arises, Sun Wukong, trapped by malevolent waves. The malevolent wave fixed its gaze upon the vanquished Majin Buu, believing that it had thus concluded his existence. A dual, magnetic voice resonated from behind him. The malevolent wave turned, confronted by an individual both unfamiliar and familiar. He tilted his head, ensnared in confusion. Soon, he discerned the shadow of Sun Wukong upon Fan Kong. Yet, before he could react, the figure before him vanished in an instant. An incandescent light radiated from Fan Kong's hand, as a rapidly condensed energy sphere coalesced within his grasp. The pulsating energy orb, akin to a living entity, thrummed in his palm, its latent power unimaginable. A flicker of trepidation crossed the malevolent wave's eyes, an emotion he had never before encountered. This farce must come to an end, malevolent wave. Fan Kong swung his arm, poised to hurl the energy sphere at the malevolent wave. In a fleeting moment, it felt as though invisible hands had ensnared his body, freezing him in place. Fan Kong gazed in disbelief at his own form, a wave of helplessness washing over him. In the next heartbeat, his body astonishingly split in two. Sun Gohan and Sun Wukong stared at each other in bewilderment. "Be dissolved," they exclaimed in unison. It was at this moment that the energy sphere potent enough to terrify the malevolent wave vanished. The malevolent wave tilted its head, casting a dubious glance at Sun Wukong. It quickly recognized this individual as one of its former subordinates. The malevolent wave let out a chilling cry. "Malevolent wave, malevolent wave." Immediately, its form flickered beside the father and son. Gathering its strength for a punch, it was about to strike. Sun Wukong instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, while Sun Gohan simultaneously assumed a mysterious form. Concurrently, a Kamehameha was already gathering in Sun Gohan's hands, as the blue energy beam surged forth. Just as Sun Gohan believed it would connect, an alarming sight unfolded. The malevolent wave's body fragmented into countless pixel-like pieces of flesh. The Kamehameha, which should have pierced through the malevolent wave, was flawlessly evaded. As Son Gohan marveled at this spectacle, the malevolent wave's presence loomed before him. Such a terrifying visage. Son Gohan couldn't help but gasp, quickly retreating at lightning speed. Gohan, this being is perilous. Since the Patera fusion has failed, we must attempt to merge. Only then do we stand a chance of defeating him. Son Gohan nodded vigorously. I understand. Father, seek an opportunity to fuse. However, this declaration was not heard solely by Son Gohan, but also by the malevolent wave. The malevolent wave in its second phase was no longer the bumbling fool of the first. The power exhibited by Fan Kong had already instilled a sense of danger within him. He could not allow the two to merge. With a snap, a crimson sword aura sliced through the air, forcibly separating Gohan and Son Wukong. No, Father. It appears that this individual has grasped our plan. Gohan forcefully steadied his body and addressed Goku. Goku's mind raced, showcasing his strategic acumen in this critical moment. Whoosh. He activated instant transmission without hesitation, seizing Gohan by the shoulder. Next, they would utilize instant transmission once more to escape this place and continue their fusion endeavor. Whoosh. They materialized at an unfamiliar location. Gohan, quickly fuse, Goku urged. However, Gohan responded, No, Dad. The evil spirit wave. It was then that Goku realized that the evil spirit wave had also been transported along with them. Goku's plan was so splendid. But just as he was about to execute instant transmission to depart, the evil spirit wave had already placed its hand upon Goku's shoulder. The evil spirit wave, devoid of expression, swung a blade towards the father and son duo. They were once again separated, and at that moment, a familiar voice resonated. Old son, Gohan, Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment, flanked by Krillin and others. Goku had sensed Piccolo's energy just before using instant transmission. The onlookers gazed in shock at the father and son. Not due to them, but because a malevolent entity, the evil spirit wave, loomed behind them. Krillin, startled, took several steps back. Goku, how could you have brought this guy along? I'm sorry. Krillin, everyone, it was my oversight. The evil spirit wave is incredibly fast. You all must flee. The ensuing battle will endanger you. This will be handled by Gohan and me. Upon hearing this, the group immediately darted towards safety. Piccolo, filled with concern, called out to Gohan, be careful. Gohan. Gohan nodded slightly, and seeing him affirm, Piccolo felt reassured enough to retreat. Gohan steadfastly faced the evil spirit wave, and then made a bold decision. Dad, go find Uncle Vegeta. Use the Patera to fuse with him. I will hold him off. Upon hearing this, Goku did not hesitate for a moment. Just then, the evil spirit wave's hand stealthily appeared behind Goku. Watch out. Dad, behind you. Gohan shouted loudly. But it was too late. A white portal suddenly manifested behind Goku. The evil spirit wave's hand reached out from the portal. Goku immediately felt an irresistible force constraining his body, pulling him into the white portal, and before he could react, he vanished from this land. Witnessing such a bizarre scene, Gohan's mouth fell agape. Dad. This unexpected turn left Gohan bewildered. He had never anticipated that the evil spirit wave possessed such cunning intelligence. To thwart their fusion, it had directly absorbed Goku into the white portal. Consequently, any chance of fusion was now utterly obliterated. In an instant, Son Wukong's pupils dilated, and the muscles on his face twitched as he bellowed with all his might. Damn it! Return my father to me. His father had already faced death once. Son Wukong's mind began to spiral with chaotic thoughts. What would happen if he were to die again? Suddenly, a white lotus of energy enveloped the heavens and the earth, and an unprecedented surge of power erupted from Son Wukong's body. The mysterious radiance of his being shone brilliantly, and in a fit of uncontrollable rage, he appeared to be encircled by a white dragon, harnessing a force that transcended the cosmos and an unfathomable speed. Son Wukong successfully directed his punch towards the malevolent energy wave. This unstoppable strike even took the malevolent energy wave by surprise. As the dragon fist made contact with its face, it felt as if half of its visage had been obliterated. It was at that moment that it regained its senses. Its body swiftly morphed into countless crimson fragments, ultimately reassembling flawlessly before Son Wukong. Uncanny, it was exceedingly bizarre. Son Wukong had not anticipated that even his full-powered punch would fail to inflict the slightest harm upon the malevolent energy wave. Chapter 64. The absorption of Son Wukong and his son, the birth of Super Bu. Seated beside the crystal ball, the Supreme Kai Shin rose abruptly, caught off guard by the unfolding battle. He never anticipated such an outcome. The evil energy wave displayed an intelligence that surpassed his expectations. Impossible. How could this being's intellect skyrocket so suddenly? The Supreme Kai-Shin stood in disbelief. He had managed to trap Mr. Goku. This meant that fusion or reintegration was no longer feasible. This realization struck Trunks like a bolt of lightning. The foolish demeanor of the evil energy wave could not possibly conceal such cunning. Vegeta, who was in the midst of pulling his tail, was equally astonished. What? Kakarot has been ensnared. After sensing Goku's energy, he confirmed his worst fears. There was nothing to be felt. Damn it, Kakarot. Old man, hurry up and pull. Trunks turned to the nearby Jebbet, urging, Lord Jebbet, please take me to the battlefield. Now, only Gohan and I can fuse. With that, Trunks swiftly removed the earrings from the Supreme Kai-Shin's ears, a move that left Shin bewildered as to how they had vanished. Upon hearing this, Jebbet nodded resolutely, embracing Trunks, and the two vanished from sight. On the battlefield, a hand unexpectedly landed on Gohan's back, prompting him to turn. Trunks stood before him, directly offering a Patera earring. Gohan, stay strong. We will prevail. Uncle Goku is not dead. Trust me. Inspired by Trunks' determination, Gohan reignited his fighting spirit. He accepted the earring and donned it without hesitation. Trunks, let us rescue Dad. Both had adorned the Patera earrings, yet an unforeseen event transpired. There was no reaction. They did not fuse. Trunks' body trembled with realization. He understood the reason. Gohan had just fused with Goku, and the power required for Gohan to fuse again was likely not yet restored. Much like in the original tale, after Vegeta's rapid disintegration, the earrings remained on his ears. However, due to the unavailability of their combined power, they could not fuse once more. In essence, fusion, like merging, possesses a cooldown period. Gohan and Trunks exchanged glances, both taken aback by this unexpected predicament. Then, yet another shocking occurrence unfolded before Trunks' eyes. The previously dazed, evil energy wave began to transform. Its crimson skin was supplanted by a pink form. The malevolent glint in its eyes revealed that it had morphed into Majin Buu. More precisely, it was the evil energy wave Majin Buu. Just moments ago, the evil energy wave had believed it had vanquished Fat Buu. Yet, in the instant the blue energy sphere detonated, Fat Buu had slipped into the white void released by the evil energy wave. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that it was indeed challenging to absorb the waves of malevolent thoughts from the outside. However, upon entering this white hole, he uncovered the secrets contained within. The white hole was filled entirely with these malevolent thoughts, which were the very essence of the malevolent waves. After entering, Majin Buu absorbed all the malevolent thoughts, transforming into the current incarnation of the malevolent wave Buu. Soon after, an even more outrageous phenomenon occurred. The malevolent wave Majin Buu had donned a layer of martial arts attire. Not only had he absorbed the malevolent waves, but even Son Goku had fallen prey to him. Ha! Now I stand as the most formidable being. Are you bewildered by how this foolish creature could possess such intelligence? Ha ha ha, the truth is that I, Buu, have been orchestrating everything. Majin Buu laughed maniacally, for he had now become the most powerful version of himself to date. To call him Super Buu would not be an exaggeration. Trunks gazed in shock at the Majin Buu before him. The situation was becoming increasingly dire. With the emergence of Gohan, all attention was focused on him. The crystal ball incessantly revolved around Gohan. Trunks remained unaware of Majin Buu's movements, still believing him to be engaged in noble deeds. Little did he know that, after absorbing a multitude of malevolent beings escaping from hell, the malevolent thoughts had begun to influence him. Thus, the great Buu made his appearance. The situation had escalated to such an extent. I apologize, Gohan. It was my oversight. Trunks lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly. Just then, he suddenly sensed an unusual sound behind him. Rustling. Trunks and Gohan turned simultaneously. In an instant, a net of flesh lunged toward Gohan. This is bad. Gohan, be careful, Trunks warned. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, unleashing his ultimate flash toward Majin Buu's flesh net. However, how could Trunks possibly be a match for the current Majin Buu? The ultimate flash failed to penetrate the flesh net. Ultimately, before the eyes of all, the net pounced upon Gohan's body like a hungry tiger, ensnaring him. Amidst the astonished gazes of Trunks and Jebbet, Gohan was absorbed. Ha! Now the strongest individual has been consumed by me. Well, little one, you are next. Wait. This little one seems rather weak. Perhaps I shall pass. Majin Buu reveled in his malevolence, yet Trunks felt no anger in response. There was merit to Majin Buu's words. Those absorbed by him were, at the very least, at the level of Super Saiyan 3. Although Trunks had unlocked his potential, it paled in comparison to Gohan's. Unable to forge a completely new form, the notion of a mysterious Trunks was merely a fade. After all, no one's potential could surpass that of his brother Gohan. Though he had gained some strength, In comparison to Majin Buu, he remained but a mere drop in the ocean. However, he could distinctly perceive that his physical strength had significantly improved. At that moment, the malevolent Majin Buu flashed a sinister smile and addressed Trunks, saying, "In that case, I shall transform you into a cookie to devour." At this instant, Trunks, fully aware of the terrifying nature of Majin Buu, swiftly moved to stand beside Jebbet. In a fleeting moment, Trunks turned to gaze intently at Jebbet, pressing his ear close and urging, "Master Jebbet, we must flee." Upon hearing these words, Jebbet instantly vanished from their location with Trunks in tow. Majin Buu, bewildered, attempted to sense Trunks' energy, yet found nothing at all. On a planet situated light years away from Earth, Trunks had completely concealed his energy, for he understood that the current Majin Buu, having absorbed Goku, would undoubtedly possess the ability to teleport instantly. To prevent their location from being compromised, he masked his aura. Simultaneously, he earnestly inquired of Jebbet, "Master Jebbet, your teleportation can reach anywhere in the universe, correct?" Jebbet nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed." Hearing this, Trunks smirked wryly, acknowledging, "I must bear the consequences of my mistakes." Chapter 65, Super Buu. My aspiration is to dominate the world. In the desolate wasteland, the air was thick with the scent of blood. Purple chunks of flesh writhed incessantly. The formidable Cell, struck down by Goku's lethal blow, had not been entirely vanquished. Enhanced through transformation, his Namekian cells had been fortified. At this moment, he was exerting control over his brain, orchestrating the regeneration of his body. Nearby lay the remnants of Frieza and Cooler, their decayed forms a testament to their resilience. The Frieza clan, known for their potent vitality, had not succumbed completely. Frieza's eyes flickered with dread as he observed Cell's astonishing metamorphosis. The sheer magnitude of Cell's abilities left him in awe, a feeling he could not reciprocate. His envy was palpable. Suddenly, an exhilarating event transpired. A pink figure materialized upon the land. Majin Buu had arrived. Unperturbed by the disappearance of Trunks and Goten, he regarded them as insignificant. He had far more pressing matters at hand. With a disdainful glance at the regenerating Cell, he shifted his gaze towards Frieza, greeting him amiably. "Hello, how are you?" Frieza was taken aback, a memory flashing through his mind. His father, King Cold, had warned him not to provoke a certain pink individual. The figure before him seemed to embody that very warning. Stunned, Frieza could hardly fathom what transpired next. Super Buu placed his hand upon Frieza's battered form. A beam of healing green light enveloped him. Miraculously, Frieza's body began to restore itself. In no time, a rejuvenated Frieza re-emerged. His expression one of incredulity as he questioned Super Buu. "You saved me?" Feigning indifference, Super Buu replied casually that he had merely passed by. "By the way, how did you end up like this?" he inquired, feigning concern. Frieza, incensed, clenched his fists tightly, images of Goku and Gohan flooding his mind. "You fools! I will have my revenge." Rage consumed him, a simultaneous loathing for Cell bubbling to the surface. "Damn you, Cell. If it weren't for you destroying the hyperbolic time chamber, I would have stabilized that form." With that, Frieza cast a scornful glance at Cell, a radiant glow igniting in his hands. Witnessing this, Super Buu grew apprehensive and hastily intervened. "Hey, wait. Don't act rashly. What do you mean by that form?" Frieza hesitated. After all, Super Buu had spared him. Upholding his reputation as a gentleman, he chose to grant Super Buu some consideration. Suddenly, Frieza's body erupted with a golden brilliance. At this moment, Frieza's body became taut as he endeavored to transcend his own limits. "Damn it, I must surpass myself." Hatred consumed Frieza's mind, his loathing for Goku deeply ingrained in his very bones. A golden radiance blossomed around him, intensifying in purity under the catalyst of his fury. Finally, after a transformation lasting a full minute, a brand new Frieza appeared before Super Buu. With a maniacal grin, Frieza declared, "Ho ho ho, behold the golden Frieza. My dear friend, I am grateful for your assistance." Yet, no sooner had he uttered these words than he spewed forth a mouthful of blood. His body had not fully recovered. Super Buu had merely restored his physical form. This transformation into Golden Frieza was excessively taxing on his body. He was merely a weakened version of Golden Frieza. Observing the bloodied Frieza, Super Buu revealed a fleeting, sinister smile. "It seems you are celebrating prematurely. Relax. Allow me to heal you further." Frieza suddenly grew wary, scrutinizing the face of Majin Buu, as the warnings of King Cold echoed persistently in his mind. However, gazing upon the amiable visage of Super Buu, Frieza began to doubt his instincts. Unexpected events often catch one off guard. Majin Buu revealed his true form, ensnaring Frieza within a grotesque net of flesh. "Frieza, realizing the peril, was too feeble to evade. This predicament was a deliberate ploy by Super Saiyan, who had intentionally withheld complete healing from Frieza. Struggling within the flesh net, Frieza's cries and curses filled the air. Ultimately, he reverted to his normal state, and Super Saiyan achieved his aim once more. Thus, Golden Frieza was absorbed. Ha ha, fool, simpleton. Where in the world is there such a thing as a free lunch? Ha ha, I shall become even more powerful. I will reign supreme over this world. With that, Super Saiyan shifted his gaze toward Gula and Cell, with the troublesome Frieza absorbed. His next objective was to consume the remaining Cell and Gula. He lowered his head, a greedy grin spreading across his face, and drew in a deep breath, directly inhaling the still-living Gula and Cell into his belly. However, at that moment, his sharp gaze fell upon a massive rock. Behind the stone, a pair of eyes was fixed upon him. Come forth, my feast. As he spoke, the boulder was instantly pierced by Super Saiyan's gaze. From behind the stone emerged a muscular figure, none other than Broly, though he had already been switched with Jinyu. You killed Lord Frieza? Jinyu stammered in disbelief. Super Saiyan smiled nonchalantly, then transformed his visage to that of Frieza. What are you talking about? I am Frieza. This bizarre scene sent Jinyu into a frenzy, trembling as he exclaimed, No, you are not. The beleaguered Jinyu initially believed that by transforming into Broly, he could once again serve Frieza. Yet now, even Frieza has vanished. His faith has crumbled utterly. Damn it! Return my Lord Frieza to me. Jinyu unleashed a beam towards Super Saiyan, but it merely splashed harmlessly, as he had yet to acclimate to his new form. Super Saiyan smirked derisively and remarked, Whatever you have to say, do so within my body. As he approached Jinyu, the latter, driven to desperation, recalled witnessing Frieza being absorbed and realized he might soon meet the same fate. Change bodies, he cried. Super Saiyan sidestepped, murmuring, Oh, I see, the ability to switch bodies. How intriguing. Jinyu's plans disintegrated. In his frantic state, he once again attempted the body-switching technique against Super Saiyan. At that moment, Super Saiyan spotted a frog, which turned out to be none other than the transformed Broly, who had been trailing Jinyu since the body snatch. Super Saiyan seized the frog and hurled it at Jinyu, ultimately reverting Jinyu back to a frog. Meanwhile, Broly, having returned to his own body, could not escape the fate of absorption either. This scene was finally witnessed by the Supreme Kai in the realm of the Supreme Kai, who anxiously turned to Elder Kai and asked, Elder, has the tail been extracted yet? Chapter 66, The Guardians of West City, The Decision of the Little Cell Juniors. Super Saiyan roams the world, now unrestrained and liberated. Within him resides the essence of numerous formidable warriors, leading him to believe that he is, without question, the mightiest in existence. Yet, he finds this power to be insufficient for his desires. While soaring freely, he suddenly senses a malevolent aura, feeble and reminiscent of the previous Cell and Frieza. A wisp of smoke drifts languidly through the air, concealing none other than Hildergon, who had been sent flying by Cell's punch. Super Saiyan possesses all the memories of Fat Majin Buu and is well aware of Hildergon's abilities. However, in comparison to his own, they appear trivial. Oh, why not transform him into chocolate and consume him instead? A beam of light emanates from Super Saiyan's crown, instantly converting the struggling Hildergon into chocolate. Extending his arm, he brings the confection to his mouth, and with this action, his taste buds awaken. Quite delectable. Now, it's time to seek out more chocolate. With that, Super Saiyan begins to sense the remaining energies of humans on Earth. In the depths of his being, he detects several relatively powerful presences hovering over West City. In truth, he has already absorbed all the strong warriors on Earth, and the leftovers barely pique his interest. Nevertheless, to satiate his cravings, Super Saiyan decides to investigate further. For in this apocalyptic era, most survivors are congregated in the thriving West City. Thus, he sets off towards West City. West City. The Z-Fighters have gathered here. Moments ago, they sensed the simultaneous disappearance of Goku and Gohan's energies. Piccolo's countenance darkens, for he also feels Super Saiyan approaching West City. What should we do, Piccolo? Krillin asks in a panic. Tien, Kaiatsu, Yamcha, Bulma, and Bulla all wear anxious expressions. Where's Vegeta? Piccolo, wasn't he with you? Where could he be? Bulma questions, urgency lacing her voice. Simultaneously, Bulla fervently inquires of Piccolo. Excuse me, may I ask where Gohan is? Bulla's heart races. Having sensed Gohan's powerful aura moments before, she now realizes it has vanished. At that moment, Bulla steps forward. Her demeanor transformed from the usual docile girl to one of determination as she rolls up her sleeves and stands resolutely before the group. In the next instant, Piccolo pulls her back. Don't go. You are no match for him. Goku and Gohan's energies have already vanished. Vegeta is unaccounted for. All of this is connected to that fiend. At this proclamation, the room falls silent, but the next second, Bulla instantly transforms into a Super Saiyan. Now, I am the only one who can fight. I must bear the responsibility. At this moment, Bra's words resonated with profound righteousness, leaving the crowd utterly astonished, as they could hardly believe such sentiments could emanate from one so young. Bulma was on the verge of speaking to Bra when, in the next instant, a whimsical voice rang out from behind the assembly. Hey, 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 I say to you all, you haven't forgotten about us, have you? The speaker was a diminutive Cell Jr. The crowd turned to see 5 of these little cells poised for battle. The leader among them declared, "Our master has provided us with ample benefits. Now that his family is in peril, we shall undoubtedly lend our assistance." Bra's gaze grew distant as she glanced at the small cells, never having anticipated their willingness to help. However, she realized that their combined strength, even with her own, would not suffice to match the threat they faced. Piccolo's words served as a wake-up call. He reasoned that his concerns were not unfounded, for Bra was merely at the latter stages of Super Saiyan. The 5-cell JRS were also at a comparable level of Super Saiyan prowess. "I do not wish to dampen your spirits, but the situation is exceedingly dire," Piccolo cautioned, dousing their enthusiasm. Yet, upon observing these little cells, a glimmer of hope flickered within him. In the next moment, he continued, "I possess a method that can elevate your strength." The 5-cell JRS exchanged glances, their anticipation palpable as they inquired, "What is this method?" Their uniformity in size and strength perfectly aligned with the principles of the Metamoran fusion technique. "Fusion, follow my lead. Perform this motion in pairs, and thus you shall merge your powers." With that, Piccolo demonstrated the fusion technique. The little cells were momentarily taken aback, as Piccolo's movements were rather comical. One couldn't help but burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What is this?" "Ha ha." Piccolo's expression darkened as he chastised, "No laughing. The situation is grave. Quickly, follow my lead." Suddenly, lasers rained down like a tempest from the heavens, painting the sky a vivid pink. Super Bu cackled maniacally above, proclaiming, "Transform them all into chocolate." Ha ha. In an instant, the magical beams traversed the city, turning countless humans into chocolate. Meanwhile, the Z-fighters were laboring together to uphold a protective barrier. "Hurry, we cannot withstand this much longer." "Piccolo, teach them quickly," Krillin shouted, hands pressed against the shield. At that moment, the foremost Cell Jr. placed a hand on the shoulder of another. "Hey, wasn't that old man a Namekian? This fusion thing he mentioned. It looks quite ridiculous, doesn't it?" The others nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Observing this, Piccolo was about to urge them onward when he suddenly sensed a mysterious light blossoming around the little cells. Before long, the 4 diminutive cell creatures simultaneously placed their hands upon one another. Piccolo was momentarily stunned. This scene was strikingly familiar to him, reminiscent of an event from many years past when he merged with Nail on Namek. It dawned on him that the young cells bore the same cells as those from Namek. "Stop. This will cause your consciousness to vanish," he exclaimed. Yet, the other 4 cells smiled nonchalantly, responding in unison, "Uncle, there is no need for your concern. We have made our decision." 5 individuals becoming one entity, sharing the same toy, allows us to play together without the risk of conflict over possessions. If we do not proceed in this manner, we may miss the opportunity to play all together in the future. The leader's affairs are our affairs. With those words, the 4 diminutive cells vanished simultaneously, and in their place, a singular supercell was born. Chapter 67. Super Small Cell versus Super Bu. At this moment, all preconceived notions regarding the small cells were cast aside. No one anticipated that the very beings who had nearly slain Vegeta and Gohan years ago would choose to assimilate for their sake. In full view of the crowd, 5 small cells merged into one. Externally, there appeared to be no change. However, Piccolo, sharing the same Namekian heritage, immediately discerned the distinctiveness of this small cell. The 5 playful souls had fused into a singular entity, and they flashed an OK gesture at Piccolo. Simultaneously, Piccolo recognized that this small cell's combat prowess had escalated to an alarming degree. Hehe. Now, it is time for Super Small Cell to make his entrance. With this proclamation, Super Small Cell soared towards Super Bu. In that instant, his form was enveloped in a golden aura, which swept aside the pink magical lasers as he launched himself forward. A diminutive figure appeared before Super Bu, who, upon observing this petite stature, swiftly accessed the identity of the newcomer from Cell's memories. Soon, an indifferent expression crossed his face as he spoke. "Oh, little one, it seems your abilities are quite impressive." Not disappointing at all. You truly are my son." A sly grin appeared on Super Buu's face as his own head was replaced by Cell's. Hee hee, my son, are you planning to strike against your father? Super Buu's tone dripped with derision, his gaze fixed intently on Super Small Cell. However, it seemed that Super Small Cell had little desire to engage with him. After all, when they had been on the brink of defeat at the hands of Gohan, Cell had shown them no concern. In response to the sudden appearance of Cell's head, Super Small Cell leapt directly before Super Buu. Slap, slap, slap. Several resounding slaps echoed as they landed on Super Buu's face, leaving him dazed and bewildered by the unexpected outcome. You bastard! Super Buu spat in anger. Yet, before he could recover, a swift kick collided with his head. You are the bastard! Super Small Cell roared. How dare you show me the face I least wish to see? This creature is quite peculiar. It can transform into my father's likeness, and it also carries Gohan's essence. Could it be that, like my father absorbed androids 17 and 18, he has assimilated them all? Super Buu, infuriated and humiliated by being toyed with by a child, found his wrath ignited. In the next moment, taking advantage of Super Small Cell's distraction, Super Buu swiftly appeared behind him. You possess some talent, just the right test subject to gauge my, well, Buu's strength. In the blink of an eye, a robust tail sprouted from behind Buu, coiling around Super Small Cell like a constricting serpent. This strike was evidently unforeseen by the Super Small Cell, whose might was exceedingly formidable. He had barely comprehended the movement. Cursed be it. The Super Small Cell gritted his teeth in frustration. At that moment, his visage bore the marks of bruises, a disarray of purples and blues. Should this continue, he would surely be suffocated. In that instant, the spots on Super Small Cell's body were enveloped by energy, transforming from their original black hue to a warm red. The surge of power was poised to erupt. Simultaneously, Super Buu sensed that something was amiss. The searing sensation at his tail intensified. He inhaled deeply, the aroma of meat becoming increasingly pronounced, and lowered his gaze. In an instant, a crimson aura enveloped his sight. The sky had been painted red, a wave of scarlet brilliance saturating the heavens. The air emitted a roar, as the entire firmament was submerged in a sea of light. At that moment, onlookers shut their eyes tightly, for the radiance was intolerably blinding. Boom, boom. Following this, a deafening rumble resonated, rapidly expanding from the epicenter of Super Buu and Super Small Cell. Piccolo shouted, urging everyone to cover their ears. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the sound waves from the explosion swallowed his voice whole. All that could be seen was Piccolo's lips moving. Fortunately, the Z warriors, accustomed to such grand spectacles, were well prepared. However, Bulma and the Pilaf trio were mere mortals. Thankfully, Bra was present. She promptly tackled them to the ground, shielding their ears with her aura. The explosion persisted for a full minute, after which the clouds in the sky were replaced by thick smoke. Everything seemed to vanish into oblivion. Piccolo gazed at the sky, his emotions somewhat conflicted. He had not anticipated that Super Small Cell would confront Super Buu in such a manner. Yet in the next moment, a playful voice resonated through the air. Phew. Fortunately, I possess the cells of an Namekian. After assimilation, my regenerative abilities have strengthened. The voice was akin to a drop of refreshing dew in the desert, soothing the hearts of all who heard it. A smile reappeared on Piccolo's face as he murmured, Indeed, they are remarkable. Haha, perhaps I can persuade the boss to provide more toys in the future. Super Small Cell leaped into the sky, making a gesture of triumph. As he spoke, he prepared to soar towards the others. Hee hee, it's done, he confidently declared to the crowd. However, in the next instant, Piccolo's expression shifted to one of alarm as he shouted, Beware of what is behind you. Super Small Cell turned, only to be met with the unexpected. A massive pink hand was emerging from the white void. Subsequently, a voice imbued with tremendous pressure reached Super Small Cell's ears. You little rascal, you've certainly angered me today. The pink hand swiftly grasped Super Small Cell's head, an act executed in the blink of an eye. Immobilized, there was no means of escape. The colossal hands firmly restrained Super Cell, and in the next instant, Super Buu reappeared before him. Without uttering a word, he strode directly to Super Cell's side. Slap, slap. One resounding blow followed another against Super Cell's face. How could? Oh, Super Cell initially hoped to resist once more with his fury. Yet the demon before him offered no opportunity. Soon, his visage transformed into a canvas of bruises. Boo-hoo. Super Buu's methods were exceedingly cruel, surpassing even the treatment he had previously endured from Trunks. The relentless slaps rained down as Super Buu bellowed. I had intended to absorb you. However, I have changed my mind. I shall beat you to death. The incessant sounds of slaps echoed through the sky, accompanied by Super Cell's pitiful whimpers. Piccolo clenched his jaw tightly, resting his forehead on his fingers, having already gathered enough energy for the special beam cannon. He understood that his actions would not inflict any significant harm upon Super Bu. Yet, he felt compelled to act. After all, if Supercell fought so valiantly, how could he remain passive? You scoundrel! Majin Bu! Piccolo roared with all his might. Just then, a figure appeared in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The prince's attack descended from above, striking Super Bu with precision. I give you 3 seconds to release him. Chapter 68, Breakthrough. Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. With a resonant and profound voice echoing through the air, the crowd instinctively gazed skyward as a figure gradually materialized before their eyes. It was Vegeta. Bulma's voice brimmed with excitement and hope, and everyone simultaneously turned their attention to him. There stood Vegeta, exuding confidence in the sky, but unlike before. A tail swayed behind him. Everyone understood that Vegeta's return must hold significance. Indeed, Vegeta crossed his arms and coldly chuckled in the air. Who would have thought that Kakarot would be absorbed? What a disappointment. He then declared, Now, it is my turn to defeat you, Majin Bu. With a pointed finger, he directed his gaze at Super Bu's nose. Super Bu, captivated, felt the presence of the challenge, while the once-dazed Super Baby Cell snapped to attention. Big Brother's dad. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted. He realized the overwhelming power of Super Majin Bu. No, everyone run. Even Big Brother's dad isn't a match for him. Super Baby Cell screeched. Struggling between the colossal hands, he was suddenly struck by a sharp pain surging across his heated face. Shut up. At least you have some self-awareness. Super Bu scolded as he delivered several resounding slaps to Super Baby Cell. He then turned his attention back to Vegeta, stating, Bu. No, Super Bu. Shall see what you are truly capable of. With a serene smile, Vegeta began to gather a luminous sphere with one hand. This sphere, devoid of lethal force, radiated brilliance. This spectacle stirred a sense of déjà vu within Krillin. This is an artificial moon. Vegeta used it when he first came to Earth. He realized. Could it be? Vegeta intends to transform into a great ape. At this revelation, everyone felt their hearts race once more. Yamcha expressed his concern. But this great ape transformation hasn't been used by Goku since he became a Super Saiyan. That form is not nearly as powerful. Hearing their words, Piccolo's expression grew grave as he recalled past events. The increase in power from the great ape transformation paled in comparison to that of a Super Saiyan, and he found himself questioning Vegeta's intentions. Yet, he also believed that Vegeta would not act without reason. I trust that my father has his reasons for this, Bra declared with unwavering conviction. Just then, the artificial moon gleamed ever more brightly, rising steadily, as Vegeta looked upward. In an instant, his body began to swell rapidly. Fangs emerged from his mouth, and his eyes turned fierce. A colossal creature materialized in the sky. Unlike any seen before, it was a golden gorilla. With a resounding roar, Vegeta extended his hands, attuning himself to this newfound power. The strength within him surged, his blood beginning to boil. Vegeta sensed that his power had ascended to an entirely new dimension, yet curiously, it showed no signs of ceasing its ascent. Transformed into a golden gorilla, he retained his sanity. Then, astonishingly, in the blink of an eye, Vegeta's massive form rapidly diminished, reverting to his human guise. The golden fur morphed into a vibrant red, and his muscles became more robust than in any of his previous states. 2 flowing black locks cascaded over his neck, and in that moment, his eyes turned a fierce crimson. He exuded an air of dominance. This was the human form, wild and untamed. Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta was the first to attain this state. The onlookers were left in awe. They had never witnessed a golden giant before, and now Vegeta had undergone a remarkable transformation. As she beheld the Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, Bulma felt a flush of warmth. He appeared even more handsome in this form. Vegeta clenched his fists, swinging them a few times to acclimate to his new physique. Satisfied, he nodded. So this is Super Saiyan 4? Indeed, Trunks was not mistaken. With a piercing gaze, he fixed his eyes on Super Bu and declared, I am now brimming with power. The one who absorbed Kakarot. Return Kakarot to me. I want him to witness my new form with his own eyes. As he spoke, Vegeta's wild body lunged at Super Bu like a ferocious beast. His figure flickered through the sky, and his speed was beyond comprehension. Super Bu met his attack with a calm smile, then pursued Vegeta, following his energy signature. Bang! Their bodies collided in a straight line. A deafening explosion resonating throughout the air. Waves of energy rippled, threatening to engulf the entire sky. Super Bu smirked wickedly. Quite impressive, Vegeta. You certainly have not disappointed me, but it feels rather underwhelming. Vegeta, with a sly grin, replied, Why don't you take a look behind you? Observing Vegeta's confident demeanor, A question mark hovered above Super Buu's head. Following Vegeta's gaze, he turned to see that the super mini-cell he had ensnared had been freed. It turned out that Vegeta's flickering form in the sky was not merely a display of speed. During that time, he had severed the restraints binding Super Mini-Cell. With his liberation, Vegeta shouted to the Super Mini-Cell, "Get everyone out of here. Leave this to me." Super Mini-Cell nodded in understanding. He swiftly turned around, transforming into a streak of light, racing towards the direction of the others. Meanwhile, Super Buu stood silently in place, watching as Supercell departed. He displayed no intention of intervening, as if the entire affair were of no consequence to him. He seemed utterly indifferent. In his eyes, the individual before him was far more intriguing than Supercell. Indeed, Vegeta, you have not disappointed me. TCH, I am aware you have absorbed Kakarot, but kindly refrain from addressing me in Kakarot's manner. It is rather nauseating. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's body tensed once more, his fist enveloped in radiant golden energy. He unleashed a punch imbued with the power to shatter stars. Boom. A gaping hole appeared in Super Buu's abdomen. Yet, in the next instant, Super Buu's body swiftly regenerated. Vegeta sneered, "Humph, indeed a monster. If that is the case, then let us exchange a few more blows." Chapter 69, Trunks returns. Two phantoms spiraled through the air. In his Super Saiyan 4 form, Vegeta had experienced an elevation in both speed and strength. However, the adversary before him was no ordinary foe. The transformation of Super Buu, having absorbed numerous formidable fighters, could only be described as grotesque. Most troubling was the fact that Super Buu had also absorbed Golden Frieza, an evolution that transcended eras. Initially, Vegeta was able to hold his ground against Super Buu, but he soon realized a troubling truth. This foe seemed to be holding back his full power. The most aggravating aspect was Super Buu's incessant mockery, taunting him in Goku's tone. "Hey, Vegeta, even in this form, you remain in my shadow. How utterly ridiculous." "Vegeta," Super Buu sneered, arms crossed, gazing at Vegeta as one might observe a jester. A series of heavy breaths escaped Vegeta's lips. It must be said, Super Buu was truly a master of psychological warfare. Closing his eyes, Vegeta concentrated, sensing the chaotic energy within Super Buu. What a nuisance. His aura is so disordered. Frieza's essence, Kakarot's essence, and Gohan's essence. Just how many souls has this fiend absorbed? Humph, I concede you possess some skill. Yet, you are merely a thief, akin to Cell, pilfering the powers of others. With that, Vegeta's form flickered like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, darting through the sky. A glimmer of light began to expand from the palm of his hand, and as the radiance coalesced, his speed increased exponentially. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the sky became ensnared in a web of energy. With a grand sweep of his hand, countless energy blasts surged forth like frenzied hounds, hurtling towards Super Buu. Boom, boom, boom. The energy spheres, brimming with destructive force, enveloped Super Buu. Huh, what an unstoppable blow. Super Buu mused with a grin. In that case, I shall not evade. With a thunderous roar, an explosion erupted, the colossal energy consuming everything in its vicinity. The sky was shrouded in a thick haze, resembling a chaotic realm. Yet, amidst this smoke, Super Buu remained steadfast, unscathed despite the cataclysmic blast. He stood there, emitting a chilling laughter, exuding a suffocating aura. Huh, futile effort, Vegeta. I am the mightiest being. Once I have had my fill of amusement, I shall absorb every soul in this world. I am the sovereign of this realm. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the grotesque visage of Super Buu was revealed, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt, utterly dismissing the earlier assault. At that moment, the artificial moon that had hung high in the sky vanished due to the explosion, plunging the once bright night into an abyss of darkness. However, at that moment, the pitch-black night sky suddenly revealed a brilliant light once more. This radiance seemed to tear the entire darkness asunder. Almost immediately, a piercing sound shattered the silence of the night. The ultimate flash, a resounding call echoed like thunder, piercing through the endless void. Vegeta, unbeknownst to him, had already teleported behind Super Buu. A colossal pillar of energy, stretching for miles, instantly engulfed Super Buu's form. This strike could send one's soul into a frenzy. From the vantage point above Earth, an unprecedentedly immense energy beam had surged forth, illuminating the planet in an ethereal glow. Those who were fleeing stood in stunned silence, utterly astonished by the spectacle. Meanwhile, within the realm of the Supreme Kai, the crystal ball was consumed by blinding light, casting the Supreme Kai Shin aside. Is this the true potential of Vegeta unleashed? How astonishingly powerful. Surely, Majin Buu must be dead now. Shielding his eyes, Shin rose once more, gazing longingly at the crystal ball. A stern voice resonated from behind him as the Elder Kai approached. With a grave expression, he remarked, Majin Buu has absorbed too many beings. If he perishes, those he has absorbed will also meet their demise. At this, Shin erupted with fervor. Elder, are you implying that Mr. Gohan and Mr. Goku will also die? The Elder Kai nodded solemnly and continued. However, given that Majin Buu has absorbed so many, I believe that the current Vegeta is not yet capable of defeating him. This is utterly disheartening. Shin hesitated to voice his thoughts. Damn it, killing him is impossible. If he cannot be killed, what hope do we have? With that, Shin clenched his fists tightly. Just as the Elder Kai had predicted, Super Buu had not been vanquished by Vegeta. His form had transformed into countless particles. And even in this state, he could regenerate. Ha ha ha, just as I suspected. Even the mightiest among us cannot extinguish my existence. As Super Buu's voice resounded once more, the particles coalesced into flesh, which then reassembled in the blink of an eye. Vegeta was taken aback. He had never anticipated that his full-force attack would be utterly futile against Super Buu. Cursed be this. He is truly a monstrosity. The power of Super Saiyan 4 is formidable, yet this Super Buu surpasses the current Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. Even more terrifying is his fearsome regenerative ability. From the very beginning, it appeared that Super Buu had no intention of evading this assault. This madman is still testing Vegeta's strength. Super Buu approached Vegeta step by step, tauntingly declaring, I can confirm now, you cannot defeat me. Thus, let the game end here. That move you just executed, the ultimate flash, is something I can learn with just a glance. As he spoke, Majin Buu emulated Vegeta, gathering the ultimate flash at his chest. Just as Vegeta prepared to give his all, a familiar figure appeared in the sky. Father, I have come to assist you. Both Vegeta and Super Buu turned their gazes skyward. To Vegeta's astonishment, Trunks had indeed manifested in the heavens. What left Vegeta utterly flabbergasted was that Trunks had transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Trunks. Vegeta sensed Trunks' energy, and to his disbelief, this young warrior's power was even greater than his own. Chapter 70, Trunks' Secret Weapon. Moments ago, the sky was suddenly illuminated by a dazzling display. Everyone held their breath as Trunks and Jebbit emerged into view. Trunks, brother, exclaimed Bra and Bulma in unison, their astonishment palpable. The unexpected arrival of Trunks left them both perplexed. Bra gazed intently at Trunks, noticing something distinctly different about him. His attire had undergone a transformation, an outfit the likes of which she had never seen before. Moreover, his entire being seemed altered compared to before. This was the result of the Elder Kai's enhancement of Trunks' potential. The crowd followed Bra and Bulma's gaze, spotting a remarkably spirited child before them. Trunks? Krillin ventured hesitantly, curious about the one who had managed to make the diminutive Cell his subordinate. Trunks waved amicably at the onlookers, yet this was hardly the moment for pleasantries. He had already sensed the formidable aura unleashed by Vegeta in the sky. Additionally, he discerned the presence of Super Buu. No, it seems that Majin Buu's power has undergone further evolution. What has transpired? Suddenly, a pitiful wail emerged from behind Trunks, followed by a small hand resting upon his shoulder. Boss, wah, you finally returned. Super Cell, in a state of distress, unleashed all his grievances at that moment. Tears and snot streaming down his face. Boss, thankfully, your father is here. Otherwise, we would have been slaughtered. Look at the wounds on my face. All inflicted by that pink menace. He kept slapping me, right across the face. As he spoke, Super Cell tenderly touched his bruised visage. Observing the woeful Super Cell, Trunks instantly sensed that his subordinate had undergone a significant transformation. He vaguely perceived that within Super Cell resided 5 souls. At that moment, Trunks began to grasp the unfolding events. He had not anticipated that the small cells would choose to merge in their efforts against Majin Buu. You've endured much, Trunks said with a gentle smile, giving Super Cell a thumbs up. Boss, your father is locked in fierce combat with that fiend. Moreover, he has unlocked a new transformation. Super Cell exclaimed. At these words, Trunks was taken aback. A new transformation? Could it be that my father has ascended to Super Saiyan 4? But how did he achieve that without my guidance? With that thought, Trunks lifted his gaze to the heavens. Sure enough, the artificial moon lurked amidst the thick smoke. A powerful aura radiated from the sky, and in the next instant, the true form of the artificial moon was fully revealed. In that moment, Trunks' eyes were riveted upon the artificial moon. His heart began to thump rhythmically, the pectoral muscles pulsating with intensity. In his eyes and mind, an artificial moon engulfed him. An indescribable sensation enveloped Trunks entirely. His physique, akin to Vegeta's, underwent a transformation into a great ape. following the potential unlocked by Old Kai. He had acquired the necessary conditions to ascend to Super Saiyan 4. In an instant, another colossal figure emerged before the onlookers. Everyone was astonished. Krillin exclaimed, "What is this? A golden great ape?" Piccolo interjected, "What? Could it be that Trunks is transforming into that form, like Vegeta?" Bra's eyes brimmed with confusion. "Brother, Dad. Both have reached this transformation I know nothing about." As the crowd marveled, Trunks' form gradually regressed to that of a human. Though Trunks bore the royal Saiyan bloodline, he retained his reasoning even after becoming a golden great ape. His robust chest was exposed, and like Vegeta, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Trunks swung his arms continuously, the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 catching him by surprise. He felt an exhilarating power surging from the very essence of the Saiyan nature, his emotions in turmoil, unable to find calm. Simultaneously, the hearts of those below surged with fervor. The super small cell rushed to Trunks' side, circling him with glee. "Boss, you're incredibly strong now." Trunks smiled with confidence, but in the next moment, a formidable aura erupted from behind him, one that he struggled to withstand. The source of this overwhelming presence was none other than Super Bu. At that moment, a wave of anxiety swept over everyone present, for they sensed that this energy surpassed all. Not only Trunks, but even Vegeta had been eclipsed. Trunks gazed toward the horizon, murmuring softly, "No, even in this Super Saiyan 4 form, I cannot hope to contend with Super Bu. It's likely I wouldn't even be able to touch him." Super Small Cell, overhearing Trunks' words, asked with curiosity, "Then, boss, is there any way to overcome this?" He continued to hover around Trunks. The five souls danced around him, and an image flashed in Trunks' mind. Suddenly, he placed his hand on Super Small Cell. "I have a plan, little brothers. I need your assistance." This moment left Super Small Cell astounded. "Boss, did you just call me that?" For the first time, Trunks acknowledged Super Small Cell as his subordinate. There was no time for excitement, for in the next instant, a bizarre phenomenon occurred. The assimilated Super Small Cell split into 5, with 5 vibrant small cells appearing before him. This sight left Piccolo utterly astonished. "They separated? What on earth is happening?" The 5 small Sheru exchanged astonished glances with one another, then turned their surprised gazes towards Trunks. "Boss, what is going on?" Trunks, with utmost seriousness, instructed, "You all, do not ask so many questions. Release the entirety of your Saiyan power and channel it into me." Now, without hesitation, the small Sheru clasped hands and began to transfer their energy into Trunks. In that very moment, Trunks' power experienced a profound elevation, surpassing even that of Vegeta. Once this was accomplished, Trunks swiftly rushed toward the battlefield. Chapter 71, The Spalito Forced Separation Technique. During the time when Trunks and Jebbet vanished from sight, he journeyed to the planet Audrat with Jebbet. Under the guidance of the Grand Elder of Audrat, he learned another secret technique of the planet, the Spalito Forced Separation Technique. This technique, which involves the forced separation of energy, made its debut in the Moro arc of the Dragon Ball Super manga. With the use of the Spalito technique, one can extract everything that has fused, absorbed, or assimilated. The emergence of Super Bu escalated matters to this critical juncture, leading to the absorption of both Goku and Gohan. Moreover, Super Bu's appearance was so sudden that everyone's attention was diverted to other formidable foes, allowing him to execute his plans in silence. In a desperate bid, Trunks urged Jebbet to take him to Audrat. Upon returning with his newfound knowledge, Trunks immediately requested Jebbet to transport him back to Earth. Given the urgency of the situation, Jebbet refrained from questioning how Trunks had learned of such an extraordinary planet. The moment Trunks arrived back on Earth, he was drawn in by the ominous aura of Super Bu, only to discover that Super Bu had also absorbed Frieza, Cell, and Cooler. Despite possessing the Spalito technique, he feared he might not even have a chance to touch Golden Frieza. Fortunately, a synthetic moon hung in the sky, and with his tail and the enhanced strength bestowed upon him by the old Kaishin, he inadvertently manifested the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Even in this form, he was no match for Bu at his current strength. Though a Super Saiyan 4, he lacked the combat prowess of Vegeta. His objective was simple, to make contact with Super Bu. Luckily, images of the Saiyans channeling energy to Goku flashed through his mind, empowered by 5 small cell-like batteries. Trunks radiated an aura stronger than Vegeta's. Vegeta gazed at the Trunks before him, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Trunks, father, I'm here to help you." Trunks shouted fiercely, his body transforming into a blade as he launched himself towards Super Bu. Super Bu tilted his head, grinning wickedly at Trunks. "Oh, little brat. We meet again. This time, I won't let you slip away." Trunks erupted with energy, ensuring his plan would succeed without a hitch. He decided to refrain from using Spalito at first, as Super Bu was exceedingly cunning. With a resounding crash, Super Bu and Trunks' right arms collided forcefully. Their elbows ground against one another, and at that moment, their gazes sparked with intensity. You truly are surprising, little one. Your power surpasses Vegeta's. Yet, in that moment, Trunks had no time to entertain Super Bu's taunts. Almost there, just a reach of his palm towards his body. Then everyone could be saved. This very thought echoed in Vegeta's mind. Shocked, he immediately reacted and flew towards Trunks with great urgency. Boom. Vegeta unleashed a highly concentrated energy sphere directed at Super Bu. However, an astonishing event unfolded before him. The ability of the evil containment wave was once again summoned by Majin Bu, and this energy sphere was unexpectedly absorbed by a white hole. In the next moment, Trunks swiftly released his embrace. Gazing at the white hole, he vividly remembered how Super Bu had absorbed Goku using this very technique. If that is the case, then this could lead to his body. Without hesitation, Trunks propelled himself towards the white hole and willingly dove into it. Trunks. Vegeta's furious roar was laced with a hint of confusion. Yet, in the next instant, Super Bu's laughter interrupted his astonishment. Hee, how unexpected. You two truly surprise me. In that case, let us merge into one. In an instant, a net of flesh obscured the sky, enveloping Vegeta completely. Ha! Now, I, Majin Bu, am the most powerful being in this world. The echoes of Super Bu's voice resonated throughout the earth, reaching every corner. In the Kaishin realm, Kaioshin Shin and the old Kaioshin sat on the ground, their expressions filled with dread and gloom. The crystal ball displayed nothing but the visage of Super Bu. Is it over? Has everything come to an end? Kaioshin Shin murmured. Whoosh. A figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Jebet. Filled with joy, Jebet exclaimed loudly, Indeed. It is over, but we have emerged victorious. Thus, Trunks should have succeeded. In the next second, a wail erupted from the crystal ball as Super Bu's net that ensnared Vegeta was suddenly shattered. Vegeta had not been absorbed. At that moment, Super Bu stood frozen in place, sensing the energy within him depleting rapidly. Inside him, Trunks was employing the spirit separation technique against him. You bastard. What have you done? In a moment of desperation, he immediately halted the absorption of Trunks and Vegeta. He swiftly released a white hole to expel Trunks from within. Boom. The white hole was also obliterated at that instant. Super Bu gasped for breath, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He gazed at the mysterious glow in Trunks' hand, suspecting that Trunks had indeed done something to him. Observing the slight smirk on Trunks' lips, Super Bu realized that Trunks had stolen his power. Just as he entered the white hole, Trunks had already infiltrated Majin Bu's body. However, Super Bu's reflexes were astonishingly swift, prompting Trunks to act hastily. In a moment of desperation, he carelessly extracted something, as he would have otherwise continued employing the spirit separation technique. The situation was so dire that Trunks was oblivious to whom he had actually separated from Majin Bu's form. It was then that a new presence suddenly appeared beside the father and son duo. Frieza, convulsing with rage, fixed his piercing gaze upon Super Bu, his expression grotesquely contorted, with veins on his forehead pulsating like worms. He bellowed at Super Bu, You insolent fool! How dare you deceive this king? Chapter 72. The Wrath of Frieza and the Relentless Assault on Super Bu. Super Bu glared furiously at the Saiyan father and son, for the recent attack had indeed surpassed his comprehension. Unbeknownst to him, a frenzied bull was fixated upon him. Just as Super Bu prepared to launch an offensive against the duo, a sacred and resplendent golden light erupted from his back. Frieza's eyes widened in fury as he transformed once more into his golden form. Ah, Majin Bu dares to mock me. Enraged, Frieza swiftly materialized beside Super Bu. They locked eyes, yet unlike Frieza, Super Bu's gaze betrayed a flicker of fear, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. With astonishing speed, Frieza unleashed a flurry of punches that left Super Bu bewildered. The sound of countless punches whistled past his ears, sending a chilling sensation coursing down his spine. The overwhelming force inflicted critical damage upon Super Bu's visage, rendering him momentarily stunned. This turn of events was utterly unforeseen. Super Bu stared at Golden Frieza with terror. However, in the next instant, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he gauged the distance between himself and Frieza, whose fist was mere inches from his face. Damn it, get back into my body. In an instant, Super Bu's face contorted and morphed into a mass of flesh, attempting to envelop Frieza's fist in his bid to absorb him once more. Yet, who was Frieza? Having learned from past missteps, he would not allow Super Bu to succeed again. Frieza's fist ignited with golden flames, forcefully repelling the mass of pink flesh. Fool, do you truly believe I would fall for the same trick twice? How dare you desecrate my power? The wrathful Frieza was a terrifying sight. Channeling all his might into his hands, a natural shield formed around his fists, which rained down like a torrential storm, each blow imbued with an indomitable force. Super Bu could not withstand such a furious onslaught and was left defenseless, his body trembling under the relentless barrage. Cursed! Cursed! Super Bu roared in impotent fury, yet found himself utterly powerless. Suddenly, Super Bu surged, desperate to escape this dire predicament, only to have Golden Frieza seize his head and deliver a brutal pounding. His breath was extinguished in an instant, while Frieza's assault grew increasingly ferocious. Filled with indignation and humiliation, Super Bu had never envisioned himself in such a pitiful state. Once an invincible being, he now stood before Frieza without the means to retaliate, his eyes reflecting helplessness, sorrow, and resentment. Yet, Frieza showed no mercy, continuing his merciless onslaught. You wretch! Super Bu erupted in a fit of impotent rage. In the next moment, a white hole silently materialized behind Frieza. A sinister smile crept across Super Bu's face. Die! A fierce beam of laser shot forth from the white hole. To his astonishment, Frieza seemed utterly unfazed. With a mere surge of energy, he deflected the laser effortlessly. Frieza's grin grew even more malevolent as he cast a predatory gaze upon Majin Bu. Heh, I wondered why my father advised me against provoking you. It appears your abilities are indeed somewhat formidable. However, in my eyes, they are merely trivial. With that declaration, an even more resounding clash erupted around Super Bu. Frieza rained down blows upon him, striking him from the sky to the ground and then deep beneath it. The cacophony left the watching father and son utterly speechless. Trunks murmured, I never expected Frieza to harbor such hatred for him. Vegeta's unwavering gaze remained fixed on Frieza. His fists clenched tightly in indignation at the way Frieza toyed with Majin Bu. After all, the current predicament of Super Bu was largely due to Trunks' efforts. You bastard! Frieza, Majin Bu is mine. In an instant, the radiant glow of Super Saiyan 4 illuminated the earth as Vegeta soared toward Frieza and Super Bu. Just then, the Golden Frieza, engaged in battle with Super Bu, found himself in dire straits. In his overwhelming fury, he did manage to suppress Super Bu with sheer power. Yet he was not in peak condition and gasped for breath. It was then that Super Bu sensed an opportunity. A piece of his own flesh was stealthily lurking behind Frieza. Just as he prepared to act, Vegeta, from a distance, discerned his intent. This guy intends to absorb again. I shall not allow it. Frieza, get away from me. A crimson figure suddenly descended from the heavens, landing firmly before the panting Frieza. Caught off guard, Frieza instinctively turned to look behind him, only to find Vegeta standing there, having approached unnoticed, delivering a sudden kick that sent Frieza sprawling. With a thunderous crash, Frieza was propelled through the air, his body tumbling in disarray. You bastard! Vegeta, how dare you ambush me? Meanwhile, Super Bu clenched his teeth in frustration. For Vegeta's appearance had thwarted the carefully devised plan he had just concocted. As Frieza, infuriated, prepared to strike once more, another red figure appeared before him. Trunks warned, you are far too weakened now. You have exhausted your power. If you wish to avoid being absorbed again, my dear Frieza, I suggest you remain here obediently. Frieza fixed his gaze intently on Trunks. This young man appeared somewhat unfamiliar. However, the aura emanating from him was even more formidable than that of Vegeta. At present, he was indeed excessively weakened, and though Trunks' words irked him, they were nonetheless prophetic, striking at his vulnerabilities. Frieza had no choice but to acquiesce. A smirk playing on his lips as he said, Ho ho ho, you must be Vegeta's son, correct? You are the one who just liberated me from that fellow, aren't you? This favor, I shall remember. Trunks narrowed his eyes slightly, inclining his head with a smile as he replied, Then I trust that you, Lord Frieza, will treat this matter with due consideration. For now, I must attend to matters of greater significance. Chapter 73. A cornered dog will jump over the wall. Majin Buu's last resort. Vegeta radiated an aura of unparalleled vigor. Perceiving that the current state of Super Bu had diminished in both speed and strength to several dimensions lower than before. This transformation was attributable to Trunks' successful extraction of Frieza from within Super Bu, as a result of kicking Golden Frieza away moments earlier. The possibility of Super Bu reabsorbing him was now extinguished. If Frieza's earlier display of power had left Super Bu in disarray, then Vegeta's current demonstration of might instilled a profound dread within him. Fortunately, Trunks had liberated Frieza from Super Buu's grasp. Without Frieza's power, you seem rather feeble. Vegeta's fists relentlessly hammered against Super Bu's chest, forcing him to retreat step by step. Curse you. Spit out Kakarot. I want him to witness my transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Vegeta's every strike was executed with utmost caution, for he was acutely aware of Super Buu's cunning nature. A single misstep could grant him the opportunity to absorb him. Thus, Vegeta's fists were encased in a protective shield. Super Buu's expression darkened, taken aback by his own vulnerability after losing Frisia's strength. Damn it, he cursed, his body fragmenting into countless minuscule pieces, employing the technique known as the evil containment wave. A white hole materialized behind Vegeta as Super Buu sought the opportunity to absorb him, the only method left for him to turn the tide. However, in the next instant, Vegeta flashed a devilish grin, allowing the flesh net that emerged from the white hole to ensnare him. Super Buu roared in triumph, I've succeeded. Yet, within a heartbeat, Vegeta's confidence radiated once more. You seem quite pleased, Majin Buu. Vegeta was engulfed in flames, a surging wave of energy incinerating the flesh net entirely. His grin resembled that of a devil, pressing against Super Buu's forehead. What are you so happy about? Vegeta taunted. At that moment, an intensely concentrated energy sphere had already positioned itself against Super Buu's chest. Super Buu was oblivious to when Vegeta had gathered such power. Boom, boom, boom. A piercing scream echoed through the air. This strike caused Super Buu's body to shatter into countless pieces. Vegeta watched this spectacle with satisfaction. Moments later, Super Buu's form began to reconstitute, though this time it took him a considerable duration. He gasped for breath, his gaze fixed intently on Vegeta. You bastard. His eyes glowed crimson. First, he was toyed with by Frieza, and now he was being pummeled by Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta. At that moment, Trunks' figure also emerged before him, and Super Buu's teeth nearly ground to dust. Ah, how infuriating. Why? He let out a primal roar towards the heavens, his mental state spiraling into utter irrationality. In the aftermath of that bellow, he stood motionless, his gaze hollow and vacant. At that very moment, Trunks sensed impending doom. The power of Super Buu was surging dramatically. He urgently called out to Vegeta, Father, this is bad. We must leave at once. In that instant, both Vegeta and Trunks vanished from sight. Within the depths of Super Buu's form, two manifestations of him were engaged in bizarre movements. One wore the visage of Goku, while the other bore the face of Gohan. These peculiar actions were none other than the steps of the fusion dance. Super Buu had accessed the memories of Goku and Gohan, learning that such a union could yield a formidable warrior. Fusion is distinct from absorption. Its effects far surpass those of mere consumption. Why did Super Buu select Gohan and Goku from within? Because he had witnessed the overwhelming power of Gohan and Goku combined. Once transformed into a Super Saiyan, their strength would multiply exponentially. The next moment, outside, Super Buu's aura expanded rapidly. Frieza, having reverted to his original form, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Super Buu would regain such strength. Frieza, with a furious roar, Super Buu charged towards him, his fist, as large as a sandbag, collided with Frieza's face. Pooh! Acid and blood erupted from his mouth. Damn it, Frieza's eyes darted about, searching for something. But he could not find the father and son duo. Damn it! When did those two escape? Damn it! This energy. It's a combination of Goku and Gohan. Super Buu unleashed a barrage of punches upon Frieza. The humiliation Frieza had inflicted upon him was returned tenfold. Ah, where have you two gone? Frieza roared, transforming once more into his golden form. However, an unforeseen event transpired. The power within Super Buu ascended yet again. This energy belonged to Gula and Cell. At this moment, the deranged Super Buu's eyes glazed over. Within him, he commanded those he had absorbed to synchronize in executing the fusion dance. Overuse of the fusion dance, combined with the absorption of their powers, had bestowed upon Super Buu an overwhelming force, pushing his nerves to the brink of collapse, driving him into a near-manic state. Reason had abandoned his mind. Yet, his singular aim was to annihilate everyone within this fleeting moment. Frieza was gripped by terror. For just moments ago, even in his golden form, he had been reverted to his original state once more. Now he understood why Vegeta and Trunks had chosen to flee. The frenzied Super Buu raised his hands above his head, conjuring a colossal pink energy sphere, measuring 10,000 meters in diameter, in an instant. The entire sky was illuminated in a hue of pink as he suddenly bent his body and hurled himself towards Frieza. Frieza's pupils constricted sharply, and he was taken aback, exclaiming, Madman, this fool intends to obliterate the earth. How infuriating. Frieza was acutely aware that if he did not withstand this energy sphere, he too would perish alongside the planet. In the next moment, without hesitation, Frieza plunged his hand into the energy sphere. A cacophony of anguished cries ensued. Smoke began to rise from Frisia's hand. Despite the searing pain, he resolutely chose to continue resisting. Yet, his strength was woefully inadequate. And soon the energy sphere forced him into a dire predicament, sinking him deeply into the earth. Gritting his teeth in agony, Frisia cursed, "Cursed thing, Vegeta and his son. How utterly irresponsible. They promised to protect the earth, yet now they have vanished." As Frisia lamented, his mind was flooded with memories. He had already faced death once, and he could only imagine what might transpire should he meet it again. A wry smile crossed Frisia's lips as he thought, "Damn it, I have yet to exact my revenge." A wave of intense heat began to envelop Frisia's body, threatening to consume him entirely. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming healing light permeate his being, restoring his strength in an instant. Once again, his golden form emerged as Frisia turned, puzzled, to see a wrinkled stranger performing a healing on him. To his right stood another unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar man with red hair, adorned with a pair of earrings. The red-haired stranger offered a gentle smile and remarked, "Well done, Frisia. I never anticipated that you would choose to protect the earth." Chapter 74. The Union of Father and Son's Power, the Mysterious Warrior Vegeta. A few moments prior, sensing the erratic surge of energy within the formidable Majin Buu, Trunks hastily summoned Vegeta. The duo swiftly retreated at the speed of light to a secure location, which happened to be where everyone else was gathered. As they returned, the expressions of the onlookers turned uniformly solemn, for they all understood that the aura emanating from the distant Majin Buu was expanding at an alarming rate. The appearance of the father and son signified that the situation had escalated to a critical level. Silence enveloped the group, save for the 5 diminutive Cell Juniors who buzzed around Trunks, one of them asking, "Boss, why did we run away?" At this, Trunks clenched his fists. Why did they flee? The answer was simple: they were outmatched. This fiend had gone mad. Yet, there remained one strategy to defeat Majin Buu. As soon as Trunks articulated his thoughts, all eyes were riveted upon him. Ra lifted her head, gazing at Trunks with admiration. Indeed, this brother can rise to the occasion when it matters most. Alas, even in this rebirth, I find myself still standing in my brother's shadow. Piccolo slightly tilted his body, astonished that a child could utter such words. The rest of the group mirrored his surprise, eagerly anticipating Trunks' next revelation. Meanwhile, Vegeta's pride swelled as he mused. "No doubt, he is my son." At that moment, Bulma's expression reflected her eagerness. "Trunks, what is the plan?" Among all, it was Vegeta who most yearned to know the answer. He urged, "Speak, Trunks." In the next heartbeat, Trunks looked skyward and called, "Lord Jebbit, please come to my side swiftly." In an instant, Jebbit appeared beside Trunks with breathtaking swiftness. Sensing Jebbit's arrival, Trunks immediately approached him. Just as Jebbit was about to speak, he abruptly fell silent. Unbeknownst to Jebbit, Trunks discreetly removed the 2 Patera earrings from his ears. Waving the Patera in front of Vegeta, Trunks earnestly proclaimed, "Father, the solution lies in our fusion using the Patera, though the fusion may not yield the same potency as that of you and Uncle Goku. This is the only strategy one can conceive at the moment." Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, his earlier anticipation evaporating. His eyelids trembled as he retorted, "No. It is impossible. The proud Prince of Saiyans cannot fuse with another." With that, he crossed his arms and turned away from Trunks, dismissing him entirely. Trunks teleported once more to stand before Vegeta, employing his ultimate technique. His eyes glazed over, he earnestly implored, "Father, do you wish for us to be defeated, leaving mother and my sister to perish?" Trunks' words pierced through the air, striking at the very core of Vegeta's being. In that moment, Vegeta's inner world became a blank canvas. The next instant, the figures of Bulma and Bra filled that emptiness. His body trembled involuntarily as he resolutely turned to face Bulma and Bra, casting a fleeting glance at Trunks. These were all the individuals he yearned to protect. Suddenly, a strange sound whisked past his ear, and the Patera in Trunks' hand vanished without a trace. Trunks smiled faintly, realizing that this technique indeed proved effective. Vegeta turned his back, hastily arranging the Patera. Observing this, Trunks likewise donned the Patera. A blinding light surged forth, stimulating the eyes of all present. The 2 bodies, father and son, were irresistibly drawn together by the brilliance, merging uncontrollably. Utilizing the Patera fusion, despite their significant size disparity, they remained unaffected. Ultimately, a brand new super warrior emerged before everyone's gaze. The fusion of their powers birthed a mysterious warrior. This individual exhibited Trunks' composure, combined with Vegeta's defiance and confidence. With a dual-tone resonance, the enigmatic warrior raised his fists, his eyes shimmering with starlight, declaring with conviction, "Since this is the fusion of Trunks and Vegeta, let us call him Vegeto." However, in the next moment, the man sensed something amiss. "Perhaps we shall name him Vegix instead. Now, everyone, the task ahead is entrusted to me." Vegix turned and approached Jebbet, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Come along, Jebbet, for I can sense someone's energy is quite feeble." As Vegix advanced towards him, Jebbet felt an involuntary surge of anxiety. "What? Am I to accompany you as well?" He instinctively took a few steps back. Vegix patted Jebbet on the back with a smile, saying, "Do not forget, you are the apprentice Supreme Kai." With that, Vegix's figure vanished in an instant, leaving Jebbet lost in contemplation. The apprentice Supreme Kai. The duty of the Supreme Kai is to oversee cosmic affairs. Though my power pales in comparison to theirs, I must go. Vegix, wait for me. With that, facing an enormous energy sphere, Vegix transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 without hesitation. Unlike the typical Super Saiyan 4, his hair bore a hint of crimson. "Frieza, the next task is entrusted to me. You and Jebbet may observe from the sidelines." In an instant, a golden aura erupted, encircled by swirling energy storms around Vegix. He placed his hands upon the energy sphere. Meanwhile, Jebbet had successfully healed Frieza. Gazing at the formidable Vegix, Frieza's eyes widened in disbelief. This being is the fusion of Vegeta and Trunks." Jebbet responded proudly, "Indeed, it is the fusion of Trunks and Vegeta. Impressive, isn't it?" Frieza clenched his teeth, astonished that he had been saved once more by the duo of father and son, a tinge of reluctance washing over him. Yet, as he beheld the energy sphere retreating in the opposite direction, he found solace within himself. At that moment, he resolved that if the opportunity arose, he would commit himself to rigorous training. Just then, a resonant and powerful echo erupted from Vegeta. He proclaimed loudly, "Majin Buu, it is over." With that, he raised both hands high, lifting the energy sphere. To prevent the shockwave from the explosion from harming others, he astonishingly compressed the energy sphere. Its diameter, originally spanning thousands of meters, gradually diminished. In a mere few seconds, the pink energy sphere was utterly annihilated. Chapter 75, The Timid Puppet. It is not yet over. Vegix wore a confident smile as he boldly approached the frenzied Super Buu. A longsword sprouted from his fingertips, its blade gleaming with a rapid brilliance. With the sword in hand, Vegix unleashed a torrent of frenzied slashes upon Super Buu. Even the mere movement of the sword's aura elicited continuous wails from Super Buu. Yet, the more chaos ensued, the more exhilarated Vegix became, resulting in an escalating barrage of critical damage upon Super Buu. The one-sided domination had become an undeniable reality. The deranged Super Buu was left to stubbornly resist, his form undergoing repeated reconfiguration and division, with each recovery slower than the last. Vegix's overwhelming strength left Frieza in awe. At last, Vegix ceased his assault, slowly approaching the recovering Super Buu. He reached into Super Buu's form, and with a burst of white light, something was extracted from within. A figure, drenched in blood and encased in armor, emerged. However, Vegix's intention was not to retrieve this malevolent entity. He delved once more into Super Buu, and in an instant, both Cooler and Cell were drawn forth. The two stared in astonishment at Vegix, their eyes filled with bewilderment. "No!" Vegix exclaimed, swiftly kicking them out of his line of sight. His hands reached in again, and finally, two familiar forms were pulled forth. Goku and Gohan gradually opened their eyes. Goku, gazing at the unfamiliar figure before him, remarked, Such formidable power. Who are you?" Gohan scrutinized Vegix from head to toe, quickly deducing from the patera earrings near Vegix's ears that this was a fusion. He recalled Trunks mentioning their intent to use the patera before he was absorbed. Thus, the origin of this unfamiliar fusion was clear. Gohan turned to Goku and said, "Dad, let's go. We'll leave this to Trunks and Uncle Vegeta." Goku, somewhat bewildered by Gohan's words, blinked and sensed Vegix's energy. Wow, Vegeta really chose to fuse after all. But why didn't he fuse with me? Goku scratched his head, gradually shifting to the side. Vegix evidently overheard Goku's remarks, and his expression shifted, adopting a characteristic proud demeanor reminiscent of Vegeta as he addressed Goku. You'd best not meddle. The remaining matters here are for me to handle. You can just stay and watch." Goku grinned, confirming, indeed, it's definitely Vegeta. However, what astonished him was that Vegix now existed in an entirely new state. This form was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Yet he could sense that Vegix's power surpassed his own by countless dimensions. The thought process of Sun Wukong left Vegix somewhat perplexed. It was imperative to separate the other entities contained within Super Buu first. Disregarding Sun Wukong, Vegix once again plunged his hand into the depths of Super Buu. In the next instant, a muscular man was extracted. A slumbering lion suddenly opened its eyes, its bleached orbs filled with hatred. Roar! Broly unleashed a thunderous bellow. Bang! A resounding slap struck Broly's lips, silencing his roar abruptly. Broly glared at Vegeta, intent on intimidating him once more. Slap! 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 A series of resounding slaps echoed across his face. Vegeta widened his eyes, threatening with an overwhelming force. Behave yourself. Such was the formidable pressure that even Broly found himself subdued at that moment. Faced with Vegeta's intimidation, Broly surprisingly regained his composure, adopting a pitiable demeanor as his body returned to its normal state. His lips twitched menacingly, a gesture that did not escape Vegeta's notice. A mere glare from Vegeta was enough to pacify him. Observing the rationality restored in Broly, Sun Wukong approached him, extending a friendly hand in greeting. Hey there. Don't take it personally. That fellow has half of Vegeta's temperament. However, in the next moment, he instantaneously recognized the true identity of the individual before him. Oh, it's you. The one who killed the South Kai. At that moment, Broly also recognized that the person before him was the one who had initially awakened him. The atmosphere became charged with tension as Broly transformed into his Super Saiyan form, exclaiming, Kakarot! Kakarot! In response, a vigilant Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3. While the enigmatic Gohan positioned himself in front of Broly. Dad, I'll settle the score with this guy. With that declaration, the mysterious Gohan delivered a punch directly to Broly's chest. Chaos ensued, while the liberated Cell and Cooler approached Frieza, inquiring about the unfolding events. Hey Frieza, what on earth is happening? Cell questioned. Frieza smirked sinisterly, responding, you may find it hard to believe, but we were saved by Vegeta and his son. Isn't it laughable, utterly humiliating? And the root cause of all this chaos is that pink fellow who is currently being pummeled. As he spoke, Frieza pointed at the Super Buu, who was being mercilessly beaten by Vegeta. With each blow, new entities were expelled from him, including those who had been turned into chocolate and consumed. King Cold, Hildegard, and Fat Majin Buu, along with a multitude of Frieza's soldiers escaping from hell, emerged. After this tumultuous sequence, Majin Buu was sent crashing to the ground by a forceful punch from Vegeta. At that moment, a completely new Buu emerged into the sight of all present. It is none other than the source of all evil, Majin Buu. This individual exudes an aura of profound malevolence, though his strength pales in comparison to what it once was. Slowly, Majin Buu emerged from the swirling mist. This spectacle captivated the attention of the masses, including Gohan and Goku, who had been keeping Broly under their heel. Even Frieza and his entourage regained their composure. Majin Buu displayed a malevolent grin and promptly made a grotesque face at the onlookers. Witnessing Buu's mischievous demeanor, Frieza's group could not help but quicken their pace. Their fists clenched tighter. Ha ha ha. Cell, did you not seek vengeance? This fellow's expression is truly infuriating. Indeed, Frieza, it seems we share a common sentiment. How dare he usurp my body? What distinguishes this from thievery? Cell retorted in fury. Cooler whispered, aren't you guilty of the same? The trio, exhibiting remarkable synergy, swiftly converged upon Majin Buu, while simultaneously, Goku and his son approached as well. The powerful auras of the group were unleashed, each member surpassing Majin Buu in strength. Before long, they had cornered Buu against the wall, his gaze betraying a hint of panic. Chapter 76. The helpless puppet with the demon Buu now devoid of any external energy. The puppet was born at that very moment, possessing an extraordinarily mischievous nature. It immediately set its sights on the surroundings with wicked intentions. Its mischievous grin offended all those present. In its line of sight, an increasing number of individuals began to converge, including Frieza, Cell, Gula, and the evil Spirit Wave, among others. Additionally, Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan were slowly advancing toward it. The puppet furrowed its brow, observing the approaching figures, and instinctively took a few steps back. It could distinctly sense the formidable power emanating from these individuals. The once malevolent puppet now appeared hesitant and timid. Frieza, taking the lead, approached directly. Having restored his power, he transformed once more into his golden form. This action elicited astonished glances from both Gula and Cell. Gula clenched his fists, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. This guy, he had a trump card all along. Cell nodded in satisfaction, contemplating. Indeed, Frieza possesses extraordinary talent. Fortunately, I share his cells. If given the chance, I shall also train diligently. The divine aura of golden Frieza enveloped the atmosphere, instantly making him the center of attention. Nearby, Goku and Gohan stood in stunned silence, astonished that Frieza had yet another form yet to be revealed. Goku remarked, so, Frieza has an ace up his sleeve. Why didn't he use it during the battle with Gohan? Vegeta waved dismissively, quipping, I sent it because you didn't give him the opportunity? He likely sought to showcase his prowess, only to be caught off guard by you two. Golden Frieza advanced toward the puppet. His sinister laughter echoed ominously in the air. Humph, do not think that just because I appear as a mere child, I want to hold you accountable. Upon uttering these words, Frieza's figure vanished without a trace. The puppet, in a state of panic, began to look around frantically, but found no sign of Frieza. In the next moment, it felt a robust golden tail tighten around its neck. The puppet struggled fiercely, yet no matter how hard it tried, it could not break free. In a fit of desperation, it curled into a ball, reverting back into a puddle of goo. This maneuver allowed the puppet to successfully evade Frieza's grasp. Having evaded capture, the puppet once again made a face at the crowd. However, just as it lowered its fingers from its face, innumerable red lasers descended upon it in an instant. With a cheeky grin, it quickly returned to its normal state. The lasers began to rearrange themselves, commanded by none other than Golden Frieza. A meticulous trap was set. In the blink of an eye, they formed a natural prison, ensnaring the puppet within. The little puppet was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, his two ghastly eyes trembling incessantly. Instinctively, his hands rested upon the cage. In an instant, his hands were reduced to mere pools of blood, leaving only his arms intact. The little puppet's profound gaze fixated upon the vanished hands, his eyes filled with questions. Suddenly, he was struck by a violent surge of pain. His hands had not regenerated immediately. Instead, they continued to bleed a pinkish hue. Ho ho ho, to deal with such a naughty child, one must employ special methods. Why aren't you running? Frieza, arms crossed, looked down upon the little puppet with an air of arrogance, thoroughly pleased with the cage he had crafted for him. The little puppet, in a fit of desperation, inhaled sharply, attempting to disperse the lasers surrounding him. Yet, it proved to be a futile endeavor. The laser-formed cage was impervious, its power transcending several dimensions beyond the little puppet's own. Like a mayfly trying to shake a mighty tree, he found himself utterly immobilized. Frieza murmured, now, those with grievances may seek vengeance, and those with resentments may voice their complaints. This king shall support you. The little puppet was now cornered, with no escape in sight. Those wishing for revenge, step forth. With that, Cell and his comrades cracked their knuckles and advanced towards the little puppet. Frieza, embodying a facade of righteousness, even left Goku incredulous. Goku muttered, is Frieza truly capable of such noble intentions? At that moment, Golden Frieza suddenly appeared before Goku, his speed catching the latter off guard. Gohan, standing nearby, felt a formidable presence brush past him. Dad, be careful, Gohan warned. Frieza flashed a sinister smile. Goku, sensing a murderous intent, immediately heightened his alertness. His eyes transformed into a diamond shape, and his golden hair cascaded down to his waist. However, Golden Frieza was overwhelmingly powerful, his charged fist mere inches from Goku's face. Just then, a striking red figure suddenly obstructed Goku's path. With a dual voice, the figure proclaimed, Hey, Frieza, looking for a fight? Vegeta propelled himself upward, separating the two. Upon recognizing Vegeta, Frieza retracted his fist, saying, Humph, forget it. Goku is far too weak at present. I can always kill him later when he grows stronger. Vegeta did not respond to Frieza but turned to Goku, addressing his earlier inquiry. Yes, Frieza has reformed. Just moments ago, he was even protecting Earth. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta glanced back at Frieza, nodding his head as he remarked, Isn't that right, Frieza? Frieza grimaced, turning away with a dismissive sound. This king merely disapproves of Majin Buu's ways. He then approached the little puppet, who was now reduced to a mere layer of decayed flesh, tormented by all. His recovery has become exceedingly sluggish, yet even so, he clings to life. He continues to draw breath, rendering the formidable Majin Buu incapable of delivering a fatal blow, which has rendered Cell and Gula somewhat disinterested. The two ceased their activities and turned their attention towards Frieza. Cell remarked, he cannot be killed. However, it seems that Gohan is somewhat easier to eliminate. With that, a cunning glint sparkled in Cell's eyes as he cast a glance towards Gohan. Yet, in the next instant, a mere look from Vegeta extinguished that thought. Suddenly, a flash of white light surged forth. In an instant, Vegeta was cleaved in two, and the figures of Trunks and Vegeta emerged within the sight of all. However, the two had also transformed into their usual forms. Cell, Gula, and the malicious waves of energy all displayed wicked grins as they rapidly advanced towards their adversaries. Chapter 77, Spirit Bomb, The Little Puppet's Demise. Indeed, the little puppet is currently restrained by Frieza. However, just moments ago, Vegeta had separated Goku and Gohan from within him, along with this group of villains. As they gazed at the approaching adversaries, Goku and his son braced themselves for a desperate battle. At this moment, Vegeta and his son also yearned to transform back into their Super Saiyan 4 forms. Both erupted with energy, yet the Super Saiyan 4 state was merely a fleeting glimpse. "Damn it, I'm out of strength," Vegeta exclaimed in frustration. Meanwhile, Trunks remained vigilant, observing Vegeta's movements. Restoring their energy was certainly a task he could handle. Excellent. Trunks' gaze had already spotted Vegeta. Just as he prepared to approach, a formidable aura suddenly swept across the battlefield. Golden Frieza elevated his energy to its peak, surveying all beneath him with an air of supremacy. "Ha ha ha, I advise you not to make a move, or my lasers won't spare you," Frieza declared ominously, his red laser flickering ominously in his grasp. With that, he unleashed a beam of energy. Whoosh! A sound echoed as King Cold fell to the ground, bewildered and incredulous as he stared at Frieza. Frieza? This was Frieza's demonstration of power, a stark warning to the bullies among them. No one could claim to be superior but him. "Oh, how unfortunate that my father has fallen," Frieza remarked coldly. He and Cooler shared a similar belief. Their lineage had no place for the weak. The aura emanating from Frieza instantly subdued everyone present. None dared to advance further. Trunks and the others gazed at Frieza in bewilderment, particularly Goku, whose eyes brimmed with disbelief. "Frieza, is he helping us?" Goku pondered, scratching the back of his head. Gohan's lips twitched slightly. Frieza's actions were indeed peculiar. Even Trunks found it difficult to fathom the intentions of this cosmic tyrant. To Trunks, it seemed likely that Frieza intended to personally annihilate them, which explained his behavior. Vegeta furrowed his brow and shouted at Frieza, "Hey, Frieza, what are you doing?" Frieza replied nonchalantly, "Ha, does my business require your oversight, Vegeta?" His actions were entirely motivated by a desire to repay Trunks a favor. Were it not for Trunks, he might still be trapped within Super Boo's belly. With that, Frieza turned to the crowd and proclaimed, "Everyone, if you wish to avoid death, follow me, Frieza." Upon hearing this, all of Frieza's forces rallied behind him, including Shaviza and Cooler's minions. After all, the power Frieza displayed had far surpassed that of Cooler. In this present moment, both Cell and Gula find themselves overshadowed by Frieza's overwhelming power. The strong now dictate the outcome. Reluctantly, the two departed from the battlefield, leaving only the diminutive Bu and Trunks behind. Frieza truly remains an enigma. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered. Goku scratched his head, contemplating. "Oh, by the way, Trunks, that technique of yours, it seems familiar, reminiscent of Adrat." No sooner had Goku uttered these words than a monstrous figure clad in armor materialized before him. Evil Bu. Evil Bu. Unlike Cell and Gula, this creature was devoid of intellect, driven solely by vengeance. The instant he beheld Goku's transformation into Super Saiyan 3 once more, memories of Goku's visage flooded back to him. A powerful punch was about to descend upon Goku when, in a flash, Trunks positioned himself in front of Goku. He had transformed into Super Saiyan 4 once again, having recently regained his strength thanks to Vegeta. "Leave this to me, Uncle Goku," Trunks declared gravely. Without hesitation, he reached toward Evil Bu. The separation technique was invoked once more. Evil Bu howled, his form beginning to disintegrate into fragments. A torrent of malevolent energy erupted from his being. Evil Bu was born of accumulated wickedness, and his power stemmed from these very dark thoughts. "Back to hell you go, Evil Bu," and all the villains who escaped from there. With piercing cries echoing, Evil Bu's body gradually dissolved, ultimately vanishing into thin air. A pitiful red demon materialized before the onlookers. In the distance, the Frieza force, retreating alongside Frieza, began to dissipate as well. Frieza, Cell, and Gula, their forms were fading too. They remained oblivious to the fact that their escape from hell and subsequent resurrection were consequences of Evil Bu's disruption of the balance between realms. Frieza sensed his own form disintegrating and suddenly realized that his revival was entirely due to Evil Bu. Yet, that fool dared to provoke Trunks and his companions. Frieza bellowed. No, but it was too late. Evil Bu had perished. Awaiting Frieza was still that hell, reminiscent of paradise. Simultaneously, on another front, the bodies of Piccolo, Yamcha, Krillin, Tien, and Kaiatsu began to fade as well. Witnessing this grand spectacle, Gohan could not help but exclaim in awe. Frieza's presence has vanished. Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo's energy has also disappeared. It seems everyone has returned to paradise. At that moment, Vegeta pointed toward Goku. "Hey, Kakarot, didn't you die too? Why haven't you vanished?" With a smile, Sun Wukong explained, "I returned to the mortal realm through the guidance of a fortune-telling elder." He then turned his gaze towards Trunks, who wore a serious expression. Trunks murmured, "Frieza is rather intriguing. yet he must face his reckoning for his misdeeds. He paused before adding, "Oh, by the way, Uncle Wukong, you can take care of that Majin Buu. You should eliminate him with a spirit bomb, as ordinary methods are insufficient." Trunks pointed towards the small Buu, who was confined within a cage. Son Wukong nodded in agreement, replying, very well. Let us resolve this with a spirit bomb." He raised his hands above his head, beginning to gather energy for the attack. "Now, everyone, please lend me your energy." Trunks smiled faintly, being the first to raise his hands, followed by Gohan, while Vegeta snorted but also lifted his arms. "Hey, you over there, raise your hands." Vegeta shouted at Broly. Immediately, Broly bared his teeth in defiance. Yet Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4 in an instant, effortlessly lifting Broly's hands. Once the spirit bomb was fully charged, Sun Wukong hurled it forth, delivering a righteous blow towards the small Buu. Ultimately, the little creature was engulfed by the spirit bomb, bringing an end to all the troubles. Chapter 78. The Guidance of Super Buu. Becoming Trunks' loyal companion, brilliant fireworks erupted across the earth, illuminating not only the sky but also the future of the planet. Gazing upward, Trunks felt an overwhelming joy. At long last, everything had come to an end. Once again, the earth found tranquility, albeit amidst a whisper of chaos. Broly, having been subdued by Vegeta, suddenly erupted with an unprecedented fury. Despite being restrained, he unleashed a formidable power that startled Vegeta, who promptly retaliated with a barrage of energy blasts, commanding silence. With a flick of his wrist, Vegeta hurled Broly far into the mountains. In an instant, the earth trembled, and clouds of dust ascended. Shaking off the debris, Broly rose, only to be met by a rotund figure approaching him, eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. "Hey you're making a racket. Can you be a little quieter?" Broly's words fell on deaf ears. He lunged at Majin Buu with a powerful strike. Yet, the corpulent creature was surprisingly agile, evading the blow and retorting, "Just go to sleep." Majin Buu then unleashed a magical beam, transforming Broly into chocolate. With a huff, he consumed the confection. At that moment, a figure swiftly approached Buu's side. Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. "Aren't you supposed to be dead? Wait, did you just absorb him?" With a playful grin, Majin Buu stuck out his tongue and confidently replied, "Indeed." Goku, sensing a resemblance between this Majin Buu and the earlier incarnation, regarded him warily as a potential foe, especially after the absorption of Broly, fearing the emergence of yet another formidable adversary. However, he quickly dismissed the thought upon realizing that Majin Buu's energy was not malevolent, and Broly's essence had not merged with him. Trunks then appeared beside them, addressing Majin Buu. "Hey, Buu, you didn't actually eat that guy, did you? He smells terrible and certainly isn't appetizing. Why not come with me? I have plenty of delicious food and fun things at my place." With that, Trunks produced a lollipop from seemingly nowhere and presented it to Majin Buu. His intention was clear. He was captivated by Buu's extraordinary abilities. Through a combination of persuasion and charm, Trunks managed to win over Buu, who, feeling too annoyed by Broly's noise, simply wished for some peace. "Do you really have tasty and fun things at your home? Can I come over?" Majin Buu asked eagerly. Trunks, beaming with kindness, assured him, "Yes, I promise." At that moment, a sharp female voice echoed from a distance. Bulma, being dragged by Bra, approached the crowd, calling out to Trunks, Vegeta, Gohan, and Goku. "Oh, how fortunate it is to have you all here. The earth is finally at peace." With that, Bulma dove into Vegeta's embrace, her small hands brushing against his muscular chest. "I knew you could do it, Vegeta." This scene caused Vegeta's face to flush instantly. Gohan cleared his throat, offering an awkward smile. "Hee, Aunt Bulma. It's all thanks to Trunks and Vegeta. My father and I only added to the chaos." At that moment, Goku ran up to Vegeta, scrutinizing him and playfully touching his tail before darting behind Trunks to do the same. "Could it be that you both can transform into this state because of your tails?" Goku pondered, tapping his head. Vegeta smirked confidently. "Ha, Kakarot. This form surpasses Super Saiyan 3. I call it Super Saiyan 4. And I, Vegeta, am the first Saiyan to achieve this level." He then straightened his posture, glancing at Trunks. "And my son, Trunks, is the second Saiyan to attain Super Saiyan 4. Goku listened intently to Vegeta's proclamation, then posed a question. "But why does Trunks' energy feel even stronger than yours?" At this, Vegeta fell silent, his gaze shifting to Trunks. "Indeed, this boy's Super Saiyan 4 power surpasses mine." After a brief pause, Vegeta retorted, "That's because he carries the blood of Vegeta." Noticing the puzzled expressions of those around, Trunks finally spoke up to explain, "I had the Little Cell Juniors transfer their power to me." At this, a small figure appeared behind Trunks. It was the Super Cell Jr. "Right. We all lent our strength to the boss. Trunks glanced at the Supercell Jr. and asked, "How did you all merge again?" The Supercell Jr. chuckled, "Well, we did it for the sake of the boss's safety. Besides, the boss can separate us whenever he wants." The Supercell Jr. then turned to Majin Buu, observing him curiously. "Hey, he looks somewhat familiar. Why is he hiding behind the boss? Is he a new recruit?" Majin Buu, looking puzzled, inquired, "New recruit? What does that mean?" With a confident demeanor, the Supercell Jr. explained, "A little brother is someone who eats, drinks, and plays with the boss, obeying him without question, and is willing to risk everything for him when it matters. Now, if you wish to be the boss's little brother, you must heed his commands. The boss will ensure you have plenty of fun and delicious treats." Having said that, Super Small Sheru approached Majin Buu and whispered, "Let me confide in you. The boss is the world's richest person. He can procure all the delightful and delectable treats before anyone else. Impressive, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Majin Buu's saliva flowed uncontrollably. "So, let us become the boss's little brothers." With that, Super Small Sheru bowed deeply to Trunks. Majin Buu eagerly nodded and bowed as well, his mind filled with visions of an abundance of culinary delights. Mimicking Super Small Sheru, he respectfully proclaimed to Trunks, "Boss." This scene left everyone present in a state of astonished silence. Subsequently, Super Small Sheru continued to introduce Majin Buu. "This is the boss's mother. This is the boss's father, who is undeniably strong, but we need not concern ourselves with that. And this is the boss's sister. How should I put it? She still requires our protection." Listening to Super Small Sheru, Bra helplessly raised her hands. "Hey, it's not that I'm too weak. I am already much stronger than in my previous life. It's just that this time, my father and brother are exceedingly powerful." Chapter 79. The Refusal of Resurrection. The Noble Monkey King's son Wukong. The formidable Super Android 17 incessantly endeavored to persuade Majin Buu. It was during this moment that Sun Wukong's gaze once again fell upon Vegeta. "Vegeta, this Super Saiyan 4 exudes such an incredible aura. Might you impart to me the secrets of your prowess?" Sun Wukong's ultimate intention was finally laid bare as he flattered and circled around Vegeta. With a dismissive snort, Vegeta turned away, unwilling to engage with Sun Wukong. Yet, Sun Wukong persisted, pleading, "Please, Vegeta, I beg you, teach me. I'll teach you instant transmission in exchange." "Humph, who cares? Your instant transmission pales in comparison to Jebediah's," Vegeta retorted. "Unless you concede that I, Vegeta, am stronger than you. Only then will I disclose the transformation." "Really?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, his joy akin to that of a child. In the next moment, he proclaimed with solemnity, "I, Sun Wukong, the Saiyan known as Kakarot, acknowledge that Vegeta surpasses me." After this declaration, Sun Wukong turned back to Vegeta, grinning. "Is that sufficient, Vegeta?" Vegeta, momentarily speechless, found himself frozen in place, astonished that the individual he had tirelessly pursued had so shamelessly conceded. In that instant, he felt as though all his past efforts to surpass Sun Wukong had become utterly meaningless. How had he ended up in a relentless rivalry with such a character? After a while, Vegeta regained his composure. "Humph, Kakarot, I never imagined you would yield so easily. It leaves a sour taste, but very well. I shall share the method with you. First, you must possess a tail, something only the old Kai can grant." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately placed his hand upon Vegeta. Whoosh! The two vanished from their location and arrived at the Kaishin realm. Eagerly, Sun Wukong addressed the old Kaishin. "I finally understand why Vegeta insisted that the old Kaishin remove his tail. Oh, esteemed old Kaishin, please extract my tail as well." The sudden arrival of the two caught Kaishin and old Kaishin off guard. Sun Wukong's urgency prompted old Kaishin to douse him with cold water. "I can indeed remove your tail. However, if you wish to achieve Vegeta's form, merely having a tail will not suffice. You are currently deceased, and your physical prowess is not as formidable as when you were alive. To attain such heights, you must return to life." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression fell. He was acutely aware of the immense difficulty of reviving him. In this world, he had perished due to heart disease. Because of this, the Dragon Balls were unable to resurrect him. This very reason was why he had only now begun to engage with the upheavals on Earth. How he longed to protect his wife, children, friends, and to fight alongside Vegeta. The most lamentable aspect is that as he embarks on the path to achieve Super Saiyan 4, the harsh reality of his demise strikes him once more. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong sighed in despair. If that is the case, then let it be. At least as a deceased, even in the afterlife, my Super Saiyan 3 state will not lose its essence. He consoled himself. Observing Wukong's expression, Vegeta clenched his fists and delivered a powerful punch to his chest. "Damn it. Kakarot, there must be a way." The Saiyan Prince commanded him, regroup. Sun Wukong did not evade. Instead, he willingly accepted the blow. Lowering his voice, he smiled faintly. Vegeta, I will train diligently in the afterlife. With you, Trunks, and Gohan on Earth, everything will be fine. If danger arises, I'll have the fortune teller bring me back, just as today. There was a hint of relief in Sun Wukong's tone. Seeing him like this, Vegeta felt a surge of empathy, resting his hand on Wukong's shoulder. Kakarot, I will await your return, stronger than ever. Their conversation reached a poignant climax when suddenly, a cough interrupted them. The old Kai said, Hey, you two, can you finish your conversation before indulging in brotherly sentiments? At this remark, Vegeta instantly withdrew his hand from Kakarot's shoulder. TCH, who considers him a brother? I have long since killed my own. The old Kai chuckled and added, Since the issue is laid bare before us, why not simply resurrect him? That would solve everything. Though the old Kai's words were spoken softly, they resonated powerfully with Sun Wukong. In an instant, both Wukong and Vegeta, along with Kaioshin Shin, turned their gaze toward the old Kai. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Old Kai, is that truly possible? I perished from heart disease. Even the Dragon Balls cannot revive me. Moreover, the Dragon Balls on Earth and Namek have vanished. The old Kai chuckled slyly and replied, the Dragon Balls, those wish orbs created by the Namekians. Yes, they are indeed powerful and can grant any wish. However, being crafted by the Namekians, they are not without their flaws. But as a Kaioshin from 15 generations ago, I possess vast knowledge and abilities. This is the terrifying aspect of a Kaioshin from such a lineage. Listen closely. I can bring you back to life. His aged voice, imbued with immense vigor, ignited a spark in the minds of those present. Kaioshin Shin looked up at the old Kai with admiration, and in that moment, even Vegeta felt joy for Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong eagerly asked, So, can the old Kai truly resurrect me? The elder Kai nodded. And in recognition of your valiant efforts to rescue the universe from dire peril, I shall bestow upon you the remainder of my 1,000-year lifespan, Goku. This splendid revelation brought smiles to the faces of both Kaioshin and Vegeta. However, Goku's expression turned grave. His brow furrowed slightly as he inquired, Elder Kai, does that mean you will perish? The Elder Kai affirmed with a nod, declaring, Indeed, but what difference does it make if I am alive or not? Goku, with a solemn demeanor, responded, So, this opportunity is singular? Yes, one must seize the moment, for it may never return, the Elder Kai replied. Suddenly, Goku's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, That's wonderful. I have made my decision. I shall not be revived. I believe there is another who is far more deserving of resurrection than I. Chapter 80. Dragon Balls. Resurrection. The imminent revival of Son Goku. Goku's words enveloped the entire Kaioshin realm in a profound silence, leaving Vegeta with a sense of bewilderment. Here lay an opportunity for Goku to resurrect and grow stronger. Yet he hesitated. Hey, Kakarot, don't you desire to become more powerful? Vegeta questioned. The old man has stated that this chance is singular. Are you truly unwilling to come back to life? Goku resolutely nodded once more, responding, Vegeta, I have made my decision. I intend to bring back Piccolo. At this proclamation, surprise flitted across Vegeta's face, for he comprehended the weight of Piccolo's resurrection. With Piccolo revived, the Dragon Balls would be reactivated, enabling all the deceased to return to life. Goku remained steadfastly himself. Upon hearing Goku's declaration, Vegeta's lips curled into a smile as he approached Goku and remarked, Kakarot, I shall forever await the day you become stronger. At that moment, we shall engage in a thorough and definitive battle. As he spoke, Vegeta extended his fist, prompting Goku to reciprocate. They exchanged knowing smiles and lightly tapped their fists together. Now, I shall go fetch Piccolo. Old Kaioshin, wait for me. Goku placed his finger to his forehead. Sensing Piccolo's energy, with a swish, he vanished from his spot. A moment later, another burst of instant transmission echoed, leading everyone to believe Goku had returned, but instead, it was someone else arriving in the Kaioshin realm. Jebet appeared, accompanied by Trunks and Gohan. Trunks inquired, What is happening? Dad, is the old Kaioshin really pulling Uncle Goku's tail? Vegeta shook his head and proceeded to explain the situation. After hearing the details, Trunks smiled, exclaiming, If it's Uncle Goku, such actions are not surprising. He is still the same Uncle Goku. As they conversed, Goku and Piccolo materialized in the Kaioshin realm. Old Kaioshin, I have brought Piccolo. My apologies for the trouble. Goku then noticed that Gohan and Trunks had also arrived in the Kaioshin realm. Gohan, Trunks, oh, by the way, I have wonderful news. The Dragon Balls are about to be activated for resurrection. Upon grasping the unfolding events, Trunks and Gohan simultaneously displayed expressions of excitement. Gohan remarked, Dad, We already know, but his gaze drifted, slightly dazed, while Piccolo, standing beside Goku, nudged him and asked, "Old son, have you made up your mind?" Goku nodded vigorously, his face reflecting unwavering determination as he firmly stated, "Yes." That single affirmation plunged everyone present into silence. What a noble sacrifice for the greater good. "I truly did not misjudge him," echoed a voice of wisdom. The elder Kaioshin continued, lamenting, "Alas, my life is but a singular gift. Were it not so, I would indeed wish to resurrect you as well." With that, he extended his hand to touch Piccolo, intending to bestow upon him the remnants of his own life force. The ritual proceeded seamlessly. Meanwhile, Trunks observed thoughtfully, witnessing the halo above Piccolo gradually fade, while a new halo formed above the elder Kaioshin's head. Reflecting on the elder Kaioshin's earlier words, he recalled the lament that his life was limited, otherwise he might have brought Goku back to life too. "Well then, you have been resurrected," the elder Kaioshin declared to Piccolo. Piccolo felt the halo atop his head, and indeed, it had vanished. He had returned to life. In another realm, the Supreme Kai in heaven was also revived due to Piccolo's resurrection, restoring the Dragon Balls on Earth. "Wonderful. Uncle Piccolo, you are back," Gohan exclaimed, stepping forward to congratulate him. However, as he gazed at the halo above Goku's head, a shadow of sorrow fell over him once more. At that moment, Trunks spoke with a calm demeanor. Everyone, I have a feeling that Uncle Goku could also be resurrected, right?" His words plunged the group into a brief silence, which was soon shattered as Goku's emotions erupted like a landslide. Hunched over, he implored, "Trunks, do you have a way?" Trunks chuckled awkwardly, approaching the elder Kaioshin and bowing deeply. "Great elder Kaioshin, I sincerely apologize. It seems we may need to trouble you to pass on once more." The elder Kaioshin's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned, "What? I have already died once. How could I possibly die again?" Trunks smiled mischievously and turned to Piccolo. "Uncle Piccolo has returned. The Dragon Balls are restored. Therefore, if we use the Dragon Balls to resurrect the elder Kaioshin, we can grant Goku his life anew." Trunks' suggestion fell upon Goku's heart like the refreshing rain after a drought, igniting a spark of hope. "Yes, how did I not think of that?" Goku exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. "So, great elder Kaioshin, we kindly ask you to pass on once more." Glaring at the grinning Goku, the elder Kaioshin's temper flared. "Hey, what do you take me for? I am a god. How can I so casually bestow life upon another? How dare you bully an elder?" In response, Trunks quickly reassured him, "Great elder Kaioshin, I truly apologize. Only you possess such extraordinary abilities. No one else could accomplish this. Moreover, should a crisis arise in the universe again, having Uncle Goku around would provide an additional ally. Isn't the role of a Kaioshin to protect the peace of the cosmos?" Trunks flattered the elder Kaioshin earnestly. Meanwhile, Jebbet had already returned to Earth with Gohan in tow. They have located Bulma, and the long-forgotten Dragon Ball radar has once again been unearthed by her. The 7 Dragon Balls were swiftly gathered by Gohan. The two of them returned to the realm of the Supreme Kai with the Dragon Balls in tow. Gazing at the shimmering orbs, hope filled the eyes of the onlookers. "Arise, eternal dragon." A bolt of lightning struck the Dragon Balls, and a magnificent dragon swiftly emerged from their depths. After many years, the sight of the eternal dragon brought a mist to Gohan's eyes. "Speak your wishes, for I can grant one of them. Any wish can be fulfilled." Just as Goku was about to wish for the resurrection of the old Supreme Kai, Trunks intervened to stop him. Chapter 81, The Resurrection of the Dragon from Namek and the Return of Sun Wukong. "Please, grant us the revival of the Elder Kai." Sun Wukong earnestly wished to the dragon. The dragon's eyes sparkled with intensity as it responded in a deep, resonant voice, "Your wish is quite simple." No sooner had the words left its mouth than Trunks soared into the sky, locking eyes with the dragon. "Wait a moment." Trunks interrupted the dragoness incantation. Bewilderment spread across the faces of the onlookers, for it was he who had initiated the suggestion, yet now he called for a halt. "Trunks, is there an issue?" Gohan inquired, perplexed. Trunks shook his head and clarified, "While it is indeed correct to wish for Uncle Goku's revival, I believe there is another individual who requires resurrection even more urgently." At this proclamation, a hushed silence enveloped the gathering. Finally, the astute Piccolo seemed to grasp the implication, his gaze snapping upward in realization. Could it be that Trunks is suggesting? Observing Piccolo's reaction, Trunks smiled reassuringly. Piccolo was, after all, a strategist of great intellect. Their exchange evoked further confusion among the crowd, with Sun Wukong appearing particularly bewildered. Trunks, Piccolo, what are you talking about?" Sensing Sun Wukong's confusion, Piccolo hastily elucidated, "What Trunks means is that we should revive Elder Muri from Namek. If Elder Muri is brought back, The Dragon Balls from Namek will be restored as well. This would allow us to continue wishing with Porunga. Indeed, Piccolo's intellect was unparalleled, without needing further explanation from Trunks. The intent became clear to all. Just as Uncle Piccolo stated, Trunks affirmed, grinning as he gave Piccolo a thumbs up. Approaching the dragon, he proclaimed, "Therefore, dragon, please resurrect Elder Muri from Namek." A crimson light emanated from the dragon's eyes, and after a brief moment, its weighty voice resonated once more. "I am sorry, but your wish cannot be fulfilled. Elder Muri has been deceased for many years, and my current abilities are insufficient to achieve this. Due to the absence of Dandy as the guardian of Earth in this timeline, the Earth Dragon Balls have not been upgraded." This statement plunged the assembly into silence. Lord Jebbet, please accompany me." Trunks seized Jebbet, and they vanished into thin air. A second later, they reappeared with another elderly figure. Piccolo's expression fell at that instant. For the individual Trunks had brought back was none other than the old Supreme Kai. "I believe that with the old Supreme Kai's intervention, the dragon can be upgraded," Trunks proposed. Gazing at the dragon soaring above, the old Supreme Kai slowly closed his eyes, a miraculous power surging into the dragon at that moment. "Old Supreme Kai, are you granting me strength?" The dragon no longer bore its previous lofty demeanor. The old Supreme Kai nodded slightly, stating, "Indeed, I am aged now, and this is all I can do. You may now fulfill their wishes." The divine dragon's crimson eyes gleamed once more, and then it addressed the gathered assembly. "Your wishes have been fulfilled. Now, esteemed Lord of the Heavens, I take my leave." With that, the dragon soared back into the Dragon Balls and flew towards Earth. At that moment, Trunks leapt into the air, gathering all the Dragon Balls into his embrace. Deep within the cosmos, on the new Namek, an elderly sage suddenly materialized amidst the ruins. Elder Muley gazed around in bewilderment. He distinctly remembered being in paradise, only to find himself resurrected in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Two figures descended swiftly upon the new Namek, and Elder Muley focused his gaze upon them. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him, prompting him to turn away. He beheld Jebbet and Trunks approaching him. "Who are you?" he inquired. Jebbet introduced himself. "I am the servant of the Kaioshin, also a trainee Kaioshin. This is Trunks. He is the one who requested the dragon to resurrect you." Trunks waved to Elder Muley and said, "Elder Muley, I trust you have heard of the recent turmoil in paradise. Now that we have resolved the issue, we require your assistance." Elder Muley relaxed his guard, having discerned the intentions of the individuals before him. "Are you suggesting we utilize Porunga?" A knowing smile spread across Trunks' face. Indeed, Elder Muley was a man of great intellect. "Yes, Elder Muley. However, I have one more request." Both Elder Muley and Jebbet displayed expressions of curiosity, prompting Muley to ask, "What is your request?" "Please upgrade the Dragon Balls of Namek," Trunks stated directly. This was the true purpose of his visit. While the Namekian Dragon Balls could grant 3 wishes, they were incapable of resurrecting multiple individuals. An upgrade would allow for the simultaneous revival of numerous souls. Elder Muley stroked his chin thoughtfully and then proceeded into the dwelling. Shortly after, he emerged with 7 magnificent Dragon Balls in hand. The Dragon Balls regained their luster, gleaming brilliantly. The reason they were all together was due to Gula's coercion of the Namekians to collect them initially. With both hands upon the Dragon Balls, Elder Muley released a peculiar, radiant energy from his palms, elevating the power of the Namekian Dragon Balls. After a brief moment, he announced, "The upgrade is complete. It should suffice. Come forth, Porunga." He called in the Namekian tongue. With a resounding clang, golden light enveloped the 7 Dragon Balls, accompanied by flashes of lightning. As the mighty dragon Porunga materialized upon the earth, gazing at this magnificent dragon, Trunks could not help but feel a surge of excitement. "Now, Elder Muley, please resurrect all the Namekians slain by Gula." This first wish left Elder Muley somewhat perplexed. He had never anticipated Trunks would make such a request. In the blink of an eye, Porunga granted the wish, and all the Namekians who had fallen to Gula were revived. The second wish, "I implore you to resurrect the old Kai." Upon uttering these words, Muley hastily reiterated the request, and the old Kai was revived once more. In the realm of the Kais, the old Kai bestowed life upon Son Goku again. At last, Son Goku was granted his wish and returned to life. The halo above his head vanished at that moment, transferring instead to the old Kai's crown. The elder was quite indignant. Bearing a halo that signified death, a most undignified state for a deity. "So you have come back to life, while I have met my demise," the old Kai grumbled. Visibly vexed, Son Goku, with a face full of remorse, addressed him. "Oh, revered old Kai. Hee, Barunga has 3 wishes and can resurrect individuals infinitely. In that case, let us have Barunga bring you back to life once more." With that, Son Goku executed a technique of instant transmission, appearing beside Trunks and Jebbit. The third wish was ultimately utilized for the old Kai's revival. Chapter 82, Super Saiyan 4, Son Goku. Time, like fine grains of sand, slips away in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a year has passed. West City, Capsule Corporation. The Dragon Balls of Earth have regained their former brilliance, and the gathered crowd congregates in Bulma's yard. With a resounding call, "Come forth, Shenron." A dragon, reminiscent of the great Eastern dragons, descends from the heavens. Through the granting of wishes, all those who perished in the chaos that engulfed Earth a year prior have been resurrected, including Mr. Popo. In the heavenly temple, Mr. Popo returns to the earthly realm, quietly approaching the Supreme Kai. "What troubles you, Lord Kai?" Mr. Popo inquires of the old deity. As the guardian of Earth, witnessing its restoration to its former glory brings a smile to the Supreme Kai's face, yet his heart remains heavy with unease. Earth has undergone too many upheavals. His own power feels woefully inadequate, and as the protector of this land, it is a source of great anguish. "Mr. Popo, I have made a decision. I shall merge with Piccolo. Only then can I fulfill my duty to safeguard Earth." Mr. Popo gazes with wide eyes at the troubled Supreme Kai, a pang of sorrow stirring within him. "But, Lord Kai, there are now so many formidable warriors on Earth. I believe merging is unnecessary." "You are overthinking this, Mr. Popo asserts. His reasoning, however, is flawed, for the Supreme Kai understands that even in merging with Piccolo, his strength would still pale in comparison to the warriors on Earth. "Ah, Mr. Popo, I have grown old. Do you recall that exceptionally gifted Namekian child named Dandy?" Mr. Popo pauses, taken aback, and responds. "You mean the prodigious Namekian from heaven?" The Supreme Kai nods thoughtfully. After his time in heaven, he communicated with fellow Namekians and discovered Dandy's extraordinary potential. "I once believed I was a genius among Namekians, only to realize that this young lad surpasses me." "What do you mean, Lord Kai?" Mr. Popo asks. The Supreme Kai exhales deeply, revealing, "I desire Dandy to become Earth's deity, to take my place. Thus, I have entrusted Trunks with contacting him." No sooner had he spoken than a chorus of footsteps echoed from the platform. Swish. Thud. The newcomers are Trunks and Dandy. Having been dead for many years, Dandy, now resurrected for less than a year, still appears as a child. Trembling, he addresses Trunks. "Brother Trunks, is this Earth?" Trunks scratches his head, slightly uncomfortable, as Dandy is of an age similar to that of Gohan, yet calls him brother. "Yes, this is Earth. This is the Supreme Kai of Earth. You must have met before. Well then, Lord Kai, I have brought Dandy to you. I have other matters to attend to, so farewell." With that, Trunks activates his instant transmission and vanishes from the heavenly temple. Throughout this year, Trunks once again journeyed to the planet Yardrat, mastering the art of instantaneous movement. Whoosh. With a shift in perspective, Trunks materialized in the realm of the Supreme Kai. Ouch! A cacophony of agonized groans emanated from a man with a crab-like head. Goku was bracing himself against the universe's hardest metal, his posterior exposed. Behind him stood the Elder Kai. Having been resurrected, Goku was readjusting to his body, which had now met the requirements to transform into Super Saiyan 4. Today, he aimed to break free from the shackles that had bound him for years. Also present in the Supreme Kai's realm was Vegeta, who stood by, eagerly anticipating the moment Goku would achieve his transformation into Super Saiyan 4. "Father, how is it?" Trunks inquired as he approached Vegeta. Vegeta, arms crossed, did not divert his gaze from Goku. "It should be soon." Just as he spoke, a furry tail erupted from Goku's backside. "Ouch! Pain, pain, pain." Goku howled. The Elder Kai wiped his brow and remarked, "All right, it's out now?" And much quicker than last time. He gently caressed Goku's tail, satisfied with his handiwork. With the precedent set by Vegeta's previous tail extraction, Goku found this process considerably easier. The Elder Kai, seemingly wanting more, teased, "Hey, Goku, don't you have a son? Shall I help him with his tail as well?" Goku ceased his lamentations. Returning to normalcy. "Gohan. He is probably busy. I believe he recently started dating." With that, Goku rose and addressed Trunks and Vegeta. "Trunks, Vegeta? Let us proceed to the next step." Vegeta snorted in surprise. He had not anticipated Goku's swift tail removal. At Vegeta's urging, an artificial moon began to ascend. Soon, the blood waves emanating from the moon began to affect Goku, causing his body to swell, fangs to sprout, and fur to emerge. A golden great ape loomed over the earth. Roar! However, the golden great ape that Goku transformed into had not regained its sanity. This was a common affliction among lower-tier warriors. Now in a frenzied state, he wreaked havoc upon everything in his vicinity. Indeed, Uncle Goku still cannot regain his senses like Father and I. Trunks muttered softly. At that moment, the golden giant unleashed a beam from its mouth, obliterating everything in its path. The Elder Kai and Supreme Kai hastily began to flee. "Hey, Kakarot!" Vegeta suddenly shouted at the golden giant. The great ape glanced toward Vegeta, and their eyes locked for a fleeting second. Roar! Yet, it made no difference. Goku continued to bellow in rage. He unexpectedly extended his malevolent grasp towards Vegeta. "Cursed be, Kakarot! Wasn't he promised that you would grow stronger? Is this how you intend to achieve it?" In an instant, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 4, an overwhelming aura radiating around him. Leaning away, he deftly evaded the onslaught of the golden great ape. Bang! 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 The sound of muffled impacts echoed as the golden great ape was forced to retreat under Vegeta's relentless assault. Vegeta continued to roar, "Awaken, you wretched Kakarot! If you do not regain your senses, I shall strike until you do." Without restraint, his fists flew towards the golden great ape, showing no mercy. The golden great ape howled in agony, even Trunks lamenting the sheer brutality of Vegeta's methods. Ultimate Flash! Vegeta bellowed, his energy wave fully concentrated. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, the golden great ape began to shrink dramatically. With a cold huff, Vegeta ceased the ultimate flash and approached Son Goku. "Humph, splendid, Kakarot, you have indeed not disappointed me." Under Vegeta's might, Son Goku overcame his inner turmoil. Thus, another Super Saiyan 4 was born. Chapter 83, Solb and Taguma. With a resounding cheer, Sun Wukong felt the surge of power emanating from the Saiyan within himself. He gazed in disbelief at his own form. "Marvelous, Vegeta. I have also attained Super Saiyan 4. No sooner had Sun Wukong uttered these words than a crimson figure flickered around him at an astonishing speed. Bang! A deep thud resonated, causing the entirety of the Kaioshin realm to tremble. Sun Wukong's sharp gaze pierced through the air, landing on Vegeta's silhouette. In that moment, their fists aligned in a straight line, and the exhilarated expression on Vegeta's face filled his vision. "Kakarot, you have indeed succeeded. Now, let us engage in a fierce battle." A change swept over Sun Wukong's eyes. He had long awaited this clash, having yearned for this day throughout the past year. "Let us begin, Vegeta." Instantaneously, the Kaioshin realm was engulfed in turmoil. The sounds of their fierce combat echoed incessantly, prompting the old Kaioshin to exclaim in frustration, "You two rascals! Cease this fighting." However, the spirited warriors feigned ignorance and continued their aerial skirmish. The duo of Kaioshins nearby trembled in fear. They are simply too powerful. One Kaioshin shut his eyes, unable to witness the spectacle. Meanwhile, Jebbit clutched the old Kaioshin's robe tightly, exclaiming, "We are doomed. We'll be blown away." Suddenly, a protective barrier emerged before the three. Trunks, looking slightly embarrassed, remarked, "Hee, my apologies, but that's just how my father and Uncle Wukong are." As the barrier materialized, the trio found a moment of stability. "Oh dear, my life. With these two around, I can only wonder how much longer I will survive," lamented the old Kaioshin. "Fear not, great Elder Kaioshin. After all, we have the Dragon Balls, right?" Trunks replied with an awkward smile. Upon hearing Trunks' words, the old Kaioshin's expression fell once more. With indignation, he retorted, "You insolent brat. Are you jesting with me? I am a deity, and as for the Dragon Balls, they should be used sparingly." The old Kaioshin's remark suddenly sparked a realization in Trunks. Is the Elder Kaioshin suggesting something? Could it be the evil dragons? Just as Trunks' thoughts lingered, the battle between the two warriors escalated to a fever pitch. A tremendous roar echoed through the sky. Ultimate Flash, Kamehameha Wave. ZZZ. Golden and blue energy beams erupted from their hands, spiraling upward like two celestial dragons soaring into the heavens. In the blink of an eye, they ascended to midair, intertwining to form a colossal sphere of energy. This radiant orb emitted a blinding light, making it difficult to gaze upon, and as the energy continued to converge, arcs of electricity began to sizzle at the intersection of the two waves. The arcs of electricity danced through the air like tiny lightning bolts, crackling with a cacophony of sounds. "So blinding," exclaimed the Supreme Kai, Shin. Boom, boom, boom. At last, the explosion erupted. Amidst the smoke, a disheveled figure emerged. Goku, panting heavily and clutching his shoulder, struggled to extend a thumb in a gesture of acknowledgement. "Vegeta, this time, you have won." Goku collapsed to the ground, his newly transformed Super Saiyan 4 form unable to match Vegeta's strength. Observing this, Jebbit hurried over, his strides purposeful as he placed his hands on Goku's body. Softly intoning, "At last, it is over. Mr. Goku, I am here to heal you." "Thank you." Goku managed to express his gratitude, but in the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock. Once his body was restored, he sprang to his feet. He was not the only one taken aback. Trunks and Vegeta also displayed expressions of astonishment. The energy of Earth has multiplied. Goku could not contain his exclamation. Just moments ago on Earth, the Supreme Kai had relinquished his divine position to Dundee, who utilized his abilities to upgrade the Dragon Balls once more. This enhancement allowed the Earth's Dragon Balls to grant 3 wishes. The Earthlings, who had fallen victim to the androids, were resurrected. Furthermore, Dundee sought to erase the fears that had plagued humanity over the years. Once again, the world transformed into a realm of peace, as if nothing had ever transpired. In the vast expanse of the universe, a colossal spaceship glided through the cosmos. A remarkably diminutive and grotesque blue alien stood by the window, his face betraying an uncontrollable excitement. This individual was none other than Sorbet, the fervent follower of Frieza. Even after Frieza's demise, he had not abandoned his allegiance. Instead, he had reorganized the crumbling Frieza force. Is what you say true, Tagoma? Sorbet inquired incredulously of the tall figure resembling a stick insect. Tagoma straightened his posture, affirming, "Absolutely true, Commander Sorbet. A year ago, King Frieza, King Cold, and King Kuriza reappeared on a planet called Earth, the very planet where King Frieza had originally fallen. King Frieza seems even more powerful than before, but for some reason, he has vanished again." Tagoma's words relentlessly assaulted Sorbet's senses, and it was as if he could only absorb the notion that Frieza had grown stronger. "Indeed, King Frieza, I shall forever follow King Frieza. We must restore the glory of the Frieza force. Let us go. We are heading to Earth." Sorbet's demeanor became frenzied upon receiving this news. Tagoma cautioned, "Commander Sorbet, King Frieza has disappeared again. He is no longer on Earth. It is likely that he..." Sorbet was immediately doused with cold water, his emotions stabilizing. However, according to reliable sources, it seems that the Dragon Balls have resurfaced. Back when King Cold ventured to that planet known as Namek. "I believe we should pay a visit there," suggested Tagoma tentatively. Sorbet shook his head and replied, "No. That old fellow has proven that he can take his own life once, and he can certainly do so a second time." "So you mean, we shall journey to Earth?" Tagoma inquired. Sorbet stood up, a flicker of dread in his eyes. "Earth is even more off-limits." Tagoma trembled and asked, "Then shall we proceed to resurrect King Frieza?" Sorbet let out a chilling laugh. "Of course, we must resurrect King Frieza. Only he possesses the power to lead us to glory." Tagoma wished to ask further questions, but Sorbet disregarded him, focusing on piloting the spacecraft alone. Chapter 84. Something is amiss in this space-time. West Capital. Capsule Corporation Building. Sunlight streamed through the office windows, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the floor. A blue-haired girl, clad in professional attire, sat at her desk, riveted by the computer screen, her fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard. Suddenly, she halted her activity and rose from her chair. The girl's figure was tall and slender, her curves exquisitely defined. She gently twisted her graceful form, stretching languidly, revealing subtle hints of muscle beneath her clothing. Bra had long shed her youthful naivety. Experiencing a day as the company's president is truly uncomfortable. In her quest to determine the heir to Capsule Corporation, Bulma had invested considerable effort. Trunks was utterly disinterested, leading Bulma to focus her attention on Bra. Unbeknownst to her, Bra shared Trunks' lack of enthusiasm. She simply did not wish to disappoint Bulma, which was why she acquiesced. Today marked Bra's inaugural day as president, and it was evident that she was growing restless. Gazing out the window, the outside air seemed extraordinarily clear at that moment. She inhaled sharply, poised to leap out. Bang! A knock at the door interrupted Bra's intentions. She quickly returned to her chair, pouting, "Come in." The door opened, revealing a woman in professional attire. The woman bowed deeply, addressing her with utmost respect. "Miss Bra, Miss Mai is here to see you." Upon hearing the name Mai, Bra's face instantly lit up. "Sister Mai." A girl clad in a form-fitting black skirt entered, nodding amicably to the woman, who then closed the door. "Sister Mai," Bra exclaimed, rushing to her side and grasping her hand tightly. "Bra, this lifestyle must feel quite foreign to you, right?" Mai inquired with concern. A sigh escaped Bra's lips as she replied, "There's no choice. My brother refuses to take the role, so here I am." The prospect of experiencing a life she had never known sparked a flicker of anticipation in Bra. Yet, in such an environment, she still felt a sense of oppression. Mai smiled gracefully, releasing Bra's hand and placing her arm around Bra's shoulder, saying, "It's all right. Take your time to adapt. I will assist you in the future." Mai had recently joined Capsule Corporation and had become quite adept at managing company affairs. "Really? Sister Mai, that is wonderful." Just then, Mai abruptly shifted the topic, asking, "By the way, Have you heard any news about your brother lately? Her voice trembled slightly, revealing her eagerness for an answer. Bra paused, casting a sly glance at Mai, and teased, Sister Mai seems quite concerned about my brother, doesn't she? Upon hearing this, Mai withdrew her arm from Bra's shoulder, turning away in a flustered manner. Hesitatingly, she murmured, after all, it has been many years since I last saw him. Moreover, he was a great hero who saved the world. Without him, we would all have perished. Observing Xiao Wu's bashful expression, Bra sensed that something was amiss. It seems that, although this life has changed, Sister Xiao Wu still harbors affection for her brother. Her brother had been taken by their father to train in the cosmos, and truth be told, she longed to join him. However, their father insisted that girls should maintain a certain demeanor, forbidding her from accompanying him. Just as Bra uttered this thought, her voice abruptly ceased, her form freezing in place. She then gazed out the window. This aura, Xiao Wu, puzzled, inquired, what is the matter, Bra? Without hesitation, Bra grasped Xiao Wu's hand, exclaiming with excitement, Sister Xiao Wu, don't you wish to see your brother? I'll take you to him right away. With that, Bra leaped from the window, tightly embracing Xiao Wu. In that moment, she shed her professional attire, revealing a snug athletic outfit that accentuated her exquisite figure, a tail visibly coiling around her waist. Freed from the constraints of her uniform, Bra resembled a liberated bird. Hold on tight, Sister Xiao Wu. We're about to accelerate. Meanwhile, above the Earth, a spacecraft bearing the insignia of the Universal Capsule Corporation was orbiting. Inside the gravity chamber, the intensity had reached its peak as Vegeta trained vigorously. On the other side, a handsome blue-haired man gazed out the window with a grave expression. Trunks' eyes reflected a blue planet, his gaze somewhat distant. At this moment, he had matured into adulthood, as it had been 10 years since the last chaos on Earth. To his astonishment, Beerus had yet to arrive on the planet. He vividly remembered that in the established timeline, Beerus was supposed to visit Earth in age 788, which was 6 years prior to the current timeline. Back in age 788, Trunks had prepared extensively for how to deal with Beerus. They had stocked up dozens of tons of pudding at home and had even alerted Majin Buu to behave. Everything was ready, awaiting Beerus' arrival on Earth, hoping to please him to gain his guidance for their training. However, he was bewildered by the fact that this timeline was far beyond his expectations. Trunks speculated that perhaps this world was a minor one, devoid of a god of destruction. It seemed that the ensuing narrative might follow GT. Yet he quickly dismissed this notion. Many years prior, they had already confronted Golden Frieza, proving that his hypothesis was incorrect. This timeline was exceedingly chaotic. Something was fundamentally amiss. Perhaps Beerus had merely overslept and had not yet awakened. Due to Beerus' absence from Earth, Trunks was taken by Vegeta to train in the cosmos. However, Trunks remained uneasy, sensing something amiss in this timeline. To validate his suspicions, he resolved to return to Earth, driven by a singular purpose, to ascertain whether the transformation into a Super Saiyan God exists within this realm. Presently, 6 benevolent Saiyans inhabit Earth: Trunks, Vegeta, Goku, Gohan, Bra, and Pan. This constitutes the very reason for his cessation of training and his journey back to Earth. Chapter 85. Turbulent Time and Space, the arrival of an unexpected guest. The enemy turns out to be Black Goku. On Earth, Bra soared through the skies at breakneck speed, accompanied by Xiao Wu. The two young maidens danced gracefully in the air. Bra teased, so how do you feel, Xiao Wu? Isn't flying exhilarating? Isn't it wonderful to be free from the constraints of work? And soon, you will reunite with your brother. You must be overjoyed. Bra's barrage of questions lingered in Xiao Wu's ears. Truth be told, this was her first experience of such flight, and she was utterly thrilled. In this moment, all her worries faded away. What excited her even more was the imminent meeting with Trunks, the one she had longed for. Over the years, she had been captivated by Trunks' aloof demeanor. Xiao Wu found herself in a quandary. She could not comprehend why Trunks was so kind to everyone else, even to Pilaf and Ash, yet became distant around her. The more he acted this way, the more alluring she found him. She had long expressed her feelings for Trunks to Bra, who had taken it upon herself to play matchmaker since childhood. However, Trunks remained oblivious to her affections, treating her with an indifference akin to that of a wooden figure. In truth, Trunks' behavior stemmed from the knowledge of Xiao Wu's true age, which was greater than that of her own mother. This was the root of Trunks' coldness towards her. He could not reconcile the thought that his future wife was, in essence, an older woman. Suddenly, a rumble of thunder broke through Xiao Wu's musings. Bra halted in her tracks, gazing upwards. In her sight, a black vortex, crackling with lightning, was grotesquely expanding, instilling fear and trepidation. At that moment, the very fabric of space trembled, warping everything around them. Dark energy seeped from the vortex, clawing and reaching out into the surroundings. Abruptly, a fissure tore open in the center of the black whirlpool, growing wider by the second. Space was being ripped apart. In the next instant, a figure cloaked in black emerged from within. Bra's mouth fell agape, her eyes quivering in disbelief. Her senses seemed to be ensnared, for the silhouette before her was hauntingly familiar. Black, the dark person? Memories of the past assailed Bra's mind. She had never anticipated the dark person would manifest in this world. Indeed, standing in the sky was none other than Black Goku. With an unflinching demeanor, Black Goku arrogantly surveyed the ground below. Oh, I truly succeeded. Is it possible to transcend time and space? I wonder if the god of destruction in this world has been vanquished. This way, I can execute my plan for the annihilation of humanity across dimensions. As Black Goku indulged in his soliloquy, a figure suddenly appeared before him. The petite figure, brimming with boundless explosive energy, saw Bra's body swiftly tense as she aimed a fierce punch at the familiar visage of Black Goku. Though the strike appeared exceedingly ferocious, it was effortlessly evaded by Black Goku. He held his breath and cast a glance at the newcomer. A human. What a serendipitous encounter. He had not anticipated such an offering. Thus, let me obliterate your wretched species. As the words left his lips, a surge of dark energy erupted from Black Goku. He suddenly grasped Bra's hand, spinning her through the air in a complete 360-degree rotation. A formidable sense of oppression immediately radiated from his being. Despicable human. Perish. Just as Black Goku uttered this proclamation, a dazzling golden light erupted from Bra. Lightning crackled chaotically, and her formerly blue short hair soared skyward in that instant. In the next moment, Bra ascended to Super Saiyan 2. At this juncture, Black Goku's eyes widened in disbelief. This individual was also a Saiyan. Bastard. Dark One. You shall die. A faint glow rapidly coalesced in Bra's palm, swelling into a brilliant radiance as the ultimate flash propelled Black Goku thousands of miles away. Gasping for breath, Black Goku realized his opponent had no intention of relenting. Bra surged toward him, her iron fist primed for action. Black Goku could not help but curse. You bastard. Do you seem to know me? Tears welled in Bra's eyes as she shouted furiously, Beast. Even if you turned to ash, I would recognize you. Enveloped in golden light, her fist struck once more at Black Goku. At that moment, Black Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. Humph. Then let me eradicate you. The two forces circled in the air, their furious fists clashing against Black Goku's form. Ha! This is exhilarating. My body is adapting. Despite being relentlessly pummeled, Black Goku showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he laughed maniacally in midair. Boom. With a resounding thud, an unprecedented power erupted from Black Goku's body. Bra was violently thrust away, her form uncontrollably tumbling toward the mountainside. Bra, no stop. Shao Wu emitted a piercing shriek. Smoke billowed in the air, clouding Bra's vision. Struggling to rise, she beheld a man standing aloft, radiating a pink aura. Black Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan Rose. Shao Wu's appearance captured Black Goku's attention, and he scrutinized her from head to toe. Oh, you resemble an acquaintance of mine. Yet she seems to have perished. In that case, encountering me, in this world, you too must meet your demise. Black Goku's words instantly stirred Bra's long-dormant memories. The image of Shao Wu's murder flooded her mind. Bastard, silence yourself. Suddenly, a synthetic moon coalesced in Bra's hands. As she endeavored to transform into a Super Saiyan 4. Please, this time, I must succeed. Over the years, Bra's tail had grown thanks to the Dragon Balls. Yet, her physical strength remained insufficient, preventing her from achieving the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. This time, she placed all her hopes on becoming a Super Saiyan 4. However, to attain this form, she would first need to pass through the Golden Great Ape stage, and time was evidently not on her side. Meanwhile, Black Goku's palms had gathered a beam of energy. Little Mai was in grave danger. She was at a loss as to what to do. A pink beam of energy erupted from his fingertips. No, Sister Mai. Bra shook her head frantically, screaming. The more she protested, the more Black Goku relished the situation. Just when Black Goku believed that Little Mai was doomed, a dashing young man suddenly appeared like a savior, standing protectively in front of her. Little Mai's taut nerves began to relax, her lips trembling as tears finally fell from her eyes upon seeing Trunks' silhouette. Trunks. Chapter 86. Bra, the Reborn. I am Bra, a being reborn. In my world, there exists an endless abyss of darkness and despair. The Dragon Ball universe. A parallel dimension. In this realm, the future is equally fraught with hopelessness. Goku succumbed to a viral heart disease. A year later, the androids emerged. Piccolo, Tien, Krillin, Kaiatsu, and Yamcha fell one after another, slain by the androids. Vegeta confronted the android siblings alone, only to meet his demise. The last warrior standing was Gohan. Unlike the desolate future depicted in the original tale, in this reality, Vegeta left behind not only Trunks for Bulma, but also a daughter, Bra. She was born on the same day and year as Trunks, making them fraternal twins. Amidst the rampant destruction wrought by the androids, Bulma led her children in a life of constant evasion. Eventually, one fateful day, Gohan transcended his limits and transformed into a Super Saiyan, granting humanity a fighting chance against the androids. Under Gohan's protection, Bulma, Trunks, and Bra managed to survive. Yet, despite Gohan's newfound power, it remained insufficient to vanquish the androids, who possessed boundless stamina. Following this, Gohan trained Trunks, aspiring to mold him into a formidable warrior. However, Bra, as his sister, lacked the same formidable strength. She yearned to grow stronger, yet no matter her efforts, she could never quite match Trunks' prowess. On a day when the heavens poured forth rain, a ray of golden light illuminated the night, and in a fit of rage, Trunks finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. The price of this transformation was the loss of his beloved brother, Gohan, at the hands of the androids. In a bid to alter this tragic fate, Bulma devised a time machine. Trunks journeyed back to the past, reliving events identical to those in the original narrative. Ultimately, having grown powerful, Trunks wielded his sword to eradicate the androids. The subsequent emergence of Cell met a similar fate, as he too was felled by Trunks' blade. Thus, Trunks saved humanity, becoming a great hero of the world. It was through this act that a girl named Mai, from the Earth Defense Force, crossed paths with Trunks, and they quickly fell in love. Under Trunks' watchful eye, peace returned to Earth. Perhaps due to the tranquility of these days, Bra's initial fervor to grow stronger gradually faded with time. She believed that as long as her brother was present, all matters could be resolved. Trunks, in turn, took great care of his sister, ensuring her life was filled with happiness. However, this idyllic existence was not to last. Years later, an evil sorcerer emerged on Earth, intent on resurrecting Majin Buu. To thwart this sinister plot, a Supreme Kai named Shin descended to Earth. With Shin's assistance, Trunks successfully prevented the resurrection of Majin Buu. Yet the price of this victory was the death of Supreme Kai Shin and the crystallization and shattering of the Supreme Kai sword. The Supreme Kai Shin and the ancient Supreme Kai, sealed within the Supreme Kai sword, have both met their demise. Consequently, in this timeline, Beerus has also perished in his slumber. Following this battle, Earth once again succumbed to a fleeting peace, until the arrival of that fateful day. Bra vaguely recalls that on that day, the entire city was reduced to ruins. The sky was shrouded in a thick mist, and the air was permeated with the stench of blood. The sanctuary that humanity had painstakingly rebuilt over the years was betrayed in an instant. The architect of this calamity was none other than a mysterious figure known as the Dark Man. He is deemed mysterious for he bears an uncanny resemblance to the deceased Goku. Trunks, the hope of humanity rests upon your shoulders. This is the fuel for the time machine. Quickly, return to the past, and seek the assistance of those who once fought alongside us. A sophisticated blue-haired woman handed Trunks a half-filled vial of azure liquid. Trunks, his expression grave, grasped the time machine's fuel with urgency. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through, accompanied by a barrage of energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. In the aftermath of the explosions, a fearsome visage emerged before them. I have found you. The plan for human extinction must be executed with utmost precision. Black Goku proclaimed with arrogance, energy pulsating in his hands once again. Faced with Black Goku's declaration, Trunks gritted his teeth. This time, he had no choice but to engage in a fierce battle against him. Mother, fine Bra. Bring her back to the past. I will hold off the Dark Man. With that, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and leaped into the fray, clashing violently with Black Goku. Be careful, Trunks. Bulma's eyes were filled with anxiety, yet the immediate priority was to contact Bra. Subsequently, Bulma managed to reach Bra, who was currently comforting survivors alongside Mai. Upon receiving Bulma's call, Bra hurried towards the underground warehouse. Sister Mai, I leave this to you. I have more pressing matters to attend to. Bra raced towards Bulma's location, during which she distinctly sensed her brother's energy rapidly escalating. However, another presence loomed that was even more formidable than her brother's. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bra quickened her pace. She longed to join the battle, yet she recognized her own inadequacy. She could offer no assistance. Her only option was to replace Trunks and journey back to the past to seek help. Yet, as she flew, Bra suddenly felt an unsettling change. Trunks' energy was inexplicably waning. A sense of dread engulfed her, as she realized Trunks was in peril. She surged forward, desperate to reach him, but in the next moment, her heart sank and tears began to flow. Trunks' presence had vanished. With sorrow raining down, Bra finally reached Bulma's side. Heartbroken and dismayed, she uttered not a single word, paralyzed by the fear that her mother would be shattered by the news of Trunks' demise. Bra fought back tears, striving to conceal her emotional turmoil from Bulma. Nevertheless, Bulma seemed to sense something amiss. She handed Bra the fuel and cautioned, "Be careful, Bra." Clenching her teeth, Bra seized the time machine fuel and dashed outside without a backward glance. Her nerves were frayed, her mind consumed by thoughts of the time machine. Just as she was nearing the warehouse that housed it, a shadow loomed before her. It was none other than Black Goku. With a derisive smirk, he held a barely breathing figure in his grasp, lifting Trunks as one might a helpless kitten. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed Trunks before Bra. A gasp escaped Bra's lips, her hands instinctively covering her mouth as tears streamed down her fingers. She bent down, reaching out to touch Trunks when a bloodied face was painfully lifted. "Quick, run, sister." With those final words, Trunks breathed his last. A thunderous explosion echoed from afar, causing Bra to turn. Countless soldiers were launching missiles at Black Goku, commanded by none other than Mai. "Bra, hurry. We'll hold off the Dark One." A barrage of smoke grenades was hurled toward Black Goku, enveloping the battlefield in a shroud of smoke. Fear, resentment, and hatred ignited a fire within Bra, compelling her to sprint toward the time machine's warehouse. The cacophony of anguished cries pierced her ears as she finally dove into the time machine. Just as she prepared to activate it, that dreaded visage reappeared before her. "Little mouse, where do you think you're going?" The demon's voice echoed ominously in her ears. And Bra snapped her head up just in time to see Black Goku unleash a ki blast, obliterating the time machine into fragments. Bra was flung hundreds of meters away. Fear, helplessness, and despair swirled relentlessly in her heart as Black Goku closed in, leaving her increasingly cornered. "Get away from her, you bastard." A powerful female voice rang out. Mai raised an RPG and aimed it at Black Goku. But her efforts were futile, as he merely waved his hand, effortlessly intercepting the missile. His grotesque and malevolent grin turned toward Mai. Suddenly, a sickening sound pierced the air. Mai looked down to find crimson blood oozing from her abdomen. A hand had pierced through her body, and with a thud, she collapsed, lifeless. Black Goku stomped on Mai's head, kicking it toward Bra. "You pitiful humans shall all perish. Oh, and let me show you something." From behind him, Black Goku produced a bloodied head. It was Bulma's. In that moment, Bra's eyes brimmed with tears of regret. At this moment, a wave of fury surged through her entire being, and in an instant, her form was enveloped in golden light. Consumed by her overwhelming wrath, she finally transformed into a Super Saiyan. Yet it was all too late. She witnessed the tragic demise of her loved ones right before her eyes. She loathed herself for relying so heavily on her brother. Deep down, she understood that even in her Super Saiyan form, she stood no chance against Black Goku. Nevertheless, she resolved to engage in one final battle. Emulating Trunks, she unleashed a magical flash. However, it was akin to a mayfly shaking a tree, ultimately futile. Black Goku's hand pierced through her chest, and she met her end. Yet, for reasons unknown, it seemed she had not truly perished. Rather, she appeared to have been granted a second chance. In this new world, she was born after her brother. This time, she vowed to diligently cultivate her strength and protect those she cherished. What bewildered her, however, was that in this life, her brother seemed far more formidable than she remembered. As if he required no protection at all,